Hey everyone, welcome to Infinity Harry. If you are enjoying our takes on Harry Potter and want to see more exciting content, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. This video includes a self-guided human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI intonation for creative storytelling purposes. So today we're gonna see what if Harry Potter awakened wild magic through time. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe the channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. With the future in ruins, Harry Potter and Dumbledore travel back to the night it all began. But time fights back, and Harry awakens wild magic, becoming the force destined to reshape history itself. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Hello, old chap, Dumbledore began. He settled in for a long discussion, as much as one could settle in when in a mind not one's own. Well, not one's current own. He mused over this while watching the other Albus Dumbledore. The mind was, of course, familiar, but it had been a long time since it had felt like this. A very long time. It was much more cluttered. Dumbledore had to remind himself that this was before the war devastated everything, before he learned to lock away the pain and hopelessness that was the war of the future. The clutter was, of course, important, but something that Dumbledore had had to learn to do without because of the dire circumstances of the war. He had to focus on the most vital things. To do otherwise would cost lives. Regrettably, lives were lost anyway, but that was why they had come back, to prevent the loss of generations and to form a good and prosperous future, not to mention a livable one. But back to the task at hand. His younger self was sitting in front of him, waiting patiently for an explanation. I apologize for rushing in, but time was of the essence, Dumbledore continued. I am afraid that leaving things to fall as they would without interference lead to our defeat. He brought up a memory, the one where he began to realize his efforts were fruitless. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, and the one Dumbledore believed could save the world, was 23. Harry had gone against Voldemort yet again, and Dumbledore was beginning to wonder when the stalemate would end. Dumbledore was not idle. He fought off Death Eaters so that Harry could face Voldemort and only Voldemort. He had killed or incapacitated many, but they kept coming. Spells were flying everywhere, and occasionally, a friendly spell would brush by him. It was chaos, but Dumbledore and what remained of the Order of the Phoenix fought anyway, hoping to give Harry even one more moment to face Voldemort. Filius fought like the dueler he was, slowed little by time or age. The Weasley twins, a fine pair of lads, fought back to back, dealing nasty curses never seen before to the Death Eaters. They had begun taking everything much more seriously after their youngest brother died trying to fight Voldemort himself. Minerva fought two at once, barely staying ahead of them. He could not help her, since he was facing three of his own. Suddenly, Harry went flying past and slammed into a Death Eater. One of the twins finished of the Death Eater in his moment of distraction and another ran to pick up Harry. Dumbledore could tell by the boy's limp body that this fight would not be Voldemort's last. Retreat! Dumbledore yelled. People disapparated or activated their portkeys. The twin holding Harry went down as the Death Eater who killed him picked up Harry's body. He saw Minerva fighting to get to Harry while Filius took on the enemy that had been fighting her. Dumbledore dispatched one of the Death Eaters he was fighting as he also ran for Harry. Minerva blasted the Death Eater who was carrying the boy, but was caught by a curse from someone behind her. Dumbledore felt his eyes misting as he was forced to choose between Harry and Minerva. It was never supposed to come to this. Harry was supposed to face Voldemort, yes, but not this way. There should have been the full support of the Order, as well as the Ministry, but the Ministry had fallen before Harry was out of Hogwarts, and the Order had taken too many hits to stand strong. This was their last desperate attempt. He shook his head. Now was not the time for remembering what they could not change, now was time for action. Minerva was his best friend, he deputy, his right-hand man, so to speak, but Harry was the savior of the world. It was beyond the wizarding world now, and Dumbledore knew that. Harry would save everyone, both wizard and muggle. Even though he knew this, the desire to save Minerva outweighed anything else for the moment. He turned to her. The healers could save her if he got her to them fast. He reached out to her. Save him, Albus, her voice, already weak, whispered to him. She drew her hand back so he could not touch her. It all depends on him. Dumbledore looked up. He saw no one from the Order remaining on the battlefield. He was the only one. But perhaps, I will take you both, Dumbledore whispered. No, Minerva answered, her light voice only a shadow of the one that had students cringing in the halls when Hogwarts still housed students. For me, Albus. He would do anything for her, even if it meant ripping out his heart. And that was what she was asking. He bent over her and kissed her lightly on the forehead. For you, my dear. He stood and ran to Harry, pushing everything else out of his mind. What do you think you're doing, you old coot? The voice sent chills down Dumbledore's spine, but he would not let this monster win today. Dumbledore raised his wand. Stopping you, you fool. You know only Harry can kill me, Voldemort laughed. Goodbye, old man. Dumbledore raised earth in front of him to block the green light Voldemort had sent. With the next swish, he converted the ground under Voldemort into thick, sticky mud. He reached out to Harry and grabbed the boy's wrist. With a jerk and a twist, he was back to their healer's tent, the boy in his arms, Street Mungo's having been destroyed nearly 2 years before. A grave-looking Neville Longbottom pointed to one of 4 cots in the room and Dumbledore laid Harry down. He knew Harry must have inflicted wounds on Voldemort, but all he could see were Harry's. Had they been Muggles, Harry would probably never walk again. As it was, if Neville was as good as he had been in the past, Harry would have a painful limp and even more painful memories. Pulling out of the memory, Dumbledore was once again staring at the younger, now shocked version of his consciousness that he would mentally refer to as Albus. Now you see why I had to take over for a time, Dumbledore said before the younger him could say anything. We cannot let that happen again. What happened to Minerva? Albus asked after a pause. Dumbledore sighed. He knew he would want to know that, but he had avoided thinking of her for so long. At least during the day. The nightmares were another thing entirely. We stayed in a small place in the London slums that was protected by the Fidelis charm, Dumbledore began. He delivered her body just outside the line. Unbidden, the memory came flooding in. He almost didn't recognize the body when it was found, barely a week after the failed battle. Blood spattered and bruised, it was a symbol to Voldemort's cruelty. When he had realized it was Minerva, he had run to her and unpinned her from the stone wall of the building next to them. He held her bloody head with his hands and cried. He had not yet allowed himself to cry over leaving her behind. He felt hands on his back, comforting yet pulling him away. Clutching her broken body to him, Dumbledore stood. He gasped as he finally saw the entire wall. Just above where Minerva's body had been were words written in red. Blood, her blood. Too slow, old codger. He pulled out of the memory to see Albus looking haggard. After that, Harry and I decided something drastic had to be done, something that would give us the advantage while robbing Voldemort of his. And what was that? Albus asked after a pause. Time travel, Dumbledore answered. Albus nodded. Yes, that would explain your presence. I had ruled out the possibility that you were false during the fight. I am thankful you had. When Harry and I began planning everything, we were uneasy about what my past self, you, would do. I am glad it all has worked out as well as it has, despite the changes that have occurred, Dumbledore said. What were the plans you made? How long did you and Harry prepare? We prepared for several years, and also cast an ancient spell on one another, granting an empathic link between us. It greatly assisted us in battle, and I am sure it will help us here, especially since he is currently an infant. Granted, it isn't telepathy, but that is frankly not possible and would be rather draining, though I believe feeling each other's emotions provides more than enough communication, Dumbledore said. As for other plans, right now I don't think we will be carrying them out immediately, since we have already caused enough change to the timeline and have both been injured. Albus nodded, absorbing everything as well as ever before he folded his hands in his lap and leaned forward, a hungry twinkle in his eyes that Dumbledore had not seen in years. So, how did you do it? Travel through time, that is. We anchored the time jump to Harry's Horcrux, arranging the spell to bring our memories and our magic back into our past bodies a few moments before it was created, Dumbledore said. That way the magic from traveling through time could dissipate enough not to conflict with the killing curse that would remove the future Horcrux from Harry and place this time's Horcrux within him, Dumbledore explained. Albus blinked, almost choking on a non-existent lemo. Drop. The boy has a Horcrux within him. I will share the rest of this knowledge and more if you will allow your consciousness to merge with mine, Dumbledore answered. Separate, we will always be questioning each other, explaining decisions that should be made immediately. We will constantly be fighting for control, and it will hamper us. He smiled for the first time in what seemed ages. After all, we are the same person. The younger Dumbledore nodded, seeing the truth. After this, we will be one entity, with two entire sets of memories, correct? The older man nodded. Possibly, although since our memories up to your point are the same, those will probably just become stronger for a time rather than creating two separate sets of memories. Unfortunately, Harry and I had never heard of anyone attempting this. I am concerned about the loss of some memories or magic that I brought from the future. The younger Albus took a moment to think about this. From what you say, it seems important that we do merge, otherwise your coming back will be rather useless. That is what I was hoping you would say, Dumbledore responded. So, how do we do this? Albus asked. I must admit that I'm at a bit of a loss. Perhaps if we reach out to each other. Dumbledore trailed off as he stood and went toward the younger version. The younger version also stood and went forward until they were mere inches apart. Dumbledore raised his hand as the younger one raised his. Their hands touched. Nothing happened. After a few moments, the younger Albus broke the silence. I believe you are too solid. That would make you too solid as well. Dumbledore lowered his hand. Perhaps a different method, then. Some sort of spell, perhaps. Albus suggested. His eyes once again held a twinkle. Puzzles delighted him. I was sure that would work, the older man said quietly. I cannot believe Harry and I did not think of this problem. All of our concentration was on how to get here. The Dumbledores stood facing each other, each lost in their own thoughts. The older Dumbledore was stumped. He could nearly see them merging, but how to go about it? They had to be one if this was to work at all. As he imagined, he noticed his hand fading. Startled, he lifted his hand to examine it closer. His hand was solid again. Interesting. What did this mean? He had done nothing, and from the looks of it, neither had the younger man. He followed his train of thought again, this time watching his hands. When he thought of merging, saw it in his mind, his hand disappeared again. He looked at the other Albus. I think I have it, old chap. The younger man faced him with raised eyebrows. Imagine us merging. Very well, the younger man said with a look that said he was humoring the old man. He smiled and crossed his arms. He began to fade, and Dumbledore similarly imagined them merging. He suddenly felt lighter, and the other Dumbledore was nowhere to be seen. Ariana, such a beautiful young girl. The fear that drove away her mind. Such power, her power, uncontrollable power. A life wasted. Befriending a young man with huge dreams. Watching those dreams turn to nightmares. Snuffing out the life of the man who followed those nightmares. Meeting a new bright young man, this one a pupil. Refusing to make the same mistakes. Seeing this young man turn even worse. Losing friends and family, one by one, to the new Dark Lord. More scenes, both pivotal and trivial, passed through the merged Dumbledore's mind. The memories were strong, reinforced by the fact that both versions of himself had experienced them. The latest memory experienced by the younger Albus replayed in their mind. We must take disciplinary action, Minerva said. These lies of hers must be stopped. Now, Minerva, Dumbledore answered. If we silenced every student who spread a lie, we would have a school full of mimes. Of what? Minerva asked. Mimes, Muggle actors who use only hand gestures, Dumbledore said contentedly as he sipped his tea. Minerva shook her head and got back to the point. Miss Skeeter's lies are malicious, Albus, and she tells them to all the people who will believe and spread them. What kind of a woman will she become if she doesn't learn that these lies hurt everyone? Think of all the hurt she could do if she was in the employ of the ministry and spreading those kinds of lies. She is nearing graduation, Albus, and who knows what she could do if she gains the position she wants. That's different, the observing merged Dumbledore thought. Minerva had not had time to say all of that before the alarms went off the first time. He was suddenly struck with what that meant. He and Harry had changed something when they had stepped back in time, which somehow resulted in Minerva having a moment longer to think about one particular thing. Such as the actions of a student and how they needed to respond. It must have been this change that gave Voldemort a moment longer to think over his method of killing the Potters. He refocused on the memory. A jolt of magic. Albus, who had been enjoying a ranting Minerva, suddenly felt a stronger presence inside his mind. He was about to shout in alarm when he recognized the presence. It was himself. The next thing he knew, the other Dumbledore had taken over and stood, Minerva still waiting for a response to her tirade. Dumbledore pushed down the desire to take her into his arms and never let her go, but he chose to keep the promise he had made to her. Once he brought Harry to Hogwarts, he could hold Minerva as long as he wanted. He began rummaging over the top of the desk, ignoring Minerva's confused and worried face as his bag of lemo drops fell from the edge and scattered all over the floor. "I must go, emergency. Send help to the Potters," he said breathlessly as he grabbed a crooked quill and disappeared, portkeying away and leaving an astonished Minerva. The observing Dumbledore was glad he had been paranoid and told Minerva to send help, just in case. Years of facing the unexpected in war had ingrained an attitude of caution and preparation in him. Why face something that was most likely unknown and have it backfire, when a simple command could prevent it? Oh. Dumbledore came to an abrupt landing in a simple carpeted hallway. It was eerily quiet and an odd scent drifted down the hall from the back bedroom. Glancing to his right, his eyes trailed down the banister and stairs to come to rest on a motionless form at the bottom. James Potter. Tearing his eyes away after conjuring a sheet to fall over the body, he refocused his attention on his main purpose and went down the hall to enter the last bedroom. He quickly found what he had expected. The room that had once been neat, clean, and joyfully inhabited, set with toys and a sturdy crib with 4 solid walls and a window, was now an obliterated space with no redeemable items within, its walls more than unstable and the window blasted out. There was a pile of dark, empty robes before the now fallen crib, the portions of wall nearest blackened and severely damaged. Dumbledore quickly noticed a wand on top of the black cloth. He slowly bent down and picked it up, firmly placing it within his robes, deciding it best to dispose of it later in a safe place. Albus. Dumbledore turned, finding who he had been looking for. Baby Harry was sitting up, resting his small hand over his mother's eyes, no doubt recently having lovingly closed them. Harry raised his arms to be picked up, tired and sad, his eyes more of an old war-torn veteran's than an infant's. "I'm here," Dumbledore said, scooping him up and wrapping his left arm around him while resting him above his hip. Harry wrapped his small arms around him and placed his head on Dumbledore's shoulder as the man silently conjured a sheet and draped it over Lily. With a sigh, Dumbledore gave Harry a brief hug, but before he could retrieve his portkey to leave, he felt magic ripple over the whole house. An anti-portkey ward. Due to the other wards, apparition was already out of the question. Mentally swearing, Dumbledore pulled out his wand, slightly confused and vastly concerned about what was happening. This had not happened before. He turned his eyes to the window and looked out. "Good Merlin," he breathed. Harry turned his head to look out as well, only for Dumbledore to whip around and dive out into the hall with him as a streak of yellow shot through the broken window. "Stay as close as you can to me. The house is surrounded by Death Eaters," Dumbledore stated bluntly to Harry, who immediately leaned more toward him. Curses and shouts filled the air, Harry and Dumbledore only able to make out the loudest of them. "It's Dumbledore. Bombarda. The Dark Lord told us to kill anyone who tried to leave. Maybe he's hurt. Together. Defendo." Dumbledore raised his wand, casting a quick anti-fire charm to the whole house. "Wouldn't do to be burned alive." Going down the stairs, he quickly came to a strong resistance of several daring Death Eaters. His robes whirled around him and his magic ruthlessly raged around his entire frame as he forced them back, quickly coming to the entry after passing James's covered remains. He didn't know how many were around the house, and there was no time to question why, so Dumbledore continued fighting. He forced his way through the front door, hoping to somehow make it beyond the wards to apparate out with Harry. He had made it a few paces out the door when he was forced to dodge a rather nasty, fatal curse by taking a tough one instead, but he underestimated the force of it. He felt the curse flow across his leg as it slammed him back into the house, which knocked his grip of Harry loose. They both fell, Harry landing hard on the dark grass in front of Dumbledore after they literally bounced off the brick home. Dumbledore landed on his left side, quickly raising himself up with his left arm as he felt a ripple of pain surge up and down his leg. "Harry!" Dumbledore shouted. Harry, on his hands and knees, infant instincts in control at the moment, fell flat, avoiding a hex as 2 more came at him. With his wand hand, Dumbledore cursed a target to his far left as he thrust his empty left hand towards Harry, willing his magic to do something to help. Like summon Harry to himself. He got the next best thing. He felt something snap into his hand so hard it stung. For a split second, he thought a stinging hex had got him, but then he felt a surge of foreign power. Voldemort's wand. Not about to question such a fortunate event, he began wielding both wands, bringing forth a stream of curses from both. "Come to me, Harry," Dumbledore shouted, never having thought a few feet would feel so far. Harry turned, staying low, his little hands gripping a few dozen blades of grass. The front yard was a war zone, Death Eaters swarming throughout, the lawn littered with craters and overturned earth due to missed hexes and curses. Still blocking curses with his wand and releasing curses with the other, Dumbledore wondered if this was the end for them both when several cracks filled the air. "It's the Aurors," a Death Eater shouted. "Kill Dumbledore and the brat." Another shouted. The following curses were foreseeable, though it didn't make them any less daunting. 12 cries of Avada Kedavra rocked the air, and streaks of green ripped forth. Dumbledore yanked his left hand toward himself, silently casting Accio on Harry with the wand that had been used to try to kill him minutes before. An instant later, he caught Harry and pulled him to his chest as he slashed his own wand around them, putting as much power as he could behind it. A huge wall of earth shot up, forming a curved shield from his left to just the start of his right. Several rays of green struck the hard earth, missing their intended targets, but Dumbledore's wall had not been wide enough. He turned to the right, seeing the familiar green light racing toward them and certain their deaths were near, but then he felt Harry stiffen and a feeling ripple from his little body that clearly roared, "We have not come back just to die here." He saw Harry's right chunky baby hand lash out and could only stare as a killing curse that had barely grazed the wall slammed into his little moving palm. Harry continued to sweep his hand toward the house to their left, taking on 2 more green bolts before a stronger sort of magic pummeled the air. Furious, raging, unrelenting power, merciless, yet merciful. A wrath resembling that of a vengeful parents, but also of something more. A cone of brilliant green erupted out in a blinding flash, and in the next blink, Dumbledore, as well as Harry and all present, saw all of the Death Eaters in the path of the green storm drop. "Good Merlin!" An Auror shrieked. He had been inches away from the edge of the cone and watched as the Death Eater directly before him collapsed into a lifeless heap. "Stay back, Hopkins. Didn't I tell you?" Alistair shouted at him. The surviving Death Eaters abandoned the battle as fast as they could after their comrades' inexplicable demise. The next few seconds became a blur of running Death Eaters, apparating cracks, and cursing Aurors. Dumbledore turned from the chaos and wrapped his arms around Harry as it all clearly became too much for Harry's current body, mind of a 25-year-old or not. The cry of an infant was now what rippled through the air, but it was like no cry they had ever heard before. It was one of pain and anguish, of thick despair and sadness. It was almost inhuman, but its human tone was what made it almost unbearable to those who heard. "Shish, shish," Dumbledore soothed, gently rocking Harry in his arms while ignoring the pulsing pain now saturating his leg and hip. "Blasted internal boiling hex. Albus!" a man shouted, rushing forward. "Alistair," Dumbledore whispered, Harry now hiccuping in relative silence. Moody knelt down, checking Dumbledore for injuries, which he quickly identified, casting a powerful numbing charm. He took note of Dumbledore having 2 wands, but didn't say anything about it as Dumbledore slid the one in his left hand into his robes. "We need to get you to St. Mungo's," he stated gruffly before looking over Harry, his wand passing over his tiny form. "And the lad too. His hand has suffered a rather nasty burn, looks like, not to mention exhaustion from what he somehow did." Dumbledore quickly took hold of Harry's little wrist to look at the wound himself. With a wince, he recognized it as a magic burn. A burn purely caused by a vast concentration of magic in a small area. Harry's palm was now spotted with the raw white blotches. Dumbledore met Harry's eyes, which were drooping. "Rest now, my boy. I'll be with you when you wake," he said. "I won't leave you alone." With that, Harry closed his eyes and surrendered to sleep. Alistair Moody. "All right, we'll be apparating in. We don't know what we will be walking into exactly, but according to McGonagall, Dumbledore was very concerned and asked her to send reinforcements." "We have coordinates," Moody said, before raising his voice. "I want us all to go in together, no wannabe heroes or idiotic stragglers." He watched in satisfaction when they quickly straightened themselves, as if that in itself would prevent them from making any stupid decisions. They were good men and women, the brightest in their lot, in fact. Unfortunately, his satisfaction was marred by the knowledge that something was not right. With the Fidelis charm in place, McGonagall should not have been able to tell him where the house was. This stank of betrayal. HMPH. Let's go, he said. They all then apparated to the edge of the property, but before Moody could begin dishing out orders, the Death Eaters gave out their own. It's the Aurors. Kill Dumbledore and the brat. The scene before Moody confirmed his suspicions of a betrayal as he could only watch several green curses rocket toward his best friend, Albus Dumbledore, and the son of one of his most prized students. He could hardly believe his eyes as the fatal lights continued, Albus Dumbledore showing speed and agility far beyond what his age should have been capable of as he somehow called the Potter child to himself and erected an earthen shield around them. Too bad it was not enough. Moody and the other Aurors began moving, but then everything seemed to freeze as they witnessed the impossible. A tiny hand rose up, defiantly open in front of the power that had the entire wizarding world on its knees. The curses struck, the child moving his hand firmly into the path of each. And then it happened. Indescribable, unbelievable, overwhelming power seemed to solidify in the air, just before the curses rebounded back as a green raging storm in the shape of a tilted cone. All of the dark figures on that side dropped. Completely lifeless. Good Merlin! Auror Hopkins shouted, staring at the now dead Death Eater before him. Stay back, Hopkins. Didn't I tell you? Alistair shouted at him. Hopkins was always the first to jump into a fight and the last to back out. He made a good Auror, or he would if he cared more about his hide. He had survived much that would kill a lesser man. Death Eaters began running, not picking up any of the fallen. Alistair shouted at his Aurors to fire at their sorry backsides, and bursts of red spouted from their wands. A few fell, but others made it off the property in time to apparate away. Alistair cursed. It was likely they would never know who those masked scoundrels were. Alistair ran to Dumbledore and the child who had somehow pulled off a miracle. He knelt down to check for major injuries. He recognized the boiling blood hex and cast a powerful numbing charm so Dumbledore could be moved without causing too much pain. He wondered where the other wand Dumbledore was holding came from, but decided not to question it. After all, Alistair had a few tricks up his own sleeve. We need to get you to St. Mungo's, he stated gruffly before looking over Harry, finding a terrible burn and magical residue. And the lad too. His hand has suffered a rather nasty burn, looks like, not to mention exhaustion from what he somehow did. Dumbledore quickly took hold of Harry's little wrist to look at the wound himself. He winced at the burn, then said quietly to the exhausted child, "Rest now, my boy. I'll be with you when you wake. I won't leave you alone." Harry passed out and Alistair stood to let the healer in. He always had one or two who could be immediately contacted if something went wrong. The young man stepped in to examine Dumbledore and Harry. He nodded crisply when he noted Alistair's numbing charm. He conjured a stretcher and pulled out a piece of parchment. "Sir, I have news," a young Auror ran up to Alistair. "What is it, Richards?" Alistair barked as he watched his friend being placed on the stretcher. "You sent 4 of us to the back, and we saw Sirius Black there," the Auror began. "That betrayer. Did you bring him in, Richards?" Alistair demanded, suddenly interested. No sir. We assumed that since he was an Auror, he was supposed to be there. Anyway, he was shooting at a rat. We weren't sure what to do, so we pointed our wands at him. He was screaming, 'Betrayal! Come out, you coward!' And finally, he hit the rat. It turned into Peter Pettigrew, who I went to school with. He looked awful. He screamed at Black that he had to do it, he just had to. He shot at Black and ducked inside the house. Black charged after him. Just after, there was an explosion. I went in after we deemed it clear, and both of them were dead in the kitchen. We don't know what this means, but decided to report it." Pettigrew was the betrayer. Alistair blinked. Apparently it wasn't just the boy's cowardice that rubbed him the wrong way. "Thank you, Richards, you were correct in your actions. Now help the rest clean up." "Yes, sir," Richards responded. The healer with Dumbledore was almost out of the non-Portkey wards on the Potter's property. Alistair hurried to his friend's side. Dumbledore should know this even if he could do nothing with the information yet. "Albus, Moody exclaimed as he drew closer. Dumbledore turned his face, pain written on it despite the numbing charm. Yes, my friend. I just got word. Pettigrew was the betrayer, not Black, Alistair answered. Dumbledore's brow rose, but all he said was, good. Alistair looked around and noticed his men still sifting through the remains of the Death Eaters. My men can carry on from here. I will accompany you and the lad. I don't want anyone near you who may try to seek revenge for this. Thank you, Alistair, Dumbledore replied. Once they had left the property, Dumbledore and Harry were portkeyed to St. Mungo's. Alistair kept his word and let no one near who wasn't checked out by him. Dumbledore had refused to allow them to take Harry from his sight, and had gone as far as asking Alistair to give a wizard's oath that he would not allow them to take Harry from whatever room Dumbledore was currently in. Due to circumstances, Alistair readily agreed. Dumbledore then asked him to send Aurors to the Longbottoms and to any other family Alistair believed may become a target because of recent events. After making the oath and assuring Dumbledore that he would do as he had asked, the healers gave Dumbledore a potion to keep him unconscious while they worked on his injuries. Swigging it down, Dumbledore finally passed out. While they continued to work on Dumbledore, other healers wrapped Harry's hand with soft gauze and bandaged his cut. Because of the nature of the wounds, the healers were reluctant to use magic on the sleeping boy. Finally, the healers were able to reverse the curse on Dumbledore's leg. They said that he should wake just after the reversal, then fall into a natural sleep. That didn't happen. They reversed the curse, but Dumbledore was unresponsive. Just as the healers decided to try something drastic, there was a bright flash of fire. Alistair drew his wand and nearly fired before he realized it was Fawkes, Dumbledore's phoenix. The phoenix landed gently on Dumbledore and sang, then began crying. The tears fell on Dumbledore's forehead, and Fawkes moved to young Potter, repeating his antics. Then he flew to a shelf against the wall, continuing to sing. Alistair felt his heart constrict, and he prided himself on being rather heartless. The song was beautiful, tragic, and heartwarming all at the same time. However, Dumbledore remained unconscious, but the healers decided to let him be for a time before they tried anything else. They assigned a young healer, Stephanie Somick, someone Alistair had already cleared, to watch over the two as they slept. The healers ushered Alistair out, saying that he could visit when both were better. There was nothing he could do for now, so he set off to dispatch Aurors to the Longbottoms and other possible Death Eater targets, and to find Lupin. Lupin would want to know what had happened, and who had really been the traitor. McGonagall took a seat in the waiting room, anxious and worried about what the healer had just told her. Dumbledore was still unconscious, despite the tears from Fawkes. Moody had contacted her, and the rest of the Order, and told her what had happened. She couldn't believe what the Potter child had done, and the fact that Dumbledore had bolted there only to keep over 30 Death Eaters back before the Aurors arrived, and before Harry did whatever he had done. Any word, Alistair? McGonagall asked, sinking into her chair as she turned to face him. No. They have been discussing what they should do, and if it would be safe to try to forcibly wake him, but because of his age. How is the boy? She asked. Don't really know, he was asleep when I saw him. His hand and forehead have been bandaged, and the healers told me he is exhausted, he said. McGonagall nodded with a sigh, hoping Dumbledore would wake soon. Healer Somick sighed, the other healers still at a loss about what to do with Albus Dumbledore, who was currently still out on the bed. And then there was the fact the Potter child had to remain in the room. Most of the healers treating Dumbledore had heard Moody give his vow to Dumbledore and knew if anyone tried to remove Harry from the room, Moody would be obligated to do everything within his power to bring Harry back and punish the one who had taken the boy. So, understandably, not wanting a rampaging Mad Eye on their hands, they had placed a crib right by Dumbledore's bed. The infant seemed to be pleased with this, and stretched out his arms toward Dumbledore every so often. After several hours of debating, the healers had finally decided to try something to wake the old wizard. However, Dumbledore suddenly woke before they could carry it out, for which they were all thankful. Harry immediately stood up in his crib, looking at Dumbledore in what the healers could only assume was baby concern. Headmaster, it is good to see you awake, one of the healers said, no doubt the one in charge. I am Healer Bridge, and I am in charge of your and young Potter's care while you two are here. Hello, Healer Adam Bridge. Hufflepuff, 71, right? Dumbledore asked. Bridge seemed impressed and nodded. I'm surprised that you remember me. It is also good news, we had been worried about how you would be once you woke, but your memory, at least long term, seems to be intact. Would there be reason for it to be otherwise? Dumbledore asked. We had to give you a potion to place you in a kind of stasis until we were able to reverse the curse that had hit you and repair the damage done. You should have woken after we had finished, but you didn't, Bridge answered, coming closer to the bed and waving the other healers away. Bridge focused his attention on his adult patient, pulling out his wand, totally missing the change in expression of his younger one. Harry didn't need to completely fake the fear of wands, just embrace it, which he did, deciding it best to act as any child would after having witnessed what the wooden objects could do. Not to do so would be a tad suspicious. Looking back, perhaps he had embraced it a bit too well. Bad, bod, Harry shouted, gripping the side of his crib and shaking it as hard as his little body could before reaching for Dumbledore with his good hand while swinging his tiny bandaged fist at Bridge. Dumbledore turned, feeling fear, anger, and frustration from Harry, but also a feeling that told him it was not all genuine, though some of it was, no doubt from him being an infant. What is Harry doing? Makes sense to act this way around wands, after what has recently happened. Dumbledore moved to pick him up, but one of the female healers got to Harry first. There, Healer Bridge isn't bad, he's going to help. He's going to check Dumbledore for any more boo-boos, see? She said, trying her best to keep hold of the now hysterical child who was glaring at Bridge's wand now pointing limply at Dumbledore. Bridge was at a loss. No. Bad. Harry insisted, now sobbing and trying his best to get out of the confused and worried woman's arms. Healer Somik, who was beside the healer holding Harry, hurried to the cabinet for a calming draft, but not before something cracked. Bridge's wand shot out of his hand, crashing into a picture hanging on the wall beyond, exploding the frame, glass, and moving photo into a spectacular shower of sparks and magic. Wah! Harry cried, suddenly terrified about what he had just done, well that and being startled by the loud noise. Here, let me take him, Dumbledore said, not fazed at all by the display of magic just witnessed by them all. The healer passed Harry over to Dumbledore without question as the other healers backed away, Bridge now gaping stupidly at Harry. I am sorry about your wand, Adam. If you wish, I will contact my friend, Ollivander, and have him try to repair it or make you another, Dumbledore said, Harry now content in his arms. Thank you, Professor, Bridge managed, staring warily at Harry, who had thankfully calmed down. He is still only a child, and one who has gone through more than most or any of you. Do not look at him in fear or unease. What he needs now is love and understanding, Dumbledore stated before looking down to meet Harry's eyes. Harry, Bridge and the other healers are not going to hurt me, okay? You can relax. He felt Harry relax and broadcast a feeling of apology toward him. It's all right now, no one's angry, Dumbledore continued, much to the confusion of the healers present. Did he expect the child to actually understand him? Harry sniffled, bringing his bandaged hand up to his chest protectively. Dumbledore sighed, able to guess that Harry had likely hurt his hand in all that thrashing. Here, he could probably use a pain reliever. There's some calming draft within it as well, but not much, Healer Somik said, handing Dumbledore a little chewable disguised as a child's candy. Dumbledore gave it to Harry, who took it without question. Bridge took that moment to calm himself and order his thoughts. Headmaster, I understand Harry's reaction, considering what has recently happened to him when others pointed their wands at him and you, but, I am sure I don't need to tell you how abnormal it is for an infant to display such accidental magic, Bridge said. I am just as ill-prepared as anyone concerning this sort of thing, since I doubt anyone knows how or why the events of last night happened, but even you have to admit that this child needs and will need special care. Are you certain you wish him to remain in this room with you? From what happened last night, and what just has, it is clear young Potter is powerful. I just don't want anything to happen that will make his life any more difficult, Bridge said as gently as he could. He was just as concerned over Harry's well-being as his staff's safety. Adam, I appreciate your concern, but Harry is my responsibility now. He shall remain at my side from now on, where I can repair or prevent any more incidents and care for him, he said, his eyes giving a light twinkle before continuing. As you have already alluded to, Harry's future is going to be hard, which is why I will not abandon him or hand him off to anyone else, good intentions or not." His eyes darkened for a moment, which was actually quite frightening. It was as if the old man was trying to atone for something in his past. "Very well, Headmaster. We will try our best to help in every way we can. If you ever need a healer in the future for Mr. Potter, you are welcome to come to me anytime," Bridge said, clearly a Hufflepuff. "Thank you, Adam." Harry was currently sleeping in a transfigured crib beside the headmaster's bed, a light notice me not charm cast upon it. "Albus, how are you feeling?" McGonagall asked, wringing her hands somewhat, clearly not knowing what to do but wishing she did as she stepped into the room. Dumbledore moved to get up, but due to how wobbly his legs were and how tired he was, he didn't make much progress getting out of bed before McGonagall hurried to his side. "Albus, don't get out of bed. The healers told me what happened, and you shouldn't be trying to move," she said, trying to force him back onto the bed. Dumbledore sat back on the bed as McGonagall leaned forward, no doubt wanting to help him get back under the blankets, but his hand suddenly cupping her face stopped her. She froze, not expecting such a touch, and looked up to meet blue eyes that looked as if they had just witnessed something horrendous. "Albus," she whispered, completely forgetting there was a healer in the room with them. "What's wrong?" The next thing she knew, he had wrapped his arms around her and pulled her closer to the bed and against his chest, causing her knees to come to rest on the floor. She didn't move or say anything for several seconds, understandably concerned over Dumbledore's actions. Finally, Dumbledore released her with a heavy shaky sigh, clearly reining in thick emotion. "My apologies, Minerva, I just needed to make sure you were really here," he whispered with a muffled sniffle, getting back under the covers. She frowned, but didn't know what to say to that immediately. She glanced up at the nurse who had readied a calming draft. "Well, I'm here, Albus, but you didn't answer my question earlier. How are you feeling? We were worried when you didn't wake when they reversed the curse. You were unresponsive for several hours afterwards. Healer Bridge told me as much, but don't worry. I'm feeling much better, Minerva, much better. Though I am certain I would feel even better if I had something sweet," he admitted, resting back against his pillows. McGonagall smiled softly, pulling a little pouch from her pocket. "You know me too well, Minerva," Dumbledore said, reverently taking the gift and putting 2 fingers in the bag to retrieve a lemo. "Drop." "Ah, it's been so long since I've had one of these," he whispered as he actually stroked the shiny yellow exterior. "I've almost forgotten how they taste. I think I will keep this one forever with me in my pocket. I might even name it. How about Old Yeller?" "But Albus, you just had a whole bag yesterday morning," McGonagall reminded him. "What was that, Minerva?" "A whole bag. Ah, I remember now, alas, almost choked on number 46. Fawkes had to save me." He sighed, almost as if he was recalling a great loss. McGonagall placed her hand on his shoulder. "I don't think you understand how much you scared us, Albus. Fawkes even came and cried on you, and Alistair told us you just lay there," she said quietly. "Really? Fawkes came. Interesting," he said, wondering if that had affected anything merging-wise, particularly the bit about his memories and magic from the future. Minerva began to say something else but stopped when Harry began to stir, causing her to suddenly notice the crib right up against Dumbledore's bed. Dumbledore straightened up, turning to Harry as McGonagall blinked. Why hadn't she noticed the crib earlier? Harry quickly got up, immediately reaching for Dumbledore as McGonagall gasped, seeing his bandaged hand. "How is he? And why is he staying in the same room as you?" she asked. "I felt it best if he remained with me from now on," Dumbledore stated, Harry turning his eyes to McGonagall as Dumbledore lifted him up and placed him on his lap. McGonagall frowned, standing up. "What do you mean, from now on?" Dumbledore sighed sadly. "I don't know if you've heard, but James and Lily were not the only ones who fell last night. Peter betrayed the Potters, and Sirius caught him trying to leave the house from the back in the midst of battle in his rat form. Sirius forced him to revert back and evidently cornered him in the kitchen. Curses were exchanged, and from what Alistair can conclude, after being gravely injured, Peter cast a desperate bombarda, hitting the oven. Sirius and Peter were both killed in the resulting blast." I hadn't heard," McGonagall muttered. Harry leaned back against Dumbledore, feeling physically and emotionally drained. He of course picked up Dumbledore's churning emotions, but his were overriding them at the moment. Though part of Harry was heartbroken over the fact Sirius had died, another part of him was happy it had gone this way. At least this time Sirius had gone out as a hero and had taken out the sniveling rat. He had gone the way he would have wanted to. Instead of as a taunting, idiotic criminal who had been stupefied through a veil. Harry sighed sadly, once again drawing McGonagall's attention. Is he okay? Is it true? She asked. Alistair told me some, but it's just so hard to believe. Dumbledore placed his hand on Harry's head. He will be fine, though this will scar. Dumbledore gently brushed the hair on Harry's forehead away to reveal the band-aid covered cut, as well as the damage to his hand. And what Alistair told you is true. Will his hand be all right? She asked. I was told Fawkes cried on his wounds, but it didn't seem to do much. Well, I honestly don't know if the magical burn will leave any effects, positive or negative, but we'll deal with them as they come. If they come. McGonagall took a chair that was against the wall and pulled out her wand. She was planning to tap it with her wand and turn the hard plastic chair into a comfy one with cushions and arms, but she didn't get that far. Wah. Oh, dear. It's all right, Harry, no one is going to get hurt, Dumbledore began. McGonagall turned with her wand, startled by Harry's cry and quickly becoming concerned by what she was seeing. Harry was having a full-blown meltdown. His face was red and wet with tears, his arms wrapping around Dumbledore in a vice grip, and even Harry himself was shocked by his reaction. All he could see was the wand while imagining all of the terrible things the little thing could do in the hands of a psychopath. His memories from the future, especially, were what shot to the forefront of his mind, for several moments overpowering all rational thought. McGonagall gasped, unknowingly turning her wand more towards them. Wahhhhh. Wah. Minerva, drop your wand. Dumbledore shouted. McGonagall immediately did as he ordered, Harry instantly halting his screams and simply crying, turning his face into Dumbledore's beard, trying not to think about all of the horrid things he had seen done by wands. Dumbledore, who could feel the conflicting emotions from Harry, simply held him, understanding Harry's turmoil as they both took a moment to battle with their past, though technically future, experiences and hope to prevent a lost future. Healer Somik, who was suddenly there with an eyedropper, gave Harry a dose of calming draught before waving away a concerned healer who had hurried in upon hearing the cries. That healer nodded in understanding, no doubt calling off the reinforcements behind him. Healer Somik was a new healer, and had been told to simply watch over Harry and Dumbledore for the day, to make sure all was well. It's all right, Harry. See, everything's fine. Everything will be fine, Dumbledore reminded him, now rocking in a soothing motion. I'm sorry, Albus. Alistair had mentioned his reaction to wands, I had just forgotten. Quite all right, Minerva. I'm sure it will just take time for him to get used to seeing other people besides myself using wands positively again, he said, feeling Harry give a slight nod in agreement against his chest. So he is all right with seeing you use your wand? McGonagall asked. So far, though I do warn him before I do anything, he said, taking out his wand. I'm going to fix Minerva's chair, all right. Her chair morphed into a dark silk recliner with dancing lemo, drops covering it. Seeing it change, Harry giggled, which was a great improvement. Are you trying to introduce him to sweets this early, Albus? She asked. Happy Harry was smiling again. Who said anything about trying? Dumbledore asked, a twinkle in his eye. Harry stared at him, a pleased smile on his face. It had been a long time since he had seen any spark in those eyes. McGonagall misinterpreted Harry's grin, convinced Dumbledore had already corrupted the child with candy. Too bad she didn't know it had happened long before, or was it after this? McGonagall shook her head, suddenly taking the time to get a good look at the baby on Dumbledore's lap. 3 killing curses, McGonagall whispered, as she stared at Harry's hand. How is that even possible? And then there's what happened before you even arrived. She glanced at Harry's forehead before looking up at Dumbledore. How did you know? You left even before the alarms in your office sounded, she said. Dumbledore stopped himself from fidgeting, while quickly reminding himself that Healer Somik was in the room with them. Somik tried not to make it appear as if she was hanging on every word of the conversation, but Dumbledore knew she was. She was practically ebbing curiosity, and who could blame her? She was currently in the room with two of the most famous people in the wizarding world, Albus Dumbledore and Harry Potter. "I'm not sure," Dumbledore said. How could he explain that his caution from the future caused him to not take anything for granted? A rule he would continue to live by. Because of that action, he was able to salvage what might have been lost. Having thought it over while he was integrating the memories from his future self, he now realized that a time shift had been caused. Although no one living in said time zone could actually feel the effects, it gave them an extended amount of time to think over a single decision. No doubt it had given Voldemort time to rethink his approach to taking out the Potters. "I just felt that I needed to go to the Potters, that something bad had just happened or was about to," Dumbledore said, hoping vagueness would suffice. McGonagall nodded, deciding that was a reasonable answer. Dumbledore sometimes just knew things. This was no doubt one of those times. "So, he really reflected those curses back?" McGonagall asked after a moment. "Reflected and amplified," Dumbledore said, casually looking over at Healer Somik and meeting her eyes. Somik suddenly decided she would never repeat what she heard in that room and gave a slight nod to Dumbledore, conveying the silent promise. Dumbledore looked back at McGonagall. 12 Death Eaters died as a result, though one wasn't killed by it directly. He was struck down by part of the wall from the house. "Sebastian Crabbe," Dumbledore said. 12. All of them at once. She gasped, looking at Harry, unable to believe such a quiet, harmless-looking child could bring about anything like that. Yes. Somehow, the three curses merged, and, through Harry's own magic, were morphed into a cone. Lucius Malfoy, Bellatrix Lestrange, Theodore Nott, Igor Karkaroff, and 7 others were hit by it. So in total, counting Peter Pettigrew and Sebastian Crabbe, 13 Death Eaters were killed last night, Dumbledore said. McGonagall reached out an old but soft hand toward Harry's bandaged little one. Taking it in hers, she smiled sadly at Harry, who briskly blinked away a few tears that had been trying to rise. It was so good to see her again. "You have an owie, don't you?" she cooed. "You're being such a big brave boy, though." Harry smiled, showing a few baby teeth. He turned his eyes up to Dumbledore, getting a look in his eyes that Dumbledore wasn't sure he liked. Harry raised his wrapped hand, moving it towards Dumbledore's face. "Boo-boo. McKee better," he said, before making a smacking noise with his lips. Dumbledore blinked, suddenly realizing there was no way out of this and knowing Harry was enjoying every moment of it. Hey, Harry was a baby, he was going to enjoy it while he could. Perhaps Dumbledore would have the chance to show Harry the love he had missed the first time through his life. He glanced over at McGonagall, whose eyes were twinkling much like his would in any other amusing situation. He knew if he didn't do this, he would be seen as a mean old no. He couldn't even say it, and to even imagine McGonagall thinking those words about him made him want to cringe. He could never hear or see those words and not want to weep. He shook himself of bad memories and looked down at the expectant Harry. "Oh, is your hand hurting you?" he asked, gently taking hold of Harry's injured hand with his left while bringing it up to his lips. He gave the wrapped hand a quick loving key, before patting Harry on the head. "Two can play at this game." Dumbledore smirked. "Maybe we should have the healers take a look at it again, Having the body and unstable emotions of an infant, Harry's bottom lip quavered and his eyes quickly filled with tears. Catching a disapproving look from McGonagall, Dumbledore quickly moved to repair the situation. Healer Somik couldn't fight back a smile. "Oh, there, Harry. It's okay, you don't need to see the healers, I was only teasing," he said, placing Harry's head on his shoulder and rubbing his back. Harry sniffled but relaxed. "So, are you really going to take Harry and yourself, or had I misunderstood you?" she asked. Yes, I am," he said, now having seen the formerly unfamiliar memories. He and Harry, before taking the step back through time, had arranged and discussed everything, and the first thing they had agreed to was to have Harry stay with him, Dumbledore. They had discussed Harry staying with Sirius, but now that was out of the question, and when they both really thought about it, Sirius as a parent probably wasn't a wise idea. Albus, no offense, but certainly there are others who would be willing to take Harry in." McGonagall asked, looking at Dumbledore in concern. "It's not a question about who is willing to take Harry in, it is who Harry is willing to allow to take him," Dumbledore said sagely. "You can't be serious, Albus." He's just a baby, how can he even know what is best for him? I'm not against you raising him, but surely the ministry will have something to say about this, she said. That they will, but as soon as they look at Harry's file, I am certain they will see the choice has already been made, he said with a smile. If you're sure, Albus, but what does this mean for Hogwarts? What do you mean? I will remain headmaster, Harry will just be with me from now on. Albus, I don't believe you realize how hard it can be to raise a child, she said, unsure if she should be angry with Dumbledore's lack of understanding or amused by it. Come now, Minerva, Harry is a good boy. He will be no problem. In fact, I'm looking forward to the little lad walking with me down the halls, he said, giving Harry a little bounce. Harry giggled, a large part of him looking forward to playing his part of a perfect little headmaster shadow. He would also, of course, enjoy the large amount of candy in a certain old man's office and the attention of a gorgeous fire bird, but a small part of him was not looking forward to being babied all of the time, but, alas, that could not be changed. Though, Harry decided, it could be fun while it lasted. Babies got away with things that no one else could. Mafahahaha. Well, if that is the case, I am certain the other professors, including myself, will be happy to watch Harry when you are unable, she said. Thank you, Minerva, that would be appreciated, Dumbledore said, before realizing baby drool was seeping into his hospital robe. Harry, looking absolutely adorable, was currently soundly sleeping on Dumbledore's shoulder, mouth barely open. Frank Longbottom finished spinning little Neville around. Mo, da, Neville, shouted, giggling like only a baby can. Frank set Neville down, breathing hard. Neville was not a small baby. More later, okay Neville. Why don't you go play with Bear? Bear, Neville said happily as he toddled off to find his favorite toy. Frank wiped his forehead and cracked his back. At least Neville was a happy baby. If he didn't get his way, he found something else to be happy about. Frank and his wife, Alice, were very glad about this. As he proudly watched his son shake Bear, he heard the chime that indicated someone was trying to use the flow. Only one person at this point knew where they were, Frank's mother, Augusta Longbottom. She was their secret keeper, and came by fairly often to check on little Neville. He turned to greet his mother. Mother, I'm glad you see a stunner hit him in the chest. As he fell unconscious, he thought of Alice and Neville. He'd failed to protect them. Oh. Frank woke on his living room floor. He heard voices and pulled his wand from his pocket, jumping up to face his attacker. Mad-Eye Moody, what are you doing here? Frank questioned, keeping his wand on the disfigured man in his living room. Teaching you a lesson, you idiot. Mad-Eye answered with a scowl. You were once one of my best Aurors, and yet you've been bested in your own home when you know you were in hiding. Disgraceful. What if I'd been an enemy? Frank looked down, unable to meet Mad-Eye's, Mad-Eye. It was the truth, and if he was correct, it wasn't the end of his scolding, either. Best to be quiet and listen. What if Augusta had been tortured, or even killed? Mad-Eye continued, his face nearly purple with anger. All our efforts to hide you would have been wasted. He paused, and Frank took this to mean he wanted a response of some kind. You're right, Frank answered quietly. I let my hopes interfere with my logic. It won't happen again. Mad-Eye nodded brusquely, apparently content with Frank's answer. Frank knew he would have to be on his guard even more after this. Mad-Eye was not one to let lessons be forgotten by lack of repetition. The reason I am here, Longbottom, ironically, is to warn you to be on your guard. He slapped a paper on the coffee table in front of Frank, who bent over and adjusted his glasses to read the headline. You know who defeated by infant. Is this true? Frank asked in surprise. If it was so, why would he need to be on guard? More or less, Mad-Eye answered. He wasn't killed, although the paper says he was. Albus will explain when he gives a speech tomorrow. His face showed his disgust at such an idea. The other Death Eaters might be seeking some form of twisted revenge for his defeat, though, so be on your guard. The charm is a good one, but you personally must be in charge of your family's safety. I would keep the Fidelis active for a while longer, but don't depend on it, or else you'll end up dead by someone who managed to get the secret. I see, Frank said, still stunned by all the information. Well, I must be off, Mad-Eye suddenly said. No time to stand around gabbing like old witches at tea time. As if anyone would mistake the grisly man for an old witch. He turned to go. Constant vigilance, he shouted as he stepped through the flow. Frank picked up the paper and began to read. McGonagall left a few hours later, after discussing some more commonplace things, such as exactly how to punish Miss Skeeter for her lie spreading. She promised to be back the following day. It was currently just after lunch, and the healers had just come in and put a fresh wrap on Harry's hand. It was obvious it would scar, despite how many creams the healers applied. It was like a white web across his palm, and in certain areas it had shallow light dents. It would definitely take time getting used to the odd contours. Well, Harry, tomorrow we will get to leave Street Mungo's. Are you looking forward to going to Hogwarts with me? Dumbledore asked. Harry nodded excitedly, though to someone watching it probably looked like he was just nodding to please Dumbledore, since he smiled whenever Harry responded and shared Lemo drops. He was about to give Harry a Lemo drop when someone knocked on the door. Come in, Dumbledore said, Harry taking hold of the little yellow candy. Two sharply dressed people stepped in, a man and a woman. The man held the door open for the woman, who thanked him softly. He then shut the door behind them. There were currently no healers in the room. The witch wore dark blue robes and had very short, brown hair and brown eyes. The wizard wore a dark muggle suit and looked comfortable in it. He had bright red hair and wore glasses. Dumbledore did not recognize them, but that seemed to be the result of a spell. From their projected age, they had probably passed through Hogwarts about 4 or 5 years ago. Albus Dumbledore, it is good to see you well, the witch said. I am Unspeakable Anna, and this is my partner, Unspeakable Colin. Unspeakables, that explained it. Ah, to what do I owe this pleasure? Dumbledore asked, gesturing to 2 chairs that had previously been occupied by Minerva and Alistair. Unspeakable Anna gave a half-smile at the armchair with the dancing Lemo drops, then sat in it, paying no more attention to the garish decor. Colin sat in the other unchanged folding chair. Harry remained on the bed beside Dumbledore, his eyes watching the 2 strangers curiously. I am sure you understand. After recent events, we desire to investigate a few things, particularly things surrounding the child now under your care, Anna said, briefly looking at Harry. Harry decided to play it safe and shrank back beside Dumbledore, as if trying to blend into him. I had expected something like this, Dumbledore said. Good, that will make this easier for all of us, Anna said. I will allow you to examine Harry, but the moment he becomes uncomfortable, I will halt whatever is going on. He has already been through a lot, and I am not about to add to it. Also, we are leaving tomorrow, so if your investigation continues after today, you will have to work around my schedule, Dumbledore said. We understand, sir, and it is not our desire to add to the traumas he's had. We just want to understand how he did what he did, and if it can be repeated. We have gathered a number of memories from Willing Wars and, I don't say this lightly, they have stunned our department. Anything we learn from Mr. Potter may one day save lives or help us learn more on the dynamics of Unforgivables, Anna answered. Very well, then. Do you have any questions for me? Dumbledore asked. Yes, and we thank you for your cooperation, Anna answered. Colin nodded, pulling out a little notebook and a quill as Anna leaned back in her chair, smiling slightly. You were holding Mr. Potter when he reflected 3 killing curses. Can you tell us if you felt anything from the child before, during or after they hit? He asked with an unmistakable Irish accent. Dumbledore leaned back, recalling the moments of that event. He could clearly remember every emotion that had come from Harry, as well as himself, but he certainly couldn't tell the Unspeakables that. Then he'd have to explain why he has such a close emotional tie to an infant, so strong that it was a type of empathic link. So what could he tell them? It is a bit fuzzy, you understand, but I do recall a very powerful magical pulse that came from Harry right before the first curse hit. It was rather indescribable. And then before they all reflected back, making that cone, I felt anger, unhindered wrath, and love from the magic. I know it makes me sound like a barmy old man, but that's what it felt like, Dumbledore said. The 2 Unspeakables nodded. That is much how others present described it, though I don't believe they included the love portion of it, Colin said curiously. Well to me that was the strongest and scariest part, to be completely honest, Dumbledore said. Was it parental? Colin asked. Dumbledore scooted Harry closer to him, thinking. It was parental, but it was so much more. The desire not to die so we'd have the chance to do what we came here to do, Dumbledore thought. To save those we love and those who they love. To save families, born and yet to be. Dumbledore mused, it is much like the web now on Harry's hand. How many had they already saved, removing several high-ranking Death Eaters in one go? The protective aspect of parental love, definitely, he said, deciding that was the truth. Colin jotted that down before looking at Harry, who was eyeing him warily. May we take a look at him and his wounds? Anna asked, suddenly leaning forward in the chair. Yes, but allow me to cast the needed spells. Understandably, he does not respond well to others pointing their wands at him, Dumbledore said. And he is fine seeing you use your wand. Colin asked, intrigued. He saw me defending him and myself with it. It seems to me that he feels he can trust me, Dumbledore said with a small shrug. All right, if you would then. Anna asked. Dumbledore took out his wand, Harry never letting his eyes stray from it. I'm just going to wave this around you, Harry, nothing to worry about, he said, not for Harry but for those watching. Colin presented Dumbledore with his notebook open to a blank page after Dumbledore did a quick body scan. Dumbledore tapped the tip of his wand onto the page, producing a list of information. Ah, thank you, sir, even more thorough than I had expected, Colin said, quite pleased with all of the collected data. Anna slid her chair closer to the bed while her partner ogled over his notebook. His hand and forehead, Anna prompted. I need to document them and I'm sure Colin wouldn't mind additional information concerning them, once he's finished drooling over what he has, she said, rolling her eyes and smiling on one side of her mouth. Certainly, Dumbledore said, carefully removing the blue dragon band-aid from Harry's head. It needed to be replaced soon anyway. Anna took out a miniature magical camera and snapped a picture. She smiled fully after that and said, You're such a beautiful boy, Harry. Harry smiled shyly. I trust these photos will remain out of public view. Dumbledore stated, his voice containing a tone that said they had better be. Of course, only top-ranking unspeakables will be able to see them, Anna said, before taking another. All right, hand. Dumbledore turned Harry's hand, palm up, and gently unwrapped the gauze. Anna blinked, currently unable to come up with anything to say as she took a picture of the little palm. Colin, take a look, she said, forcing Colin to stop looking at his notebook. He walked over and adjusted his glasses. Sweet Rowena, he breathed. Harry began to feel uncomfortable and tried to move his hand away, almost as if ashamed of it. Ah, it's okay. He's just being stupid, Anna said, making Harry smile. I think it's really cool. Colin shot her a look and she once again smiled with one side of her mouth. Dumbledore then took a quick scan with his wand over the scars to be, and after mentally cataloging the results and ensuring none of the information could turn against them later, he tapped the tip of his wand to yet another page in Colin's prized notebook. This is a great deal to look over, Colin said happily, scanning over the pages. If we find anything we believe will be helpful or what you need to know, we'll be sure to share it with you, since you've been really helpful in all of this. Dumbledore wrapped Harry's hand back up as the unspeakables began packing up. I believe there is a great deal for us to learn, Dumbledore said, and getting in each other's way is not beneficial. I also feel that in the future, all of us will need to help each other. I am sure your people have already scanned Godric's Hollow and have come to the same conclusion as I. Voldemort was not destroyed, just temporarily defeated. Yes, we have, Anna said, standing up as Colin began making his way to the door. I'm glad that you are seeing certain things as we do. A few of my colleagues thought you would not be much help, she said with another half smile, turning to go out the door. At the door frame she paused and turned her head. They assumed you would act as an old codger like you do in public. I'm glad that's just an act, at least when it comes to serious things. Good day, Headmaster. Thanks for your help. It took everything Dumbledore had to bid them farewell with an easy-going voice, and everything Harry had not to burst into tears as a wave of painful emotion washed over him from Dumbledore. As soon as the door shut and they were alone, Harry turned to Dumbledore and hugged him. We'll save him, Albus. We will, Harry said, forcing his tongue to pronounce the words as best he could with the few teeth he had. Dumbledore didn't say anything as he returned the hug, a stray tear making its way into his white beard. Jess Carter, Half-Blood, graduate of Slytherin House, the closest thing to an expert on wild magic the magical world had, and head of a small department of the Unspeakables, arrived at work at precisely 8 o'clock. She apparated into the Ministry of Magic, bypassing the normal arrival point next to that hideous fountain and arriving directly into the basement. The only area of the ministry that did not have anti-apparition wards were the entrance hall and this tiny, square box of a room where she arrived. The room had no visible door, but she placed her hand on a specific spot on the wall and stated her name. The wall opened and she found herself in the rotating room of doors. Research and development of the human potential and improvement thereof, she stated for the doors, rolling her eyes at the name. Trust the ministry to use pompous nomenclature to say something that could have been stated as, research and potential, or something as simple. One of the nondescript doors opened, and she walked down the short hallway to a lounge. Other departments had their research and experiments out for anyone who came through their door in the revolving room, but not hers. Her office, as well as the offices of her subordinates, branched off the lounge, as well as a lab where most of the research and experimentation were actually done. A few other necessary rooms had doors into the lounge as well. She frowned as she stepped into the lounge. Laying on one of the black couches, with a fire whiskey on the small table next to him, was one of her subordinates. Seth Wiggins, researcher of Muggle advances and creator of interesting gadgets. He snored slightly and twitched as she walked in. "Seth, wake up. It's time for work," Jess said loudly. Okay, I'll be up in a minute," he answered groggily as he turned over. Jess sighed. This was the second time this week. She knew he would be up in a few minutes, and after a pepper-up potion would be back in his office, working on his latest project. If any of the others got there before he actually rose, well, she would rather be in her office. She walked by the wall of propaganda, as her unit called it. The wall was covered with flyers and such created and sent by the ministry. Their department would get in trouble if they weren't showing, but some of her subordinates had circled certain words to spell dirty messages, or drawn pictures to go along with them. She didn't mind, as long as her group was technically following the law. And who was going to come down and check, anyway? The last time the Unspeakables had an inspection was back in 1940. She opened her office door by pressing her wand to the doorframe. As the door opened, she expertly and discreetly returned it to her forearm holster, then pulled the sleeve of her black robe over it. Her office had a used look about it, not messy, but not obsessively clean, either. She had posters on her wall of Muggle aircraft, which held a certain fascination for her. She surveyed the pictures, putting off the paperwork that appeared on her desk every morning. A P-51 Mustang, an F-16, then a bomber. After spending as much time looking and imagining as she could in good conscience, she walked around to her chair and faced the morning paperwork. A form for the weekly progress report. She would fill in advances and personnel evaluations. As she picked up her quill, she heard a shout from the lounge. "Ow, son of a..." Sounded like someone found Seth sleeping again. Curiosity getting the best of her, she peeked through the blinds of her office to see David Scott, researcher of new powers, cracking up and holding the Muggle toy gun the department had bought him for his birthday. Seth leapt from the couch faster than Jess had ever seen him move. This had the potential of turning ugly fast. Really, they acted like such children sometimes. Regardless, Jess had a smile as she opened her door. "Boys, please don't tear up the lounge." "Me," David said with an incredulous look on his face. "I'd never do anything like that." Jess knew false innocence when she heard it. "Right, then I don't have to worry." "Seth, at least take a shower." "Fine," Seth answered as he rolled his eyes. He started toward his office as David ran to his door stealthily and opened it. Just before he ducked inside, he shot Seth again, then slammed the door behind him. Jess shut the door fast, pretending she hadn't seen. Seth yelled, but could do nothing, since each office had a lock that could be opened only with the person's wand or Jess's wand. She wondered where everyone else was. Dakota Meeps, researcher of Wizard's Full Potential, was generally late because of unforeseen events, but Kurt Bishop, intelligence analyst, was usually on time or thereabouts. She heard him come in. He was much quieter than those who came before him, and simply went to his office. Don Kringle, assassin, was on a mission and would not return until he was finished, then he would show up without warning and without explanation. Anna Malfoy and Colin O'Cauley, The people who went out to gather information from willing and unwilling sources were usually early or on time, but sometimes they had assignments from the council before they came to the office. She pushed aside the weekly progress report to see if that was the case. Urgent. A page appeared on her desk. Investigation of you-know-who's death by infant. Interesting. She wondered if this was Dawn's doing or if the urgent paper was correct in assigning the death to an infant. She read further and discovered that Anna and Colin had been assigned to this late last night. They were probably still out talking to people and gathering information. Or Chris Hopkins might know something about all this. He was the group's contact in the Aurors, and often ran across people who knew more than they should in his assignments. Yes, his name was on the report, and he had been the one to suggest Colin and Anna to investigate this. Good. If this allegation was true, then whatever power the infant possessed should be studied by Jess's group, since they were the most qualified. Jess looked forward to meeting this infant, as well as speaking to the famous Albus Dumbledore. They had had no reason to talk to him before now, at least not her department. Ah, there was Dakota, 15 minutes late as usual. Jess walked to open her door and see why she was late today. As she opened it, she noticed Dakota's leg wrapped in gauze, and she walked with a slight limp. She was smiling, though. "Please don't tell me you apparated while on pain medication," Jess exclaimed. "Oh, please, I know my limits," Dakota answered with a laugh. Jess frowned. That wasn't the issue, but she decided to drop it. Dakota did something intentionally dangerous, and nothing happened. Ever. Most of her injuries came from things that had happened to no one else Jess knew of. So what happened this time? Jess asked. "Oh, well, I was taking my new broom out for a spin and it caught fire," Dakota answered with a dismissive wave of her hand, "but I'm okay. My new broom is totaled, though." Jess's eyes grew wide and she asked, "Are you all right? I can give you the day off, you know." "Oh, I'm fine. I've got meds, and hanging around the flat doing nothing is not my idea of a good day," Dakota answered. "All right, but if you need to leave, you can," Jess said seriously. "Yeah, thanks. Well, I have to get to my office." "Oh, and Anna was called to some raid or something last night, and she hasn't got back yet." Dakota and Anna were roommates, so Dakota often knew if Anna was not going to be there. "Yeah, I just got the paperwork," Jess answered. "But thanks. Donata," Dakota said with a shrug as she hobbled to her office. Jess shook her head. Her office was full of crazies. Kurt was probably the most level-headed, unless you got him on the subject of professional Quidditch teams. When it came to research, though, her department was the best at creating theories from tiny amounts of data. She went back to filling out the mostly unnecessary paperwork. She would find out what was happening when Anna and Colin returned. Oh, 1000 hours, November 1st. Anna Malfoy and Colin O'Cauley stood at the front of the conference room, ready to speak to the 5 members of their department who were present. They had just arrived at the department after questioning the healers who had been present when Albus Dumbledore and Harry Potter were brought into St. Mungo's following the battle. Healer Bridge had been a wellspring of information, both willing and unwilling. Not that they had tortured him by any means, it was just that Anna had ways of seeing information that others wanted to keep secret. The conference room had special wards around it that, when activated, would slow time down so important things could be discussed in relatively little time. Anna, Colin, and Jess considered this important enough to activate those wards. "Colin and I were contacted by the council last night around 10 o'clock. I was told to be in Godric's Hollow at a certain residence as soon as possible and that Colin would meet me there," Anna began. Jess was listening intently, and Dakota also listened, but with a bit less intensity. However, Seth was glaring at David, and David had an angelic fake innocent look on his face as he doodled in his notebook. Kurt had his notebook out, but he just looked bored. It didn't really matter. Anna knew they would all be just as intense as Jess in a few moments, what with the information she and Colin had to share. "I apparated there, and we met up. We thought it was a bit strange to be summoned that late at night, but it is the ministry." She smirked as she spoke. David, Dakota, and Kurt smiled, and Seth snorted. Jess almost smiled, but quickly recomposed her face. Anyway, there was a lot of chaos there. Aurors were roaming around, gathering up muggles. The house we had apparated to was nearly blown apart, and there were sheets over bodies on the lawn. I counted 12, right, Colin? Colin nodded and displayed one of the pictures from Anna's camera on the wall behind them. It showed the house and the sheets on the lawn, with Orrs walking to and fro. Their co-workers were now listening with much more intensity. We were greeted by Orr Hopkins, aka Hoppy, and he told us that he who must not be named was dead, at least, near as they could tell. I went to question the Orrs while Colin investigated the house. The Orrs all agreed that they arrived after the event in question, but they saw another event. An infant not only survived 3 killing curses, but amplified and reflected them back, killing 12 Death Eaters. Everyone's eyebrows were raised now, and David was no longer doodling, but actually taking notes. I examined the boy's hand, where the curses hit, and there was a 3rd-degree magic burn on it. Anna continued as Colin changed the picture on the wall to one of the child's hand. Poor baby, Dakota gasped. Well, he's not dead, Anna responded with a shrug, then cringed as she realized how callous that sounded. So, what happened to he who must not be named? Jess asked. Colin moved to the front to answer. From the information I gathered, both from the house and the child, you know who cast the unforgivable killing curse at the boy, and somehow he reflected it back. The wound on his forehead has magical residue like that found on a body that has been Akked, but obviously, he survived. We're not sure why just yet, but we think Albus Dumbledore may know. The Supreme Mugwump? Dakota questioned. What does he have to do with it? He was with the boy just after it happened, and he was holding him when he reflected the 3 AKs, Colin answered. Did you find anything, Anna? Jess asked. Albus Dumbledore knows how to protect his mind, Anna answered. I had to wait until he was talking to Colin about what happened before I had a chance to peek. Honestly, all I gathered was that there was some kind of bond, maybe emotional, between Albus Dumbledore and the boy. Also, the boy has protection on his mind that is just as sophisticated as Mr. Dumbledore's. You tried to mind rape a child. Dakota exclaimed. Just a peek to try to gather information, Anna answered calmly. I think there is some big secret that Mr. Dumbledore did not tell us. I also got the feeling that it has everything to do with what happened in Godric's Hollow last night. The child and Albus Dumbledore are linked in some way. From what I could tell, it was an emotional bond of some sort. A child with mind protections and bonds. David said in surprise. I didn't know that was possible. So let me get this straight, Seth said. This kid killed the Dark Bastard and 12 Death Eaters, and somehow has a bond with the most powerful wizard of our time. Not even a kid, but an infant. David exclaimed incredulously. Kurt was quickly taking notes at this point. Well, that's something else we were going to share, Colin said. We don't think he who must not be named is actually dead. Colin pursed his lips and lowered his head, looking out over the top of his glasses. The room exploded into shouts and questions. We have facts. Anna exclaimed over the noise, but the questions continued. She glared and crossed her arms, waiting for the room to quiet down. When that didn't happen, quickly enough, she cast a mass silencing spell on the group. They could hear anything outside the bubble, but not themselves. Several people glared at her, and Seth made a rude gesture, but she had her silence. Thank you for listening, she said sarcastically. Fact 1, we never found you-know-whose body. Fact 2, there was a lot of magical residue in one spot where there were burned robes in the house. This residue consisted entirely of dark magic. There was similar residue on the boy's forehead. While we're not sure what this means, it seems to point to the conclusion that you-know-who is not actually dead. None of the Aurors saw him, however, which leads to a few options. Option 1, he is an animagus. Option 2, he has an invisibility cloak of some sort. Option 3, he used some form of dark magic is yet unknown. Option 4, which we don't think happened, due to the crispy robes, he left with a mask like the other Death Eaters. Personally, I think it was the third option, since his robes were left behind and there was such a concentration of dark magic there, Anna concluded. She lifted the silencing spell so the others could speak. Silence. More silence. Finally, Jess broached a question. Did you bring the robes back? And what about his wand? Yes, we brought the robes back, Colin answered, as well as readings from the surrounding room and the crib area. We also brought a sample from the doorway where Mr. Dumbledore and the child were when the child repelled the AKs. However, we didn't find Darth Crispy's wand. Everything is documented in our report, and duplicates of our memories are attached, as usual. Good, but I think you are leaving out an important piece of information, Jess stated. Who is this child? Oh, sorry, Colin answered. His name is Harry Potter, the son of James and Lily Potter. James and Lily, Seth said in surprise. I knew them in school. I also saw a few weeks ago that Lily Potter had submitted an application into one of the unspeakable departments focused in charms. Yes, well, I'm sorry for your loss, Anna said before moving on. She was not good at handling any kind of emotional or potentially emotional situation, unless it was from inside the other person's mind. There was no time for that now, though. Seth shrugged. I didn't know them that well, they were 2 years below me. Well, we have a recommendation, Anna said. We want to study the Potter child. What he somehow accomplished is not normal, even for a fully grown wizard. We can probably learn a lot from him. Of course, Jess answered. I'm sure all of our research will benefit from studying him, and we might even be able to form a defense against that particular unforgivable curse. If there is nothing else. Anna shook her head and no one else had questions. Then we are adjourned, Jess said as she stood. Anna and Colin, come with me to work out details, the rest of you, back to work. Your assignments for this case are on your desks. There were some groans as Anna and Colin followed Jess out of the conference room, but before long, everyone had re-entered real time. 1300 hours, November 1st. Jess sat at her desk again, reading the report from Anna and Colin about young Mr. Potter. It was amazing, the things he had done, and him just an infant. She looked forward to meeting him, as well as the legendary Albus Dumbledore. Just as she was about to review the memories they had attached, she felt a light touch on her neck. Jess leapt out of her seat and spun around, wand in hand, only to find herself caught in a warm embrace. I missed you, the voice attached to the tall, warm body said with a chuckle. Oh good, Don was back. Jess smiled, then pushed against him to look up at his face. I missed you, too, Don. Now how did you get in my office? I have my secrets, Don answered. No secrets in our department, remember? Jess said with a smile. Don shrugged and let go of her. All right, if you must know, I copied your wand's signature and snuck in while invisible when you were in the bathroom earlier. Jess blinked. You can do that. Of course, Don answered. It was something Kurt and I developed when I was training for this aspect of my job. Grr, that means I'll have to change the lock on my door, Jess said. Well, I'm the only one who can break it right now, Don pointed out. Kurt could, Jess shot back. I suppose, Don conceded. He thought for a moment. I could wipe his memory. No, don't do that, Jess said with a smile. I don't like having mind-wiped people working on sensitive information. Don shrugged but smiled. So what happened last night? Jess asked, wanting an insider's view on things rather than her information gatherers. Don frowned and sat in one of the comfy chairs in front of Jess's desk. He wore a long-sleeved robe that covered the tattoo he had had to obtain in order to penetrate the Death Eaters. From what I could tell, none of the Death Eaters that were there knew the importance of the Potter residence. As he spoke, Jess sat in the other chair next to him so that there wasn't a desk between them. Something was off, though. The Dark Lord wanted something there. He was very proud of one of the Death Eaters for bringing him information about the house's location. Before, when there were raids, wizard or mudblood, we were sent in to kill and leave. This was different. Don had a pensive look on his face as he spoke. The Dark Lord was originally going to go alone, with just that one Death Eater to guide him. He said we would celebrate on his return, because there would be nothing in his way to power after that night. He had plans to visit another house after the Potters as well, a family named Longbottom. However, at the last minute, he called us through his mark to join him. He told us to kill anyone who left the Potter house that was not him before he went inside. Some of us were joking and talking, at least, until the explosion. We all pulled out our wands, trying to ignore the searing pain in our marks, and waited for the Dark Lord to return. I thought this would be the perfect opportunity to take him out, but instead that old coot Albus Dumbledore ran out the front door holding a baby. Then there were several apparition cracks, ors. About 12 of us, well, not me, but others, shot out AKs at the old man and the kid, but the old man blocked most of them by raising an earth wall. I had placed myself in a position to see the door, and suddenly, the kid threw out his hand and the AKs were reflected back. I barely had time to jump out of the way. I can show you the memory if you want. Everyone started running and apparating, so I thought it prudent to leave as well. He rolled up his sleeve, showing a faint brown smudge. This is all that's left of the dark mark one had to take, Don explained. It hurt like hell at the house, but now I can't feel anything. So it's true, he wasn't killed, Jess said with wide eyes. I don't think so, but his magic must have been affected to cause the mark to fade, Don answered. Our unit has been studying what happened, Jess said. Anna and Colin talked to Aurors, healers, and Albus Dumbledore, and now Anna's at St. Mungo's to hear what Mr. Dumbledore has to say to the press. Why don't we hold your memory until she gets back, and then we can all watch it? If you want, though, we can watch her and Colin's memories of their investigation. Yeah, I want to understand all of this, Don answered. Jess nodded and reached onto her desk to grab the report. Stapled in one corner was a tiny bag containing what were unmistakably memories. Jess carefully opened the bag and poured one of the memories into the small pensieve she had ready for this purpose. Ready? She asked. Don nodded and they both placed their fingers into the cup. The world swirled around them and then became still. Don and Jess, both used to looking at memories in this manner, stayed steady on their feet as they looked around. This memory was obviously Anna's. Her memories always had thoughts from others playing as if in the background. Even if the observer of the memory was not a Legilimens, he could hear what Anna heard when she peeked at others' minds. Colin, as well as everyone else who worked in their unit of the Unspeakables, had protections so their thoughts would not just leak out for her to hear, and she generally did not invade her coworkers' minds. Well, at least that Jess knew of. Jess and Don followed Anna and Colin down a nondescript, white hallway. They could hear random thoughts coming from the rooms that they passed, but nothing concrete. This is St. Mungo's, Don stated matter-of-factly. Jess nodded. She too recognized the sterile environment of the hospital. Anna and Colin finally arrived at the door to an office. The name, Healer Adam Bridge, was written on the door. Colin knocked. Come in, said a voice from inside the office. Colin opened the door for Anna, then stepped in behind her and closed the door. Hello, Anna began. We are from the Unspeakables, a division of the Ministry of Magic devoted to unusual events. Do you mind if we ask you a few questions? Certainly, Healer Bridge answered. Anything for the ministry, well, anything legal of course. Of course, Anna said with a smile. They must be here about the Potter boy. The thought came from the healer as he kept his gaze on Anna. A memory of a wand shattering into a picture frame filled Healer Bridge's mind for a brief moment, quickly followed by the startled cry of an infant. Healer Bridge shook his head, as if to rid himself of the memory fragment. We heard about the child that reflected killing curses back on attacking Death Eaters, Anna began, her face only showing curiosity, and we would like to take a look at his medical records, if we may. Well, Healer Bridge said, I can't just give you someone else's records, even if you are from the ministry. There are forms I have to have, as well as proof that you are who you say you are. Anna nodded to Colin, who began speaking. At this moment, however, the memory shifted. Instead of the walls of the office, Jess and Don observed mists and what looked like shelves. Anna rarely gave memories of being inside someone's mind, so the information here must be invaluable. The shelves seemed to contain vials of some sort. Jess and Don could vaguely hear Colin asking about Harry's condition from outside the mind. The vials shifted, and one came to the forefront. Jess and Don could feel the pleasure from the part of Anna that was in the healer's mind as the contents of the vial emptied. Inside were Harry's complete medical records from the night before. In the records were the full details of Harry's forehead and hand. His forehead was fine except for a scratch, but nothing magic the healers tried to do to heal the scratch worked. They finally put a bandage on it, since it was so small. The wound on his hand also did not respond to magic, so the healers cleaned and bandaged the wound. Also in the records were the instructions to keep his hand clean, and away from magic, since there was dark magic residue on both wounds. Another checkup was scheduled for a week later. As a side note, there was a description of a feat of accidental magic from the boy resulting in the destruction of Healer Bridge's wand. Accompanying this was a note on Harry's psychological fear of wands. The records were put back in the vial and the mind slowly dissolved around them, leaving Colin and Healer Bridge discussing a press conference that would take place soon at St. Mungo's. The memory faded, and Jess and Dawn found themselves back in Jess's office. Jess was stunned by what she had seen. Not just the records of the little boy, but of Anna's ability to penetrate the mind. She remembered when Anna had first come into the group, frightened out of her mind by her ability. Apparently, she had come to terms with it. It would be a useful tool, now that Jess knew what Anna was capable of. They would have to talk soon. Jess looked up at Dawn, seeing a pensive look on his face. Next memory, she suggested. Alexandra Huggins stood behind the makeshift podium in a nameless room at St. Mungo's. She was ready to perform the adoption ceremony that, in her opinion, was shoddily and hastily done. Adoptions were rare, but when such a thing happened, it was usually an ostentatious occasion, with many friends and family about. In this case it was the head of the house, the adopter, who happened to be the same in this case the adoptee, and one witness, the bare minimum for such a rite. Someone being ushered into the famous and powerful House of Dumbledore should not be presented to the house in this manner. It was outrageous, especially since the boy being adopted would not only be the sole heir of the House of Dumbledore, but was already a famous celebrity. The Daily Prophet had run a short story about the demise of the most feared wizard in the world at the hands of this small boy, but rather than bring him into the house in open celebration, the sacred event was to be done in near secrecy. Scandalous. Alexandra adjusted her prim glasses and began the ceremony. She was not against the actual adoption, just the manner in which it was being carried out. We gather here to present the House of Dumbledore with an heir. The heir presented this day will give up the name Harry James Potter to become Harry James Wulfric Potter Dumbledore. The heir will be cared for and will undoubtedly bring glory to the Dumbledore name. She looked up from her papers and gestured to the father-to-be. The future caregiver of the young heir, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, please step forward. The most famous wizard of the modern world stepped forward, handing the young boy to the witness, some nurse from the hospital. Couldn't even get a noteworthy witness, it was just some random nurse. Some random nurse. Usually the witness was the child's godparent, and the great Albus Dumbledore had chosen her. Scandalous. Do you vow to give this child everything he needs, accepting him as your own blood until he is of age? Alexandra asked, barely keeping her thoughts from her face. Yes, Albus Dumbledore answered. Simply yes, no speech, no gestures. Just a tiny tear in the corner of his eye and the silver strand of the unbreakable vow connecting his and Alexandra's wands. Bring the child, Harry James Potter, forward, Alexandra commanded. The random nurse holding the boy stepped forward and placed him in Albus Dumbledore's arms. Since the child is not of the age of consent, he will be bound to his caregiver until that age is reached. At that time, the oath will be renewed. Now the caregiver, the witness, and I will sign the official document. She passed the document first to Albus Dumbledore, then to the random nurse, who signed Stephanie Somick in a large bold "You'd have to be blind not to see each and every single letter" signature, then back to herself. She signed her name, and apart from becoming magically binding, the adoption became legal. The child would not lose his place as the heir of the Potter family, but would simply gain the right to be the heir of the Dumbledore family as well. Harry James Wulfric Potter Dumbledore, you are now the official heir of the House of Dumbledore. May you live long in happiness and honor. The ceremony was finished, and Alexandra left the room quietly so the new family could celebrate in whatever way they wished. As unorthodox as it was, she was glad to have presided over the adoption of the boy who vanquished the Dark Lord and many of his followers, if the prophet was to be believed, despite the random nurse. Alistair took a moment to simply scan the crowd. There were several hundred people, roughly half of them being part of the press from at least a dozen countries. There were people from the ministry, and the minister was also going to make an appearance. He was not looking forward to all of the camera flashes that were soon going to occur. What had Albus been thinking when he agreed to a press conference? He wondered. He was at the corner of the stage the press had recently constructed. He shook his head at it, but he had to admit this was better than allowing the vultures to swarm Dumbledore and the boy in one of the halls of St. Mungo's. That would be a nightmare. Security was understandably high. He had called over half of all the available Aurors out for this event, though personally he would have preferred calling them all, including a few who had entered retirement from up to 5 years ago. Sadly, that would have been frowned upon. He looked through the side of his head his magical eye peering through the center door to find Albus Dumbledore with Harry Potter in his arms. He gave a nod to St. Mungo's administrator, telling him Dumbledore and the boy were ready. Stepping out, the administrator quickly gathered the crowd's attention. "Thank you for your patience, it is greatly appreciated. Now, before those you are waiting for come out, I must ask you all to be as quiet as you can, for Headmaster Dumbledore will be holding Harry when he speaks to you." There was a small excited murmur as he said this, but it quickly quieted down. I am sure every one of you can imagine how stressful things have recently been for young Mr. Potter, and how coming out to see so many faces at once may be intimidating. "There's no reason to add to it," he said. "Also, to anyone with a camera, I must kindly ask you not to use the flash. If you do so, you will be detained and heavily fined. Upon Healer's orders, Mr. Potter is not to be exposed to such sudden bright flashes, due to injuries he suffered a few nights ago." Questions may be asked after Albus Dumbledore's statement. The crowd became very still and quiet, though those with cameras adjusted things accordingly. The administrator smiled and gave a slight nod. "All right then." With that, the doors behind him opened and out stepped Dumbledore, Harry on his left hip. Dumbledore had placed a blue band-aid over the lightning bolt-shaped cut before going out, deciding the wizarding world didn't need to gawk at it already. Harry's right hand remained bandaged, and was protectively held against his chest. The whole place was holding its breath, their eyes focused on the two now before them. Harry quickly shied away, trying to hide himself through means of the layered robes and the long white beard of his guardian. It earned him a few ahs. Harry internally groaned and scowled. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. "Good morning," Dumbledore said with a smile, cameras clinking away, though with no flashes. The next Daily Prophet would use these photos, which would be historic in itself. For the first time in centuries, the Daily Prophet's front page would be a still photo, for the flash was what made the photograph move. I will try to keep this brief, which I try to do with most things, as the students of Hogwarts can attest to, but I think this time warrants some words. Lord Voldemort has been temporarily forced away. Let us enjoy this time of peace, but not waste it. Let us rebuild and repair the damage done by Lord Voldemort and his followers, but also what our arrogance, fear, and apathy helped do as well, Dumbledore said, creasing his brow as he quickly made a decision. There was no going back. He would not stand idle, as he had last time, and allow the wizarding world to continue down the path to doom. The future would be saved. "I am sick of what the world has become," Dumbledore stated suddenly after a breath and a long pause, causing most of the crowd to stare or gasp, if not all out gawk in bewilderment. They had never seen or heard Dumbledore sound so cold. "I tell you now, if we do not change, something will come that is far worse than what we have just survived. Yes, there will always be evil in the world and suffering, but for an entire society to be so full of fear they cannot even say the name of the one they are fighting against. It should not have come to that. But I know why it did," Dumbledore said, his voice the only thing any of them could hear now. "Our society holds high value in things with very little value, and because of that, we almost fell. Blood, purity and superiority." Dumbledore nearly spat the words, shocking many, as this was the first time they had ever heard Dumbledore ridicule anything. "The child beside me is a half-blood, and the wizard defeated by him is as well." This caused a few eyebrows to rise and whispers to roam, but they quickly cut off, seeing Dumbledore straighten, the child in his arms remarkably quiet and still. "What very few of you know is who Voldemort once was. What even fewer of you know is that the very thing he proclaimed to his followers and the world, blood purity, is not true of himself. He is a half-blood, his real name is Tom Marvolo Riddle, and he was named after his Muggle father by his mother before she died soon after giving birth to him. Blood has very little to do with ability and nothing to do with importance. There is nothing wrong with being proud of your heritage, pure blood or not. I myself come from a very old family and am especially proud of it, but when you believe you are above people because of it, that is when you have crossed the line and entered a realm where Voldemort was allowed to thrive. Change is coming, whether we want it or not. Let it be a change where the whole wizarding world stands as one and declares, never again will we let an evil grip us so. Never again will we cultivate beliefs that allow prejudice and hateful men to flock and hound those they believe to be lower than themselves, for we wish to live, to thrive," Dumbledore said, his eyes bright with power, pictures being taken all the while. I will take your questions now. Harry smiled, quite amused by the reactions of the people before him. Finally, the press collected themselves enough to begin asking questions. Headmaster, how did Harry Potter do what he did? From my sources, he also reflected 3 killing curses after killing you-know-who, a man said. Harry didn't kill Voldemort, merely forced him away. As for how Harry did what he did, I don't know, but I do have a feeling it had a bit to do with his parents' love for him. The magic within love is far more powerful than anything else on Earth, Dumbledore answered. What is going to happen to Mr. Potter now? Another asked. He will be with me from now on. Sadly, Sirius Black, who would have gained custody of him, fell in combat against Peter Pettigrew, who betrayed the Potters to Voldemort. With you. You are going to raise him. Are you sure you're the best choice? No offense. He'll be safest with me and I will prevent him from being pestered by people who don't understand the word privacy, Dumbledore said simply. He will live with me and I will raise him as my own. The crowd didn't know what to think about that as they began to mutter and whisper among themselves, and there were several who obviously didn't agree with such an arrangement, it was clear by their expressions, but thankfully Harry decided to play baby. Harry gurgled playfully, lifting his good hand to touch Dumbledore's now smiling face before suddenly appearing to realize everyone's eyes were on him. He quickly hid his face by Dumbledore's neck as Dumbledore chuckled and comfortingly placed his right hand on the back of his head. What were the child's injuries? The administrator said no camera flashes. Why? Yet another asked, deciding to move on. He suffered a magic burn on his entire right palm and a cut on his forehead. As for the healers, orders of no sudden flashes, it is due to the magical residue from the curses that has yet to leave his body. It is harmless as long as sudden flares of magic don't come in contact with his skin. The healers are confident this condition will not last long, but we are deciding to be safe about it, he said. This, of course, was bordering on a lie. Yes, Harry still had magical residue from his encounter with Voldemort and the fight in the front yard. But the main reason for the healers' orders was because of Harry's reaction to sudden displays of magic. They didn't want that to be on the cover of the Prophet. What would happen if he did come in contact with something like that? A voice from the crowd asked, slightly fearfully. His magic could react, believing his person is being attacked again, Dumbledore stated, telling the truth as he tightened his hold on Harry, who sighed in contentment. It did not go unnoticed. How strong is the lad's magic? An old man asked curiously. I don't believe that is an appropriate question, and to be frank that is nobody's business. I don't see a list out there, for all to see, ranking the magical strength of citizens, so I certainly won't reveal Harry's for the world to scrutinize or talk about, Dumbledore said, Harry once again curiously looking around. The true strength of an individual cannot be displayed on a scale anyway, and I have known muggles who were greater than powerful wizards. Power in and of itself can only get you so far, actions are what pave you a path to walk. Dumbledore gave a small sigh before giving a soft sad smile. I would apologize for sounding so old and serious, but I don't feel like it. I have kept the majority of my opinions to myself for far too long, believing it was not my place to voice them so openly, but the elderly are here for a reason, which I grudgingly admit includes myself, and though I do not know what might have been, I do know what could be if I remain silent. I saw it in the war against Grindelwald, and I am certain if this war had continued for another year, I would have seen it again. A world with very little hope. If we are truly going to make a better future for our children and repair what has occurred this past decade and before, we will need to change, Dumbledore reiterated, hoping to get through to them before shifting topics. Harry Potter is just a baby, as you can see, and he will be under my care from now on. My priorities will remain at Hogwarts, raising Harry and teaching the next generation responsible magic. Now then, any other questions before Harry and I depart? Dumbledore asked. The reporters looked at each other, still trying to digest everything they had just heard. Very well, then. I am sure if you think of any, Heelerbridge will be happy to hear them. Soon after, before anyone could come up with a question, Harry and Dumbledore disappeared, portkeying away. Anna watched as Mr. Dumbledore and the child portkeyed away. Dumbledore had taken an interesting tone with this conference. Anna was glad she had not missed this. His stance would undoubtedly provoke several pureblood families, including those in the ministry. Anna knew her family would surely take offense. The Malfoy name was respected in most circles, simply because it was the Malfoy name. The recent death of one of its prominent members caught in the service of the most feared dark wizard of the time would cause some to shy away from other members of the family. However, some would consider that an honor. If Dumbledore's words were taken to heart by the rest of the wizarding world, the entire structure of their world would change. As of now, most people, most companies, and even the ministry, looked at blood purity and the house a person belonged to in school more than the person's actual qualifications. In Anna's opinion, something that happened when one was 11 should not determine the entire course of their life. As for blood purity, she saw it as important, if only for the connections each family had, but not as important as qualifications. Living in Hufflepuff gave even the most staunch blood purist a new look at how people and power really work. As for Dumbledore taking care of the little one, Anna was not surprised. The bond she had sensed when they were in the hospital room had only strengthened since then. She was able to sense more of the emotions that were shared between the two. Near the middle of Dumbledore's speech, she had sensed satisfaction toward young Potter, almost as if the boy were acting a part. It was very fleeting, and she wasn't sure she actually got the correct emotion, but still, it was interesting. She filed that information away for later use and focused on the minister, who had just walked onto the platform. She motioned for silence, and the murmuring crowd quieted, cameramen snapping pictures that now included the Flash. Once Mr. Dumbledore and young Potter portkeyed away, the healers had announced that flashes could again be used. Anna closed her eyes and took a few moments to close out the many inner voices she was receiving from the curious and surprised reporters before the minister began speaking. It was an unfortunate side effect of her gift that she could not block out noise from other wizards and witches if she was trying to listen to something else. Only when she was actually in another person's mind did the noise cease completely. Once she had the noise under control, in the background so to speak, she opened her eyes and focused on the current Minister of Magic. Minister Bagnold was, as far as Anna could tell, a good individual. She believed in the power of family and the advancement of wizarding society. She was not against muggles or half-bloods in society, and in fact encouraged them. However, she still held a great amount of respect for established families. She was against he who must not be named because of his adherence to magic classified as dark and his disruption of a progressing society. Ladies, gentlemen, and members of the press, Minister Millicent Bagnold began, Albus Dumbledore has given us much to think about. While I do not know where he received his knowledge about you-know-who, I say we should look to him as the expert in this situation. While his declarations are radical, they stem from his experiences and knowledge. As for the child's situation, please remember that both he and Headmaster Dumbledore have been through much trauma. They should be given time to rest and recuperate. Give them space and privacy. I am sure he will be able to answer questions with less abruptness if he is simply allowed to be left alone. Anna could sense annoyance with Dumbledore's attitude from the minister. She had apparently been hoping that the old man would be more gentle and portray the persona everyone expected of him. The minister continued. The child's condition is rightly kept secret. Why, if the child's enemies knew all of his strengths and weaknesses, the child could be in real danger. Thank you for your consideration, and I will answer any questions you now have. A few moments of silence followed her abrupt ending. Anna drew a blank on questions, but she didn't really want to draw attention to herself anyway. Finally a woman asked, "What are your thoughts on Harry's adoption by Albus Dumbledore?" At this point, the boy has done more than any infant has in the realm of magic. I think placing him with a powerful wizard who is firmly on the side of light was a good decision. He will be able to be trained and guided to use his magic to further wizard kind. Anna picked up a stray thought from the minister that she was planning on seeing Harry trained for her own agenda. Anna figured Dumbledore had his own plans for the boy, but would let the minister build her castles of air. It wasn't her place to say anything. Will Albus Dumbledore remain headmaster at Hogwarts while he is caring for young Potter? Asked a young man. As far as I know, he will, Minister Bagnold answered. If the pressures of running Hogwarts interfere with raising the child, I am sure he will step down. Anna realized the minister had no idea what Dumbledore was planning to do. She liked Dumbledore's style. The left side of her mouth started creeping up, but she was concentrating too much on listening to the minister to raise the other side for a full smile. We have time for one more question, Minister Bagnold stated. She gestured to another woman. Will the ministry be keeping tabs on the Potter child? She asked. Yes, although not obtrusively, Bagnold answered. We want to make sure he is brought up in the best environment possible. Understand that his well-being is our first concern. Thank you very much for attending today, but I have other matters I must attend to. The minister stepped down and left the room, presumably to portkey or apparate. First concern, my ass, Anna thought. She knew the minister's first concern was the progression of the wizarding world toward the light side of magic, next was her term of office. Somewhere behind that was the well-being of one child. Anna moved away from the crowd and observed the reporters talking, trying to question the staff of St. Mungo's, and trading thoughts on what just occurred. Most of them fell into two categories, ecstatic about the denouncement of blood or wary about the announcement but following it for now because it was given by someone who was respected. A very few were outraged. It was probably a good representation of what the whole wizarding community would feel when this story was published in various newspapers. The noise level, both physical and mental, was rising, so Anna found a secluded corner and apparated back to work. Harry looked up, his eyes quickly coming to rest on the castle, his first and only true home, well, home he could remember. Dumbledore sighed, pausing for a moment so they could just gaze at it. I've never thought I would miss a place so much, he whispered, both of them feeling the other completely agree. We will eat lunch in my quarters, create your room, and then, depending on how we feel, go to the Great Hall for dinner. Harry nodded, Dumbledore walking again, but not before casting a strong notice me not charm on them. School was still in session, despite lessons currently being on hold due to celebrating Voldemort's demise. Well, first things first, Harry. You need a nursery, Dumbledore said as the gargoyle moved aside. Then we, or rather I, will begin preparations to improve the wards while we eat. I am sure you would agree a complete overhaul of the wards would be beneficial. I also doubt anyone would raise an eyebrow to it, considering you will be living here from now on. Harry nodded in agreement. Do you think he'll come for dinner? A Gryffindor asked, sitting down at a library table. I don't know. McGonagall seemed to imply he needed a great deal of rest, a Ravenclaw said. Do you really think that baby did all of what they're saying? Got to have. It's all over the Daily Prophet, and my father works at the ministry. He yelled me and told me it's true. Geez, a Ravenclaw girl said, shaking her head sadly. What? To have killed so young? I mean, I know those men were bad, but a life is a life. Tell that to my dead brother, a Gryffindor grumbled. I don't care how they were killed, only that they were, and if a baby did it, good, more power to the lad. The only thing I wish is to have seen it. Everyone stopped talking at that and looked down at the table or suddenly found their hands fascinating. Hey, can I read that article again? A Ravenclaw asked after a moment, deciding there had been a long enough pause for it to be safe to ask. Sure. The other boy slid the paper over, a still photo of two individuals many were claiming to be, or rather would be, the two most powerful wizards in the world. Albus Dumbledore and Harry Potter. Harry was trying to hide against Dumbledore's beard and robes, but at the same time trying to get a good look at the crowd, while Dumbledore held him protectively against himself. The picture, though completely unmoving, was anything but. Harry's wrapped hand was quite visible, despite being white and resting against Dumbledore's beard. And the bandage taped on the middle of his forehead was especially bold, drawing more focus to his eyes, which were shimmering emerald green, radiating innocence. And then, stunningly juxtaposing Harry's eyes were Dumbledore's own, not far above, blazing with a fierce blue, undying purpose. The boy who lived apart street. Mungo's with greatest wizard of our age. Albus Dumbledore, supreme mugwump of the Wizengamot, Order of Merlin First Class, headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and Harry Potter, the boy who lived and child many are now calling, the next Merlin, were allowed to leave street. Mungo's earlier today. In a truly historic moment, Albus Dumbledore gave a speech like no other. His words will no doubt be recalled throughout the coming centuries. Coming out from the front doors of St. Mungo's with young Mr. Potter on one hip, an arm protectively, and many would say lovingly, held around the amazing infant, Albus Dumbledore shared a few words. Starting off in a tone this reporter doubts many would have ever thought possible from the generally chipper leader, Dumbledore stated, I am sick of what the world has become, before giving a warning like no other. I tell you now, if we do not change, something will come that is far worse than what we have just survived. This, understandably, surprised the crowd, but it seemed Dumbledore was just getting started. He revealed you-know-who's true lineage, followed by his name. He is a half-blood, his real name is Tom Marvolo Riddle, and he was named after his Muggle father by his mother before she died soon after giving birth to him. And barely pausing, he reiterated a few of his words stated previously. Blood has very little to do with ability and nothing to do with importance. When you believe you are above people because of it, that is when you have crossed the line and entered a realm where you-know-who was allowed to thrive. Change is coming, whether we want it or not. Let it be a change where the whole wizarding world stands as one and declares, never again will we let an evil grip us so. Never again will we cultivate beliefs that allow prejudice and hateful men to flock and hound those they believe to be lower than themselves, for we wish to live, to thrive. Ending with such words, he offered to answer questions, his responses surprisingly enlightening. According to Albus Dumbledore, Harry Potter did not kill you-know-who, but forced him away temporarily, and though not completely certain of how Baby Potter was able to do what he did Halloween night, Dumbledore stated, the magic within love is far more powerful than anything else on Earth. He suggested the love the Potters had for their son was involved, but this reporter, as well as the general public I am sure, doubts this can explain everything. Then when asked what will be happening to Baby Potter now, Dumbledore declared that Harry Potter will be staying with him from now on. He'll be safest with me, he stated. He will live with me and I will raise him as my own. This is most unusual, but as Dumbledore pointed out, those who would have gained custody of young Potter are unable to do so. Therefore, believing he is the best choice, he has taken it upon himself to claim the child. After seeing recent interactions between the two, this reporter feels Potter is in capable hands. After all, this is Albus Dumbledore, who better to raise the child who may well become the next Merlin. After looking into some legal documents recently filed in the Ministry's official Legal Adoption Center (MOLAC), this reporter has found that Albus Dumbledore has officially been named Harry Potter's guardian, and Harry Potter has been named heir of the respected Dumbledore line. It is clear Albus Dumbledore is taking his adoption of Harry Potter very seriously, even giving the lad his middle and last name. Young HJWP. Dumbledore suffered a severe magic burn to his entire right palm and a cut to his forehead, which according to some healers interviewed looks just like a lightning bolt. During the press conference, a bandage was on both of young HJWP. Dumbledore's wounds. However, this was not the only consequence of Halloween night. Before Dumbledore and his new charge came out, the administrator warned against camera flashes, declaring a heavy fine would follow if used. When asked why this was, Dumbledore replied, it is due to the magical residue from the curses that has yet to leave Harry Potter's body. It is harmless as long as sudden flares of magic don't come in contact with his skin. The healers are confident this condition will not last long, but we are deciding to be safe about it. When asked what would happen if baby Dumbledore did encounter a flare of magic, Albus Dumbledore stated, his magic could react, believing his person is being attacked again. As he said this, it was clear how worried he was about this. Many present later said Dumbledore's posture shifted, bringing his heir closer to himself. As this reporter was present, I must also add that it was rather touching, while at the same time alarming. What concerns Albus Dumbledore should concern us all. Yet another example of Dumbledore's protectiveness for his charge came soon after. When someone from the crowd asked the strength of Harry Potter's magic, Dumbledore firmly replied, I don't believe that is an appropriate question, and to be frank, that is nobody's business. I don't see a list out there, for all to see, ranking the magical strength of citizens, so I certainly won't reveal Harry's for the world to scrutinize or talk about. Clearly, Albus Dumbledore will be keeping his new heir away from prying eyes. After Dumbledore's radical speech, the Minister of Magic, esteemed Millicent Bagnold, stepped to the makeshift platform to elaborate. She agreed with Dumbledore that HJWP. Dumbledore should be kept out of the public eye. She gave her word that the Ministry of Magic will be keeping tabs on the boy, making sure he remains on the side of light. He will be able to be trained and guided, she stated. When asked if Dumbledore was the best choice to raise the child, she answered, I think placing him with a powerful wizard who is firmly on the side of light was a good decision. She refused to go into more detail as to HJWP. Dumbledore's injuries, stating that, if the child's enemies knew all of his strengths and weaknesses, the child could be in real danger. She also directed the public not to bother the Dumbledores as they recover from their ordeal. They should be given time to rest and recuperate. Give them space and privacy. I am sure he will be able to answer questions with less abruptness if he is simply allowed to be left alone. Hopefully, with time, the public can receive the answers they want so desperately about the next Merlin. Harry, you're going to get tired, Dumbledore admonished as Harry wiggled free from his arms, making him have to allow Harry to place his little feet on the floor. Dumbledore sighed. Very well, Harry, but let me first transfigure some slippers for you at least. Dumbledore did just that, Harry quickly raising an eyebrow at him when he found lion slippers on his feet. First thing that popped into my mind, Dumbledore shrugged. Harry raised his good hand, deciding it best for him to be grateful he wasn't wearing lemo drops or something as Dumbledore's hand wrapped around his. Harry and Dumbledore left the office, Harry utterly ecstatic about moving his feet and walking. Being carried around or stuck in a crib could make anyone feel confined, trapped, cornered, restricted, ensnared, limited, weak, helpless, and so many other things Harry didn't want to think about at the moment. Ah, hard floor beneath heels and toes, he thought, unknowingly giving an adorable coo that made Dumbledore's eyes twinkle. Harry suddenly felt amusement from the old man, and he quickly realized he was the source. Harry couldn't really blame him, he could only imagine how pathetic he looked, being so happy about walking. Harry decided to blame it on his infant self wanting to explore, and not his 25-year-old self wanting some independence back. Yeah, it was all the infant's fault. Well, since he was stuck as a baby until he grew up enough to be a big boy, might as well have some fun. Slipping his hand free from Dumbledore's, he hurried forward as quickly as he could, waddling and wobbling as he went. Harry, slow down, you're going to get us both into trouble, Dumbledore said, though the tone in his voice told Harry he was enjoying the moment in the deserted hall as much as he was and didn't really care about whatever trouble it might mean. Harry giggled, forcing his legs to obey as he dashed to a suit of armor to try to hide behind it. It was an odd feeling. Part of him thought this was ridiculous, hiding from his old friend and mentor who had obviously just seen him move behind the armor, but then another part of him was amped, wondering if Abiz would catch him and tickle him. Like his daddy and mummy did. But they were dead. They'd never be able to play with him again. Hug or key him, play peek-a-boo, chase him. Around when he was flying on the child's broom his dad had gotten him while his mum was panicking, saying something like, James, I swear, if he gets hurt. In his mind's eye, Harry could suddenly see his dad turn to his mum with a smile before saying, oh chill woman, he'll be fine. I'll always be here to catch him. And with that, something snapped. Da-da. He broke down into tears, suddenly feeling as if something very important, so utterly beloved of his, had been ripped away from him, and that he had only now just realized it. Harry. He felt arms scoop him up, quickly trying to comfort him, but he felt nothing but loss, fear, hurt, and, from the older part of himself, deep anger. Shish, Harry, shish. I'm here, I'm here. Dumbledore knew better than to say it was all right, or that everything was okay, because everything was not okay. After years of war, they had both learned saying such nonsense was ludicrous and downright infuriating. Harry, energy quickly draining from him, put his head down, brushing against the side of Dumbledore's face to quickly find that he was not the only one with tears. Briefly opening his eyes, he saw a tear follow a thin trail into the large white beard. "Medaddy's deed," Harry whispered. "I know, Harry. I know," he said, just as softly. "Albus." Dumbledore quickly turned to find Flitwick staring at them with wide eyes. "Phileas," Dumbledore managed, Harry now fairly calm, though currently hiccuping. "Is everything all right? I heard you shout and then crying," he said hesitantly, looking from Dumbledore to Harry and back again. Dumbledore took a moment to collect his thoughts, coming up with a few excuses but deciding only one would be believable. "We were playing and he went to hide behind there. He was giggling and everything before he suddenly started calling for his dad. I'm not sure why he started crying though," Dumbledore said, sticking to the truth. "Are you both all right?" he asked, actually looking at Dumbledore with an expression Dumbledore had never seen aimed at him before. "Worry. Yes. Yes, we're both all right, he said, rubbing Harry's back. Are you two planning on having dinner in the Great Hall tonight? Flitwick asked, hoping a distraction was the best course of action as part of him was quite concerned at finding his employer actually in tears and holding a distraught infant. He may be short, but he wasn't blind, and he was definitely smart enough to deduce that when someone had a tear track going into their beard it meant tears had made it. He was a Ravenclaw for Merlin's sake. We had been planning on it, though. Dumbledore began. Albus, I'm sure what both of you need is a good, large meal. And I'm sure Harry will love all the cooing from Minerva and our other female co-workers, Flitwick said, leaning forward slightly to get a better look at Harry, who was internally battling with himself from either rolling his eyes or saying something rude about cooing females, not that anyone would understand any said words. Dumbledore looked at Harry, who casually looked back. Well, Harry, shall we? He asked. Flitwick wondered if Dumbledore was actually expecting a response, but then, this was Albus Dumbledore, anything was possible. Well, Dumbledore must have gotten some sort of response, because he looked back down to Flitwick and said, we'll be there in a few minutes. Feel free to tell Minerva and the others to save a spot for Harry. He will be sitting between me and Minerva. Oh. Anna gave herself a quick once-over to ensure that she was presentable for her visit. Keeping family ties were important, and she did not want a little thing like a bunched-up robe to get in the way of maintaining them. Dakota had already told her she looked fine. But she looked anyway. Finally satisfied, she made sure she was missing nothing and tossed a bit of flow powder into the fireplace. Malfoy Manor, she stated, holding in a smirk. Lucius always was unimaginative on this sort of thing. Who calls my mistress? A little house elf asked. Good, Narcissa was smart to screen her calls. Anna Malfoy, Anna answered. Tell your mistress I just want to speak to her. The elf nodded and disappeared from the fire. A few moments later, Narcissa was at the fireplace. She was dressed comfortably but with a style that showed she was in no need of money. Also good. Ah, come in, Anna, she said as she gestured to her receiving room. Anna stepped through the fire and dusted her robe. Some people could step through without getting a bit of soot on them, but it never worked that way for Anna. At least she didn't fall on her face anymore. Hours of practice had cured that. I apologize for bringing soot into your home, Anna said by way of formal greeting. Narcissa walked toward her with her arms open and a smile. Anna took that as a cue to give her a small key, on her cheek. This was a customary Malfoy greeting that was used only in the family. The key showed that you trusted the person you were greeting and considered them your closest family. Narcissa knew the custom and returned the key. Would you like some tea? She offered. Yes, thank you, Anna answered. She followed Narcissa from the receiving room to the family dining room. As it was near tea time, Draco was in his high chair, a biscuit in hand. Narcissa snapped and ordered a house elf to bring another place setting for the tea, and the little elf popped away to fetch it. Anna noticed the elf was wearing a black pillowcase, presumably in honor of Lucius. How have you been feeling? Anna asked tentatively as she sat at the table. Although Lucius had been her cousin, and she already missed him, Narcissa had to be hit much worse by his death. Just fine, thank you, Narcissa answered with a smile. However, Anna knew she was not just fine. Even without her ability to sense thoughts, she could tell. Lucius had a lot of money put away. With that as well as the legacy from the Blacks that I received, little Draco and I will do fine. All right, time to drop the formalities. After all, Anna was a Hufflepuff, not a Slytherin. Narcissa, you're talking to me. Lying is not an option. I care about you and want to be here for you. Although Narcissa did not know the full extent of Anna's abilities, she did know that Anna was notoriously hard to fool. Narcissa looked down, and Anna could see she was struggling to maintain the composure that everyone else expected from her. How am I supposed to feel? She finally answered quietly. I don't know, Anna answered. I've never even had a husband. Oops, that was probably not the best thing to say. Despite that, Narcissa looked up and smiled slightly. Anna could feel Narcissa debating with herself, and she gave her time to sort things out. Finally, Narcissa answered, honestly, I feel a bit lost. All I can think of are the years lost and the other children we might have had. I know the way he died put a blot on our name, but even so, I know he was proud of what he was doing. I think if people would just stop interrupting us and give me a chance to mourn without people standing over me and judging, I would be better. Need a bodyguard for a few days? Anna asked. She was fully prepared for such a thing. I can babysit too. No, I would much rather stay with my son, Narcissa answered. I will not let him meet the same fate Lucius did. Now that the fire calls have slowed down, I think we can get by with shutting it off for a day. Good, because you need to take the time to mourn, Anna answered. In fact, if you want me to leave. No, not yet, Narcissa said. You are the first person to truly care about my feelings. Everyone else who has come by has given stupid platitudes or asked where Lucius' money is. Well, the hat did put me in Hufflepuff, Anna stated uncomfortably. I'll remember that when Draco is old enough for school. Hufflepuff produces a worthy person occasionally. Gee, thanks, Anna said sarcastically. Draco started to cry, upset that he was not the center of attention. The biscuit he had been gnawing on was now on the floor. What, you want me to leave? Anna said to him as she picked him up. With the shift of attention, Draco stopped his tears and cooed. And Anna, he said as he reached for Anna's hair. Nope, that's why I cut it, Anna said with a laugh. She turned back to Narcissa. Really, if you ever need someone to watch Draco, I'd love to. My flat was tightly warded by a friend of mine in the Unspeakables department. I appreciate the offer, Narcissa said as she reached for a now squirmy Draco. And come by any time. Yeah, if you ever want to talk, I'm available, Anna said. She began walking to the receiving room. Narcissa followed. Thank you very much for your hospitality. Anna switched back to the more formal language. You are welcome in my household, Narcissa answered. With a smile and a wave, Anna threw some powder into the fire and said, Throx Bar and Grill, the name she and Dakota had come up with for their shared flat. Family should stick together. Oh. The great hall was filled with chatter, the students oblivious to the extra foot between the headmaster's chair and his deputies. Ready, Harry? Dumbledore asked, standing in the side room that linked with the great hall. Harry looked up, once again having insisted on walking. Dumbledore couldn't deny him, but insisted on having him walk by his left side to be out of view. No reason to attract stares sooner than necessary. Harry quickly agreed. They entered, ignoring the sudden silence that had fallen within the great hall. All of the professors and the students had turned to them, many straining to see a glimpse of the child holding Dumbledore's hand. Coming to the table, Dumbledore picked Harry up, pulled out a wand as he whispered something to Harry, before conjuring a high chair. McGonagall had a knowing look, quickly assuming Dumbledore had given Harry a heads up before using his wand. After setting Harry in the chair, all of the students staring expectantly, Dumbledore moved in front of his chair and faced them. Harry grabbed a spoon by his plate with his good left hand, looking eager for food as he happily raised his face up to Dumbledore. Hakuna Matata, Dumbledore stated, before clapping his hands together and separating them, food appearing on the tables. Atuna Moo, what? A Gryffindor asked as everyone slowly began eating, wondering if Dumbledore would say something a bit more, more, after they had eaten. Dumbledore didn't seem to notice the odd and curious looks he and his charge were getting as he placed a bib on Harry before noticing the spoon in Harry's hand. Now, Harry, I don't think Minerva would appreciate flying food at this moment, he said with a smile, taking hold of the tightly gripped spoon in Harry's hand. Mine, Harry stated, not relinquishing it. Yes, Harry, it is your spoon, but you're too little. You need help, Dumbledore said gently, feeling pride and shame rippling off of Harry. Do you wish me to feed him, Albus? McGonagall asked, taking notice of the current difficulty. Upon hearing that, and imagining his former, future head of house doing such a thing, Harry practically shoved the spoon toward Dumbledore and opened his mouth. No, Minerva, I've got it, Dumbledore said, eyes twinkling. Harry would rather Dumbledore do things for him than anyone else. Dumbledore would treat him like a baby, sure, but at least he wouldn't do any annoying baby noises or make weird faces at him. So, Goblin cart or train? Dumbledore asked. Though, I recall my mother told me I was partial to dragons, my mouth evidently the cave or something. We'll try dragons this time, alright. Harry could only stare at him, his mouth still slightly open. Well, at least Dumbledore knew there was an adult somewhere under all of the baby fat and poked fun at himself before doing anything particularly humiliating. Like spoon feeding him. Here comes the dragon, Dumbledore said, just loud enough for those near him to hear. Flitwick smiled, while McGonagall hid her grin behind her hand. Harry decided that even though he was a baby, Dumbledore was definitely more childlike, though. Harry opened his mouth, chomping down on the mouthful and quickly finding himself playing along with the spoonful dragon game despite his internal struggle. Not long after the spoon feeding was over, Dumbledore allowed him to eat finger food, which gave Dumbledore time to eat his own food. The house elves had no doubt learned Harry would be taking part in this meal, for there were animal crackers and animal-shaped chicken nuggets. Grr, Harry said, taking hold of a bear and marching him across his plate. Harry then decided to have some fun and lined up all of his animals, separating them by carnivore and herbivore before having them attack each other, or rather, one chasing while the others fled. Grr, 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 he said, so completely absorbed in his animal game he didn't notice how most of the professors were watching him with adoring smiles and how the females able to see and hear what he was doing were ing and saying things like, "Isn't that the most cutest thing?" And, "I could just eat him up." Chomp. Harry ate the bear, before grabbing a turtle. What sound does a turtle make? Harry wondered, looking at it in confusion, which made many of the adults chuckle. Oh well, I'll just eat this one. Before he knew it, dinner was over, and he was so full he didn't even care about dessert. Not that that stopped Dumbledore from putting a pile of chocolate pudding before him, ignoring the disapproving look from McGonagall. Harry inwardly smirked, sticking his left hand right into it, relishing the feeling of cool pudding ooze between his little fingers. He kept his bandaged hand in his lap, not wanting anyone to stare. He looked up with an adorable grin at Dumbledore, who couldn't find it in his heart to scold him as he pulled Harry's hand away from the pudding and cast a wandless Scourgify. Finally, it was all over, with a fairly minimal cooing female session, making Dumbledore stand up. He didn't even need to lift his hands for silence, everyone's eyes were on him. I would first like to thank all of you for your patience, and will thank you in advance for your understanding, he said with a grandfatherly smile. I am sure all of you are very curious about recent events as well as about Harry. So, in case you are wondering, let me clarify a few things. Yes, Harry will be staying with me at Hogwarts from now on, and yes, I will continue to be your headmaster. I am confident I will be able to act both as guardian for Harry and headmaster for all of you. If I was not, I would have retired the moment I left Street Mungos, he said simply. I can see that, despite having a delicious and filling meal, you all desire to hear more. Ah, the curiosity of youth. With that, Dumbledore turned and picked up a now dozing Harry from the high chair, bib, crumbs, bandages and all. You all will be seeing him often, so let's just get the staring contests over right now, shall we? He wasn't mad or accusing, just stating it in a way that made it clear he understood their interest and had expected it, but wouldn't feel the same way forever. He set Harry's feet down just behind his empty plate. Thankfully, they had discussed how they would be presenting him earlier, so this didn't take Harry by surprise, though that didn't mean Harry was leaping for joy over his current situation. Harry, I'd like to introduce to you the students of Hogwarts, the future of the wizarding world, Dumbledore said with joyful pride, placing his hands on the sides of Harry's little arms. Students, I'd like you to meet Harry James Wulfric Potter Dumbledore, my adopted son and heir. Harry stared down at the students with big, wide eyes, making all of the girls melt. Harry idly wondered if any of them would begin saying, I'm melting, I'm melting. Oh what a world, what a world. Dumbledore caught the sudden wave of amusement, but was only able to get a vague idea why. He smiled. Now then, I believe it is time we all dash off to bed. Harry, say good night, he said. Night, Harry slurred. Fortunately, Dumbledore scooped him up soon after, muffling the responses from the general student population. He closed his eyes, allowing himself to be babied as he felt Dumbledore's hand attempt to tame some of his unruly hair. Let's get you to bed, shall we? Dumbledore whispered, leaving the great hall ahead of everyone else. Oh, who would have thought Dumbledore would be so good with babies? A third-year boy said. A group of Ravenclaws were in their common room, not yet heading to bed. Well, he is a headmaster of a school, you know, another said sarcastically. Yeah, but we're not babies, another said. Could have fooled me. Quote. Anyway, I'm just saying I'm a little surprised is all. What's so surprising? From what I saw, Harry is a good baby, no trouble at all. Now, if he was like one of those Weasley twins, let's just say I would be worried. I babysat for them once. Notice how I said, once. That mother is either a saint or insane. Oh. Kurt Bishop stood in the front of the conference room, ready to present his analysis. The RDHPIT had been studying the data gathered from the Potter case almost exclusively. They had given up their pet projects for the last few days in order to figure this out. Everyone had their own theories and ideas, but they had all given them to Kurt to analyze. That is what Kurt did best. You've all seen Don's memory, so I won't show it again, but there is something you should see, Kurt began. He turned on a machine Colin and Seth had invented to project memories onto a blank wall. It worked well with pictures too. Apparently, they modeled it after some Muggle invention. A still picture projected on the wall behind Kurt. It was a close-up of Harry Potter at the Potter family house. Dumbledore was holding him and had just raised a wall of earth. The expression on the baby's face was one of determination an infant should not be able to express. The child's hand was straight out as green streaks of killing curses flew toward him. As you know, this is Harry Potter, the boy who supposedly defeated he who must not be named. Kurt rolled his eyes as he said the long, silly name. Watch his hand. He waved his wand and the memory went forward slowly, centered on Potter. Kurt had seen this many times already, but it was still enthralling nonetheless. First, one curse hit the lad's palm, then it was gone, leaving his hand with a greenish glow. The next two hit one right after another, making the lad's hand glow even more. Finally, and with a change in expression that clearly said, "I will not die here," the curses were reflected in a cone from his hand. The emanation of the cone threw the boy back some, but strangely, he seemed to be in charge. The memory clip ended. This was the most interesting data to analyze for me, and I watched it about a dozen times, Kurt continued, speaking to the speechless unspeakables. That's why I'm starting with the AKs. They not only hit the boy, they were absorbed into his skin. While I cannot see what happened inside him, it seems that his magic morphed the curses into a killing cone. It even seems that he knew what would happen and did this on purpose. Kurt paused for a moment while he queued up pictures of the child's injuries. The first picture was Harry's hand from Colin's memory. His hand had a web of white lines over the palm, and everything that was not white was dark red and blotchy. Anna and Colin gave me their observations of the kid's hand and forehead. This is an obvious magic burn, which Dakota knows a lot about. He chuckled. Anyway, the burn was caused by the AK cone, not the original AKs. It only appeared on his hand after he reflected the magic back. So really, it's a burn that originated from under his skin. From its pattern, I'd say the AKs were pulled just under the surface of his skin before they were sent back. This is different from the way an AK normally acts, Kurt explained, even though half of them already knew how AKs worked. Usually an AK goes straight for the magical core, leaving no marks. Even Muggles have a small core, otherwise they'd be dead, so an AK can affect them too. However, the AK's pooling in the kid's hand caused the magic to burn him, like a higher concentration of acid will burn where a small concentration will just be an annoyance. There were some blank stares at that, although he figured they followed the idea if not the illustration. Actually, the burn was probably a combination of whatever magic he used to reflect the AKs and the AKs themselves, but I don't know for sure. Any questions yet? Any clue as to what kind of magic it was? Dakota asked. I have no idea, Kurt answered. That's not really my area of expertise. Probably Jess, Colin, or Seth would know. He looked to them. I can't really tell if it's wild magic since it's someone else's memory, Jess answered with a shrug. When he comes here for tests, I'll see how he reacts to magic, and I'll have a better idea. Yeah, I don't know, Seth answered. When we do the tests, I'll keep records and compare the numbers and stuff, but right now, I have no idea. I don't recognize it at all, Colin answered. With the tests, I'll do some stuff with some stuff and observe. He grinned and chuckled. No other questions were asked, so Kurt went on to the next most interesting part. Moving on, there's not very much information on what happened while Don was outside and the kid and Dumbledore were inside. From the samples that were taken later and the info from the kid's forehead scar, I learned that he had reflected yet another AK inside. It's starting to look like he has an immunity to them somehow. I wouldn't recommend casting AKs at him or anything, but that's all I can make out of it. However, as you know, the Dark Wizard guy didn't leave his body behind, just a pool of dark magic. I'm kind of thinking he used a ritual beforehand that caused whatever happened to happen. The magic wasn't typical of a single spell. I don't know what kind of ritual he performed, though. Kurt shrugged. He knew a little bit about dark rituals. One did not grow up in Slytherin and know nothing of them, but rituals had never been of real interest to him. What kind of ritual could make you disappear but not die? Dakota asked incredulously. Oh, you'd be surprised, Dawn answered. Care to elaborate? Jess asked. Well, there are several rituals that can prevent or delay death, Dawn answered. The problem is that I can't think of any that would work against an AK. It's designed to kill no matter what magical protections the person has. Any specifics? Seth asked. The first one that comes to mind is vampirism, Dawn answered. But I don't know if that would guard against an AK. Right, well we can start research on other dark rituals, Kurt said. I don't have anything else, but when the kid comes in, I'd like to see him be tested. I think everyone does, Jess said as she gestured to an empty seat at the table. Kurt sat down, turning off the projecting machine. I will make sure to arrange times for everyone to observe. We don't want to scare him with too many people, though. It seems he has a fear of wands, and I don't want to scare him into doing something dangerous to himself or us. We can continue studying you-know-who's disappearance, but I think we should wait to discuss theories on why Harry survived until after we study him. Otherwise we will be trying to fit the data to a theory rather than studying what is given. The other unspeakables shrugged or muttered assent. Now, when do you think would be a good day for us to have him? Jess asked. Well, I'm guessing everyone else has funerals to go to this week, Anna said. I'm going to one on Thursday. I have one Wednesday, tomorrow, Jess put in. Yeah, I have a few tomorrow and another Thursday, Dawn said. Tomorrow, Kurt said. Well, then is Friday all right with everyone? Jess asked. We might actually want to wait until Saturday, since Dumbledore has a school to run, David suggested. Oh, good point, Jess agreed. Saturday then. Is that all right? Agreement ran around the table. The Potter's funeral is tomorrow, so when is the funeral you're going to on Thursday, Anna? Jess asked. It's at sunset, Anna answered. Then in the morning on Thursday, you and I will contact Albus Dumbledore and make sure Saturday is all right with him. That works for me, Anna said. Any other business? Jess asked. I think we should take away David's gun, Seth said. I don't know, Anna said with a smirk. He never shoots me, and his gun makes him happy. Yeah, you don't want me sad, right? David said with a mock sad face. Maybe we could put up some targets or something, Seth offered. I'm tired of being the only one who gets shot. I could shoot other people, David offered. The room broke into an uproar, and Jess tried to restore order, but no one would listen. People complained about David's gun and started ranting about other people in the office. Kurt began gathering his things and shook his head. Kurt knew that by the end of the meeting, few would even remember what started the fight, much less that David had anything to do with it. Nothing would happen to David or his gun. Nothing bad ever happened to David. Harry was sitting on the floor a few feet beside Dumbledore's chair on a thick blanket. Dumbledore looked down from his work and smiled at Harry, who smiled back. Dumbledore was currently working out the calculations and best method to repair and add to the wards around Hogwarts. It would be a delicate process, not to mention time-consuming and very tiring to do, hence why they had not been improved in a while. However, if anyone could do it, it would be Dumbledore. Dumbledore and Harry had discussed what they should do with Voldemort's wand, since Dumbledore had quickly realized the wand was still in one of his robe's pockets. After a few hours of contemplation, Dumbledore suggesting things and Harry answering with a yeah, no, or nah, they came up with a solution. Stanley, Dumbledore asked, looking up to the Sorting Hat. Would you be willing to hold something that must be kept away from certain individuals? Certainly, Albus, that is one of my major duties to this castle, besides sorting, he said. Dumbledore took out Voldemort's wand. Stanley's hat eyebrows rose slightly. Tom Riddle's wand. Now, Albus, how were you able to obtain this? Halloween night. Good thing I did too, it helped me save Harry, which is an odd story in itself, Dumbledore said. I see, Stanley said. Well, then, hurry up, lad. I'm ready to keep it for you. Dumbledore got Stanley down and gave him the wand. There, all secure, Stanley said. I am curious about why and how you were able to wield your enemy's wand, since I can sense that you are not its master. Stanley closed his eyes, obviously studying what was now hidden within him. Now that's interesting. Was a Nurston? Harry asked, hopping in place at the side of his crib, gazing up at Stanley. You're its master, Dumbledore said softly. You are correct, Albus, Stanley said, now looking down, almost apologetically, at Harry. Harry blinked, then blinked again. Dumbledore could only stand there and wait as Harry's emotions continued to pour through their link, before it all became numb. Oh, Harry, Dumbledore began, moving toward the crib, but before he could lift Harry up, Harry started laughing. Mine, Harry asked, finding it so utterly ironic the only thing he could do was laugh. How long had he wished Voldemort hadn't been able to properly use his wand? How many times had he wondered what it would have been like if someone else had obtained the wand instead of Riddle? How often had he wondered how Riddle's wand would feel in his hand? And now he was the wand's master. But wait, why hadn't that happened before? Why hadn't he been made the wand's master the first time Riddle had tried to kill him? Why? Harry managed, after taking a few deep breaths, Dumbledore now sitting on the couch with him in his arms and looking into his eyes. Intent, Harry. This time, you were aware of what Voldemort was trying to do, and you allowed him to do it, so that you will be able to defeat him once and for all. You let yourself sit there, as you had before, but this time you did so with purpose, not as a confused and frightened infant, Dumbledore said. Harry closed his eyes, recalling the moment his mother had stood between him and Voldemort before she fell. He hadn't been able to stop the infant cry he had released as the green light had struck her, but then, he didn't need to. Voldemort had sneered, staring down at him and glaring into his eyes as he stepped over Lily's body. And now you shall die, little Harry. Avada Kedavra, he had said. And Harry let it come, trusting in his mother's sacrifice, embracing and calling up every loving memory his future and present self had as he focused on the knowledge that it would all be worth it. His parents and the hundreds of others who had fallen to this madman would not have died in vain. He would defeat Voldemort. The future would be saved. Harry? Dumbledore asked, now feeling a wave of understanding from him after the jumbled mess from his memory. Harry sighed. Okay. All right, Dumbledore said, rubbing his back for a moment before setting him down back into the crib for a nap. Oh, Harry had an assortment of toys around him, which Dumbledore had happily given him, looking as if he himself was looking forward to playing with them. Harry supposed that was entirely possible. He wouldn't put it past Dumbledore to play with an erupting rainbow dazzling box or some other color-changing releasing toy. Harry pushed a few buttons on the magic box, feeling the magic hum under his left hand. His right hand was still bandaged, but Healer Bridge was supposed to be coming over some time in the near future to look at it again and make sure his hand was healing properly. The rest of the day was busy for the two of them, especially with Dumbledore having to get both of them ready before the staff came in for their monthly meeting. Though this meeting was more of a, welcome back, and, Harry's adorable gathering. Harry was reluctant to make eye contact with anyone and happily remained either with or beside Abis. Thankfully, the torture didn't last long, but the meeting had discussed the wards being renewed, strengthened, and improved. It had mixed responses. Flitwick, of course, thought it was a brilliant idea and was eager to offer assistance. McGonagall seemed to be in agreement, but she seemed hesitant for some reason, as if they, or rather Albus, had too much to do already. Madame Pence didn't seem to like it at all, mainly because to do what Dumbledore was proposing, a few protections on her books would have to be temporarily lifted, allowing the wards, magics to be woven and strengthened. The rest of the staff didn't really have a strong opinion, and while they didn't particularly like the process that would need to be carried out, they did understand the headmaster's desire to do what headmaster after headmaster, as well as headmistress before him had put off for, well, centuries. It was finally decided work would be done on the wards, and that it would be done over the winter break. With the meeting over, the staff left, except for McGonagall, who had been given the sad duty of preparing and arranging the funerals of the Potters, as well as Sirius Black. Madam Black had disowned Sirius years ago, after all. He would be buried near the Potters, the family that had taken him in. Dumbledore allowed things to occur as they had the first time with the planning of the Potter's funeral, though this time Sirius Black was included. The funerals would be quiet and private, with only close friends and family attending. It would take place in Godric's Hollow the next day. Dumbledore knew much of the public would want to partake, but he was not going to allow any part of the funerals become a mob gathering. However, Dumbledore also knew he would not be able to stop the massive flow of public apology and condolences, some of it already coming in as flowers and letters, nor did he want to. Lily, James, and Sirius all deserved to have their names and actions honored, though he did wish the public would see they were not the only individuals who deserved such respects. After McGonagall left, the peaceful silence was interrupted by Fawkes, who seemed very happy to see them. Dumbledore and Fawkes then had a long discussion where Fawkes chirped and trilled away at Dumbledore. Harry thought it sounded a lot like scolding. "Fawkes, I'm sorry I worried you, but, as you can see, we had no way to tell you what was happening," Dumbledore said, trying to appease his ruffled friend. "And thanks, by the way. I'm glad you were able to use your brilliant, magnificent, bird brain to deduce Harry and I needed your help in melding our present and future consciousnesses together. And to think, at first I thought it had been my present and future selves' imaginations that had made it work." Fawkes stared at him. I know, completely barmy. "Anyway, Lemo, drop?" Dumbledore asked, pointing to the bowl on the corner of the desk. Fawkes quickly pecked one out of the bowl before flying to his perch, turning his back to them. Dumbledore sighed, knowing it was best to just let Fawkes be to cool off as he set Harry on the floor and arranged the toys around him. Before getting back into the ward calculations. "Ooh," Harry said, unable to prevent himself as he watched the colors from the box putter out in fascination as he put his good hand out to touch the streaming rays. Perhaps it was simply the desire to feel such a pretty and colorful thing, or maybe it was his own magic wanting something to do. Whatever the reason, the magic light suddenly seemed to change its very form, and was now a brilliant liquid rainbow that began to run across his skin and collect into his palm. "Looky, Albus, looky," Harry said, lifting up his now wet glowing hand and spilling the substance all over himself, thus spreading the mess. However, soon after it was no longer in contact with his skin. It evaporated, and morphed back into light, dispersing into the room. Dumbledore looked down to see all of this, and for a moment was speechless, before giving a broad smile. My, who would have thought you would take after me so quickly? When I was young, I did this with this toy. Admittedly, I was a few years older than you, but still. You indeed have a great amount of control, no matter how constricted you are by your core, though." Dumbledore brought his hands together, close to his face, in thought. "Yes, that may be, Wah, Albus?" Harry asked, letting the magic liquid to drip off his hands to disperse into light as he lifted himself up before waddling over to stand beside Dumbledore's knee. "When we merged with our present selves, several things happened to both of us, but our cores reacted differently," he said, still processing what he was figuring out. Harry nodded. "Both of us, thanks to Fawkes, were able to merge our memories and consciousness to our present selves successfully, thus keeping all of our memories and knowledge intact. However, our magic could not merge as easily. I'll explain. For me, my core, as in, present core, had already matured and grown to its fullest extent. My magic we sent through time with us could not merge with the present core, because well, it's just not possible. It's like trying to completely mesh two concrete columns together and make them one. It can't be done, they're already set and solid. However, my magic wasn't lost completely. All of what my core gained through the years in the future, what I like to call conditioning, was transferred to the present core. Think of it as carvings on the column, artwork, if you will. All of the spells I learned how to cast in the future, I can successfully do now, because of the conditioning. I don't need to reteach my magic how to cast them. Another thing I gained, or rather lost, was the damage my core suffered in the future. Damage caused by curses or what have you. My magic picked and chose what to take, and what to lose, because it could not keep them both." Dumbledore looked at Harry, quickly gathering he was following, though he seemed to have a question. "Where did my unusable future magic go?" Dumbledore asked. Harry nodded, deciding to ignore how Dumbledore always knew what you wanted to know without using legilimency. I honestly don't know, but if I had to guess, I would say into Hogwarts, since it was here I arrived at from the future. Oh, it should make improving the wards a bit easier. Taking 2 Lemo drops from the bowl, Dumbledore ate one and gave the other to Harry before continuing. As for you, I am certain the near opposite happened to you. Your future, mature core went into your infant core, which is still soft. When we are young, specifically under 4, our cores are amazingly flexible, and though delicate, they can overcome a great deal of trauma that would permanently devastate an adult's core. So, your infant core literally swallowed up your adult core, integrating its magic into its own, molding the 2 cores together into a single double-layered one. This is all just my thoughts on it all, but it makes sense, and what I have recently witnessed from you supports this. Anyway, even though you essentially still have your adult core, its integration into your younger one has caused it to change as well, absorbing some of the young magic that surrounds it. And so, you have lost a vast amount of your conditioning and control because of this, save for where your magic is tied to your mind, such as occlumency and legilimency, as well as our empathic link, again, thanks to Fawkes. I am sure you have felt a few subtle changes in our link since we have arrived here. I think it, as well as your occlumency and legilimency, will get stronger as your young magic matures and your 2 cores continue to solidify together, Dumbledore said. Harry frowned, trying to decide if that was a good thing or not. Dumbledore looked as if he was about to say something to ease whatever Harry was feeling, but the fireplace flared green, alerting him that someone wished to speak with him. "Ah, must be Healer Bridge," he said, getting up and placing his hand on the mantle, giving Bridge flow access before kneeling in front of the flames. Harry stood off to the side of Dumbledore's left. "Headmaster?" Bridge asked as his face came into view. "Ah, Adam, I had been wondering when you would call us," Dumbledore said. "This is about Harry's check-up, correct?" "Yes, sir, it is. He is doing all right, right?" Bridge asked. "Yes, he is," Dumbledore said, motioning a little to his left. "You can step on through, we're ready for you." "Of course." With that, Dumbledore got up and stepped back, picking Harry up as he did so, allowing Bridge plenty of room to enter. Bridge stepped in with very little soot, quickly noticing the toys in a circle just behind Dumbledore's desk and a nearly empty bowl of Lemo drops. "Lemo drop," Dumbledore offered, noticing Bridge looking at it. No thanks, Headmaster," he said. Dumbledore shrugged, giving Harry one who gladly stuck it in his mouth and got on it. Bridge decided to remain silent, keeping his concern about choking to himself. He was not about to tell Albus Dumbledore how to raise a child. "Well, shall I then?" he asked. Yes, of course," Dumbledore said, moving to one of the chairs beside another where they could both sit while he held Harry. "All right," Bridge said, sitting down and moving his hand to rest Harry's bandaged one on top of it. "Have you noticed him doing anything with it? Or is he currently preferring his left?" he asked Dumbledore, slowly beginning to unwrap it. He silently noticed how Harry obediently kept his hand still as he unwrapped it. Clearly Dumbledore had been putting clean bandages on often. Good. He's very careful with his right, usually putting it in his lap while using his left for everything, Dumbledore said, deciding the truth in this situation couldn't hurt anything. Well, that's understandable. I have a few theories about how the scarring will affect his hand, considering how he is protecting his hand and trying his best not to use it. I am sure his hand is very sensitive, though I can't really say how it will be in the long run. It is very possible that his scars will remain this way. When it has happened to other patients, magic burns, that is, one of two things happen. 1. The scar tissue becomes completely numb, preventing any magic from flowing within. The other is the opposite, which is honestly not the better of the two. Because of the high concentration of magic, it has, energized the nerve endings, making them extremely sensitive. The scarred tissue also acts as a conductor for magic, which can be pleasant or painful, depends on the severity of the damage and type, Bridge said, now looking at Harry's bare and damaged palm. Can you do this, Harry? Copy me, he said, lifting his free hand and slowly separating his fingers before slowly wiggling them. Harry blinked. Was this man crazy? He was not going to try to move his hand. It had just gotten to the point of not really hurting, he wasn't about to agitate the healing burns again. Can you wiggle them for me? Just a little, like this? Bridge asked, wiggling his fingers again. Harry defiantly shook his head no. Harry, can you just try a little? Dumbledore prompted. Show Healer Bridge that you're a big boy, Harry looked up at Dumbledore, his eyes narrowing slightly, and to Bridge it almost looked as if he was glaring. Glaring. But that was impossible. Babies do not glare. Harry looked back to Bridge, appearing defeated as Bridge moved his fingers again, demonstrating how he wanted Harry to try and copy him. Harry lifted his left hand and copied him, leaving his hurt hand completely still. Bridge gave up. All right, well, it's only natural for a child to protect any injured part of themselves. All I can tell you right now is to watch him. See if he begins using it again and how. If he continues to avoid using it at all by the middle of next week, there may be something else wrong, and we'll need to take him in for tests, Bridge said. Thankfully, because of the magic on the gauze, we don't need to worry about infection and his local healing has been accelerated. In 10 days, you should be able to stop wrapping his hand, but be sure to get that okayed by either myself or Madame Pomfrey. We don't want to do anything premature that may cause permanent consequences. Dumbledore nodded. I'm sure he is just afraid of making it hurt again, but I'll watch him. Should I continue applying the cream? It seems to be doing well. Continue using the cream I provided, Bridge said. Very well, Dumbledore said as they both stood up. If you need anything or think something may be wrong with Harry, don't hesitate to contact me at home or at St. Mungo's, Bridge said. I will, and thank you, Adam. With that, Healer Bridge left by Flo, Harry still having yet to move his hand. You know, you could have just given him a small wave, Harry, Dumbledore said, sitting back down with him still in his arms. But if it is hurting even with the cream and potions, you need to let me know. Harry shrugged. Okay. Dumbledore felt Harry was being honest, but then Harry's pain threshold was not exactly a normal infant's. I'm serious, Harry. You shouldn't be in pain, especially if you don't have to be. Harry leaned back, resting completely on Dumbledore's chest. It's better. Pomise. Harry was down for a nap, a fresh bandage on his hand, though. Dumbledore had decided a simple square gauze would do, instead of wrapping Harry's entire hand for the evening. The burn was only on his palm and at the base of his fingers, after all. Flitwick had visited for a little bit, helping with the ward calculations. Dumbledore was suddenly ever so thankful for the Muggle calculator he had charmed to work around magic. It had a great number of cool functions Muggles used in things they called calculus, trigonometry, and a lot of other things Dumbledore couldn't hope to properly pronounce. He knew all of the intricacies of these maths and how to use them, and with ancient runes and arithmetic, but had no clue on the technical names and terms of them, he just knew how to use them. So what is a genius to do? Simply sum them all up by dubbing them math squiggles. He heard Harry sigh in his sleep before hearing an owl come in through the window. Dropping a note on his desk before swooping out again. Ah, Remus, I had wondered when I would hear from you, Dumbledore said. Dear Headmaster, I first want to thank you for sending word to me about James and Lily, as well as Sirius. I am grateful I had not learned of their passing by means of the Prophet. It is hard enough as it is. I will be attending their funerals, as Professor McGonagall has recently given me what I need to know to be present. I also want to thank you for telling me Harry is safe, and that he would be with you even before you informed the public. I know he will be well taken care of and loved by you. Were it not for my circumstances, I would gladly offer my assistance in raising him, but I know that is not possible, particularly considering how quickly the ministry is cracking down on all possible dark individuals. I don't want to unintentionally hurt anyone, directly or otherwise. Again, I want to thank you for everything you have given and done for me. I doubt any other headmaster would have allowed me to go to classes with those of my age, let alone enter a school. I will never be able to repay what you have given, nor what James, Lily, and Sirius gave me, but know that I will seek a way to show my gratitude in how I live, though I feel I must do so away from Europe. I do not make my decision lightly, for the things you recently said to the press is what prompted this decision. I don't know if or when I will return, but, if you ever need to contact me, I am certain Fawkes will be able to find me. I have heard America is slightly more lenient when it comes to my condition. I am hopeful I will be able to find a job there, as well as a new beginning. Thank you for everything. Sincerely, Remus Lupin. Dumbledore sighed, putting the letter down before removing his glasses. I hope you find what you are looking for, Dumbledore whispered as Harry gave another quiet sleep-filled sigh. McGonagall made her way up to the headmaster's office. They would be leaving for the funerals within the hour. The door opened automatically as she went up the staircase. Entering the office, she found Dumbledore and Harry behind the desk, both of them already in dark robes. Harry was sitting on Dumbledore's lap, and appeared to be trying his best to give some baby comfort. Comfort young children seemed to instinctively know when to give. Albus sad, Harry stated. McGonagall sighed, though silently impressed with Harry's vocabulary and ability to read Albus, though Dumbledore may have told Harry how he was feeling and Harry was just repeating it. Dumbledore looked up at McGonagall, looking exactly how Harry had just said, sad. How are you, my dear? He asked, clearly pushing aside his own grief. I'll be fine, Albus, how about you? She asked, moving in front of the desk. Dumbledore looked at her for a moment, as if trying to determine the answer. A few emotions passed through his eyes that she couldn't decipher as Harry briefly closed his eyes, as if pained by an invisible thing. She didn't know what to think about that, but decided it must have been a brief irritation on his palm or something. Albus, I'll be fine, we'll all be fine. Death is just the next great adventure, though I seem to have recently forgotten that, he said. Not that that knowledge relieves or removes much sorrow or regret. Albus, Lily and James know you did everything you could, and I'm sure Sirius knows that too. Their deaths were not your fault. I know. I just wish things could have gone differently, especially since the war has been postponed. The Potters and so many others should have been given this rest, rather than the deeper everlasting kind, Dumbledore said. You really believe you know who can return? McGonagall asked softly. Can, and will, he said, before frowning as if realizing something. And Minerva, surely a sensible person like yourself can call him by his name. All this, you know who, business is enough to make even a sane person like myself go insane. And if you can't bring yourself to call him Voldemort, surely you can call him Riddle. Baldy bad. Harry suddenly interrupted, a part of him for some odd reason not liking that he was being ignored. Dumbledore couldn't help but chuckle as the corner of McGonagall's left eye gave a slight twitch. Yes, Harry, Voldemort is bad, he said, his eyes alight with amusement. Baldy, Albus? She asked, not sure how she should feel about Harry unintentionally designating a rather humorous nickname for the Dark Lord who had terrorized them for the past 11 years, not to mention murdered his parents and so many others. James and Lily were alone with Harry for several months in that house, Minerva. It stands to reason that he would pick up words a bit quicker than the average toddler because of that, and considering James's personality, I'm sure such mispronunciations were encouraged, Dumbledore said, before giving a sad sigh. It is clear Voldemort was often a topic of conversation between them. Well, Albus, we should be going. I'm sure most everyone is already there, she said after a few seconds. Dumbledore nodded, standing up with Harry on his left hip. Dumbledore had done away with the bandage on Harry's forehead, but had placed a fresh one on his hand. He hoped people would be respectful and not stare at the bolt-shaped scar, and considering the only people who would be attending the funeral were close friends, he was sure they would be. It was quiet, and everyone paused and turned to Dumbledore, Harry, and McGonagall when they appeared in the cemetery. Although the color black was not being worn by all, dark colors were prominent. The only bright color seen was a small yellow lily pinned just above their hearts with a clay band around its stem and a black silk ribbon looped to the ring. The three items of course symbolized Lily, James, and Sirius. Dumbledore silently conjured them for himself, Harry, and McGonagall. The caskets were up at the front and closed. People were quietly mingling, talking of the past and the good times they had with the dearly departed. The service was quick and not long-winded, the time primarily focusing on people simply showing their respects. A few people came up to Dumbledore and stroked her key, at Harry's cheek in sympathy. Harry stayed with Dumbledore, and Dumbledore knew better than to pass Harry off to anyone. Everyone surprisingly didn't question this, though a few times people like Molly Weasley came over and hovered for a little bit, as if hoping Dumbledore would let her hold Harry for a while. But Harry's clinginess was answer enough for her, that an unexplainable feeling she got for a moment, as if she was trespassing or something. McGonagall stayed close by, but gave them space in case some people wanted to only speak with Dumbledore or Harry. Not that Harry spoke much. It wasn't that Harry didn't like being held by other people, it was just that he wasn't ready to be held by or really interact with those who were, for the moment, dead to him. Getting used to seeing and hearing McGonagall had been hard enough, and still was a little, so seeing Molly Weasley and several other people he had known in the future, and yes, even seen die, was slightly overwhelming. Harry took a moment to scan his eyes over everyone who had come. There were the Weasleys, the Longbottoms, people from the Order, a few people he didn't know, and, was that Xenophilius Lovegood? Harry moved his head, causing Dumbledore to look where Harry was staring. "Ah, I see you have found the Lovegoods," Dumbledore said softly. Harry continued looking, seeing a woman beside Zeno holding a fairly young infant who Harry instantly knew was Luna. Zeno seemed to be unsure, as if he didn't know why they were there, while his wife was quite content, though understandably sad as they began making their way toward Harry and Dumbledore. Harry quickly averted his eyes, trying to appear as clueless as possible, though his eyes revealed him to be anything but. For people who looked at Harry, they would go away strongly believing the child instinctively knew what the gathering was about, which wasn't that abnormal. Children often do understand more than adults give them credit for. "Good evening, Headmaster," Zeno said, his wife holding baby Luna in a blue, sparkling sling just behind him. "It pains me that we must meet on such circumstances, but it seems we mere mortals can only accept what comes." He sighed, and Harry tried not to imagine what thing he was about to say next. "The Potters will be missed, and I dare say the sparkling Humdingers will particularly miss them. Just look at them, circling around above them." Zeno motioned toward the caskets, pointing to a collection of imaginary invisible things. Thankfully, Zeno's wife stepped up before her husband could say anything more to possibly prove his unique mental facilities. "How are you and Harry doing, Headmaster?" she asked, Luna opening her eyes and blinking at the sight of a very old man with an impossibly long white beard. "We are doing as well as can be expected, under the circumstances, but we will be fine, Rebecca," Dumbledore said. Becky gave a sad but supportive smile. "I'm sure you've already been told this by several people, but if you or Harry need anything, we're willing to help. As you know, Lily was a close friend of mine. I want her son to live the life she would have wanted for him, a good, safe, happy and long one. I plan to provide that as best I can. And if I think of anything I feel you can help us with, I'll be sure to ask you," Dumbledore said sincerely. Becky gave a short nod, before Luna gave a happy gurgle. Harry leaned forward, wanting to see what baby Luna looked like. Because of the war, most keepsakes such as photos had been lost. They were much like people. There one day, gone the next. Harry gazed down at Luna, wondering how long she would stay innocent this time before briefly glancing at her mother, who he knew was watching him. Pulling back, almost appearing embarrassed, Harry vowed to try to prevent the death of this woman, so Luna would have a mother and not have to bear the burden of witnessing death. "You want a better look at Luna?" Becky cooed, turning slightly to allow Harry to see Luna more clearly, instead of trying to peek over the cloth of the sling. "She's much smaller than you, isn't she? But don't let her size fool you, she has a very strong set of lungs, let me tell you," she said, bringing up her free hand and touching Luna's nose affectionately with her finger. Luna gave a small giggle, her little hands waving about slightly. Harry smiled, and before he could stop himself, he reached out with his good hand and took hold of her little hand. "Wow, she is little," Harry thought as Luna focused her eyes on him. Suddenly realizing what he was doing, he let her hand go and pulled away, or he would have if she didn't have such a strong grip. "Ah, you let our little Luna get a vice grip," Zeno said proudly. "Her hands are as strong as mango lipsmackers." Harry blinked, his hand still in the custody of one 2-month-old until Becky intervened. "There we go," she said, gently prying Luna's tiny fingers from Harry's hand. "Very lucky your hair is out of reach, Harry. She does not relinquish that so easily. I know from experience." She glanced at Dumbledore's beard and took a tiny step back. Dumbledore gave a small chuckle, noticing Becky's thoughtful action as Harry subconsciously placed his now free hand onto Dumbledore's beard and took hold. "Well, Headmaster, you know where to find us if you ever wish to," she said, Zeno giving a departing nod, before they walked away. Harry and Dumbledore returned to Hogwarts later that day, feeling understandably emotionally worn and physically tired. Dumbledore lowered Harry into the playpen, before handing him a lemo, plopping heavily into his office chair. Harry's head on the lemo, drop as he eyed Dumbledore with concern and question. Harry, my boy, I've just been hit with a thought. I don't know why it took me so long to realize this, but we are not the only ones who have needed to go to funerals recently. Many of my students have lost parents, siblings, friends and relatives. Some of them are even alone. Why didn't I do something the first time? Perhaps if I had, some would have chosen differently, Dumbledore said. Well, I'm going to change this now. How do you think we can help? Harry scrunched up his face for a moment, thinking. Cowshawalor, he finally said. What? Cowshawalawalor. I'm sorry, I can't understand you. Harry huffed, trying to get his tongue to work for him so he could pronounce the word he wanted. Cowsnushler. Okay, cow, I'm trying, Harry. Say it again, Dumbledore said, truly trying to understand what Harry was obviously desperately trying to say. Harry took a deep breath, willing himself to try again. Cow, oh, gosher gobber. Shink, shriek, shrink. You want to shrink. You want to be smaller. Arg, no. A shink, a shrink. Dumbledore asked, even more confused. Harry nodded, relieved Dumbledore had understood the word. What is a shrink? Harry Ned, trying not to cave into tears. This was so frustrating. Harry looked over at the desk and began reaching for a quill and a piece of parchment. Dumbledore quickly noticed and gave them to him. Taking hold of the quill as he sat down in his playpen, Harry carefully placed the parchment into his lap with his wrapped hand and made his features relax into a thoughtful one. He then tapped the side of the blank page with the side of his quill. Obus, I see, Harry said, before going off into a random, but clearly thoughtful, baby babble. A reporter? Dumbledore asked, gathering that Harry was trying to impersonate some sort of person. Beyond frustrated, Harry leapt up and chucked the quill and page away, barely mindful of his injured hand. No, he shouted, very close to a tantrum. Both of them feeling equally frustrated and discouraged, Dumbledore got up, suddenly thinking of something that might help them. He went over to his bookcase and pulled out a decently sized book. Here, he said, gently placing the book in the pen. A dictionary. Harry quickly plopped down and began fumbling through the pages, Dumbledore privately thankful about placing anti-tear and anti-papercut charms on all the pages years before. Harry got to the C's and slowed down, before stopping and skimming a particular page in search of that special word. Dat! Harry shouted, pointing at a 3-syllable word with his tiny little finger, his bandaged hand once again in his lap. Oh, counselor! Dumbledore exclaimed, now excited. They had found the word. Harry nodded, grinning like mad and so happy Dumbledore now understood. Okay, I see where you're going with this, and it certainly would help the students. Of course, they know they can always come to one of the professors or myself, but I also know how students feel and what they think. I recall when you were a student, you didn't want to speak to any of us, thinking we were too busy or wouldn't understand. Dumbledore gave a sad sigh as past regrets flickered in his eyes. I think hiring a counselor is a good idea. That way, students won't feel guilty about taking up an adult's time, and I admit sometimes the professors and I are busy and are not as mindful as we should be. Harry nodded in agreement, emotionally swallowing the regret that had risen in Dumbledore. I will do my best not to fail this time, as I had with you and your peers, Dumbledore promised. But I also admit I am going to need help in this, hence the counselor. I also trust you will keep me mindful. Harry nodded and was unable to prevent himself from gurgling, much to his embarrassment. Dumbledore smiled and scooped him up before going behind his desk and sitting down. Who should we get as a counselor? Dumbledore asked. Harry shrugged. Harry let him ponder as he reached over and grabbed a lemo, dropped from the bowl beside him. Ah, I know, Dumbledore said finally. Harry looked up to find the old man's eyes twinkling like crazy. And afterwards, I think I'll write to my old friend, Nicholas. Harry swallowed nervously, since crazy twinkling usually meant something huge. Dumbledore waved his hand and called the quill to him, immediately setting the tip to parchment. Dear Rebecca Lovegood, Nicholas and Perenelle Flamel exited their greenhouse and entered their mansion. It wasn't exactly a mansion, but that's what the wizarding world assumed they lived in, so they playfully called the one-story cabin a mansion. Going into the living room, they were not all that surprised to find Fox resting on the perch beside Honey, their golden phoenix who Fox was undeniably attracted to. It was rather cute, actually. Good to see you, Fox. Brought something for us from Albus, I assume? Nicholas asked, before Fox gave a nod to the table where a sealed letter was. Let's see what the young fellow has to say now, Nicholas said, taking a seat at the couch and picking up the letter. Perenelle sat beside him, wishing to read what Albus, the always curious, Dumbledore, had written. Dear Nicholas, and your always lovely wife. My, he certainly is always the charmer, Perenelle said with amusement, before they continued reading. I trust you are both doing well and I deeply thank you for the socks you gave me for my birthday, and with arch support, no less. I assume it was Perenelle who enchanted the goldfish to swim around at the ankles. Alas, I am getting off topic. I apologize. Back to what I wished to write to you about. Considering how you care for the Daily Prophet, but understand its slight usefulness, I will presume you have learned about recent events concerning the Potters, their son, and myself. If you have not, then by all means, stop reading my letter for a moment and glance at the cover of one of the articles I'm certain has recently been delivered to you in the past few days. Nicholas paused, recalling the shock he had felt upon reading that his much younger, friend had recently taken on a charge, and had even gone as far as making him his heir. Oh, the Flamels certainly knew about recent events, and it had only been the desire to allow Albus and his charge time to adjust that had prevented them from contacting him themselves. They went back to reading. In light of all of that, I am sure you will be happy to learn Harry is settling in nicely, and Hogwarts is getting used to the young lad as well. However, I once again am going off topic. Minerva would no doubt blame it on my precious Lemo. Drops she is always trying to warn me against. Sugar. Meddling with my brains, she says. Anyway, I have come to a few conclusions and thoughts of late concerning something I believe would greatly benefit you and your wife. I know you have had qualms about taking on an apprentice, but I feel I must call attention to a promising young man. I believe you may have heard of his name, but before I reveal it to you, allow me to tell you about him. His character is like no other I have ever encountered. He is not perfect, but unlike most his age, he knows he is not and has made the decision to rectify any mistakes he may have made and desires nothing less than to do his best. He is an exceptional researcher, inventor, investigator, and student. He has a mind that is only his own, though he selects those he allows to help shape it. He has a sense of loyalty Helga Hufflepuff would have revered and has an unquenchable desire to find answers. Along with all of this comes his bravery. He is braver than myself. The only thing he has in more abundance is his cunning, which I know you will quickly find respectable. I dare say he is more cunning than you, and you will understand why I feel I can say this when you meet him, and especially so when you get to know him. He despises handouts, not only because he regards himself unworthy to receive much of anything, but also because he prides himself on earning things for himself. I have never met a man with such a large amount of pride coupled with such humility. Although he is not the youngest soul I would trust my life to, he is one of the few people I would, and one of the very few I would trust my heir's life to. I know, however you accept him as an apprentice, if you do, you will have found a man worthy of passing on your knowledge to and able to further your legacy. I humbly and with great pride give you the name of this exceptional young man. Severus Snape. If you have any questions concerning him, I will gladly answer them as best I can. The only thing I ask is for you to keep my involvement in all of this a closely guarded secret, especially from Severus. He would not feel he deserves my compliments and it would serve no purpose should he learn of my words. I only wish to give him a chance at an opportunity. The rest is between you, your wife, and him. Your always curious lad, Albus P.W.B. Dumbledore. Nicholas and Perenelle looked up from the letter and turned to each other. And blinked. Perhaps we have been remiss in finding an heir to our research, Perenelle whispered. Perhaps. Lucius' funeral was as ornate and gaudy as the man had been. Everyone wore their best dark-colored clothes, the casket was carved with snakes, and Lucius himself was covered in a silver and gold embroidered cloth. Anna knew he would be impressed and happy. Whoever had arranged the funeral either knew the man personally or followed the tacky, overstated fashion that many purebloods followed. Anna did not feel much emotion herself. Funerals never saddened her, since she had time to grieve beforehand. This was simply the final send-off to the afterlife for Lucius. She could feel emotions from others, however. Though most were calm, and simply here as a duty to their house or name, there were a few who mourned, and more than a few who were glad. Narcissa and Draco stood near the casket, and as everyone walked by, then grasped her hand or, if they were Malfoys, kissed her on the cheeks or grasped her in a hug. Anna noticed Draco's godfather, Severus Snape, in line just in front of her. He reached them and took Narcissa's hand in his. He did not speak, as was the custom at funerals. He glanced down, almost in apology before he kissed Narcissa on both cheeks. He released her and walked on past. Anna kissed both Narcissa and Draco before bowing out of respect for their loss. She joined the circle of family that was forming near the ruins. Her message to Lucius was simple and short. She would wish him all the best in the afterlife, whatever it may be. Narcissa would always be family, and family stuck together. Jess and Dawn stood near the end of the line. Everyone was dressed in black, and no one spoke as they walked past the casket. There were no tears, no signs of emotion except a tightening of a chin here or a rapid blinking of the eyes there. Jess looked up at Dawn and, even through her black veil, noticed his clenched jaw. He remained as stoic as the rest of the crowd, though he spared a softer glance toward Jess when she lightly touched his arm. They had reached the casket. A black shroud covered the body of Dawn's school friend, the one, in fact, who had brought him into the Death Eaters. Jess had known him, but not well, although she mourned for a life lost. They walked past the casket and waited on the outskirts of the family group as the casket was covered and sealed with runes. Some of the runes would help the remains decay faster in order to return him to the earth, others were believed to send messages to the fallen in the afterlife. Whether this was true or not, it was a comfort to the mourners. After the casket was lowered into the ground, the family gathered in a small circle to continue the funeral rites. The rest of the people left quietly, not even risking an apparition crack to disturb the silence. "All right, I know you've got it," Anna whispered, leaning over David's desk. "I want it." "I don't know what you're talking about," David answered with a nervous giggle. "Yeah, you do," Anna answered with a roll of her eyes. "I'm willing to pay you for it." "You don't need it," David said, dropping all pretense of not understanding. "I could take it by force, but I'm respecting your boundaries," Anna said with a smirk. "No, I'm pretty sure you couldn't," David drawled. "I'd prefer not to have to," Anna said. "I told you I'm willing to pay." "So you did," David said, opening his robe. "Well, I suppose I'm willing to part with some." Anna smiled. Now a good day would be a great day. Rebecca apparated to Hogsmeade, after having set several rules for her husband to follow while taking care of Luna. She shook her head with an amused smile, thinking about how she had to make sure Zeno knew not to be concerned with the fabled Hubble bunnies said to prance around the ceilings of nurseries. She made her way up to Castle, excited about seeing Dumbledore. Earlier that week, she had received a letter from him, asking her if she would be willing to take a new position at the school. At first, she had been hesitant, but as time went on, the more she grew to like the idea. She wondered why it had never been thought of before. Any large school, such as Hogwarts, should have a counselor. Granted, one would hope a student would go to their head of house, but that, quite frankly, was too much to hope for where emotional teenagers were concerned. Having an adult whose only purpose at the school was to serve the students in an emotional capacity was a good thing. She wondered if this new position had come about because of his new charge, but she supposed she would learn more soon. Finally making it to the castle, Rebecca entered to be greeted by Flitwick. She had always liked Flitwick. Such an energetic little man, practically boundless in his happiness. "Ah, Mrs. Lovegood, the headmaster had warned me of your arrival," he said teasingly. "How kind of him," she replied, returning the banter. "So, how is your little one?" he asked curiously. "Very good," she answered. "Well, I'm sure you know your way," he said. "Oh, almost forgot. The headmaster has recently taken a liking to a muggle candy called Everlasting Gobstoppers, though he complains that they are not truly everlasting." Rebecca smiled, understanding the obvious password being shared as she nodded. I can understand his disappointment. Has he made his thoughts known to the company? Flitwick let out an exasperated sigh. Yes, he has. In the last staff meeting he informed us of how he is eagerly awaiting Willy Wonka's reply. Rebecca fought off an amused smirk. Well, can't say I'm surprised. Indeed. Good day, Mrs. Lovegood, I'm looking forward to possibly seeing you more often. Likewise. They went their separate ways, Rebecca heading up to the headmaster's office. Coming to the gargoyle, she said the password and made her way up the spiral stairs. Lifting up her hand to knock on the closed door at the top, she stopped herself as several voices from beyond the door came to her ears, and, were those giggles? Hold on, child. Nay, quite lively for an old steed. The current headmaster is insane. Giggles. Now really, Phineas, one's mental state is n. Ah. You're a horse right now, Albus. No talking. Another voice declared as another bout of infant giggles surfaced. Yay, horsey. Suddenly very curious about what was going on, Rebecca knocked. Come in. A very young voice called. She entered, deciding whoever was beckoning could welcome her in. Opening the door, she found it very hard to keep from either laughing or gaping. Albus Dumbledore, on his hands and knees, had a grinning toddler on his back gripping his robes like reins. Good afternoon, Rebecca, Dumbledore said, as if talking while in such a position was perfectly dignified. Harry slipped off, carefully avoiding using his bandaged hand, allowing Dumbledore to get up. Before Dumbledore stood, he picked Harry up and propped him on his hip. Horsey, I presume, she asked. I prefer stallion, but Harry can't pronounce that well enough, Dumbledore said, his eyes twinkling. Better than pony, though, right? She asked. Dumbledore chuckled as a few of the portraits snickered. Without a doubt. He then motioned for her to take a seat while he put Harry in the playpen. I assume you have discussed this with Xenophilius. Of course, and he thinks it's a brilliant idea, she said, before looking slightly amused. He thinks it's a marvelous career change, for me, considering how the Hexeldrats have been begging him to convince me to get out of the unspeakable branch of spell creation and manipulation and into a safer field of magic. Dumbledore kept his face interested while he internally blanched, of course recalling how she had died before. Dumbledore knew not to overlook or ignore Zeno's sometimes often odd stories or theories, since they seemed to always have a, though obscure, tie to the truth. I'm glad that he was happy about it, and that the Hexeldrats no longer have reason to beg him of anything, Dumbledore said, treating the Hexeldrats as things that should be taken seriously. Rebecca always liked how Dumbledore never looked down on her husband. It was probably one of the reasons she agreed to work for him. Though she really enjoyed working in the research department of the ministry, sometimes the digs they got in against her husband became a bit much, whether or not she heard them directly. She was tired of people looking down on her husband. What business was it of theirs whether or not he left peace offerings to rabid dust bunnies on Fridays, hummed a certain tune to ward off influenza puffs or bowed to proud fresher core in the marketplace, which evidently kept the food from spoiling quickly, keeping the rowdy moths from feasting. She understood that her husband couldn't be deemed as normal, but the least people could do was accept that he wasn't and just go along with what he said, or at least respect his opinion. Though she didn't necessarily believe everything her husband said about mystical creatures, she knew some of the things he said were true, and that a number of these creatures did exist, and even if they didn't, he was still her husband, and she married him because she liked him, abnormal or not. Couldn't people realize that? She wondered. Well, headmaster, when do I start? Albus Dumbledore picked up Harry's nappy bag, checking to make sure it was properly packed. Once he had found out that parents generally carried a large bag filled with nearly endless necessities, he had happily gone shopping after his meeting with Rebecca. He was also quite proud of his handiwork, adding countless charms to the bag so that it might as well have been a survival kit for an entire army, well, baby army at least. Albus knew Harry was not fond of the silky purple bag with yellow lightning bolts, but he couldn't really help himself. No point in going through life dull and boring. Harry simply didn't like anything that reminded him that, physically, he was a toddler. As smart or understanding as he was, there were just some things his little body could not handle yet. So Albus kept nappies and changes of clothes, even a bottle for the lad in the eye-catching bag. Albus reached for Harry, who, though pouting at the sight of the bag, realized the importance of being on time. Once Harry was secure, his bandaged hand tucked away so as not to bump anything, Albus took hold of the peacock feather left by the representative of the Unspeakables a few days ago. He was becoming rather adept at carrying both Harry and other items. His office, with its bright colors and spinning knickknacks, was suddenly replaced by 4 blank, white walls. There was enough space to take a step in any direction, but no more. No doors, no windows. He drew his wand, placing the feather in the diaper bag. He did not expect an attack, but experience had taught him to expect the unexpected. Now ready, he stood in the exact center of the floor, keeping his eyes on the blank walls. A section of wall in front him disappeared, letting in a blast of hot air. A woman wearing well-kept black robes walked through, wand drawn but pointed at the floor. Harry's grip grew tight on Albus, beard as Albus felt his fear, but there was no accidental magic. "Mr. Dumbledore," she said with a slight bow. "It is good to see you again. I am Unspeakable Jess, the head of RDHPIT. We met 2 days ago in your office." With those words, Albus suddenly remembered her, and the meeting they had had about Harry's tests. Some sort of spell must have been blocking his memory so that he could not recognize her, although he remembered the details of the conversation other than that. Harry also relaxed. "Ah, of course. Good to see you again. What a remarkable spell these people had created. To be able to make themselves seem completely unremarkable and forgettable, even to someone who made it his business to remember people and conversations, like himself, was amazing." He would have to ask if they could teach him the spell, as it could be immensely useful to him and Harry. Albus lowered his wand, not quite ready to trust Jess completely, but wanting to show a measure of good faith. Jess smiled at the gesture, and, immediately, her wand disappeared. Albus thought perhaps she had stowed it in a wrist holster, but it had been too fast to be sure. "Please follow me," Jess said as she gestured through the open wall and began walking down a hallway. After stepping through the doorway, Albus looked behind him and saw only solid wall. Remarkable. No wonder these people were in the most secretive branch of the ministry. However, the air was close and hot, and Harry started squirming. "I apologize for the heat," Jess explained with a glance back. "But the spells that control the temperature in here somehow got crossed. The ministry has someone working on it, but it will probably be some time before it is back to normal. Feel free to remove extra layers of clothing or cast a few cooling charms." "Much appreciated," Albus said as he removed his hat, shrunk it wandlessly, and placed it in the nappy bag. The hall opened out to a medium-sized room where a nondescript person sat on a dark couch. "Welcome to RDHPIT," Jess said. "This is Unspeakable Seth, and the others are preparing the tests in the testing room." Seth stood, and Albus noticed his muggle clothing as he stepped carefully over the wizard's chessboard he had been pondering over and held out his hand. "Hi." Albus shook his hand, wondering again at the spell the Unspeakables had perfected. Although Albus had noticed Seth before, he had not remembered him or deemed him worthy of further scrutiny. Such a spell would be handy for Harry especially, but also for himself. He stopped his pondering as Unspeakable Jess led him to a small table with a stack of papers. Seth followed them, moving a knight on the chessboard as he passed by. It seemed a very close game. "Before we sign all the paperwork the ministry has us sign," Jess said, rolling her eyes, "do you have any questions?" "What kind of tests will you do?" Albus asked. "I don't want to put Harry in any sort of danger." "Well, first we will perform a full physical on him," Jess answered. "Then we will do some tests to determine his intelligence level, and compare that to other toddlers his age, and then we will do some tests on his magic. The tests we'll run today are just basic tests to see how his magic responds. Hopefully we can see how it's different from normal." That was pretty much what Albus expected. As long as they did not hurt Harry, and they did not catch on to the time travel, he saw no reason to refuse them. "Where will you conduct these tests?" "Oh, we have a room that dampens outside magic so we can concentrate on him. If you still consent, you will be outside the room, but within sight, so you can observe all of the tests and know that Harry is safe," Jess answered. "Someone will be with you at all times in case you have any questions during the tests." "That sounds reasonable," Albus said. "I just have one request." "What is it?" Jess asked. "Would you be willing to drop the spell you have as a disguise?" Albus asked. I would like to know exactly who I am entrusting Harry to. Actually, that's one of the forms, Seth answered. You know who we are, but you'll keep it a secret, and same for us. Then perhaps you would let me sign that first. Albus questioned. I would feel a great deal better if the spell was removed. I don't see why not, Jess said with a shrug. The others you will meet later, but at least you'll know who we are, if you are as good as your reputation. People say you never forget a person. I try, Albus said with a smile and a twinkle. He could feel Harry agreeing and trying not to laugh. He giggled anyway. What do I need to sign? Jess rifled through the papers, finally pulling one out from near the end. Ah, here it is. She slapped the paper down on the table in front of Albus, then called out, Queen to e5. Seth glanced back at the table. No. He leapt out of the chair and moved back to the couch. My poor pawn. Now he will never conquer the foreign lands of black. He looked at the broken piece, shrugged, and placed it back on the table before staring intently back at the board. Albus blinked and Harry giggled. He took the quill Jess offered and signed the paper, then passed it to her. She immediately signed in a small hand and called Seth over. He signed and both he and Jess said words that Albus did not quite catch, and the spell dropped. Memories flooded in from their time at Hogwarts. Jess Carter, 77, Slytherin, quiet, never even had a detention. Seth Wiggins, 75, Gryffindor, not quiet, a few run-ins with other students but no more than anyone else. Do you still wish to proceed? Jess asked, shaking Albus from his memories. From what he could recall, they were trustworthy, and he did not remember them being Voldemort's supporters. Yes, at least for now, he answered. Then let's get through the rest of this paperwork so we can get started, Jess said as she picked up the form from the top of the pile. This is a general consent form, she explained. Basically it says that you have agreed to let us test Harry and that you can stop the tests at any time. Albus picked up the parchment as she passed it to him. Yes, that was more or less what it said. Jess shoved another one at him. This is a guardian form. Basically it says you are Harry's guardian and can make decisions for him. Indeed. And this one. Several minutes and forms later, Jess reached the bottom of the pile. In my favorite form, but I don't believe this one will be a problem at all, Jess began as she handed him the form, the no-dropping form. Albus looked over the form, which stated that he would not drop edible items on the floor. Albus was shocked. He always had anti-dropping charms on himself targeting food, especially sweets. There was no reason to lose any food just because it fell. And why was this even a form? There had been several random forms which seemed to have no purpose, but really, one targeting food. Well, Albus supposed, it was the ministry. He signed it, knowing there was no way he would be dropping food. All right, that's it. Shall we go to the testing room? Jess asked as she vanished the papers to somewhere, an office, presumably. After you, Albus said. Jess and Seth led him past a bulletin board that proudly displayed the words, Wall of Propaganda. In a place of prominence was some sort of drawing of a moose. Or was it a dog? It was signed with Jess's signature. Jess followed his glance and narrowed her eyes. Is that still up there? Dang you, Anna. She ripped the page off and shoved it into her pocket. Seth snorted. Albus and Harry smiled. Apparently the Unspeakables were as full of jokers as Hogwarts. Oh. Severus Snape picked up the letter he had just received, wondering who would have contacted him. The heavy parchment, dark ink, and beautiful old-style writing all spoke of someone important and wealthy. It couldn't be Narcissa, however, because the style was too simple. At any rate, Dumbledore was the only person he was expecting correspondence from, but he would probably just firecall. Severus turned over the letter. There was quite an outcry against Death Eaters right now, and although it was not public knowledge exactly who were Death Eaters, it was best to be careful. He ran his wand over the letter, but there seemed to be no traps. He opened the letter. Severus Snape, by reading this, you have proven yourself worthy of my interest. Your academic record is good, and you have much potential. I find myself in need of an apprentice, someone I can pass my life's work to. Those who respond to these letters will be tested further, if they wish to proceed. If you wish to proceed, be at platform 9 3/4 at 6:30 a.m. on the 9th of November. Severus looked at the calendar. The 9th was tomorrow. This will show your level of trust. However, being trustful does not mean being stupid. You should prepare for a month of testing in any way you see fit. Food and lodging will be provided. Tell no one where you are going, but you may tell them that you are leaving. Kindest regards, Nicholas Flamel. Severus reread the letter. Was this some sort of joke? Everyone who worked with potions desired to apprentice with, or even meet Nicholas Flamel. This was too important to treat as a joke, however. Severus folded the letter neatly and placed it in his pocket. Master Flamel had said to be ready in whatever way he desired. He would write a letter to Albus later this evening explaining his absence and why he would not be taking the potions position at Hogwarts. He was rather relieved about that, actually. Pulling out a battered suitcase, Severus began to pack. Continuing down a hall after Jess and Seth, Albus noticed 3 doors. One was at the end of the hall, with one on either side of it. Seth opened the left-hand door and ushered them in. Jess quietly thanked him, as did Albus. The door opened to a tiny room, with a table pushed up against one side and a red-haired man sitting on the table, swinging his legs. The room was just as hot as the rest of the building had been so far. Here, Colin, sign this, Jess said as she procured a piece of parchment and shoved it at the man on the table. Okay, Colin said slowly, what does it say? It's the release of identity form, Jess answered. Oh, in that case. Colin picked up a quill from the table and signed it, then whispered a word as he passed the parchment back to Jess. Albus remembered meeting him at St. Mungo's. He remembered the lad's days at Hogwarts. Colin O'Cauley, 75, Ravenclaw, some harassment because of his half-blood status, studious. Another trustworthy fellow. And it seemed that at least this part of the ministry did not focus on house when recruiting members. Family lines seemed to be less of an issue as well, since all 3 of the unspeakables Albus had met so far were half-bloods, if he was remembering correctly. Well, Mr. Dumbledore, Jess began. Please, call me Albus, Albus interjected. If they were expecting him to address them by their first names, he could give them the same courtesy. Jess dipped her head. Well, Albus, this is the observation room. Seth squeezed past Albus and tapped his wand against one of the walls. Instantly, a window appeared, showing a brightly lit room with a short table and several instruments Albus did not recognize. A woman was checking one of the instruments. And that's the testing room, which we call the pen. You and Colin will be able to observe everything from this room, Jess explained as Seth excused himself and left. The room is magically shielded so no interference will mess up the tests. Did this mean the bond would be practically turned off when Harry was in the room? No, it was unacceptable. Don't worry, though. You will still be able to stop the testing at any time if you want to, and any spells that are on Harry will be renewed when he comes out of the room. That should include the bond as well. Albus remained silent for a bit, mulling this over. He would still have control, and to be honest, he was curious himself about the tests. What would they show? He knew Harry was excited, if a little scared. And it wasn't like Harry was completely defenseless either. He had taken on Voldemort, for Merlin's sake. Well, shall we get started? Jess finally asked. Yes, Albus said, his curiosity outweighing his inner protests. He looked down at Harry and spoke to reassure him. Harry, you'll go with Jess now, but I will always be watching. Will you go with Jess? If Harry refused, Albus would walk out right now, whatever the unspeakables may think of him. Albus turned to Jess, and Harry reached out for her. Jess stepped up to him and held out her hands, grasping Harry under his arms. Hi, Harry, are you looking forward to all this? She questioned. Say bye to Albus, Harry. Harry waved. Bye, Albus. He smiled as Jess took him out of the room. Albus waved after him, both of them preparing for what they knew would happen once they were separated by the shield. Moments later, he felt an empty place in his magic, cutting off all feelings from Harry. He barely managed to stifle a gasp. Harry. The only other time the bond had disappeared was when Harry was near death, and indeed his heart had stopped beating. It was only through the efforts of young Neville Longbottom that Harry was pulled back to the land of the living. It was the most terrifying moment of Albus' life, even surpassing the time just before Ariana's death. He saw Harry enter the room on the other side of the window, crying as Jess carried him through. It took all Albus had not to run after Harry right then and hold him in his arms. Evidently they had both underestimated the feeling of severing the link. Colin quickly brushed past him and tapped the window. Jess turned Harry toward them and whispered to Harry. Harry looked up, and though he still whimpered, he was no longer bawling. "We're going to keep the window open so he can see you, Albus," Jess said. She turned her head back to Harry. "See, he's right there, watching, like he said he would." Seeing that the unspeakables were concerned about Harry's well-being relieved Albus somewhat. Although still uneasy about it, he realized that such a thing would be necessary. Colin sat back on the table. "Cookie?" he asked. Albus turned to him, noticing for the first time that, although Colin was wearing proper robes, his legs and feet were bare. "Must be an Irish thing. They're white chocolate, macadamia nut," Colin explained, holding out a delicious-looking cookie. How did they know those were his favorite? Albus gratefully accepted while continuing to watch Harry. As he munched his cookie, he grew even calmer. Belatedly, he realized they must have mixed a calming potion in with it. That was probably a good thing. As he watched, the woman in the pen with Jess signed a parchment, and memories flooded in. Dakota Meeps, 77, Gryffindor, but usually ran with Hufflepuffs, very protective. Albus noticed a tattoo on her back, partially concealed by the thin strapped shirt she wore. It was a Muggle religious symbol, a cross. Albus had visited a Muggle church once, and the people had been kind and friendly. This helped to ease Albus' feelings even more, and even brought more of his curiosity to the surface. "How does that spell work?" Albus asked. "Which one?" Colin questioned. Albus looked to observe Colin, who was still swinging his legs but was now also eating a cookie. "The one you have up to protect your identities. I have never seen such a spell." "Oh, well, I'm sure you know how a notice me not spell works, right?" Colin said. "I am familiar with it," Albus answered. "Well, this spell is similar, but instead of eliminating the subject completely from your point of view, it makes it nondescript. You don't notice it because, in your mind, there is nothing very special to notice. A notice me not charm says, there is nothing here, which means if you have it on yourself, a lot of people run into you. People who are schooled in recognizing magic can know that something is concealed by a notice me not spell, but they don't know what the subject is. They can work it out logically, though. With this one, it coaxes the brain to think there is no puzzle with the subject, and that everything is perfectly normal about it. No puzzle, no solving. It was a bit of ingenious spellwork, I think." "Indeed," Albus said. He looked back at Harry, who was being weighed by unspeakable Dakota. Harry stared at the numbers on the scale and giggled, and Albus was also amused that he only weighed 1.5 stones. It was a wonder that someone so little was destined to save the world. "When the spell is lifted," Colin continued after taking another bite of his cookie, "the brain goes back to either the most recent memory or feeling about the subject. Whatever else you know of the individual slowly surfaces as time goes on. It takes time for your brain to catch up to the present, so to speak, suppressed memories and all. And, of course, when everything is said and done, you only know what you would have known if the spell was not on." It made sense. And how would one go about learning this spell? You'd have to sign more papers, and the spellkeeper would have to determine that you are in need of such a spell, Colin answered with a shrug. Spellkeeper. Albus had never heard of such a person. Yeah, he keeps track of all of the newly made spells like this. We can't have everyone running around with this spell. It would be a disaster. I see, Albus said. He would ask Jess about it when he next saw her. He assumed she would know best how to go about learning the spell. Inside the pen, Dakota used a tape measure to measure around Harry's tummy, then measured how tall he was. She talked to him the whole time, making him giggle and even making Albus smile. These people knew what they were doing. After that, Dakota unwound Harry's bandaged hand and looked it over, then bandaged it back. Albus could tell she was being very gentle. The physical concluded with Dakota drawing a bit of Harry's blood. Harry puckered his lower lip but didn't cry. Albus was proud of him. It wasn't easy to keep from crying when having your blood drawn with a needle, especially for someone whose emotions were as unstable as Harry's were now. Why are you taking his blood? Albus asked. We'll be running tests on it to see if whatever caused the AK cone was at a cellular level, Colin explained. We can also make sure he doesn't have any lingering effects from the spells. The door to the small room opened, and both Colin and Albus turned to see who it was. David Scott, 74, Ravenclaw, brilliant but childish, imaginative but lazy. Hello, David said in a drawl and a half salute. Ah, I guess I'm out, Colin said as he slid off the table. This is David Scott, 74, Ravenclaw, Albus answered, in his element now that there was no spell to get in the way. Albus Pwb. Dumbledore, 1892, Gryffindor, David responded. Okay, well I'll see you around, Colin said as he left the room. Albus was impressed that young David would know the date he graduated Hogwarts. He knew it was a matter of public record, but still, it was impressive. He was curious as to the structure of David's mind. He lightly brushed his mind, just trying to get a feel for the lad. I feel that, David said before Albus even really got a good look. Albus immediately pulled away his legitimacy. My apologies. At this point in my life it's more of a habit. Curiouser and curiouser. That's okay, David said. He seemed amused. David walked into the observation room to relieve Colin. It would be interesting to watch Seth trying to get Harry to play with the toys for the next test. Once Colin left, David noted Dumbledore trying to brush his mind. I feel that, David said. He knew Dumbledore would be intrigued and slightly frustrated, but there was no reason for Dumbledore to be in David's head. Luckily, he had to work with Anna, and having to keep people out of his head was second nature to him now. If Anna ever tried to read his mind on purpose, he probably wouldn't last long against her unless something unusually lucky happened, but this surface brushing stuff was cake. Glancing through the window, he noticed Seth walking in to take over for Dakota. He had a small box with toys in it, and the box itself was a puzzle. David picked up a cookie and walked over to the window, standing next to Dumbledore. What's this next test? Dumbledore asked. We're testing his intelligence, David answered. In the box are all sorts of toys and games and puzzles to test him with. I see, Dumbledore answered. He seemed worried about something, but then, his new son was being tested by the Unspeakables. It was normal to be worried. Seth set the box in front of Harry and pressed a button on his watch. The nice lady, Dakota, Harry recalled, had been gentle and understanding with him. Harry had even had fun, the baby part of him reveling in the attention while the adult part was almost put out at the idea that he weighed only 1.5 stones. He knew she did not have the spell up that protected her identity, but he didn't remember anything about her from his future. However, he currently was too concerned with the here and now to think much on it. After she left, loneliness settled in on him again. He hadn't felt so alone since he was 17 and the Ministry was falling, overrun by Dementors. He and Dumbledore had arrived with some of the Order to try and save it, but it was too late. Since the bond had formed that day, and after they had refined it with an ancient empathic spell, he had always had the comfort of knowing someone was near and cared about him. He had almost forgotten what it was like to live like the rest of the world, aware of only himself. Harry was thrown from his loneliness by the door opening and Seth walking in. Seth was carrying a wooden box, and despite himself, Harry felt his curiosity spike. He must know what was in the box. He ran over to Seth, impatient with his baby legs that were much too short. He was worried. What if Seth took the box back before he got to see what was inside? His adult self chided himself for being silly, but was curious nonetheless. Seth dropped the box on a low table in the middle of the room and pulled out a tiny chair. Harry ran over and pulled himself up on it, his feet and bottom for a few moments hanging in the air, then he was seated and reaching for the box. Seth pushed the chair closer and Harry couldn't help but giggle. Again, he exclaimed, then clamped his mouth shut. The box was more important. No, I don't think so, Seth said as he pulled out another tiny chair for himself and sat on it. Even with his feet on the floor, his knees came up to his chest. He looked rather ridiculous, and Harry giggled again. Seth slid the box to Harry, who was wiggling in his seat in anticipation. Harry reached for the box, nearly aching now to see what was inside. There was no lid. He held it, puzzled, then tried to pull it apart for a few frantic moments before growing frustrated and throwing it to the floor. It landed with a thump, but did not break. He looked up at Seth, knowing that throwing things was bad. His mummy got upset when he threw things and took them away from him. Is that all you're going to try? Seth asked. Harry jumped out of his chair and reached for the box. He wanted in. However, just before his hand touched the box, he paused. What was so special about the box, anyway? Why did he want in? The instincts that had been his during the war now resurfaced. A suspicious object with a compulsion to open it. Did they think he was stupid? He had thrown off the imperious curse for Merlin's sake. He stood up and eyed Seth, crossing his arms. His infant stubbornness combined with his adult desire to resist any compulsive spells. He knew his face was setting into a scowl, his eyes squinting in suspicion. Who was Seth, anyway? He would not give in. Seth watched the kid bang the box around. Good thing it was unbreakable. Seth remembered when he had to open the box as a test to join the Unspeakables. He had stared at it for a long time before realizing that in order to open it, one had to apply Castigliano's theorem of energy conservation. One had to activate the runes in a certain order based on arithmancy to cancel out the charm that tied them to the box. Of course, one had to first get past the compulsion, then remember the basic RMS theorem, and this had taken Seth a long time. He had multiplied by a square root of 2 instead of dividing by it. He didn't expect Harry to be able to even distinguish the runes, but Seth thought that Harry's magic might be able to instinctively know what to do. What the? Harry was glaring at him, his stubby arms crossed. If he had been older, Seth would have said the look was one of reproach, a sort of, "How dare you?" Surely, though, this was something else, maybe a pout because he couldn't get in. Seth was not an expert at reading children, but even he knew this was no pout. "Why don't you try again?" Seth said slowly. Harry continued to glare, then pointed his finger and said something that sounded like gibberish to Seth. Was that an insult? It seemed very much like one. No, he was probably just frustrated. "Don't you want to open it?" Seth asked, confused. A compulsion, even a light one like this, should have kept a toddler occupied for hours or until he opened it. "No," Harry said. "Bad. It's not a bad box," Seth said, even more confused. "Bad," Harry reiterated. "No, it's not bad, I promise," Seth said incredulously. Why in the world did Harry think that? He leaned over and picked up the box himself. "See, there's all sorts of goodies in here. Surely you want to see." Harry uncrossed his arms and a look of longing came over his face. Seth, confident he had Harry's interest again, set the box down and slid it toward Harry. "Try again." Harry kicked it and turned away from Seth, recrossing his arms. Seth stared at him, dumbfounded. "What is he doing?" Dakota asked in the pit. "Is that?" Don began. "It is," Kurt answered. "Although why he thinks Harry can solve it is beyond me. If it was any of us, we could get it open," Colin said. "After all, we had to open it for our tests to get into the Unspeakables. Maybe he's testing to see if his magic reacts to the compulsion and the charms on it." "Charms?" Dakota asked. "I remember there being a compulsion, but charms?" "Yeah, you had to open it by deactivating the charms that connected the runes to the lid," Colin said. "I just activated the runes for ground and lightning," Dakota said. They were obviously the ones to activate, seeing as the runes were concerned with opposites. "There were runes?" Don asked. Everyone turned to look at him. "How did you open it, then?" Colin demanded. "Never mind," Don answered. A silence settled over them, but was then broken by Anna's giggle. Jess glanced at her, then rolled her eyes. "You imperioed the proctor, didn't you?" "They said anything goes, and he was there, so he was at my disposal," Don stated defensively. Anna giggled again. "By Psylocke's ass!" Kurt exclaimed. "How is he resisting?" Everyone spun around to look out the window. Harry was turned away from the box and had his arms crossed. "He's so cute," Jess said. "Seth?" Anna questioned absently. Jess glared at Anna. "I'm engaged for crying out loud," she exclaimed. "I was talking about Harry." "You can still think he's cute," Anna answered, still in that absent sort of voice. "Harry's actively resisting the compulsion." "Yes, and stubborn babies are cute," Jess answered. Ignoring Anna's jibes. "Unless you're the one trying to get them to do something," Dakota put in. "No, I mean he knows that there is a compulsion, he's thinking of it as something attempting to influence him, and he doesn't like it," Anna said. Jess turned to stare at Harry. "I see his magic protecting him from the compulsion. Can you tell if he's causing it or if the magic is acting on its own?" "I already told you, he's actively resisting," Anna said with a slight smirk. "Seth doesn't know what to do, or what's going on. He called it bad a bit ago, when you were arguing about whether Seth was cute or not," Kurt explained. "Well, that verifies your assessment, Anna," Colin said. Anna, Let him know that Harry can sense the compulsion and tell him to take it off, Jess said with authority. Anna's smirk faded until her face held no expression, then Seth pulled out his wand and cancelled the compulsion. Immediately, Harry turned around to face the box. There, no more bad, Seth said. Harry looked at the window where Dumbledore was, and Dumbledore inclined his head as if in invitation. Harry picked up the box. Albus tensed up as Seth pulled out his wand. David had explained that the box could be opened in a variety of ways, most of them having to do with the runes that were inscribed on it. He had also explained that there was a compulsion on it. Albus knew why Harry was opposed to messing with a compulsion. They had gotten both of them into some nasty places during the war. This wasn't something he would be explaining to the Unspeakables, however. But when Seth unveiled his wand, Albus was afraid Harry would react badly to it, especially since he was also faced with the compulsion. Hopefully Harry wouldn't turn around until Seth was done casting. I guess he's going to deactivate the compulsion, David said. Seth waved his wand over the box, then returned his wand to his pocket. Harry turned around, and Seth explained that it wasn't bad anymore. Harry looked up at Albus, as if he needed reassurance about the situation. Albus nodded his head and smiled, trying to project that everything would be fine. Harry apparently got the message, despite no active bond, and began examining the box. Now that there was no compulsion, Albus could see the runes inscribed on the box, but, from his view, could not tell what they said. During the siege of Hogwarts, when there was nothing to do but wait, he and Harry had gone over runes. Harry was no expert, but he could distinguish some of the more simple ones, and his mind worked in a way that he could see patterns without knowing all of the information. Harry reached out and touched two of the runes, and the box lit up, then opened. "Ooh," Harry said while looking in the box. "Interesting," David said. Albus was proud of Harry, but a bit worried that the Unspeakables would be more interested in his intelligence level now. He did not want their time travel to come out, at least not yet. Perhaps if they continued to stay in touch and Albus grew to trust them completely, he might reveal that. Harry started pulling things out of the box, toys mostly. Some of them were geared toward toddlers and some for older children. He recognized some of the puzzles as even being from adult-level tests of intelligence. The box held much more than it should be able to. Extra-dimensional space? Albus questioned. Of course, David answered. Harry picked up a stuffed phoenix and let out a high-pitched squeal, running around the room with it held over his head. Albus knew Fawkes would be insulted if he could see the display, but all Albus could do was laugh. These tests were fun. Harry had gotten to play with all sorts of toys he had never even seen before. He was a little tired from running around the room, but was ready for the next test. Seth had already left the room but left the stuffed phoenix, which Harry was already calling Poon, behind. Harry picked it up and squealed again. It felt good to scream and make noise, and the baby part of him felt more fulfilled than it had since the older Harry had arrived in this time. The door opened again and he turned to look. What fun would he have this time? He grinned in anticipation. A man came through the door wearing full black robes. Harry looked up, and up, and up. Big 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 big. He exclaimed with wide eyes. He had seen Hagrid, of course, who was much bigger, but somehow this was different. He didn't think he'd ever met this man. "Hey, I'm Don," the man said. "Hi," Harry said. This man wasn't carrying anything, so what would he do? "I'm gonna get your Poon," Don said with a slow grin. "A chase. This would be fun. Mine," Harry yelled, then giggled as he rolled under the table to get away. Don came running after, bending over to reach under the table. Harry clambered out and ran around a chair. Don followed, chasing him around the table. The bigger they are. Harry pushed a chair toward Don, and Don nearly tripped over it, hitting his shins on the seat. "Ow, you little booger," Don exclaimed. Avada Kedavra. Green light rushed by Harry as he leapt out of the way. Don, a look of pure hatred twisting his face, held his wand out. His sleeve had slid down, revealing the dark mark. A Death Eater. Don had tried to kill him in the future. The tallness that had until now just been a bit goofy seemed something menacing. Harry screamed, flailing his arms and letting go of Poon, really running for his life. The tall, dark-robed man ran after him, without a wand, but still quite capable of killing a child. Just after the box test and watching Harry play with toys, David left the room and the woman who had visited them in the hospital came in. Anna Malfoy, 77, Hufflepuff, bullied, but generally cheerful. I'm looking forward to this, Anna began. I don't think Don's ever chased anyone, at least not in fun. What do you mean? Albus asked, his eyebrows rising a bit. For this test, we're going to try to exhaust him, Anna explained. That way we can see how his magic reacts when he's tired. Why? Albus asked. Surely his magic would react just as it would normally. We're trying to replicate the condition he was in on Halloween, well, without Death Eaters casting AKs at him, Anna explained bluntly. Do you think that's wise? Albus asked. He didn't want anyone, especially Harry, to be hurt. Nope, but it's not my decision, Anna answered with a shrug and a half-smile. The smile seemed more of a twitch than of humor. He vaguely recalled that some incident before her coming to Hogwarts caused some sort of nerve damage but couldn't remember exactly what. A silence settled over them as they looked each other in the eyes. Albus was aware of some sort of pressure on his mind, but it quickly disappeared. Anna suddenly turned to face the window. Big 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 big. Harry exclaimed as a tall man walked in. Don Kringle, 73, Slytherin, one major conflict with Sirius Black, but an exceptional student otherwise. Anna leaned against the window sill, smiling out of one side of her mouth. Dumbledore also watched Harry as he suddenly ran away from Don, giggling and squeezing his phoenix with his little arms. He could see that Harry still recalled how to use his surroundings to his advantage when he dived under the table. He laughed when Don almost tripped over one of the baby-sized chairs that Harry pushed in his way. All seemed to be well until Harry's face changed. Fear, real fear, the pure feeling that is generally only felt by small children, passed over his face. Harry screamed, throwing his stuffed phoenix. Anna was no longer smiling. Something's wrong, Albus said as he took a step toward the door, not taking his eyes off the spectacle in the pen. The stuffed phoenix soared toward Don, flapping its wings and pecking him with his soft beak ruthlessly. Harry ran, before huddling in a corner behind a cabinet. Gah! Don yelled, trying to bat the stuffed animal away. What had once been an inanimate object was now very animate. It charged Don again. Albus! Harry screamed. At this, Albus yanked open the door, charged into the hall, and opened the door at the end, Anna close behind. To protect Harry, that was his priority. Don was still fighting the bird, batting it away and exclaiming, "Get this, bloody hell." Gah! He tripped over a chair and hit the ground, hard. The bond returned forcefully, Harry's emotions nearly overpowering him. Harry's fear was predominant, his anger second. Albus rushed to pick Harry up, turning back to face Don while protecting Harry with his arm. Anna grabbed the bird and threw it out of the room, slamming the door after it. Soft thuds could be heard outside as Anna helped Don up. Bad man, Albus, Harry said shakily, burying his face into Albus' beard, his voice now only audible to Dumbledore. Death, tear, a Death Eater, surely not. But as Albus observed Don, who was awkwardly brushing imaginary dust from his robes, he became aware of a small feeling of dark magic. It was the same sort of feeling he had had around Severus after Voldemort had been vanquished the first time. The dark mark never truly disappeared, just faded until it was nearly impossible to detect. Roll up your sleeve, he demanded, pulling out his wand. A look of, uh-oh, crossed Don's eyes before he rolled up his right sleeve. The other one, Albus demanded coldly. Don hesitated. Merlin's pants, Don, just do it, Anna said forcefully. No use you being all Slytherin about this. The soft thudding outside stopped and Jess walked in holding the now still phoenix. She approached Dumbledore and Harry. Don glared at Anna, and she crossed her arms. Don infiltrated the Death Eaters to try to take out Voldemort, Jess explained softly, handing the phoenix to Harry, who hugged it to himself and sniffled. Why should I trust you? Albus said, Harry now hiding his face against Poon. Because, Don said as he pulled out his wand. Albus readied his wand, a curse on his lips. Don broke in before he could cast. I give my oath that what Jess said about me is true. When the Dark Lord returns, I vow to do the same. I want his death, and have no desire to harm you or Harry. His magic confirmed this. Now you can trust me, Don said. Perhaps Harry's magic felt the dark mark like you did, Anna said, and Don dressing in black robes probably didn't help. Albus knew that an oath like that was binding, but he still wanted to get out of there and think things over. If you leave, we will not be able to finish these tests, Anna stated. I'm sure you are just as curious as we are to see why his magic responds the way it does, especially after witnessing whatever he did to cause Poon to bash Dawn to the ground. This gave Albus pause. He knew some of it was due to the time travel, but a great deal was still unexplained. Of course, Harry's safety and happiness were his greatest concerns, but it was a bit tempting to stay. We really don't want to hurt Harry, Jess stated. We just want to know how his magic works so we can further understand the unforgivable, and perhaps save lives. Sorry, Don added, lowering his wand. Crap, everything had gone to pieces. Anna knew even she would have a hard time defusing the situation. Especially since both Albus and Harry had tight shields around their minds. Unless she got extremely lucky, there was no approaching it from that angle. However, as she thought about David and the events that occurred this morning, she became more confident. Surely everything would work out right. What if we take lunch, then do one more test? Anna suggested. She could sense that Mr. Dumbledore was curious but had Harry's well-being at heart. As well he should. We may not have the finest fare, but I know we have macaroni and cheese, or maybe some peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. All the time she was speaking, Anna was sending a feeling of trust to Mr. Dumbledore and Harry. If she could get them calm, surely they would see the merit in continuing the tests. Mr. Dumbledore stood quietly, deep in thought. Anna could feel emotions from Harry directed at Mr. Dumbledore. These were the result of the bond she had noticed, and she could see that Mr. Dumbledore was taking the feelings into account as he thought. Curiosity mixed with embarrassment flowed from Harry, and Anna wondered what he had to be embarrassed about. Very well, Mr. Dumbledore said, and Anna brought her focus back to him. Lunch would do us both good, and we can make further decisions on a full stomach. Jess nodded. Well, Anna, go ahead and fix up the mac, but make sure you bring the water to a boil before you put in the pasta. Otherwise, mac, goo. At the syllables, mac, and goo, she lifted her hands and held them out in front of her, waving them at each syllable to emphasize the words. Anna half smiled. She had heard of the fabled mac goo that Jess had created one time when her attention was on a difficult experiment. Right, I'll do that, she said as she exited the room. As she was about to close the door, she heard Jess saying, and make sure the butter isn't bad, either. Jess didn't have to worry about that. The way things were going, the lunch would come out perfectly. Albus sat at the corner of the table, a high chair around the corner for Harry. Unspeakable Anna sat across from him, with Jess next to her and an unspeakable he had not yet met sitting next to him. Kurt Bishop, 75, Slytherin, very observant young man, cheerful, knew more about professional Quidditch players than anyone else Albus knew. There was something else tickling the back of Albus' mind about Kurt, but he couldn't identify it at the moment. It would come to him. The macaroni and cheese was delicious, and Harry had been given a child's spoon so he could feed himself. He was growing frustrated with the spoon, however, and was currently picking up the noodles with his fingers and placing them on the spoon to eat. It took all of his concentration. Albus chuckled a bit at Harry's independence, for he knew Harry would let none of the unspeakables feed him, and didn't even like when Albus fed him. Stubbornness of a Gryffindor, pride of a Slytherin. He noted that unspeakable Dawn was at the other end of the table. Surely the seating arrangement had been created by a Slytherin. As he thought this, he saw Anna smile a bit, seemingly at nothing. What is so amusing? Albus asked. Do I have something in my beard? Other than hair, no, Anna answered. At least not that I can see. Jess, sitting next to Anna, smiled. Albus smiled as well, although he noticed she did not answer the first question. So, are there any potential professional Quidditch players graduating this year? Kurt asked. Albus thought for a moment, going over those who were playing this year as well as who would play professionally in the future. Hugo Lester, Ravenclaw, Albus responded. Outstanding chaser, as long as no exams are imminent. Kurt chuckled. Sounds like a Ravenclaw, he replied. There was no malice in his words, more of a humorous observation. What are Slytherin's chances? Is Gary Moritz still playing? When he's not serving detention with Minerva, he's an excellent seeker, Albus responded. Actually, the Ravenclaw-Slytherin match should be very engaging this year. He recalled that things had gotten bloody on the field this particular match, but it had been very close. He resolved to attend the match this time around, just to prevent such overzealous behavior. At this point, Harry grabbed a handful of noodles and stuffed them into his mouth, ignoring the spoon completely. He looked so cute with cheese all over his face. How he managed to get some on his forehead, Albus did not know. Harry stared down at the remaining macaroni, and Albus could feel mischief brewing. "When is the match?" Kurt questioned. "Next Saturday," Albus answered, looking back at unspeakable Kurt. "It's the last match before break." "I forget, can visitors come even if they don't know a student?" Anna asked. "Yes, as long as you get it approved with me or one of the heads of house," Albus answered. Catching a movement out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Harry and laughed louder than he had since coming back to this time. Harry had 2 macaroni noodles on top of his eyebrows and one sticking out of his nose. Harry stuck out his tongue and tilted his head, the noodle in his nose threatening to fall. "Now Harry," Albus began. "What made you think it was a good idea to put that in your nose? You know better." He chuckled anyway. Harry sat up straight and pouted, but he pulled out the offending noodle, leaving the others on his eyebrows. "I assume we should take this as a sign Harry is done eating?" Jess asked with a smile as Harry decided the very few noodles left in his bowl should form a noodle train. "Choo-choo," Harry called. "Ah, the Hogwarts Express," Colin said, approvingly as Harry looked up at him and clapped. "Hogwa-Wesses," Harry squealed happily as the yellow cheesy noodles suddenly changed colors. Red noodles, the leading one mysteriously emitting gray steam. "Ooh," Jess said, seemingly in spite of herself, her eyes wide with wonder. "Ooh," Harry echoed, picking up the smoking noodle and sniffing up the steam. "Yummy?" he asked, waving it at Albus' face. "Albus eat." No thank you, Harry. I'm quite full." "Not like?" Harry asked, lip puckering up sadly as he fought a sniffle. Good thing that noodle wasn't still in his nose. Although Albus knew it was primarily a show by the emotions stemming from Harry, it was still convincing. Harry's infant side was clearly showing itself. Perhaps he shouldn't have laughed so hard. "But, it's smoking," Anna said, speaking to Harry. Harry turned to her with a look of, "So?" and red. Anna continued, unperturbed by Harry's look. Harry blinked and concentrated. "What?" David asked as they all stared at the little noodle being held between Harry's thumb and forefinger. It was now blue and glowing. "Yum," Harry said. "Well, that looks a little more appetizing," Colin said. "Mine," Harry said, as if thinking Colin might take it. He gobbled it down, leaving a slightly glowing residue on his lips. "Holy crap, how did he do that?" Kurt exclaimed. "Processing," Jess answered with a thoughtful look on her face. Albus suddenly recalled Kurt's voice saying the exact thing not too long ago. Or was it ages ago? "Holy crap, how did he do that?" "It's a variation of the Patronus spell," Albus answered, looking at Harry with pride as Harry's green, almost sizzling Phoenix Patronus soared around the room. "It can deter the living as well as Dementors." The 3 of them were holed up in an abandoned warehouse while they waited for Voldemort and his followers to lose their trail. Magic and trivia were being traded by the now bored Harry and Kurt. "Too bad we can't speed up time," Harry complained as he looked through a chink in the wall yet again, his Patronus disappearing. "Ah, the impatience of youth. Best I could do would be to go back in time, maybe an hour or 2, Kurt said absently, not that that would help at all. Harry sighed. "If only we could go back before the war even started," he said. There was no hope in either his voice or emotions. Harry knew from experience that messing with time produced unpredictable results. "Well, maybe we could," Kurt said thoughtfully, "if we had something to anchor to." "Anchor?" Harry questioned, hope creeping in. "Well, yeah, some magical event that isn't affected by time. Like if you wanted to go back to the founders when Hogwarts wards were created. Of course, you'd need the foundations of Hogwarts still intact, since that's what the wards were linked to, and you could only go back to that point, with some margin of error. Unchanged by time," Albus said quietly. "Yeah, something time won't erode. Something just as strong magically today as it was the day it was created," Kurt reiterated. The 3 sat in silence for some time, then Albus suddenly had a thought. He leapt off of the crate he had been sitting on and grabbed Harry's head with both hands. "Key. In the scar with tears in his eyes, he exclaimed, "Thank you. You blessed, evil Tom." Gah! Harry squirmed out of Albus' hands. Has he gone mad? Kurt cried out. Harry's eyes lit up as he understood. His mouth fell open. Would that work? Unchanged by time, Albus repeated, "A magical event." What? Kurt said. "A Horcrux," Albus stated, feeling his eyes twinkle as they hadn't in years. Albus blinked. He recalled the hours they had spent in the abandoned warehouse, calculating the exact moment to arrive, the exact amount of magical power to use, the exact coordinates needed, and everything else that accompanied such a time jump. Kurt had known magics Albus had never even heard of, and without him, it would have never been possible. Seeing him as a part of the unspeakables explained all of that. Suddenly realizing he must have dazed off, he glanced at the rest of the table. Harry and Anna were giving him strange looks, but no one else seemed to have noticed. "Scotland," David said. Everyone turned to stare at him. "What?" Seth asked. "Well, I guess in his case it would be Dumbledore Land," David answered. "What are you talking about?" Dakota demanded. "The staring off into space," David answered with an air of superiority. "Dumbledore Land." Several people blinked. Anna giggled. Albus smiled at the term he had never heard before. "Interesting," Jess said, clearly thinking of something completely different. "Dumbledore Land?" Colin questioned. "No, the Choo-Choo," Jess answered seriously. "Huh?" Seth asked. She just figured out how Harry changed the noodle, and apparently she found it interesting, Anna interpreted. "Dumbledore Land. What?" Jess asked, apparently just realizing what had been said. "Carter Land," Colin said. "What?" Jess asked, now even more confused. "Never mind," David said. "Shouldn't we be starting the next test?" "Well, if Albus is willing to," Jess answered, unperturbed by the wild changes in subject. Albus thought about it. He had trusted Kurt implicitly in the future, and this helped him make his decision. "One more, perhaps, then we really must get back to Hogwarts," Albus answered. "Huzzah," David said as he stood. "Huzzy," Harry repeated, lifting his cheese-covered hands, noodles quivering on his eyebrows. "But first, a Scourgify," Albus said. Jess stood completely motionless as she watched Harry play with Poon across the pen. The magic she had seen as a green, shimmering aura around Harry was similar to her own in movement, feeling, and power. She watched the magic ripple across his bandaged hand. Healing magic, she noted. The bond which she had noticed from the moment Albus and Harry had entered was now absent. Anna had sensed strong emotions from Harry at least when the bond was blocked the first time. It made sense if he relied on it, but the bond couldn't have been in place for very long, so why the emotions? Colin had said that Dumbledore reacted at the same time, which was even stranger. One would think he'd be relieved to be disconnected from an infant's turbulent emotions, but he had seemed tense and uneasy, and, Colin also informed her, almost pained. She looked down at her own hand, watching the iridescent wild magic ripple up and down it. When she was excited, as she was now, her magic grew harder to contain. She drew a calming breath. She would need all of her control if she was to find anything out. Harry seemed calmer now, happily ignoring her. As before, he had become upset when he entered the shielded room, however, he calmed down soon after. Thank goodness. She gathered her magic at her feet and sent it slowly creeping to Harry. It stretched her concentration, but her magic touched his. His magic recoiled from hers, then crept closer, uncertain. Harry himself seemed unaware. The like yet unlike magics observed each other, darting back and forth in a kind of dance she had never before seen. She did nothing, her magic controlled itself. They suddenly wrapped around each other and Jess felt the purest, lightest magic she had ever felt coursing through her own. Harry looked up in confusion. His magic nearly overwhelmed her with its purity. However, something, somewhere was dark and pulsing, the pure magic keeping it at bay. The magic felt older, yet at the same time, younger than it should have. Before this, magic had always seemed ageless. She felt the magic retreating, yet to pull it back and experience it again seemed like it would be a violation of something sacred, so she let it go. As it let go of hers, she saw a glimpse of a double core inside Harry, the one without protecting the one within. His magic pulsed from the core with a rhythm indecipherable, but a rhythm just the same. Her magic pulled back into herself as she once again became in charge, but the iridescence was now intermingled with patches of green. The green did not diminish the iridescence, but enhanced it, as if the magics belonged together. She noted a similar phenomenon with Harry, who was now sleeping with a smile, his magic pulling close like a blanket. She nearly fell into one of the chairs, her knees weak. Jess felt more alive, yet at the same time, more exhausted than she had ever felt. Albus held a sleeping Harry close, nappy bag on his arm, and accepted the coin Colin gave him. The last test had been the strangest. Jess had stood in one place, doing nothing, saying nothing. Harry had played for a while, then looked up, yawned and went to sleep. After this, Jess sank into a chair as if exhausted. That was it. Afterwards, Jess's dark eyes sparkled much like his own did when he was excited or pleased. He had plied Kurt, who had accompanied him to the observation room, with questions, but Kurt had not explained much. He had said that Jess saw the world a bit differently, but he couldn't describe it. Albus had noted that Kurt used the word couldn't, rather than wouldn't. Kurt had explained that the test was to see how Harry's magic reacted to magic. It had interested Albus, but Kurt didn't elaborate. At any rate, it was time to get back to Hogwarts, as the wards wouldn't calculate themselves. Jess told him she would get the results of the tests to him in about a week, as long as everything went smoothly. He thanked her, spoke the spell, Portus, and found himself back in his office, in exactly the position he had left. Those unspeakables were an intriguing bunch. Oh. Jess walked to the front of the conference room, looking over each of her subordinates. The group for once sat completely silent, their eyes on her. So, Jess began as she pulled out the chair at the head of the table, thoughts. Albus, a sleeping Harry resting on his shoulder, entered his office and made his way to the nursery. With a wave of his wand, he changed Harry's clothes into a warm purple sleeper with sparkling little fish, swimming around. He knew he would get an earful of baby ranting the next morning, but he was more than happy to bear it when it came. There we go, my boy, Albus whispered, laying Harry down in the crib and tucking him in with a key on his forehead. Sleep well. Harry gave a slight gurgle in his sleep, pulling the blanket toward himself in his little unbandaged fist. Albus smiled as he walked out, leaving the door slightly ajar as he went into his own room. After reading and thinking for about 2 hours, he got himself ready for bed, sleeping cap and all. Settling under the covers, he gratefully surrendered himself to sleep, exhausted after everything that day with the unspeakables. Harry stood up, ecstatic about being over 3 feet tall. He was once again an adult, though he didn't really know why or how at the moment. He was walking across Hogwarts grounds and making his way to the Quidditch pitch. Albus took a sip of tea as he looked back down at the chessboard before him. Minerva was beating him again. He wondered if it would be considered cheating if he charmed one of the knights not to go where she told it. Harry took out his wand and unshrunk his broom, before mounting and zooming up into the beautiful sky, totally free. Albus tried just that when Minerva had momentarily turned her back to the board. She had charmed his Lemo drops a few times, so this was excused as payback. Knight to c3, Minerva said calmly, though a hint of triumph was beneath. The knight moved to c5. What? I told you c3, you blasted little marble figure. Minerva, take pity on the poor knight. His marbles must have taken one too many beatings throughout our years of playing. Easy for you to say, Albus, your pieces have never disobeyed you before. Albus shrugged, about to tell his bishop to take Minerva's disobedient knight, but the black bishop suddenly grew as everything surrounding them shifted completely. Harry dove, taking in the fresh air and embracing it as it brushed against him, but then the sky darkened, and he fell. Albus turned, having apparated into the midst of a new battle. There were already casualties, more innocents than not, and a bright green dark mark in the night sky. Where was Minerva? The scene shifted again, displaying burning buildings, dead bodies, and tortured souls in quick and painful flashes. Agony, sorrow, regret, fury, and loss saturated each even more than the previous as every moment became stronger and surfaced with a force so unrelenting it could not be ignored. Another scene, practically random with feelings not completely his own, revealed Death Eaters around him as he stated in a raspy evil voice that one of them was a traitor, and he knew who it was. He saw the ministry fall, Death Eaters claim positions, and laws pass that may as well have outlawed morality and goodness altogether. He then turned his eyes to a dark-robed Severus as another dark form rose from his ranks. He saw Muggle-borns segregated and forced into submission, either through Avery or some other form of outright public humiliation. Avada Kedavra. Green light rushed by him, but he had seen it, and leapt out of the way just in time as the form followed up with a string of curses. Who dared attempt to curse him? His eyes focused on the one responsible, finding one of his followers glaring at him with a look of pure hatred twisting his face, his wand out. He saw death in levels of despair he had not thought possible before, surpassing the things he had witnessed during the years of Grindelwald. He twisted about, blocking the other spells with relative ease as he said, "I should have known there was another, but I would have never thought you, after all of your years of loyalty." He saw that infernal ring on Voldemort's finger during the times they dueled, the symbol of the Deathly Hallows etched onto its surface, the Resurrection Stone, the very thing that made Voldemort's reign of terror into one of complete domination and supremacy. With it not only came armies of Inferi, but hundreds of horrible dark spells, thanks to Voldemort calling dark shades from the dead and requesting them to share their ancient knowledge of terrible and great magic with him. "Nobody's perfect. Not even you, Lord Voldemort," the man shouted as he continued his barrage of spells and curses, striking down over 5 Death Eaters in the way as Severus escaped. Oh, he would kill this man. He saw Hogwarts burning and her walls crumble into the earth, not even leaving ruins to show a glimpse of her former glory. After the flames had diminished and the dust had cleared, there was no longer even a recognizable foundation of the castle that had sheltered over 50 generations of the wizarding world. The man was finally struck down furiously by his own hand, but only after half of his inner circle had been utterly decimated. This man's wrath could rival his own. "Don Kringle," he said, his pale but powerful hand rising before him, "you disappoint me. What have I ever done to you?" "Return," the man managed, before his life finally departed from him. He saw his friends die, Filius, Hagrid, and Minerva. The dream shifted, showing Ron, Hermione, Luna. He saw Harry fall, taking a spell right in the chest as Kingsley died beside him. He felt the bond diminish, tearing at his magic as his magic desperately tried to hang onto it. Remus, Tonks, Dobby. The scene shifted to a passing glimpse of the massacre at St. Mungo's. All dead. All lost. All fallen. Albus sat up in a cold sweat, silent tears covering both of his cheeks as a pulse of thick emotion continued to pour in from Harry's end. He knew whatever pain he was feeling, Harry was feeling as well. He pushed his covers away, ignoring his shaking hands and ragged breathing. "Harry!" Albus shouted, stumbling forward and making it into the next room where Harry was. Quickly moving forward, his limbs still heavy, he reached down and promptly woke Harry from the obvious nightmare. Upon waking, Harry released a sob, garbling Albus' name as he managed to lift his arms and cling to his mentor. "Horrible, horrible," Harry cried. "2. Overlap." "I know," Albus said, his voice raw as well, unable to prevent himself from recalling the images that had surfaced in his sleep, including the one of unspeakable Don Kringle. This had happened a few times before, but never to this degree. Before, the most that had ever passed between them in their sleep were very quick clips of scenes with the emotions tied to them. Never before had their dreams overlapped as they had here. "Let's head to the kitchens. I feel we both need some air," Albus said quietly after a deep quavering breath. Harry nodded silently against him, still trembling and near tears. Oh, it was Filius Flitwick's night to patrol the halls, and he walked down them in silence, though, as always, there was a smile on his face. Shaking his head, his thoughts went back to the previous week of catching 2 third-years sneaking off to place some prank near the entrance to the dungeons. That had cost them 20 points and 2 detentions each. It would have been more, but the spell work with the would-be harmless prank had been too impressive to seriously punish. Granted, things would have been different if A. It had been sloppy work, or B. It had been dangerous, obscenely malicious. Since it was neither, Flitwick felt the punishment he dished out had been fair for 2 Gryffindors wishing to charm a few unfortunate Slytherin rogues into ones with a roaring lion head on the back. Flitwick pondered how long it had taken them to figure out the finer points of the spell to make the lion harmless and roar consistently. His thoughts were suddenly pushed aside when he heard someone making their way down the hall around the corner. Ah, Another prankster, perhaps. He wondered. However, that guess was squashed when he heard the faint sound of crying. That spurred him to hurry to whoever was wandering the halls at that time of night, but what he found as he turned the corner made him halt. Albus, rocking a weeping Harry in his arms, was headed down the hall. If Flitwick's sight was accurate, Albus's own shoulders were quavering ever so slightly, as if he himself was fighting with his own emotions. Albus. Albus stopped and slowly turned around. "Good evening, Phileas," he said softly. "Is everything all right?" "Yes, though it seems little Harry is having difficulty falling back to sleep, so I felt I should try giving him some warm milk from the kitchens," he said, the candlelight barely allowing Flitwick to see his face clearly. "It's 2 a.m., Albus, I'm sure you could have called one of the house elves." "Ah, well, I thought it might do Harry some good to get out of his room for a little bit." Harry sniffled. "I see. Well, if you don't mind, I'll join you. A nice mug of hot cocoa does sound good right now," Flitwick said. "Of course," Albus said gently, not noticing, or perhaps ignoring, how Harry was wiping his snotty and teary face on the shoulder of his robes. Flitwick couldn't help but give a slight smile in amusement, before he stepped beside Albus and headed to the kitchens alongside him. Tickling the pair, they entered the kitchens, house elves instantly gathering around them. "Kind Professor Flitwick, sir, and great Headmaster Dumbledore, sir. Ooh, and young Harry J. W. P. Dumbledore, sir," they cried. "What cans we do for sirs?" "Just a round of hot cocoa for myself and Phileas, thanks," Albus said simply. "And for the great Harry Dumbledore, sir?" another asked. "A very small sippy cup of warm milk with a dash of chocolate." "We do want him to sleep tonight after all," Albus answered. They quickly got their drinks, Flitwick's eyes never straying far from Harry's dozing form. "Is he having nightmares?" Flitwick asked after a moment. Harry was slowly drinking up his chocolate milk, his eyes growing heavy. Albus sighed softly. Flitwick took that as a probable yes. He silently wondered if it was normal for children as young as Harry to have nightmares, but he already knew the answer. After what he has been through, it is understandable. "How often?" Flitwick asked, knowing Albus didn't really have anyone else to speak to. He had Minerva, of course, but Flitwick had noticed how Albus glanced at her when he thought no one was looking. It was a look between that of gratefulness and great unbelievable pain. He assumed correctly Albus would not be sharing any dark feelings with Minerva anytime soon. He treasured her too much. Albus put his cup down, careful to not disturb Harry, who was now sleeping while clinging to his sippy cup. "I know he has woken up a few times over the past few nights, due to an instrument I have on my desk in my office, but he has gone back to sleep without much trouble, and before now he hasn't had trouble past 11. Tonight though," Albus said, "he woke you up." Albus sighed, internally fighting with himself about allowing Flitwick to believe what he saw or not. He shook his head slightly. No, he wouldn't start his and Harry's second chance with pointless misguidance. He wouldn't lay it all out there, of course, but he wouldn't mislead anyone if it wasn't absolutely necessary. And though this wasn't that big of a deal, he knew if he started now it would be hard to redraw the line. "No, I woke up on my own, though I quickly realized Harry wasn't sleeping well," Albus said. "Wasn't sleeping well either, you mean," Flitwick said, knowingly, his nearly constant smile disappearing. Albus sipped his hot cocoa, knowing he should have realized the head of Ravenclaw would have caught on. Somehow he felt better now that someone else knew, however. "Have you talked to anyone about them?" Flitwick asked softly. Albus shook his head. "They'll go away in time. Albus, there's no need to keep them to yourself. It is only natural after what has happened. I think talking about them to someone will help." Albus took another sip. Flitwick sighed. "Are they about what happened on Halloween?" "Some," Albus replied, which was true. Some of the worst things Voldemort did during the war were on Halloween. It was some twisted tradition of his. And each one became worse than the previous one. Flitwick was silent for a time, part of him greatly concerned for his friend, but also saddened. Why hadn't he spoken to anyone about this? Clearly what he had witnessed at Godric's Hollow had caused old, perhaps suppressed, memories to resurface, and he could only imagine the horrors Albus had witnessed in the previous war. He knew of some of the terrible things Grindelwald had done, having participated in the war himself, but he hadn't been at the forefront as Albus had. Sure, Voldemort was ruthless, but the recent war, when looked at in the grand scheme of things, had nothing on the war with Grindelwald. That war had been intertwined with a horrid Muggle world war, warped by international politics, both Muggle and magical, and had taken over a dozen countries down the spiral of utter chaotic turmoil. "Are you seeing the war again?" he finally asked, Harry now sleeping soundly in Albus' arms. Albus gave a small start, something Flitwick had only seen him do once before, causing Harry to stir slightly before going still once again. "What? Grindelwald?" Flitwick tried not to grow alarmed at the look on Albus' face, but how was he supposed to take the pained smile now on his face? "I wish," he whispered. What are you seeing then?" Flitwick couldn't help but ask. Something wasn't right. What could be if the wizarding world does not see reason, Dumbledore stated. Flitwick frowned. "What do you mean, Albus?" Albus shifted Harry into a more comfortable position. Albus didn't really know what to say, didn't know how to explain what he meant, at least in a way that wouldn't make him truly appear senile. "Albus, what happened in that house? What happened that night? You've changed. You've entered into terrible scenes similar to that and risked your life before. What made the Potters so different?" Flitwick asked. Flitwick noticed as he spoke how Albus' eyes lowered onto Harry and traced his face, his free hand gently grasping Harry's good hand after softly giving his bandaged one a pat. "I don't know how to answer you," Albus whispered. Truthfully, after a long stretch of silence. Albus did something. Flitwick swallowed, trying to collect his words properly as he mentally went through everything he knew again. Dumbledore adamantly chose to become Harry's guardian, protector, and father. Dumbledore had recently become alarmingly emotional. Dumbledore remained an eccentric old man, only worse, now that he has an infant to model after while somehow caring for. Dumbledore had decided it best to bring Harry and himself down to the kitchens after both of them being unable to sleep well. Flitwick briefly closed his eyes. But, it was impossible, wasn't it? But there was no other explanation. It had to be. Did it form because of some kind of shared life debt? Flitwick gently questioned. Albus seemed resigned at Flitwick coming to such a conclusion. "I don't know." It was true, he didn't know why or how the bond had initially formed, only that it had, after. Standing alone, back to Albus and ringed by hundreds of Dementors, stood the last survivor. She was swathed with a halo of silvery light, which seemed to keep the screeching creatures at bay. As Albus began to raise his wand to cast his Patronus, the woman raised both of her arms, her hands out to the side. A flash of silver blinded him, and when he regained his sight, the woman had collapsed, surrounded by smoking piles of ash. The first ring of Dementors was just gone. She weakly raised her left hand again, and something glittered on her finger as more silver mist poured from her hand. The mist took a shape, but this was no animal. This was a man, and he was angry. He glanced down at the woman, who was no longer surrounded in the light but looked either asleep or dead. With a blood-curdling yell, the man Patronus charged the nearest Dementor and slammed his hand right into its hood. The Dementor screamed with what could only be pain and withered on the spot. All thoughts of rescue left Albus as his mind tried to grasp what was happening. He had never before seen wild magic so controlled. The silver, translucent man leapt over the woman's body and thrust his hand into the next Dementor, which swelled up and burst like a balloon. At this, all the Dementors charged him at once. Bright flashes of light were all Albus could see, that in a broiling mass of Dementors. Albus was brought back to the task at hand when Harry rushed past him, conjuring a Patronus as he ran. "Harry!" Albus shouted as he ran after him. Harry paid him no mind as he rushed in to save the woman. The silver stag he had conjured ran right into the thick of it, goring Dementors in an attempt to reach the woman. He cast another, and another. Expecto Patronum. Albus cast from behind, sending a silver phoenix to help and running after. Albus watched with horror as Dementors surrounded the man Patronus, piling on top of him. Harry directed his stags to free the man. With the Dementors held off for the moment, the man Patronus picked up the woman and handed her to Harry. As soon as she was in his arms, the man disappeared. Harry's Patronuses flickered and one winked out of existence. Albus yelled for Harry again as the Dementors surrounded him. Harry's arms were full, holding the woman that he would not put down. 5 Dementors reached for him, their arms brushing his shoulders, back, and face before Albus. Patronus swooped down and around him, repelling the Dementors just enough to create some breathable air space. The woman stirred in his arms and barely opened her eyes. Albus saw her suddenly reach up and grab his shoulder as he reached for Harry's back. "Tell Don I love him," the woman said. "Harry, we must leave now," Albus stated. The Dementors pressed in, reaching for their faces. A few rotting arms even grasped at the woman's face. Albus pulled Harry's shoulder, blocking out Ariana's screams, and they managed to turn about to head out. The woman shuddered, and Harry gripped tighter so she wouldn't fall. He stumbled as the Dementors pressed closer. Albus continued to steer him to the distant exit. This was bad. The woman jerked as iridescent smoke began to gather around her, pouring from her center. Harry let out a shout of surprise. Here everything became jumbled. The smoke was all around them. Two minds became one. The smoke receded into Harry and himself, and they fought the Dementors, shouting spells in perfect sync as they made their way to the ward edge. The Dementors fell back as they reached it, and they apparated out. They had been one that day, and only after finding an ancient spell to control the phenomenon did they again become two. The spell, a part of an ancient Welsh Brotherhood ritual, gave the powerful magic a specific purpose to carry out, that is until a greater purpose supersedes the assigned default. The bond that remained let them fight side by side without speech. Albus knew that someday the bond would have to be broken, but for now it was useful, had purpose, especially since Harry could not currently speak very articulately. Albus suddenly realized the woman in the ministry had been Jess Carter, the leader of RDHPIT. His eyes widened. "Albus?" Flitwick asked, slightly concerned at the old man holding an infant who was clearly out of it. "Dumbledore Land, sorry," Albus whispered, a twinkle in his eyes as they refocused. "I'm sorry?" Flitwick asked, now confused. "Something someone said about me today. Evidently it refers to when you go into your own little world for a moment. Everyone has one. I believe you fall into yours when you eat chocolate cream pie." Flitwick Land, a good place if I do say so myself, Flitwick said with a smile, before growing serious again. "How strong is it, the bond? He feels my emotions, I feel his." "Not much to say, really," Dumbledore said simply. "Albus, sharing emotions is never a simple thing. I don't know a huge amount in such things, but overlapping emotions can cause accidental magic, not only for children," Flitwick said pointedly. "I've remained in control, if that is what you are asking," Dumbledore said lightly. "Are you sure? Both of the times have stumbled on you and Harry in the halls of Found, not only Harry in distress, but you as well. It will only get stronger and harder. Harry's core will continue to mature, and with that, have you considered the effects it will have on both you and him? We will handle it if and when it comes. Harry is strong and I am sure he will adapt, just as I will, to this. We have no choice but to do so. But you have a choice in how to do so. Don't forget the new staff member. Her skills also branch into things that affect magic, including emotions, as I am sure you know," he said with a smile. "You hired her after all." Albus nodded as they both looked down at Harry resting peacefully. "Well, I do believe you should tuck someone into bed," Flitwick said. "I do believe you're right." Albus smiled, putting his mug down onto the counter beside them before carefully standing up. Flitwick gently fell off his chair, somehow landing gracefully onto the floor. "Practice makes perfect, it seems." Harry shifted forward in his little seat, gripping the crayon firmly as he brought the blue tip onto the parchment. With his tongue against the corner of his mouth, he pressed the colored wax onto the page, curving it around to make a perfect circle. Runes. Marvelous things, really, especially when one was too young to do anything else, at least things people would notice and find odd. Not that they would really make a fuss over Albus Dumbledore's heir learning magic, it was just something else Harry didn't want to have to deal with. He was almost 5 and a great deal had changed since he was an infant. He put the blue crayon down and picked up a red one. Very much by accident he learned a new dynamic with runes. The color one used to draw them affected their strength, balance, and how they worked with other runes. It was something no book he had ever read covered, though. He seriously doubted any witch or wizard tried drawing runes with anything but a wand or a quill, let alone crayons, a muggle writing utensil. That was another thing, now that he thought about it. Crayons themselves were surprisingly magical, or at least conducted magic extremely well. He didn't know if it was the waxy materials the muggles used to make them, or the fact that their very purpose was to help people, particularly children, express their creativity and release their imaginations onto sheets of paper, but because of their usefulness, he made them a part of his rune crafting gear. He grabbed a brown crayon as he turned to the next page of his, or rather Papa's, rune book. He shook his head, recalling the moment he had begun using that title, Papa, for Albus. He was about 18 months old, running ahead of Albus and barely keeping control of his stubby toddler legs down a mildly steep incline on the way to Hagrid's hut. Well, the loose control he had over his motor functions soon failed, making him topple face first down the rocky surface. His knee landed first onto a cruel rock, followed by both of his hands onto harsher stones. Pain flared up his limbs, more so in his right hand as he heard Albus shout out his name. All rational thought was pushed aside as his right hand surged with a shearing heat, clearly protesting against the landing, and before he even knew he had opened his mouth, he heard himself cry out, "Papa." Albus, of course, was immediately there, instantly healing the cut on his knee and the scrape on his left hand. His scarred right palm was angry red, but the skin hadn't been broken, so Albus applied a cooling charm. Now back under relative control, he looked up at Albus, unable to keep himself from feeling embarrassed, but seeing his mentor's face, all of his thoughts diminished as he took in surprise, delight, and joy through the link and from the man's old face. From then on, he called Albus, Papa. The professors, of course, thought it was absolutely adorable, and, to Harry's horror, cooed over him even more. His only solace was watching the professors' eyes turn to Albus and chuckle, clearly amused by their headmaster's parental joy. Harry smiled at the memory, nearly finished with drawing the preserving rune. Later, after he had gotten used to saying, Papa, he admitted to himself that he had already been subconsciously referring to Albus as Papa for some time before that tumble. It was only natural he would begin doing so consciously. Harry slowed his hand as it brought down a sharp line on the page. His right hand, which bore the large AK scar, was just as dexterous as his left, if not more so because of its sensitivity, but he used his left hand to write most of the time. The only reason he wrote with his right at times was because of habit, but he found himself having to stop when he was drawing runes. His hand would become itchy, as if a mist of itch powder had burst from the page onto his palm. It was more annoying than painful though, but it did get him wondering if using his right hand while drawing runes would affect their performance. He decided to look into that at a later date. He looked up at Fawkes, who was sleeping quietly on the perch next to Albus' desk. Albus was at the ministry and had told Fawkes to keep an eye on Harry. Harry shook his head. It was a good thing he behaved himself, most of the time. However, knowing Fawkes, he was probably faking his nap to test if Harry would behave himself, despite the appearance of having no one watching him. Harry looked back down on his little desk table. The moment Harry had been old enough to believably sit down and draw or play on a short table, Albus had enlarged the office and constructed a little corner office for Harry to use, partly enclosed by a half wall. Minerva thought it was cute, and Flitwick often called Harry the mini headmaster. The students thought along the same lines, especially when he started wearing charmed robes. Hey, embroidered owls were cool, especially when they were charmed to glide around your sleeves. Glancing at the rune in the book, he refocused on his crayon-drawn rune. Adding the appropriate lines and dots, Harry thought back to the first batch of results the Unspeakables had shared with them 3.5 years ago. Evidently, Harry had two cores, not that that was anything Albus and he didn't already know, and it seemed one of them was protecting the other. Both were very strong, but it seemed they were emitting a unique sort of magic, wild magic. Unspeakable Jess explained that she believed this wild magic was responsible for the events that Halloween, and that it seemed to have some level of awareness, more so than other people's magic. That was news to Harry and Albus was quick to ask their opinion on what should be done. The Unspeakables had been in agreement in the advice of looking into it and trying to teach Harry to perhaps control it, or at the very least learn to be aware of it, but due to his age and current inability to properly comprehend, Harry tried his best to ignore that comment. They would have to wait until he had grown old enough for them to begin. Albus agreed, but Harry and he privately decided to begin as soon as possible on their own. Not long after the results of the first round of testing had been shared, Albus carried out the repairs and improvements to the wards of Hogwarts. The school now had a much more powerful feel and, Recalling how Hogwarts was in their future, it was much more daunting to an invader. The ghosts had also become stronger, so much so that they were a force to be reckoned with should anyone wish harm to Hogwarts and her inhabitants. Peeves had also changed. He was still a troublemaker, but he no longer had the annoying and heartless sort of attitude, and his pranks only occurred when the stress of classes were beginning to build for students and, yes, professors. No longer a complete menace, he became a morale booster for the school. Peeves reminded Harry and Albus of the twins. Another change in Hogwarts had also occurred, and it centered around one individual. Rebecca Lovegood. Her gentle but straightforward demeanor with the students helped a great deal in helping them cope with all sorts of problems, personal and communal, within the student and staff body. Harry and Albus both noticed an improvement in overall student attitude and inner-house conditions. Problems caused by the war that had hurt families had also been reconciled, at least to a bearable level, soothing over a certain amount of hatred toward individuals who had the misfortunes of being related to certain criminals. Initially, it had been group sessions, in which Albus personally attended to get a better idea of how things were. What he learned didn't exactly surprise him, but actually seeing what one suspects can still make an emotional impact. Those in the meeting, made up primarily of individuals related to Death Eaters, got to hear firsthand some of what Dumbledore had to come to terms with, such as what he did positive and negative before and during the war against Grindelwald. After that, the Slytherins primarily looked at Dumbledore in a different light, as well as with increased respect. Albus and Harry were both hopeful this would positively affect circumstances later, particularly in future Death Eater numbers. Relations between the houses had also changed somewhat, particularly between Slytherin House and Gryffindor. With the help of Rebecca, Albus had blurred the lines between the houses somewhat, uniting them in activities that improved the school as a whole, such as cookouts and bake sales. Albus really enjoyed those rather than simply having Quidditch to round the houses together. There was still the powerful rivalry between Slytherin and Gryffindor, as there had always been, but the stifling hatred between them had been melted away. It was now more of a potent sibling rivalry fighting for some kind of family honor. Still rough, yes, but no longer dangerous. Rebecca, who occasionally brought Luna to serve as a playmate for Harry, also helped Albus and, unknowingly, Harry. Nightmares were something both Harry and Albus had to deal with occasionally, it was just something they had accepted as part of their lives. However, that changed when Rebecca heard of Albus' nightmares. After grudgingly admitting about having them, he spoke to her about them a little, just enough to ease the burden of them. That had started a few weeks after the renewing of the wards. Not long after that, she picked up on the few hints Albus occasionally dropped and learned about the bond. This assisted her in helping Albus limit the problems Flitwick had pointed out. Harry put the crayon down before picking up the page to hold it up to the light, making sure he had applied the crayon's colors evenly. Albus and Harry continued seeing the unspeakables and had actually grown quite close to them. They were still clueless about Harry and Albus being time travelers, at least as far as Harry knew, but they had stumbled upon a number of other interesting things. They had recently discovered the trouble with his scar, and had informed Albus that they would vigorously look for solutions to the problem. They said they had already come up with a few options, but considering the risks with each, they would continue looking. Albus agreed wholeheartedly when they shared said options with him. 1. Harry was later told by Albus, involved carefully controlled fiendfire. Harry quickly agreed for them to continue looking as well. This development also prompted Albus into revealing the Horcrux hunt with the Unspeakables, since they already understood that as long as this Horcrux was tied to Harry's scar, and thus tied to his life, Voldemort was not truly dead. Jess and the others quickly offered their assistance in finding and destroying the other Horcruxes Voldemort had likely created. Albus didn't reveal how he knew or where he believed the others were, since he didn't honestly know now. He was sure Narcissa had most likely moved them. He did, however, reveal that he was certain they were items of historic importance, most likely Hogwarts related, and that there may be up to 7, not including Harry, as it was very unlikely Voldemort had intended for that to happen, since Voldemort was obsessed with that being a magic number. At this time, Albus had managed to dispose of the ring and the diadem with basilisk venom he had secured by killing the basilisk the previous year, thanks to Harry teaching Albus how to say, "open," in Parseltongue and a determined yet oblivious rooster. It had been an interesting conversation with Nicholas Flamel why how he had procured a shrunken basilisk carcass for Severus Snape to take out of Hogwarts. But all ended up well, and Snape was thrilled not that he showed it to have been given such rare ingredients minus 80% of the venom, neither Snape nor Nicholas questioned it. Another thing the Unspeakables had learned was Harry's affinity with chaotic or wild magic. The day they began teaching him, Jess quietly referred to Harry as a prodigy to Albus. Albus' eyes twinkled in pride, hiding the fact he wasn't completely surprised, since he and Harry had been reading up on and practicing little things to help, like meditation which Harry had been doing for years in the future, and concentrating his magic to specific locations on his body for several months. It was also learned that Albus had a limited ability with this type of magic, which wasn't surprising to the Unspeakables, considering the Bond and Albus family history. And so, Jess began serious instruction about controlling and harnessing their wild magic a few weeks after Harry turned 3, mainly because Harry's vocabulary and speaking skills had reached the level she felt was necessary for him to understand and sufficiently communicate. She had also given them more helpful exercises to do in their spare time. Harry was thankful, as it gave him something more productive to do. There was only so much he could do as a toddler big boy, before he was all babied out for the day and wanted to do something adultish, like reading a book. McGonagall had nearly caught him reading an advanced charms theory book one day when Albus was busy with paperwork at his desk. Luckily, or rather unluckily, she was convinced she had caught him trying to scribble on the pages. He had been holding one of Albus' quills, as it had a pleasant soothing charm for his right hand while he read. She then rounded on Dumbledore, warning him about not keeping an eye on an adventurous child. Albus apologized, before taking the old charms book from her hands, scooping Harry up, and reading him the book after settling down on the couch, completely deserting the paperwork. "You are impossible, Albus," McGonagall said, though there was no harshness in her voice, probably because Harry looked up at him and pointed to the book, saying, "Weed." Thanks to the Unspeakables, the problem with Harry's lightning bolt scar was being looked into, and he, including Albus, was getting a handle on a unique and powerful type of magic, even befriending it in a way, which was a story in and of itself. However, Harry was worried they were beginning to get on to his and Albus' secret. At times, they would ask him very odd questions about magic, like his opinion about certain spells or magic usages, as if they expected impressive insight. A few times, he was sure they got just that. He just couldn't help it sometimes. When they asked him about what he thought about the charm, Lumos, and how useful it could be, he found himself rambling about how much people underestimated it, and that it was actually a pure form of magic energy. When they asked him how he knew so much about Lumos, he responded before he could really censor himself. "Doesn't everybody?" he asked. Colin chuckled. Not long after Harry and Albus began visiting the Unspeakables regularly, Unspeakable Dakota left their number. She didn't agree with how they were teaching Harry, believing Harry was too young to be part of such tests and lessons, no matter the reason. The other Unspeakables kindly bid her farewell, and, the last Albus had heard, she had gone to Australia. Harry put the paper down and began reading again, turning a few pages to where he had left off the day before. Oh, Rebecca Lovegood, after telling her husband to begin setting the table for dinner, was walking down the hall to get Luna. It was the summer, so she had no current duties at Hogwarts at the moment. Rebecca shook her head, recalling her many conversations with Dumbledore. Who would have thought the leader of light had such troubling dreams? She was confident these dreams were due to the past wars he had lived through and the deep feeling of responsibility he had in both. She had worked with him concerning his guilt for a few years now, and he said his dreams had improved, but she couldn't help but feel he was hiding something from her. Something very important. It was almost as if he was constantly fighting off another war, and at times, the way he spoke, she was almost convinced another war was going to be imminent unless steps were taken to prevent it. It was odd and more than a little troubling, especially when little Harry would stumble in during the middle of one of such talks, playing with Fawkes, and Dumbledore's eyes would sharpen strangely and Harry would stop and look at him with a similar expression. Harry. He was another person who was often on her mind. He was an adorable but frighteningly intelligent little boy, though, being raised by and having a bond with the great Albus Dumbledore, who could expect less? He was already reading, but by the speed his eyes moved over the pages of the little children's book he read behind his little office desk would make someone think he was reading a novel. Rebecca could only explain this by saying Harry was imitating his papa. Clearly he had watched Dumbledore read a book of some thickness, watching his eyes glide swiftly back and forth. She liked Harry, and was more than happy to provide a playmate for him, Luna, especially because they got along so very well. Their interaction seemed to have spurred Luna's mental development even faster than it already was coming, following after Harry's love of reading. He would read out loud, which only invited Luna's plot suggestions. Harry was more than happy to go along with. Rebecca shook herself from her thoughts, coming to her daughter's room. She was about to knock, but stopped as she heard a few words being spoken within. "Harry showed me," Luna said. Rebecca managed to peek around the partly open door to find Luna, now 4 years old, sitting on her bed and talking to her small stuffed fox. Rebecca smiled. Luna loved that silly little thing, which needed to be washed, now that she thought about it. There were also a few colored learner quills, specially charmed for children, and sheets of parchment on the bed around her and her fox, Sly. "He said it would help keep bad dreams away," Luna said, moving to lay on her stomach as she pulled one of the parchments closer to her. "It's not hard, but he said to use a lot of color. He said color makes the web better, and 'cause I'm making it, it's only for me." Rebecca stayed out of sight, watching Luna draw this web from the hall. "Harry told me he has dreams," Luna said. Rebecca couldn't help but lean in, especially when she could see the frown appearing on her daughter's face. "They sound kinda scary, but I know he's trying not to make them sound as bad as they really are." Rebecca frowned, suddenly wanting to walk in and ask why they sounded scary, if Harry was having trouble sleeping, and why she thought Harry's dreams were worse than what Harry said. Before she could decide what to do, Luna continued talking to Sly. "He said the web helps him, but not all the time. I said he should ask my mum for help, but he said no. I told him how mum helps his papa, but he said he doesn't like others knowing what he sees." It took Luna about 2 minutes to finish her picture, mainly because she was using every color available to her. "There. See, Sly." She held up the finished product to Sly. Now I just need to remember." She scrunched up her face and put her right palm over the colorfully webbed circle. "Oh, almost forgot." She quickly leaned over the page, grabbing 3 quills, a light blue, a dark blue, and a dark green. With a very careful hand, she drew 3 tiny symbols, one at the top and the other 2 at the bottom of the circle. Rebecca could only watch in confusion. What was her daughter doing? "There," she said, putting her hand on the circle again. "Okay," he said when I was done to say, "Paculus omnium custos." Ooh. The web lit up from the center out, each color glistening sharply for a fraction of a second just as Rebecca rushed in and yanked the page away from her daughter. "Ah!" Luna cried, completely startled. "What in Merlin's name?" Rebecca gasped, feeling the page ripple in her hands as she took a closer look at the colorful web on the parchment. It was a complex combination of runes. All she could do was stare at it, oblivious to her daughter gazing up at her from the bed, clutching her fox. She quickly ran through the spell Luna had spoken in her little innocent voice, "Paculus omnium custos," and roughly translated it. "Peaceful dream watcher," she whispered, taking in her daughter's carefully and purposefully drawn runes around the web of scribbled colors. How had Harry been able to show Luna how to do this? How had Harry learned this? Did Albus know? Did Albus teach him? Did Albus know about these dreams? And if so, why hadn't he told her about Harry's difficulties? Did this small rune network actually work? It certainly seemed possible, especially after seeing it activate. "Mom?" Luna asked hesitantly. She turned her face to Luna, who was looking at her with wide eyes. Rebecca immediately softened her expression and relaxed her shoulders. "I'm sorry, honey, this just scared me," she admitted. "Scared you? Why?" Luna asked. "It's not bad, Harry said so." Rebecca stopped herself from pointing out that Harry was not even 5 years old and was a long way away from being an adult who could dictate what was bad or not, especially where rune networks were concerned. "How do you know that, honey? What if Harry was wrong? You shouldn't do things with magic you can't control or don't understand yourself." "Harry understands magic. I trust him," Luna said, blowing her mom away with her matter-of-fact tone. He wouldn't show me how to do anything that could hurt me. He understands magic. What do you mean? She asked, sitting on the corner of the bed, the parchment now being loosely held by her left hand. Luna shrugged. Understands it, how? She prodded. He told me it's more alive than not, conscious. Yeah, that. How did he learn that? I don't know, he just knows. Sort of like how I know that's up, Luna said, pointing up. Kid logic. Brilliant as always. Who taught this to Harry? Rebecca asked, raising the picture, really wanting to get to the bottom of this now. Harry was messing with runes and was now getting her daughter into them, and that was dangerous, for both of them. Was it a student? Luna looked confused. No. A professor? No. Then who? Luna gazed up at her, as if confused her mom was so interested about knowing something so obvious. Himself. Rebecca took a deep calming breath, for whatever reason a bit anxious about what she was planning to do. After taking in everything Luna had said and running through it all several times in her head, she decided to go speak to Dumbledore about it. She needed to make sure he knew. For her own sanity. That, and she seriously didn't think it was a good idea for a child, any child, to be practicing rune magic on their own, not to mention the advanced rune work that Webb was. Manipulating the dreamscape of any individual is tricky work. One couldn't just open a book and copy the process without really knowing what they were doing, and to teach someone else. She shook her head, now on her way out of Hogsmeade and walking to Hogwarts. She opted to walk rather than flow since she wanted more time to think. She had of course read up on the web, but doing so had only made her become even more concerned. If done incorrectly, the web could cause horrid nightmares, and not just for the person in the bed it had been placed over, but for the entire household. But somehow, Luna had done it correctly. Rebecca had checked the web and runes 3 times. All too soon, Rebecca was at the entrance and making her way in. "Ah, Mrs. Lovegood, are you lookin' fair?" the headmaster Hagrid asked, coming up from behind her. "Oh, you scared me," she said, hand over her heart before calming herself. "Yes, I'm looking for him. Need to talk to him about a few things. Is he at the ministry or something?" "Nah, just having a meetin' with the heads o' house. Preparing fair next term, you know. They're meetin' in Professor McGonagall's office," Hagrid said. "Oh, thanks Hagrid, but I'll just wait in his office. He told me to whenever I need to speak with him when he's in a meeting," she said. "Of course," Hagrid said. "Have a good day, ma'am." Rebecca nodded her thanks before heading to Dumbledore's office. "Red popsicles," she said, the gargoyle moving aside. Going up the stairs and coming to the door, she gave a slight knock, to which she heard Harry's voice reply, "Come in." She opened the door and entered, finding Harry, fully clad in robes that, although not as loud as some of Albus, were definitely a bit more magical than what could have been deemed necessary. Did the child need to have little puppies prancing around his sleeves? "Mrs. Lovegood, you waiting for Papa?" Harry asked, putting away a stack of parchment into his desk. "Yes, but I wouldn't mind speaking with you for a little bit while I wait," she said, trying to figure out how to get to what she wanted to talk about. Harry seemed unconcerned and at ease, but he couldn't help but feel something was coming he might not like. "Is Luna here?" Harry asked, his eyes giving a hopeful gleam before dimming slightly when he found the little girl was not hiding behind her mother. "No, sorry, Harry. She's at home with her dad," Rebecca said, feeling a little guilty about not bringing her, for she could have. "Oh," Harry said, unable to conceal his disappointment. "I'll try to bring her with me the next time I come, okay?" Harry brightened a little at that. "So, how have you been? You've been being a good boy, right?" Harry nodded, practically angelically. "Good," she said with a smile, glancing over to the little desk. There were colorful children quills all over it, a few sheets of parchment, and a few thin books. He even had a paper weight. "Been drawing?" she asked, trying not to appear overly curious. "A little," he admitted. "Oh, can I see?" she asked. Harry went back over to his desk and glanced at a few pages, as if trying to decide which one to show her. "I'm sure they're all good, Harry, no need to pick which one you show me," she said. He bit his bottom lip, picked one and brought it over to her. She gently took it and looked at it. She couldn't hold back a smile. It was obviously Albus and Fawkes. The long beard and bright robes were unmistakable, as were the old man's twinkling blue eyes. And Fox, well, he was sort of lopsided on Albus' shoulder, but he was certainly recognizable. The picture was quite a work of art, even more so when considering it had been drawn by a near 5-year-old. It's Papa and Fox, Harry said helpfully, as if the picture was unclear. They are quite stunning. Such an artist you are, Harry. Harry blushed. So, do you draw anything else? He shrugged. Come now, certainly with this sort of work you draw other things. I drew Hagrid. I thought I made him too, fat, but Hagrid liked it and took it before I could fix it. Rebecca smiled. Harry was no doubt a perfectionist. Might be how he managed to teach Luna the web successfully. That thought got her to refocus, making her remember why she had come in the first place. Harry, have you, she began, growing serious, which quickly caught Harry's attention. She paused, her face softening a little bit. Harry, I won't be mad, and I'm not mad, but I need to know the truth. Harry blinked, his bright green eyes staring back at her in concern and confusion. Okay, he said slowly. Have you drawn any magic things? His eyes widened a little. She mentally said. You know what you've been doing. Magic things? Harry asked, trying to feign innocence, but failing. They're called runes, Harry. Have you been drawing runes? Harry shook his head, no. Rebecca sighed. Harry, I know about the web you showed Luna how to make to help with her dreams. You don't need to lie to me. I just want to know where you learned it. Luna's not in trouble, is she? Harry asked miserably. No, she answered, but Harry's lip quavered anyway. How much does she know? How much did Luna accidentally share? What if she learned my and Papa's secrets? Harry wondered worriedly, before childish thoughts surfaced. Is Luna really not in trouble? What if she did get in trouble and won't be my friend anymore? What if I won't be allowed to see her anymore because I showed her how to draw runes? What if the Lovegoods hate me? Luna was his best friend, and one of his only friends who he felt wouldn't look at him weird with all the things he did and said. Not that he had a whole lot of friends. Sure, he talked to the kids at the school, but Luna was, well, as odd as it sounded, someone who he could feel normal around besides Papa and Neville. Harry was so absorbed in his thoughts that he didn't know how upset he truly was, or how much his magic was reacting to that fact. Rebecca, on the other hand, was very aware. She felt it before she saw the effects, a wave of magic brushed through her from Harry's center. And then all of the glass in the room began vibrating. Harry, it's okay. I told you I'm not mad at you, I'm just concerned about where you learned it and how. This kind of magic can be dangerous, and I don't want you accidentally hurting yourself. She said, quickly moving forward to try to calm Harry down. Harry choked back a sob, closing his eyes, only hearing half of what she was saying just as all of the glass in the room suddenly shattered in his fear and anguish. Harry, shish, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to upset you, I just don't want you or anyone else hurt. She said, her hands taking hold of Harry's little ones as the broken glass went back to its original form before breaking even more violently. She pulled him to her chest, suddenly very afraid he might hurt himself with all the glass now exploding everywhere. Rubbing his back and desperately asking him to calm down, Harry suddenly trembled and exhaled a shaky breath, and then, everything went still. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "It's okay, it's not your fault. It's why they call it accidental magic," she replied softly as she looked around. Everything was back as it was, every last piece of glass back in place, and if she hadn't just witnessed it, she would have thought nothing had happened. About to turn back to Harry, the door suddenly flung open behind her. "Harry. Oh. So, any other topics or concerns we should discuss before we close the meeting?" Minerva asked, looking at Albus, Pomona, Horace, and Phileas. They were sitting in Minerva's office, gathered around a little table with a few drinks and crackers. Albus was holding an elaborate glass mug with squirrels running around the rim. Phileas had a small serving of crackers which he was still working on, Horace had a black teacup, and Pomona had a flowery cup. Minerva was content with a single cracker, mainly to appease the house elves. "I have one," Sprout said hesitantly. The other professors gave her their full attention. "It's about Harry." Her eyes softened as they found Albus in a mild state of surprise. "He's done nothing wrong, of course, I'm just a little concerned is all." "Concerned?" Albus asked. Pomona took a moment to collect herself, as for why, they could only guess. Have you been teaching him anything? She asked. Albus blinked, wondering what had brought this about or when Harry could have possibly slipped. Not extensively, but I don't mind answering his questions or allowing him to look at a few of my books. He can read quite well, as he is a very curious child, he answered proudly, before growing serious again. Why? During one of the review sessions I give when requested inside the Hufflepuff common room, I witnessed something that took me by surprise, she said. All right, so this was last week? Minerva asked. Yes. Well, there were a number of fifth years studying for owls beside the fireplace while I worked with a group of third years on magical creatures at the other side of the room. Okay, and I assume this was enlightening because Horace Slughorn asked. Harry was spending that day with me, because Albus was at the ministry and it was my turn to watch him, she answered before moving on. Well, I gave the third years a 15-minute break and went around the room to make sure the other students studying were doing all right when I heard Harry. What was he doing? Minerva asked, now quite interested in Pomona's story. He was teaching. Teaching the fifth years. Teaching. Horace asked in disbelief. Well, I suppose he wouldn't think he was, but he was. He even had his hands clasped behind his back at times and his voice had a teacher tone to it. What was he teaching? Minerva asked. Defense against the dark arts. He was demonstrating proper stances and how to help prevent under or overpowering spells, and he was correct in everything he said and showed. Merlin, even his wand movements were correct. Flitwick squeaked. What? You can't be serious. The boy is just a boy. And how did he get a wand? Minerva stated, before looking to Albus to see what he thought. I am very serious, which is why I have decided to bring this to everyone's attention. And he borrowed the wand from Jacob Grend, Pomona said. Well, what did you do after you saw this? Minerva questioned, since Albus wasn't revealing anything. I was in a state of shock, as you can imagine. I honestly didn't know what to say, so I said nothing and acted as if I hadn't seen it at all, but I could tell as he handed the wand back to Mr. Grend that his students were quite impressed and thankful for his instruction. Minerva, Pomona, Phileas, and Horace became quiet, looking to Albus. Albus. His eyes twinkled with fatherly pride, but Minerva could also see a slight frown of unease. He likes reading and looking over some of my dueling books, and I might have given him a few pointers with my wand. Albus admitted. Albus, I understand how enjoyable it is to teach, but surely you can see how dangerous this is, Phileas began. Have you thought about what could happen if he decided to try something with your wand or a student's? There's a reason why 11 is the set starting age. No matter how much a child may know, their magic can become easily imbalanced, and then it is anyone's guess what a spell might do, Minerva said. I understand that, and so does Harry, which is why he doesn't cast any spells with a wand. But he is a child, Albus. Children make mistakes, children sometimes forget or overlook instructions and decide to try things just to see what might happen. You know this includes magic as much as anyone. Harry is not like other children, Albus said simply, but Minerva could tell this was getting to him. His eyes were sharper and there were a few more wrinkles on his brow. No, he isn't, which is why even more care should be taken, Phileas said. It wouldn't take much for him to think it would be okay for him to try things just because of who he is. I know he knows about his past, since you have rightly told him, and I'm sure he sometimes hears what the students say about him. All I am saying is that whether or not he admits it, it must affect him. It would be a heavy burden for anyone. Albus' face fell slightly, and Phileas instantly regretted his words, but before Phileas could apologize, Albus moved his left hand to grip the front of his colorful robes and his eyes closed as if he had just been told his best friend had died. His right hand tightened around his mug and the smell of ozone filled the air. Crack! The mug shattered in 1,000 pieces as a heavy pulse of magic was barely restrained within and around Albus. The other professors didn't have time to react when Albus suddenly stood up, the tiny glass crystals of his former mug scattering all over the surface of the table as he whipped around and bolted from the room. Albus. Minerva was the first on his heels, soon followed by the others. She could barely keep up and she was having a difficult time trying to recall when Albus had ever run faster. The gargoyle moved aside instantly and they dashed up the stairs behind Albus as one strangled word came from his lips. Harry. The professors stopped at the doorway as Dumbledore went to one knee a few paces in and took Harry into his embrace. Rebecca, what happened? Flitwick asked as both Dumbledores continued to ignore everything around them. Accidental magic, she answered, not knowing what else to say. The professors glanced at each other before looking to Harry and Albus. Dumbledore was checking Harry for injuries and asking him he was all right. "I'm sorry, Papa, I'm sorry." Harry rambled. "Luna told me about having bad dreams, so I showed her how to get rid of most of them. But now I won't get to see her anymore. Her parents hate me now." "What?" "Harry, I told you I'm not mad, I just don't want anyone to get hurt. Ancient runes is an advanced magic, and if a part is done wrong, it could be very bad. I just wanted to know how you learned about them and why," she said as Harry sniffled, at least some of her words getting through to him. You mean I can still play with Luna?" Harry asked. "If I didn't, I doubt Luna would ever forgive me," Rebecca replied. Harry's eyes brightened, clearly relieved and thankful. "Runes, Harry?" Minerva asked, her eyebrows going up. Harry tried to hide. "Against Albus." "All right," Albus said, deciding it was time to enter the conversation. "I won't deny showing and teaching Harry things most others would never dream of even talking to a 4-year-old about, but Harry is my son, no one else's. I have found that he picks things up rather quickly, and if I did not keep his curiosity fed, I can only imagine what he would try to do to appease it. As you all already know, we occasionally go to a department of the unspeakables in hopes of better understanding how Harry's magic works, and so, despite his age, he fully comprehends the dangers of magic and what can happen when using magic irresponsibly." Albus stood up, keeping Harry close to himself as he waited for one of his staff to say something. There was no longer any point hiding Harry's intelligence from his main staff. As the Muggles would say, the jig was down, or was it up? "What other things has he learned?" Flitwick asked. "Anything and everything I've allowed him, which includes a great deal of theory in potions, charms, transfiguration, defense, and, of course, runes," Dumbledore answered honestly, some pride bleeding through. "I have also been working with him on basic skills of course, such as math, reading, and writing. He is doing quite well in everything. He is even hoping to start arithmetic soon." Rebecca and the professor stared at Harry, clearly impressed and taken aback. Harry looked down at his shoes and tried to look as small as possible before risking a peek back up at them. "You are full of surprises, Mr. Dumbledore," Horace said. "Oh." Seth lay on his couch in a pair of sweatpants, setting his empty beer bottle on the table next to him. "Beer, what a wonderful Muggle invention. Although a few wizards brewed as well, theirs was far inferior to the Muggle kind." He glanced at his watch, 1 o'clock. He'd better get to work on his notes. He reached for the table, but there was nothing there except the last 2 bottles. "Slagathor!" he shouted. A house elf appeared before him and bowed low. "What does Master Wiggins require?" "Have you seen my notes on Harry Dumbledore?" Seth asked. "I thinks Master Wiggins left them at work today," Slagathor answered. "Crap, well, I've got to have those notes," Seth responded. "I'll be back in a moment. Please take away these bottles." He sat up and put his feet on the floor, looking around his favorite study. It was warm and cheerful, with a fireplace on one wall and books on another. A simple desk and comfy chair sat just beside the fireplace, so he could enjoy the warmth and light whenever he worked from his home. "Get the fire going while I'm gone, please," Seth said as he stretched. He took a step, banging his shin on the table. "Damn it," he shouted, ripping out his wand and blasting the table into pieces. He stared at the mess for a bit, then put his wand away. "Never mind the bottles, Slagathor," he said as he left the room. He was in sight of the kitchens when he sighed and turned around, walking back toward the room. He opened the door and pulled out his wand. "Reparo," he muttered, and the table returned to its rightful form. Satisfied, he again closed the door and walked down the hall. He passed closed door after closed door, heading for the kitchens. There were no good smells coming from there now, but, given a few moments, the elves could create a meal fit for a king. When he came back he might request, at the very least, some chocolate. Finally reaching the front entry, he noted the huge curving staircase that led to bedrooms, game rooms, any rooms he could think of, and whatever else took his fancy. Imposing columns with Gryffindor lions curved around them supported the golden ceiling. True red, the only kind he could see, was the predominant color. Too bad he had to keep his dwelling secret from everyone, even his coworkers. Sometimes he wished he could show it off to someone other than Slagathor. He touched his wand to the huge, wooden front door, and the carved lions eating snakes moved away from the cracks as the door opened. He took a step through and quickly closed the door behind him. Seth now stood in the space behind his desk at work, and although he didn't think anyone was here, he did not relax until the door had blended back into the wall. This was his pride and joy, something he could never show the others, an extra-dimensional mansion. He admired the thought for a bit longer before he started looking for his notes on Harry Dumbledore. Ah, there they were, on his desk. He picked up the book, which was one of Colin's better ideas. Colin had taken everyone's notes from the first set of tests and bound them with runes. All anyone had to do was draw a specific rune on the upper right-hand corner of a piece of paper, and the paper would disappear and reappear into the book. Everyone had one, so everyone's notes could be seen by the group. The book was by now quite thick, and Seth was going to read through the beginning again, just to make sure there was nothing brought up then that was not being addressed now. He started walking absently to his office door and opened it before he recalled that he should have gone straight back to his mansion. Just as he turned to go back, he saw someone sitting on the couch in the main room of RDHPIT. Why was someone here this late? He slowly walked back to his desk and set the book down, just in case it was an intruder. He pulled out his wand and shielded his mind. "Who are you?" he demanded. As the person continued to sit, Seth realized that if someone had the power to get down here, it probably wasn't wise to call them out without backup. Crap. That sudden thought left, however, when he saw someone approach from his right. Seth pointed his wand at the new person, then lowered it as he recognized who it was. David. David put his finger in front of his pursed lips and gestured to the couch. "You don't want to wake her up," he whispered. Seth looked at the couch again. Although the person's back was to him, he could tell that her head barely showed above the back of the couch. "Anna," Seth guessed with a whisper. David nodded. "What are you two doing here?" Seth asked. "I'd ask you the same thing," David responded, "but I'm assuming you came back from your place to get your notes." Yeah, Seth answered. How much did David know? And how did he know? I should get back with these. Dang it. Now he'd have to leave through the apparition point rather than go back through his office. He started walking for it, getting almost as far as the couch before David asked, "Why don't you just go back through your office?" Crap. Maybe it was a lucky guess. That had to be it. David was notoriously lucky, thanks to the potion he chugged every day. "Why would I do that?" Seth asked, hoping to throw him off. "Because that's the entrance to your house," David answered matter-of-factly. Seth closed his eyes and leaned against the couch. "Crap, who else knows?" "People," was David's cryptic response. Even with his eyes closed, Seth knew David was smirking. A sigh from the couch. "All of us do, Seth. Don't worry about it," Anna said quietly. "I thought you were asleep," Seth exclaimed, opening his eyes to look at Anna. She was still staring in front of her, wearing pajama pants and a matching shirt. "I never said that," Anna responded. "Well, then what were you doing sitting here in the dark?" Seth demanded, growing more irritated with his coworkers by the second. Anna didn't answer for a moment, then quietly said, "Places." Seth frowned while David snickered. That didn't even answer his question. That was the sort of response David often used, but when he did, the answer at least made sense. "Anyway, perhaps it would be helpful if we all looked over the information in that book," Anna said, finally turning to look at Seth. "I don't have anything better to do, especially if you guys are going to talk while I'm trying to concentrate." Although he couldn't see it on her face in the dark, she seemed a bit annoyed. "Hey, this is a common area," David protested. "We can talk here if we want. Although if we are here after hours without permission," Anna stated, "we could get in big trouble. So why don't you show us this house of yours, Seth, and we'll study these notes." Seth deliberated for a bit. On the one hand, he was miffed that they knew and hadn't said anything. How did they know, anyway? He looked suspiciously at Anna, the mind reader. On the other hand, hadn't he just been thinking he'd like to show off his work? On the third hand, they already knew, so why not show them? More hands for than against. It made sense to go someplace more comfortable, and hadn't they agreed to look over the book with him? Well, at least Anna had. "Fine," he said, walking back toward his office. A slight tingle of excitement ran through him. Regardless of how they knew, he was going to enjoy showing them around. The intricate workmanship, the variety of rooms, the house elves at his beck and call. They would be impressed, surely. Oh, so I never asked, Seth said as he, David, and Anna were poring over the first few pages of the notes about Harry Dumbledore. How did you get Albus Dumbledore to stay on Harry's first day of tests? From what I remember, they were going to leave after they found out about Dawn. Oh, I got lucky, Anna said with a smirk, glancing at David. It was no secret to the unspeakables that David was addicted to Felix Felicis, aka Liquid Luck. Nobody ever spoke about it, but everyone knew. Apparently like his mansion. You'd better be careful, that stuff can be addicting, Seth said with a smirk. Yeah, Anna answered, and with everything that day, I could see why. The three had gone through the front of Seth's mansion. Anna shook her head at the lions eating snakes decor, but said nothing. David admired the spellwork, but neither one seemed inclined to talk about the mansion. It was a bit of a letdown, but perhaps later they would have more time to talk about it. Right now, they just wanted to get to business. Slagathor, Seth said. Anna and David looked at him strangely as Slagathor popped into the room. Welcome, guests of Master. What does Master and his guests require? He asked with a bow. Just a beer, Slagathor. Seth looked up at the others, noting David's raised eyebrow and Anna's half-smile. Anything for you guys. I'll take a beer, David answered. Hot cider, please, Anna said. It's summer, David stated incredulously. Yeah, but it's cold in here, and cider is good at any time, Anna answered confidently. Slagathor will have it for you shortly, the house elf said respectfully before he popped away. So, little Dumbledore, Anna began, tapping her version of the notes. What were you going to look up? Well, I thought I'd look over the notes we took after the first test to make sure we haven't been overlooking anything, Seth answered with a shrug. Neither of his coworkers asked why he wanted to do this he glanced at his clock, 1:30 in the morning. Part of him wanted them to ask, but mostly he was glad they didn't. This way they could get right to the matter at hand. Okay, well, the first few pages are the notes that we took about the event on Halloween, David said. Then we have notes about the tests we ran. Since then, we've been focusing on wild magic and Horcruxes, Anna added. Is there anything we haven't looked at? Seth asked. Anna answered. Here were our guesses as to what might be happening with his magic. She gestured to the open page in her lap. She squinted. Marge Boot. That's Magic Bond, Seth said, looking a bit annoyed. My handwriting's not that bad. Yeah, it is, David said with a short laugh. Is this, Squirrel? Seth looked at it for a moment, tilting the book a bit. I don't know, he admitted. Anna and David laughed. Okay, so the magic bond hypothesis was where the bond itself made Harry's magic react, Seth said, choosing to press on. We threw that out because we figured the bond was caused by the wild magic, not the other way around. Right, so the sacrifice is on the list next, Anna said with a nod. Maybe his mother's sacrifice caused him to have protections that could repel AKs. Which we threw out because other mothers have sacrificed for their children, and nothing like this occurred, David said. Yeah, then we wondered if his mother's magic left her and came to Harry because of the sacrifice, but that was thrown out for most of the same reasons, Seth said. Also, she didn't have wild magic, according to her records. We've already cleared this up, though, David said. We kind of got to a point where our theories weren't making much sense, then Seth shouted, Magic incarnate. Yeah, it kind of fell into place after that, Anna said. Harry's affinity for magic, his protection, his intelligence, the forging of a bond with the most powerful wizard of our time. Seth smiled. He'd been joking at the time, especially since David had just thrown out time travelers, which went against everything they knew, so was quickly dismissed. Once out there, however, the magic incarnate theory made sense. They had done some research to see if magic had been incarnate before, but it was slow going. Merlin could have been, but there wasn't a whole lot of personal information on him. The incarnate theory seemed to be supported since Harry could rattle off answers about spells that he shouldn't know, even taking into consideration that he was being raised by Albus Dumbledore and lived in a school. He was surprisingly insightful with his answers as well, and at times it was as if he was debating with himself about how much to say, which was rather interesting. His maturity also helped support it. He liked to play, but he listened and obeyed much better than most children his age. Then there was his wild magic, which added another dynamic to everything. He and Albus had been training with Jess to hone their wild magic. Seth had watched a few of the lessons, and though he couldn't tell what was going on since he couldn't see the magic, he knew that if anyone could teach them, it was Jess. It was sort of entertaining to watch Jess correct Albus Dumbledore when he did something wrong, which wasn't often. The headmaster's knowledge spanned generations of magic, in multiple subjects, but wild magic, although something he'd looked at, was not something he'd ever practiced. When these lessons began was when Unspeakable Dakota had left. She didn't like what they were doing, and didn't think it was right to teach and test such a small child with wild magic. The group was keeping their eyes open for someone who could fill her spot in the group, but having found no one so far, they simply divided up her research. Okay, so we've been concentrating on wild magic a lot, David said after they went through the relative notes. It was 3:30 a.m. Yeah, and the Horcruxes, Seth responded. They had done many tests on Harry's scar, where dark magic was concentrated. After many tests and debate, they had decided it was a Horcrux, a horrid bit of dark magic. This explained why Voldemort wasn't dead. When they had approached Albus with this information, he had said that he already knew, and that Voldemort was obsessed with making them. Immediately, research had gone into how to destroy a Horcrux. Albus had been helpful, telling them that basilisk poison and dragon stomach acid would both destroy a Horcrux. Obviously both of those would kill Harry, so they were researching safer ways to destroy it. Jess had called a meeting with the other heads of the unspeakable departments and asked for any information on Horcruxes. She hadn't learned much else, except that Fiendfire would also destroy them. Albus had hypothesized that it might, but said he didn't know for sure. So, based on what Mr. Dumbledore told us, Seth said, stopping on a page of his notes, we know that there were at least 5 Horcruxes made by you-know-who. Yeah, we thought that was possibly why magic chose to incarnate itself into a person, Harry, because using magic to do something like that is terrible, Anna replied. Her mug of cider was empty, and she was balancing it on her forehead as she lay on the couch. So, one thing we never really discussed was, why now? Seth said, pushing Anna's feet. Anna immediately sat up, blushing as she realized she'd had her feet balanced on Seth's leg. I mean, we talked about the Horcruxes, but why would magic wait for that when there have been Dark Lords before? Maybe it was the Horcruxes. David said thoughtfully, his feet propped on the coffee table as he sat in a wicker chair. I mean, I don't know of anyone else who made more than one, do you? I'd never even heard of them before this, Seth said. Me neither, but our research hasn't turned anyone up yet, David replied. They looked at Anna. Anna shrugged, I'd never heard of them either. Weren't you raised by a dark family, though? Seth inquired. Just because my family is dark doesn't mean they know every dark ritual or spell, Anna said. Does your family know every light ritual and spell? No, my mom wasn't even a witch, Seth said. I thought purebloods were more careful about hoarding knowledge, passing it down the generations. His voice was sarcastic. Living as a Gryffindor half-blood had shown him the bad side of many of the pureblood families, especially the dark ones. Can't help you. I'm a Muggleborn, David said with a laugh. Well, that wasn't part of my family's secret knowledge, Anna said, rolling her eyes. So was there anything we missed? There's the bond, David offered. We figured it was caused by the wild magic, and we kind of know how it works, but we never really looked into alternate reasons for it or anything. Usually a bond like that takes years to form, at least in its stable state, Anna said. Wild magic was the only way we could think to explain it. If he's magic incarnate, then I guess the magic could have formed the bond, Seth said. Why, though? Anna asked. Maybe it saw Mr. Dumbledore as a powerful source of magic and wanted to stay close to him. Seth suggested. Possibly, David replied. Or it could have been an accident with all the magic running around the room at the time. I've heard that these bonds can form with people who have been through war together. Then the wild magic just made it form immediately rather than having it form over a long period of time. Seth questioned, wanting to make sure he understood what was being suggested. That's a possibility, Anna said as she flipped a few pages. Hey, I never saw this. She pointed to an official-looking report. Oh, I think that's a report from the other unspeakable groups of what was noticed on Halloween when all this happened, David said, turning to the page in his book. A flicker in the magic levels of Godric's Hallow, Seth mused. Wow, they actually keep track of stuff like this. Yeah, I think most of Britain is covered, as well as parts of the continent, David answered. Oh, check this out. His brow rose as he read. There was a time stretch. It looks like 7 seconds were added to the night. Weird. Who monitors this stuff? Seth asked incredulously. The Department of Time, for this one, Anna answered. It's possible most of this stuff has nothing to do with Harry. Possible, but unlikely, David said, raising his finger. I doubt the fact that it stormed in London is related, Anna said sarcastically. It might be, Seth said, laughing. He glanced at the clock, 6 in the morning. Work began in 2 hours. What about that time thing? Anna said, smiling as much as she ever did. What could have caused that? I have no idea, David said, but it was 7 seconds, a very magical number. Magic incarnate, Seth answered with a shrug. It was how they'd been explaining a lot of things. Maybe the reflected AK stretched time. Anna suggested. Why that one and not the 3 cast at him later? Seth asked. It could have been the magic protecting him, giving him more time to react against Voldemort, protecting him or something, David put in. Then when the others hit him, he already had the protection up. David shrugged exaggeratedly. No, that's not right, look. The 7 seconds was before the AK had even been cast, Seth said. What? Anna asked, looking at the record. Sure enough, it was before. Possibly before Voldemort had even arrived. Okay, so, the 7-second stretch was before the attack even occurred. David said. Do you think this could have been Harry's magic waking? Anna asked. That would mean he or his magic. Well, if we are going with our theory he is magic, but anyway, it would have to mean he knew Voldemort was coming for him, David said. Don't you find it a little bit odd that Dumbledore came when he had? I know when we asked him about it, he said he had charms on the house and stuff, but it just doesn't fit, Seth said. But remember, he admitted to that in a way, saying he just felt something bad had just happened or was about to, Anna said. Do you think magic warned him? Told him to get there to help protect part of itself? Seth asked. It's very possible, Anna said as she upped the paper she had began writing on when they started talking. Her hand shook a bit and she let go of the quill and held her hand flat against the paper, frowning. You know, I've always wondered, Seth began, why are you so twitchy? Twitchy, Anna repeated, looking puzzled. Well yeah, Seth continued. He was probably going to get in trouble for this, but hopefully she'd contribute his questions to the late hour or the alcohol, even though he wasn't anywhere near drunk. When you smile, you never smile with your whole mouth, and you're always dropping stuff. See, your hand's shaking. Oh, Anna said, reaching down to pick up the dropped quill. She quickly spelled the ink from his carpet. I was hit with a spell when I was little, and it messed up my nerves. I had to relearn a lot of things, like how to smile. I'm still working on it. What spell? David asked. He was obviously wondering just as much as Seth was. Oh, you know, Anna mumbled, a Crucio. A Crucio, Seth exclaimed, while David made a hissing noise of disbelief. How old were you? 6 maybe, Anna said, hesitating. Who would Crucio a little kid? David asked. I didn't know her that well. She was a relative of my cousin's fiancé at the time, Anna answered. She was showing something she was developing and decided to show it on me, since she caught me eavesdropping. At least, that's what Lucius told me afterward. I don't really remember. Wait, the Crucio has been around a long time, David said. What was she developing? It was a concentrated form of the spell, Anna answered. Something so just a small part of the body would actually be subjected to the spell. So she used it on your hand? Seth asked. I'm not sure if she misfired or if it was on purpose, but she shot it at my head, Anna answered. Overloaded my brain or something. That's why I can hear thoughts without trying. It sparked something in my head which made that possible. David and Seth were speechless. Hey, if it hadn't happened, I would have never joined the Unspeakables, Anna said with a shrug. Anyway, what did you think of that story Dumbledore told us? About what? Seth said, trying to gather his thoughts back to Harry and the notes. The accidental magic Harry displayed last week and how it shattered a glass apparently through the bond, Anna answered. Harry hasn't displayed much accidental magic before, at least that we know of, David said, leaning back in the chair and placing his hands behind his head. Everything he does seems deliberate. True, but is the issue that he did accidental magic, or that it somehow traveled through the bond? Anna questioned. I've never heard of anything like it, Seth said. I don't know of anyone who had such a bond so young, David responded. The possibility that magic traveled through the bond, even when they weren't in the same room, means that the bond is probably much stronger than we originally thought. Anna nodded. We may need to look into spells or potions that could suppress the bond, at least until Harry stops having bouts of accidental magic. We could look into it, but it'll be Dumbledore's decision whether they implement it or not, Seth pointed out. Who wouldn't? Anna said. To constantly feel the emotions of a child, coupled with accidental magic running through it. I think he'd be happy to suppress it, at least for a while, like if he was in important meetings, or the ministry. Okay, but remember how he reacted when we first put Harry into the testing room, David reminded them. He looked lost without the bond. But if it's something he could turn off and on at will, I think he'd be alright with it. Anna spoke as one with experience. Possibly, Seth conceded. Well, it's about time for work to start. Merlin, we were up all night. Anna questioned. Yup, David answered as he stood and stretched. Anna and Seth soon followed. I'll have the elves get us breakfast, Seth said with a snap of his fingers. Oh, Colin apparated to work, wondering what the day would bring. He was looking forward to some of his pet projects, such as studying Fiendfire. As he walked through the main room to his office, he heard laughter coming from Seth's office. Strange. Colin was an hour early so he could work in peace. Why was Seth there? Who was with him? He didn't have to wait long for the answer as Seth's office door burst open and David walked out, wearing wrinkled robes and carrying a donut. Anna followed right after, in pajamas and also carrying a donut. Seth hung at the door, still laughing with his mouth full of donut. You know, on second thought, I don't want to know, Colin thought as he slipped into his office. An hour later, Colin left his office to speak with Jess about assignments for the day. When he reached her office, he saw that the door was open and Dawn was just inside. Oh, hey, Colin, Jess said. Hold on a minute. Okay, Colin answered as he stepped back out. He couldn't help but hear Dawn. They've been targeted. By some powerful people, he was saying. They come in tomorrow, Jess responded. We can warn them then. No, we should warn them now, Dawn answered. These guys haven't missed a target yet, from what I understand. Jess paused, apparently thinking over it for a bit. Go warn them, she suddenly said. Dawn rushed out of her office, brushing by Colin. He stepped in Jess' office. What was that about? Someone has targeted Albus and Harry Dumbledore for assassination, Jess answered. Harry woke to Fawkes softly poking him. Huh, he mumbled, trying to roll over and go back to sleep, but Fawkes was insistent. And then Harry remembered. Last night had been his first slumber party. Neville and Luna had come over and they had all camped out on the floor in his room. Sure, it was a little unusual for a slumber party to be co-ed, but Neville and Luna didn't know that, and Harry wasn't about to point it out. It had been fun and relaxing just being a kid, especially after the glass incident the previous week. He had also been reassured by Luna that she wasn't mad at him, and that she had actually been worried he was going to be upset with her, since she had accidentally told her mum about the runes. So all was quickly forgiven and forgotten, as most childish worries are. Harry rolled over, almost bumping into Neville, who was still asleep next to him. Was that drool on the pillow? Hey, Nev, he whispered, nudging him a little. We have to get up, 'member. Neville was quite a chunk when he was little, though, because his parents were raising him this time, he had a healthy tan to go along with his young build. Harry smiled, looking forward to telling Neville's parents that their son had displayed his first bout of accidental magic. Though it had been a small bit of magic, Harry was going to retell the tale with the help of Luna. "Kay," Neville said, rubbing his eyes. Neville's parents were not as concerned about his apparent lack of magic as Augusta had been in the original timeline, though it was clear Augusta was trying to get her son to do something to help, encourage, Neville to show something to put her mind at ease. Frank and Alice Longbottom did no such thing, and actually told Neville not to worry about it. Whether or not he was a wizard, he was their son and was the heir of the Longbottom line. Harry could tell they were worried for their son, though. Not for fear of what him being a squib would do to their image or anything, but what that would mean for Neville's future. They, understandably, did not want their son to suffer any public bias or unfair judgment. They also didn't want him missing out on Hogwarts or grow to resent those who could use magic. Neville, to their bewilderment, wasn't worried, thanks to Harry privately pointing out to him that he wouldn't be making runes with him and Luna if he wasn't magical. They had, of course, been secretly drawing runes for some time, so that proved Harry's point. Harry heard Luna sit up behind him. "You have to go with your papa today, huh?" she said, stretching. "Uh-huh, it's some guy's retirement party or something." "Retirement?" Neville asked tiredly. "Are people tired? Maybe they need a nap," Luna suggested. Harry smiled. "No. It's when someone gets to stop working at a job. They get health benefits and everything." "For getting old?" Luna asked. "I guess," Harry said, deciding it was easier to just agree, since it was kind of true. Harry looked at the clock, seeing that it was almost 7:30 a.m. They would arrive at the Ministry at 8 for the retirement party. Mad-Eye Moody's party. "Ah, you are all already up," Dumbledore said pleasantly, ready for the day as he entered. "Uh-huh." Fawkes woke Harry up, Luna said. "Very good. Well, your parents will be here a little before 8, so why don't you all get dressed? Come to the office when you are all ready," he said, flicking his wand which packed everything up for them while leaving their clothes out. "And pack up your PJs once you change. Luna, you may change in the bathroom." Luna nodded, grabbed her bag and skipped to the hall restroom while Harry and Neville picked up the clothes Dumbledore had taken out for them. They were all heading to the office in 10 minutes. "So how were they?" Alice Longbottom asked, sitting on a recently conjured couch next to her husband, Frank. Rebecca was standing beside Alice. "They were perfectly well-behaved children," Dumbledore answered happily. "We even played a few games before I sent them off to bed." And Neville, he was all right during the night. With Fawkes in the room, his fear of the dark was nearly non-existent, Dumbledore assured her just before Harry, Neville and Luna entered. "Have a good time, son?" Frank asked. "Uh-huh. We played snaps and made shadow puppets," he said happily, surprising his parents since he had a serious fear of the dark and shadows. "Oh, what did you make?" Frank asked, happy his son was slowly getting over his fear, with or without the presence of a phoenix. "I made a dragon. I had to protect Loony the worm." "Ah, Luna was the worm," he said, wiggling his finger, evidently showing how Luna had made the shadow worm. Harry smiled, not at all surprised Neville had forgotten about his little display of magic. Why should he be concerned about maybe not being something he already knows he is? He didn't understand that his parents were privately concerned about his supposed non-magical issue. "What was Harry?" Rebecca asked. "Oh, he was the light," Neville said simply before becoming excited. "Fawkes was the monster I had to fight. He even played dead and everything for us." Dumbledore's eye twinkled as he glanced at his familiar. Fawkes seemed to shrug. "Yeah, and Neville made our shadows shrink," Harry said, knowing this would spark their curiosity. "What Harry?" Frank asked, afraid to read into what this might mean. "Oh yeah, Shadow Fawkes was about to gobble up Loony the worm, so," Neville started, only to be cut off by Luna. He gasped and Harry's light shifted some and that gave Loony a chance to dodge Shadow Fawkes' beak. She said, playing out the scene with her hands. "Accidental magic," Frank said, quite happy. "You're a wizard." "I know," Neville said, not seeing the big deal. "Well, aren't you happy?" Alice asked, having expected Neville to be ecstatic rather than practically apathetic. "Yeah, but I've known for a while." "Harry told me I was," Neville said with a smile. "Harry told you?" Alice asked, turning her eyes to find a rather sheepish child. She didn't know if she should be happy about Harry having faith in Neville being a wizard, or be angry about how Neville would have felt had he learned he was a squib instead. Harry decided to play mysterious. He was the boy who lived after all, and what he was going to say was the truth. "He asked me what I thought," Harry said with a shrug. "I knew he was, so I told him he was." "How did you know, though?" Rebecca asked. "How can you not? It's all around him," Harry said, allowing himself to look confused as he gently jabbed Neville's chunky arm with his scarred hand. "And in him. See, you can't know that by just poking someone," Harry, Frank said seriously, though it was clear he was a bit amused by Harry's naivety. Rebecca and Alice noticed Harry used his right hand, which they knew he rarely used to make any sort of contact with, particularly human contact. They were not so quick to agree with Frank. Harry frowned, inwardly deciding to have some fun, just to teach them the lesson that you can't judge a person by initial impression or set a standard for them to meet or fail. They just might surprise you. Also, after the glass incident, he felt he didn't need to hide so much. In the time of learning to deal with his scarred hand, he learned his hand instincts were never wrong, and could tell him quite a bit about what he was touching if he paid attention, which was probably why he wasn't able to comfortably write runes with it, now that he thought about it. His hand was telling him too many things at once, and he wasn't able to decipher it all, yet. Just another thing he was currently looking into. He knew his hand could tell him if someone was magical or not, and, to a certain extent, how strong they were or rather could be. And at the Unspeakables, he had picked up a few other things his hand could tell him, particularly about who was an animagus, a hint of what animal they may be, and if they had any other magical abilities. He was still working out the specifics, of course, but he was happy with the progress he was making. And with Albus' help, they were narrowing down what each feeling in his palm meant. Harry looked at the adults before him, Albus' eyes twinkling, pretty sure what Harry was planning, since they had discussed how much he should slowly reveal about himself. Everyone already knew he was different, there was no reason to try to completely hide it from everybody, just the general public. And he knew he could trust these people, the only question was how much trust was safe for them. Harry walked up to Frank, stopping within arm's reach of him and stretched out his scarred hand and touched his knee. "You like cougars," he said simply, before pulling his hand back and placing it in his pocket. Frank and Alice exchanged glances. Frank's animagus was a cougar. They looked back at Harry, finding his eyes, as always, holding a glint of unknown power and intelligence. "You're right, Harry. I do like cougars," Frank admitted softly. "Neville likes lions," Harry added, before there was an awkward silence. "Well, Harry and I must be off. I would hate to arrive late for Alistair's retirement party," Dumbledore said as if nothing had happened. "Of course, Albus," Rebecca said, guiding Luna toward the fireplace, the Longbottoms moving to get behind her. "Harry, what do you say?" Dumbledore asked. "Thanks for letting Neville and Luna spend the night," Harry said obediently. "You're very welcome, Harry," Frank said, before looking up to Dumbledore. "Tell Alistair we will arrive, but will unfortunately be a bit late. Augusta will be babysitting Neville." "I will," Dumbledore said. Immediately after the two families left, Harry and Dumbledore flowed to the Ministry. Oh. Don sprinted onto the grounds of Hogwarts. There was probably no need to hurry, as Albus and Harry Dumbledore spent most days at the castle, but he hurried anyway. Intel given too late rarely helped anyone. The castle grew steadily closer, and soon Don was at the main entry. He yanked on the door. Locked. Shit. Don looked around but saw no one, not even the huge, hairy, truck-like groundskeeper. Pounding on the door would probably not be helpful, seeing as the castle was huge, and only a few professors stayed over the summer. Don pulled out a slim tool and inserted it in the huge lock on the door. "Come on, let me in," he mumbled as he expertly began picking the lock. He knew that since the wards had been updated, the castle didn't let people in unless they were working for the good of the people in the castle. His errand qualified as such, and he hoped his picking the lock would be overlooked. The lock clicked, and he slid the tool into his robe and opened the door, wand drawn. No one greeted him, so he ran toward the headmaster's office. It had been years since he had been there, but he was confident of the way. Sure enough, he soon came upon the gargoyle hiding the entrance. He boldly cast a spell that should go through any magic defenses on any door. The gargoyle didn't budge. "For crying out loud," Don exclaimed. "Let me up, I've got important news for the headmaster." "He's not here," a voice from down the hall answered. "Damn." Don whipped around, a curse forming in his mind before he remembered where he was. "Who are you?" he asked instead, keeping his wand trained on the large man. The man chuckled, his wand already pointed at Don. "Since you're the one who barged in, perhaps you should answer that question first." His bare head had a scar across the top, and Don wondered what sort of spell caused it, as it looked like it had once been painful. Frustrated, Don explained, I need to warn the headmaster about something. Where is he? Give me a reason I should answer you, the man said. Hogwarts let me in, Don pointed out. True, but that's not enough, the man responded. What more do you want? Don asked. This was wasting time. Maybe someone to vouch for you, the man suggested. Hello Michael, a new voice said. Who is this? I was trying to find out, the man, Michael, answered. The well-known form of Professor Flitwick came from behind Don. Well, he said, suddenly businesslike, who are you and what do you want? I'm trying to find Headmaster Dumbledore, because I have news he needs to hear, Don said quickly. This was getting old. He supposed he could imperio one of them to get the information, but that was generally frowned upon. What news? Flitwick asked. I can't tell just anyone, Don responded. Can you just tell me where he is? I'm afraid not, since I don't know who you are or what your intentions are, Flitwick answered. Don suddenly remembered his card. Oh, I'm with the Unspeakables, here's my card, he said, handing the card to Flitwick. It didn't give his real name, but it had his picture, and was coded in magic that made it impossible to forge. He had forgotten it because his jobs generally involved taking people out without making contact, or hiding who he was working for. Talking to someone up front was usually Anna or Colin's job. Flitwick glanced over the card, then handed it to Michael. Albus is at the Ministry, attending Alistair Moody's retirement party, Flitwick finally answered. Great, thanks, Don said as he held out his hand. Michael passed the card back to him. Don's curiosity grew. Who are you? Michael Bear, Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, Michael answered. Oh, you poor man, Don said, thinking of the curse. Well, hope you make it out alive. I've been here 2 years already, since the updates on the wards broke the curse, Michael said with a laugh. Your concern for my safety is appreciated, though. Ah, well, see ya, Don said as he ran back to the entrance. All the way back to the Ministry, damn it. Something was going to go down. He could feel it. Oh. Harry looked around, taking in everything. This was not his first time in the Ministry. He had been here a few times when he was 3 and 4, but this was the first time Albus had allowed him to walk beside him, while holding his hand of course. Everything seemed so much bigger than the last time they had been here in the original timeline. That time had been when they had first met Unspeakable Jess, the time their deep bond had been created, strengthening the bond that had already been forming due to the war. Excited, Harry? Dumbledore asked, both of them without any glamours, since they were there for a party. Harry nodded, catching a glimpse of the absurd statue in the main area. Harry almost wished to see the blasted thing explode. So egotistical and arrogant. It was a wonder there had not been an uprising made up of inferior, magical creatures. The wizarding world would see how inferior they really were if they joined Voldemort again, as many of them had last time. Harry shook his head, Dumbledore catching his dark emotions concerning it. Glancing back to what Harry was staring at, he instantly understood. He was about to comment when the minister came upon them. Ah, Albus Dumbledore. And your heir. I'm so happy you have taken the time to come today. Alistair will be quite pleased, he said. His name was Justin McCormick. Cornelius Fudge was never able to even approach the position of minister, thanks to the public's cry of wanting serious, hard-working politicians. Dumbledore had not made the same mistake of sitting back and hoping people would wise up on their own as he had last time. No, sometimes it took a respected man to stand firm and make his voice heard. Sometimes people were too accustomed to things to know changes were needed. He was still hopeful of people, but, understandably, the blind faith he once had was gone. Since Alistair became an Auror, I have always intended to come to his retirement party, Dumbledore said, Harry scooting closer to his side. Of course, and the fact there are an unlimited supply of a variety of cakes doesn't hurt in this decision, does it? He asked, smirking. Cake. No, the icing, Minister, the icing, Albus said seriously, getting a nod of agreement from Harry. Minister McCormick looked down at Harry, seeing him nod. So, after the old man's own heart, are you, lad? Harry blinked, allowing himself to look like a confused child as Albus chuckled. Well, to the party, gentlemen, McCormick said, waving his cane toward the direction they were headed. McCormick was an average-looking man with dark hair. He was a pureblood, but was fair and treated all individuals equally, for the most part. His main difference from Fudge was the fact he despised brown nosers, which was a pleasant condition from what Dumbledore had prepared himself for. He also valued his own opinion, more so than Fudge had initially, not coming to Dumbledore at every choice he had to make. This gave more time to Dumbledore to run Hogwarts, rather than spending time trying to assist a brainless, cowardly minister. They went down a few floors in an elevator, before going down a corridor and entering a grand hall. There were already a large number of people within, no doubt including all of the older Aurors, who had retired before Alastor but had worked with him, and a majority of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. It didn't surprise Harry and Dumbledore. After all, this was Mad-Eye Moody, the legendary Auror. The large area had a number of tables laden with food, including cakes with impressive layers of icing. There was also a congratulations banner over the length of the hall at the back against the wall. "Ooh," Harry said, taking in the decor, the giant chandelier, the two balconies on either side, overlooking the possible dance floor, and all of the formally robed people. "The lad is easily impressed," a voice said behind them, not far from Minister McCormick. "Not really," Harry answered, recognizing the voice, despite never having formally met the man before in this time. Harry turned around with Albus to find Alastor standing behind them. He had a larger portion of his nose than his alternate self had had at this time, but his leg and eye were both still prosthetic. Harry continued looking at him, perfectly at ease before a man who frightened most, innocent or otherwise. "Wow, cool eye," Harry said suddenly. "Can you play catch with it?" Alastor blinked, before his face contorted and a howl came out of his mouth. Unrestrained laughter. A number of people stopped and stared, never having heard the man chortle like that, and because of a child no less. "I like you, boy," he said, once he had calmed enough to speak. He then looked at Dumbledore, who had a hand on Harry's shoulder. "Been teaching the lad well, I see. May make a mighty Auror one of these days, but just the same, I am certain he will make a fine wizard." Albus took a moment to bask in fatherly pride as Harry tried not to look too embarrassed, particularly with most in the room staring at him with open curiosity and amazement. "Come, Albus, knowing you are looking forward to something sweet," Alastor said, shepherding them to the nearest table. For a few minutes, they mingled, the minister going off to speak to some other people a few tables away as Harry kept close to Albus. Alastor had left soon after the minister to speak with some ancient-looking Aurors. Taking an offered cookie from Albus, Harry tried to not appear too self-conscious. He could feel a number of eyes on them, for it wasn't often that the great Albus Dumbledore came to the ministry with the next Merlin. He was glad they didn't scramble toward them, though, demanding to shake his hand, or some nonsense, as they had in the original timeline. Perhaps it was because most of these people here were Aurors or related to them and knew if they bugged Dumbledore or his heir they would have Moody to answer to. There were many stories about how protective Moody had been of them after they had left Godric's Hollow that Halloween. One poor healer never grew back his eyebrows after he strongly suggested removing Harry from the room while Dumbledore was still unconscious. "Headmaster, if you would pardon me, I have always wanted to meet you and your son," a man said hesitantly. Harry slowly turned, at first unable to believe his ears. Fudge. Cornelius Fudge. A younger and humble Cornelius Fudge. Granted, humble might not be the right word. "You did attend Hogwarts, if you recall, Cornelius, so you have met me before," Albus said lightly. "If I remember correctly, you were quite talented in astronomy." It never ceased to amaze Harry how Albus could degrade someone and compliment them at the same time, leaving them frazzled. Yes, of course. Thank you. I mean. He paused, and Harry could feel Albus' amusement as he looked up at the man. He was wearing a lime green bowler hat and dark robes with barely visible stripes running down them. Fudge noticed Harry looking at him and Harry met his eyes. Harry could tell the man was nervous and obviously quite taken at being noticed at all by the boy who lived. So much so he was unsure how he should act in front of the 4-year-old. "This is Cornelius Fudge, Harry. He is an assistant to Dean Marmalade in the Department of Magical Transport and Upkeep," Albus said, taking pity on the man. "Oh, like the night bus?" Harry asked. "Yes, my department helps ensure they undergo routine maintenance and are up to snuff on standards," Fudge said, happy to offer any facts he had to show he was knowledgeable and an important member of society. Harry wondered if Fudge had changed for the better with all the changes they had caused over the years. He had clearly backed away from politics, which was definitely a positive for the rest of the wizarding world. It pleases me to learn past students are making something of themselves, Albus said. Working for the ministry to serve much of the wizarding population is quite a responsibility. Fudge beamed. Butter anyone. It was nice meeting you, Mr. Fudge, Harry said. Likewise, Fudge said, happily bowing and taking his leave, absolutely tickled that Harry had said it was nice to meet him. He migrated toward the minister. Albus shook his head slightly. He wasn't surprised. Well, Harry, shall we mosey over to the lemo cakes? Albus asked. Harry was torn between nodding enthusiastically and rolling his eyes. He settled on giving a small smile with a short nod. Going to the table, they found a familiar man beside it. Ah, Mr. Shacklebolt, Albus said pleasantly, taking the large black man by surprise since his back was to them. Kingsley turned, his eyes widening ever so slightly when he realized exactly who had greeted him so happily, as if they were longtime friends or something. Headmaster, good morning, he said formally, giving him a nod before noticing Harry. Hi, Harry said, holding out his hand. Kingsley gently took it, swallowing it up in his large hand. Kingsley, in their future, had helped them a great deal, and, near the end, had gallantly died for Dumbledore. Kingsley definitely had a place in their hearts. Have you caught any bad guys? Harry asked excitedly. Not recently, Kingsley said, giving a soft smile. You have just been made head of a squad, correct? Albus asked, appraising Ly. Harry was surprised to note that Kingsley became slightly embarrassed. It was almost as if he was having confidence issues, which, Harry supposed, made some sense. He was a fairly young Auror. Yes, sir. I'm head of a training squad. I help prepare new Aurors to enter active squads. And I can't think of a better man for the job. I certainly remember your Owl and Newt scores, Albus said. Kingsley barely gave any hint of his reaction, though Harry and Albus could tell he was quite proud to hear such a compliment from his old headmaster. Papa, are owls when all those really those people come and test everyone? Harry asked, playing his part and causing Kingsley to hide a smile at his near slip of, old people. It was so fun to play innocent kid. Yes, Harry. I'm sure you remember Griselda Marchbanks. The lady who always talks like she wants to give you a cookie. I like her, Harry said. Was she like that when you were little? Not as much, but some, Albus said, before turning his attention back to Kingsley. As they spoke, Harry managed to get a second piece of lemo cake, and before he looked up, Kingsley had politely bid farewell and was going to another table, respectfully allowing others a chance to speak to the headmaster. Harry lifted the cake to take a bite, but before he could sink his teeth into it, he felt a disturbance at the border of his magic. He instinctively turned, sending feelings of alarm to Dumbledore as he dropped his cake and raised his hands before him, finding a bolt of green coming right at him. He already felt his magic gathering in front of him as he straightened his arms, the very blatant killing curse slamming into his near-invisible magic before all became pandemonium. Oh! Jess and Colin hurried into the ministry party, intent on finding the Dumbledores. It didn't take long. Albus, bright robes, resplendent with moving orange embroidery, pointed him out almost immediately. Jess shook her head. With assassins after him, they would have to talk more about blending in with a crowd. Jess was about to approach them when she noticed Harry's magic swirl, reaching out in a protective way. This was something they had not yet seen in their tests, and she knew something was very wrong. Harry, as if pulled or alerted by his magic, whipped his head around and dropped his cake. Jess followed his gaze as he threw up his hands, a hauntingly familiar look in his eyes. The same look she had viewed in Dawn's memory from that Halloween night. A flash of sickly green magic, that could only be an AK, caught her eye as it sped toward Harry. There was no way she could block it with an object from this distance. She fearfully followed the path of the AK, only to see it come to an abrupt halt when it hit a wall of pure chaotic magic emanating from Harry's palms. Peering closer, she saw lines connecting from the wall to Harry's hands, primarily his right, and then a thick line from his torso to Albus's center. Seeing that the Dumbledores were okay and moderately protected with the wall still up, Jess turned her attention to the source of the AK. From the balcony, a body fell over the railing, a dark-robed figure stepping forward to look down. Dawn. She felt a sense of pride in her husband as it was clear he had taken out the assassin. Fire! Harry screamed as a swath of fire split the room in half, catching many in its wake. The smell of charred flesh filled the air and was soon coupled with screams as the room fell into chaos. Something was off about the fire, a malevolence that wasn't present in ordinary fire. Find fire, she noted with horrified dismay as another burst of it went directly for Albus. Oh! Dawn sliced the throat of the assassin with a small knife and then calmly watched him tumble off the balcony. Most wizards would prefer to kill with a spell, but Dawn liked to feel that the person was dead. Something seemed off on this one, though, but he had no time to think on it as bright fire shot across the middle of the room. Good thing Colin and Jess were at the edge. Knowing the fire suggested a second caster, Dawn searched and quickly found him. He was stepping through the fire, controlling it with his sword. A sword. The one on the balcony had been using a sword. This reminded Dawn of something, but his primary objective was to take down the assassins. As his first kill hit the floor, he gracefully leapt off the balcony, landing in a crouch. The few Aurors on this side of the fire were trying to protect innocents, organize defenses, and figure out what the hell was going on, especially after a body had hit the floor with a dull thud nearby. Dawn narrowly missed landing on the body as the Aurors leveled their wands at him. Bloody hell, Dawn uttered. Of course they would think he, who was only trying to help, was a crazed murderer and not a kind wizard eliminating bothersome assassins. He cursed the wards on all ministry buildings that limited apparition to a few special places, which, of course, were not even on this side of the ministry. I don't have time for this. Dawn lifted his wand and began banishing people out of his way. There was no way they would die from it, and if they were hurt, well, St. Mungo's existed for a reason. Oh! Dread filled Albus as the fiendfire approached. He had seen Death Eaters try to cast it in battle, only to see it gobble up both allies and enemies alike, and finally turn on its summoner. He raised his wand, hoping to at least turn it aside. In battles such as those he and Harry had fought in the future, this involved a simple turning onto the oncoming enemies. However, in this place crowded with innocents and allies, it would not be so straightforward. He felt the steady drain of his magic due to the wall Harry had formed. It was tiring, but at least he would not be attacked from behind. Albus reflected that even with the drain he should be able to affect the fire's path, and perhaps gain control of it if he worked it just right. With that thought, he engaged a battle of will for control of the fire, taking on the one who had cast the spell. The will he came up against was much stronger than he had expected, but he managed to weave his magic so tightly against them that he could feel them straining to keep control. Sweat on his brow, Dumbledore guided the fire to the ceiling, the one place where it couldn't harm anyone. He saw the fire curve up as the caster's control waned, but then it trembled angrily, and shifted. The mass of fiendfire was at the ceiling when control was wrenched from Albus. A figure stepped out from the line of fire recently placed across the center of the room. He was holding a smoking sword and was strangely unburned. The figure kept his eyes not on the fire, but on Albus, and Albus found that his attempt to reclaim the fire had little to no effect. The swordsman brought his hands together, and when he pulled them apart, one sword became two. As they did, the twisting shaft of damned fire split above them. Albus' eyes narrowed suddenly, a jolt of painful memories passing through his mind in an instant. The fall and total destruction of Hogwarts. He had only been able to watch as 5 vampires, who had newly allied with Voldemort, controlled a huge mass of fiendfire, shattering the very foundations of the venerable castle. Harry and Albus had both encountered them in later battles, and they quickly learned how to recognize this elite and ruthless clan of vampires. Even other vampire clans despised and avoided them. They cast using swords, controlling demonic fire with practiced ease. And they had used their ability to erase Hogwarts from existence, and had mercilessly murdered over half of his remaining students in one horrid night. Albus met the eyes of the dual blade-wielding vampire, rage like none he had ever felt before rising within him. His steel blue eyes seemed to glow with an unmatchable fury as Harry just behind him let his hands fall away from the shield to redirect them toward Albus. Albus felt a rush of power, Harry thrusting all of the power from the shield through the bond as the vampire wove the fiendfire above them for a second attack. Dumbledore rose up to his full height, powerful magic rippling off his frame 10 times as it was before, if not more, as he whipped his wand about, his lips soundlessly moving just as fast. Now was not the time for mercy. Oh. Jess continued forward. Relieved Dumbledore seemed to have a handle on deflecting fiendfire despite the magic draining from him to help Harry maintain the shield. She was about to help Dumbledore with the fire, but suddenly wondered why Harry was bothering to maintain the shield. Hadn't he seen the assassin fall? She looked over, expecting to find a body void of any magic or life force on the floor beyond the scrambling and terrified people, only to discover the body was raising itself up and had magic to spare. It was now clearly ebbing gray magic. "They're vampires," she shouted, not caring how the panic rose tenfold in the room. She had to let her team know. Not wasting any time, she motioned Colin behind her to help Dumbledore as she dashed forward, catching her husband bulldozing his way toward the fire assassin from the corner of her eye. The balcony assassin was now hers. Focusing her attention to the task before her, she wove her way around frantic people, most now huddling beside chairs or fallen tables, coming to the clearly alive vampire. He turned toward her, the bloody gash on his neck closing as he assessed her. She narrowed her eyes, the people near fearfully edging back as the vampire's magic and her own churned in the air. The vampire raised his scimitar, its curved blade layered with dark magic invisible to all but her. "You'll die here, witch," he shouted, slashing the sword before him, throwing out a wave of hideous magic. She waved her wand before her, promptly canceling the spell. Seeing magic and the makeup of spells can often be very helpful in removing them. "I'll die someday, but not here," she said with a smirk. Oh, Colin didn't watch Jess' progress and totally missed Dawn's advance through the chaos as he moved forward, only to pause and give a heavy blink. As he had run forward, he had watched Dumbledore redirect the flames up and was certain the old man had gained total control. But that was suddenly no longer the case as a dual-blade-wielding madman stepped out of the flames. The fiendfire taking up at least a quarter of the ceiling split into two separate entities. This fire had a form of consciousness, but he was not prepared for what he saw next. Something in Dumbledore snapped as he looked upon the vampire. In that moment, Colin fully understood why Albus Dumbledore was the only wizard Voldemort feared. He barely took notice of Harry's new stance behind the old wizard as he bolted forward, feeling he needed to get as close as he could to the Dumbledores as fast as he could. He nearly gasped at the magic backlash that brushed across his skin, and he couldn't help but feel a tad sorry for the poor assassin who had bitten off more than he could chew. Chunks of floor were now missing in front of Dumbledore, who was only just starting his attack. Colin raised his wand, at the moment only wanting to keep the fire at the ceiling since he wasn't sure of the caster's power and didn't want to openly reveal himself just yet. The flames being contained could easily be blamed on Dumbledore for the time being. However, hearing the first few notes of an overture in his head, he prepared himself in case he had to do something drastic. Still moving forward, having to shove past a number of frightened people trying to make it to the narrow double doors, he saw Dumbledore sweep his wand around his head, making all juice and other party liquids in cups suddenly vaporize. Colin's eyes widened, never having seen such a massive selective banishing charm cast before, but he quickly learned it was not merely a complex banishing charm. The vampire screamed, releasing a terrible high-pitched squeal that would deafen a banshee. His drenched clothes and wet skin were steaming and burning significantly from holy water. The fiendfire twisted horribly in that instant, the caster clearly having relinquished all control to the fire itself, so it would nearly be impossible for anyone to regain control. The Dumbledores seemed to pay no mind to the raging inferno rolling erratically above them as they focused their sights to the vampire who had just taken another wave of Dumbledore's magical onslaught. The fiendfire suddenly plummeted. Colin acted, hearing the soft strains of music swell into the easily defined 1812 overture. Jumping on top of a table that had managed to remain solid and on all of its legs, Colin stood and expertly waved his wand, his free hand weaving about in a unique pattern at the flames. Hoping no one would be dumb enough to try to interrupt his casting, such as confused aurors, he felt his hold on the fiendfire materialize. Aha, he thought, hearing the cannons in his head as he thrust the rebellious flames back up just before they came down on Dumbledore and all those below. Grasping his wand, he curved the fire about, collecting the malicious flames back into one entity again. With an unrelenting glint in his eyes, Colin compacted the fire as much as he could and aimed it at the still screaming vampire. Dumbledore seemed to be mercilessly amplifying the potency of the holy water, while Harry was, what was Harry doing? Colin refocused, deciding it best to ask questions later as he gave the Fiendfire a new command. The vampire's screams suddenly fell off, no doubt seeing its coming demise. Oh. Jess deflected another curse, about to retaliate with some of her own when a blur dashed across her vision before slamming into the unsuspecting vampire. Or, brave or foolish, she didn't know, but the vampire was rammed down onto the floor where the crazed Auror began pounding on him with his magically strengthened fists. Jess could see swirling layers of magic coming from the man's knuckles. Must be a muggle born, Jess mused. She was about to fire a powerful and well-aimed curse at the assassin, but then the screaming vampire, who was somewhere behind her, suddenly shut up, and the assassin before her gave a jolt, before vanishing. An event-initiating portkey. Jess could see the lingering magic from it disperse into the air. Evidently, it was set to activate upon the death of the other assassin. Oh! The raging firestorm streaked down, Dumbledore leaping back in surprise as the hellish blaze shot right in front of him, nearly taking his hat, before slamming into the dripping vampire. The holy water instantly vaporized, which was soon followed by the total annihilation of the would-be assassin. His corpse landed in a heap of dust, dry bone, and, was that a wedge of wood? With a wave of his wand, Colin banished the Fiendfire to where it had come and quenched the flames running down the middle of the room with another simple wave. The place was utterly silent, staring at either him, Dumbledore, or Harry. And then someone broke the silence. Colin, I should kill you. You nearly barbecued me. A little warning next time. I had already staked the monster. He was already dead. Don shouted, standing just beyond the crispy remains of the vampire. Ah, so that is what that piece of wood is. A stake, Colin thought. Oh, sorry, Don. I guess I didn't see you, Colin said simply. You're lucky I can evade, or you would be answering to my wife right now. Colin blinked, paling at the thought. You failed. I thought your people were the best. They are. Circumstances were not right. I warned you about launching an attack at the ministry. The speaker paused. And now they know they have been targeted. You'll just have to do better. I want them eliminated. Of course, but it will take more time now, since they are aware. We must wait for them to think they are out of danger, then we will attack. Very well, I suppose you know best. Oh, I do. The speaker grinned. Frank and Alice Longbottom arrived at the ministry, stepping out of one of the many fireplaces, to find the place in a state of organized panic. Healers were running to and fro, Aurors and other members of related departments were darting everywhere, and reporters were scattered among them. Frank and Alice looked at each other, quickly realizing where the flow of people was going in and out from. As they dashed forward, the other Aurors let them pass, instantly recognizing them. They called out to Amos Diggory, who was about to rush past them. Amos, what has happened? Frank asked, stopping him with a firm hand. The Dumbledores, there was an assassination attempt. An AK was involved, as well as Fiendfire, he said. It happened in the Grand Ministry Hall. Fiendfire. Alice gasped, not waiting for her husband to turn as she suddenly grabbed his hand and dragged him away. On their way, they only became more concerned as the wounded were being carried out on stretchers from the large chamber to be portkeyed to St. Mungo's. Wands were out, collecting and recording data, and people with quills were jotting down statements from survivors. They heard bits and pieces. It was terrible. I've never been so scared in my life, and Dumbledore stopped the Fiendfire and did something to that one assassin, making him scream horribly. There was fire everywhere. Young Harry somehow. I don't know. Whatever he did, it absorbed the killing curse. It was unbelievable. I thought I was going to die. This one trouser-less ginger jumped on a table and controlled and banished the fire while Dumbledore had his hands full with the assassin. Dumbledore was furious. I've never seen anyone so angry. I never would have thought I would have seen Dumbledore that angry. Gently but quickly passing people, they entered the large room. Alice gasped while Frank barely restrained a curse. Down the middle of the room was a long row of badly burned floor. Another portion had a line of uplifted tiles and stone. Pushed onto one side of the room were overturned and damaged tables and chairs, but what first had drawn their eyes were the dozen or so covered bodies scattered along the once pristine dance floor. Alice looked up, finding the entire ceiling utterly blackened and the chandelier burned beyond recognition, before going back to scanning the rest of the room, trying to find the Dumbledores. They were nowhere in sight. Alice and Frank only saw frantic ministry workers going every which way, scanning the area with their wands and gathering things that may provide them with evidence of those responsible. Among all of the orderly chaos were some people who Alice immediately zeroed in on not being normal ministry officials. One was a tall, darkly clothed man with blood on his hand. The other was a man with bright red hair who seemed to have forgotten half of his wardrobe, the trouserless ginger. There were two others, but they seemed of little note. The Longbottom couple slowly approached, for whatever reason feeling these people would know where the Dumbledores were. The man with the red hair looked up as they came forward. If you were looking for the Dumbledores, Albus Dumbledore felt it best for them to return immediately to Hogwarts as it is too difficult to secure their safety here in the midst of all of this, he said, motioning around them. Were they hurt? Alice asked. Not greatly, and they were more exhausted than hurt, he said, rather unhelpfully Alice thought. Who are you? Frank asked. You are not Aurors. We are Unspeakables, another of them said, stepping up beside the red-haired man. The head of our department left with the Dumbledores. Were you all here when it happened? Frank asked. 3 of us were, the red-haired man said simply. We cannot answer any more questions concerning the assassination attempt due to the current investigation of the persons responsible, but the information that can be released will be shared with the public via the Daily Prophet. Persons? Alice asked. There were 2 here. One of them was eliminated, the woman said, nodding slightly to an ashy pile behind them. The other managed to portkey away. Anna, they will learn everything in the Prophet's next edition, the large man said. Exactly, Kurt, no point in making them wait, Anna replied. Thank you, we appreciate that. Is there, anything else you can tell us? Alice asked, not looking at the red-haired man. Though not guilty of indecent exposure, his bare-legged state was embarrassing, and he didn't seem to be a wellspring of information anyway. They were vampires, trained and experienced, Anna continued, ignoring her co-workers' reactions. Anna, by Psylocke's ass, Kurt muttered. What? It's not like that's not going to get out. Jess shouted it out for all to hear during the fight, Anna said, also recalling the fact there were reporters present at the time as well. Fine. Carry on telling them about the attack then, Kurt said with an annoyed shrug, turning and walking off to examine one of the charred areas of floor, ignoring and avoiding the on-duty Aurors and ministry workers also examining the scene. Dumbledore laid Harry down on the bed while Jess stood quietly behind him. May I examine him? Make sure his magic has settled? Jess asked softly. Dumbledore nodded, taking a seat on the side of the bed up against Harry as Jess stepped forward, her eyes scanning both of their forms before she pulled out her wand. His magic is fluctuating, and the bond between you is as strong as I have ever seen it. I don't know what to make of it, but his magic seems to be stabilizing and the bond is slowly returning back to normal, she said. Though, his hand, she added, moving closer. Dumbledore followed her gaze, wishing, not for the first time, that he could see how she saw magic. Can you open your hand for me, Harry? She asked gently, squinting her eyes somewhat. Tiny glimmers of tears appeared at the corners of Harry's eyes, but he didn't make a sound as he slowly opened his hand. Jess' eyes widened. I see remnants of the AK, but it's been warped. Warped? Dumbledore asked, peering closer at Harry's scarred palm. He found that the scars had a slight sheen to them, a greenish gleam that swirled and pulsed, seemingly in sync with his heartbeat. Papa, it's hot, Harry whispered. Harry, may I try something to soothe your hand? Your hand is feeling too much magic at the moment because of what has happened, and that's why it is uncomfortable for you, Jess said. Harry nodded, letting Jess cup his hand in both of hers. After a moment, Harry's eyes widened, before relaxing, which was soon followed by the rest of his body. Dumbledore could only guess what Jess had done, but it was clear it had helped Harry. Jess eased back and stood back up, shaking her hands out. She looked at Albus and their eyes met as Harry closed his eyes in exhaustion and relief before Albus turned his head toward the hall that eventually led to his office. A few of my professors are waiting outside of my office door, Dumbledore stated. Well, they can wait a little bit longer. Do you want me to inform them what has occurred and that you both need rest? Jess asked. That would be appreciated, Dumbledore answered, remaining on the edge of the bed as he brushed some of Harry's hair with his thumb. Jess silently walked out, closing the door behind her. A few hours later, the chief warlock of the Wizengamot looked out over the conference table. This was not a judicial meeting in the traditional sense, as they had no one to try. However, the outcome of this meeting would be very important, as it would decide how the Ministry of Magic would proceed with the knowledge of these blatant attacks against a respected leader of light and his heir. Albus Dumbledore had just called the meeting to order. The 6 department heads, along with the Minister of Magic, the elders of the Wizengamot, and a scribe, were present. Once he had called the meeting to order, as was his duty, Albus sat and let the minister take over. "I apologize for bringing you here on such short notice," Minister Justin McCormick began. "However, as I am sure some of you already know, a grave event occurred today. A room full of ministry officials, heads of families, and Aurors were attacked this morning. Although the assailants were dispatched, this is something that requires the attention of all department heads." A stunned silence. An attack within the ministry. It was unthinkable. Minister McCormick let the whispers die down before he continued. "This attack cost the lives of 11 people and injured many others. Our purpose here is to determine, if possible, the origins of the attack, reasons, and our response. I will give the floor now to Albus Dumbledore, who was present at the attack." Albus stood as the minister sat. "Not only was I there, I was the target, I and my son." Murmurs around the table. "As far as I can tell, 2 vampires attempted to assassinate us. If it weren't for the quick action of my son and a handful of unspeakables, they might have succeeded." He paused before giving the gathered heads all the information he remembered from the attack. Withholding information now would be stupid, even if revealing meant that eyes would be turned to Harry. Incorrect intelligence could hurt him and Harry much worse in the long run, or even the short run. After he spoke, Albus sat back at the table, ready for the much more informal questioning now that speeches were finished. Minister McCormick spoke first. "Madam Astor, have you heard anything about these vampires from your office?" Madam Hypatia Astor, head of the Department of Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, responded with, "When I heard of the incident today, I spoke with Mr. Dodge, the vampire liaison. He said that the vampires as a whole do not perform, as they put it, petty services, such as assassinations. Of course, anyone who has done an in-depth study of history knows that the vampires did once perform these services. Since the conception of our current ministry layout, however, the vampires have stayed out of politics, including assassinations. If these assassins were vampires, then they must be a rogue group." "They were vampires," Albus said firmly. "Of course they were," Madame Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement replied. "I spoke with many who saw one of the assassins fall with his throat slit, but he did not die. I think the best way to deal with this occurrence is to ask the vampire ambassador for more information directly," Minister McCormick said. "Even if it is not the vampires as a whole, the ambassador may know of a particular rogue group who would do this. As soon as this meeting concludes, I will contact the ambassador," Madam Astor said. Mr. Alexander Blythe, head of the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes, spoke next. "The next item we should discuss is the way in which these assassins were dispatched." He turned to Albus. "You said that another person controlled the fire that was on you." "Yes," Albus said. "Who was that?" Mr. Blythe asked. "In order for someone to control that level of fire, he must have outstanding control." Albus hesitated. While he had no problem with telling who Colin was, he didn't think he could because of the contract he had signed. "It was one of mine," the head of the Department of Mysteries answered in an androgynous voice. Behind the veil, the person could be either gender, any age, and of any upbringing. Only the minister knew who this person actually was, but they called the person Isaac. "Some of my people heard of a possible attack and went to warn Albus, but as they reached him, the attack began. I have already questioned my people and will answer any relevant questions concerning them." With that revelation, Mr. Blythe nodded and said that answer was satisfactory. Everyone knew that the Department of Mysteries researched many things, and for them to have someone who had such an advanced control of magic was not out of the realm of possibility. "In that case, Mr. Blythe turned to a different page of notes. "I would like to understand more of what young Mr. Dumbledore did. How is it possible that he stopped a killing curse?" "Yes, we've heard your explanations of how he survived the curses when he was a baby, but that does not explain this situation," Mr. Bartimus Crouch Sr., head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, put in. The truth would not hurt here. Albus replied, I'm not entirely sure, but it is fortunate that he was able to stop the curses. Of course, but are you not the least bit curious as to why he was able to stop them? Mr. Crouch asked. Yes, and I will do what I can to find out why, but it is a delicate situation, Albus explained. After all, I wouldn't allow an AK to be shot at him as an experiment. The rest of the table looked appalled. No one would suggest such a thing, Madame Bones said in a placating manner. However, the fact remains that much could be learned from the boy. While you are a more than capable wizard, are you sure you're the one to study him, for lack of a better term? Albus did not let the anger grow. After all, under normal circumstances, they had a point. He even admitted it to himself by letting the unspeakables work with Harry. Of course, if these were normal circumstances, Harry would be dead. Albus cleared his throat, about to reply, when he noticed a tiny movement on the edge of the table. Looking closer, he saw a familiar-looking beetle that had no place in the room. Immediately, he conjured a glass and trapped it. Mr. Dumbledore. Mr. Blythe questioned. I am sorry, Albus replied, but this bug intrigued me. I have never seen such markings on a normal beetle. Is this really the time for bug catching, Dumbledore? Mr. Dean Marmalade, head of the Department of Magical Transportation, asked with a smile. May I? Mr. Ludo Bagman, head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports, asked. Albus pushed the glass toward him, and Mr. Bagman, an avid bug catcher, examined the beetle inside. I have never seen such markings either, he said excitedly. This may be a new species altogether. Might I examine the creature? Isaac asked with an outstretched hand. Mr. Bagman passed the glass. Interesting. If I may, I would like to examine the creature further. Sure, Bagman shrugged. As long as you let me know the results. Very well, Isaac answered. As interesting as this all is, Madame Bones said with a hint of annoyance, perhaps we could get back to our discussion of young Harry. As has been pointed out, Isaac began after casting what Albus recognized as a ward of silence around the beetle. Harry should be studied. In fact, that is what we have been doing. The Department of Mysteries is studying him. Minister McCormick said incredulously. Yes, we have been working with him, and with this new development we'll continue to work with him, Isaac answered. I hope that is satisfactory to all. Isaac turned his veiled face to each person. What are the results? Mr. Blythe asked. As I have said before, Albus answered, irritated, that is nobody's business. I am not about to allow Harry's magical abilities, impressive or not, be exposed to encourage the world to talk about him. He is enough as it is. But Mr. Crouch began. The results are promising, Isaac interrupted. Other than that, I agree with Mr. Dumbledore. If he wishes to reveal further results, he may. If our findings affect the entire magical community, then they, of course, will be shared. There was some grumbling, but the others saw the wisdom in this. What of the attacks themselves? Mr. Marmalade questioned. Do we think they are related to he who must not be named in any way? Well, Madame Bones answered, you know who was not allied with vampires as far as we know, but as has been discussed, the vampires do not do assassinations for fees. If they were hired, they would have to get something more from the exchange than money. Mr. Dumbledore, do you know of any grievance the vampires may have with you? Not with me personally, Albus answered. If they had succeeded, it would have definitely made a statement against the wizarding world, Madame Astor put in. I will look into possible motives. While we're on the subject of the assassins, Mr. Crouch began, I have some questions about their mode of casting magic. Yes, Madame Bones said. I was also attending the party, Mr. Crouch said, and I noticed that the assailants used swords to cast through. It was my understanding that vampires cannot use spells such as we do. Were spells stored in the swords themselves or have the vampires found a way to cast? Mr. Blythe answered. We've been studying the artifacts, and it seems to be more complicated than simply storing spells. With more time, we should know for sure, but it seems to access their innate magic. Albus had never had a chance to look over one of the swords, but he and Harry, along with Kurt, had come up with a similar theory in the other timeline. That seems viable, Madame Astor said. There was a short silence, then Minister McCormick spoke. If there are no more questions, we should discuss what to tell the media. What should the public at large know? First of all, that an attack happened, Madam Bones answered. Too many people saw everything to cover it up in any way. I agree, Mr. Blythe said. Therefore, we should publish who was attacked, as well as who attacked. Make sure to let them know that this is not an act of aggression by all vampires, Madam Astor inserted. We should also say some about how they were defeated, Mr. Crouch added. I don't want Harry to be questioned, Albus said. If they could avoid people trying to swarm him whenever they once again went out in public, he wanted to. Just say that both Dumbledores defended themselves, with help from ministry officials, Madam Bones said. That way the focus is not on the child. I would appreciate that, Albus said. However, he had a sneaking suspicion that the news would focus on Harry anyway. It goes without saying that no one need know the unspeakables were involved, Isaac said with a bored tone. Another thing to say would be that security will increase in the ministry, Minister McCormick added. We should come up with new measures to ensure nothing like this happens again. All agreed, and the meeting was ended. The minister held a parchment with notes on what to release to the public, and Albus made his way to Isaac as the others left for their departments. How can I help you? Isaac asked, transfiguring the glass with the beetle in it to a jar. They were the only ones left in the room. I would like to remove a prophecy, Albus answered. Rather, my son would. The prophecy refers to him, Isaac said, straightening from the table. Yes, and we would like to remove it from the hall, Albus said. Very well, I will make an appointment with the appropriate people and let you know when you can come in, Isaac answered. Thank you, Albus said. With strange things happening that didn't occur in the first timeline, he didn't want to take any chances. Flitwick was in a chair reading a book, having been asked by Albus to watch over Harry while he was gone. Flitwick glanced over at Harry from above his book, finding the boy clutching Poon, the stuffed phoenix he had gotten from the Unspeakables when he was a toddler. The red phoenix was clearly loved, and despite the cleaning and repairing spells Albus cast, wear was evident in the frayed feathers sticking up from the bird's head and in the slightly matted tail feathers. Harry's hand tightened slightly on the stuffed phoenix's back before relaxing again. Poon's head was pinned under Harry's chin, while his wings were trapped under Harry's small hand. It was quite adorable, Flitwick decided, before going back to his book, Everything and Anything Charmed. Harry had been asleep for well over 2 hours before he stirred, and, as he did, Flitwick quickly put down his book and turned to him. Where's Papa? Harry called sleepily. Albus had to go too. An emergency meeting at the ministry, due to what has happened, Flitwick said, waving his wand to brighten the lights of the room to a soft glow. He was always amazed how Harry knew when Albus was around or not. He reasoned it was because of the bond. Oh, when did he go? How long have I been asleep? Harry asked, rubbing his eyes with his good hand while leaving his scarred one holding Poon. He left about an hour ago, and you've only slept about 2 hours. How are you feeling? Just a little tired now, Harry answered. Flitwick levitated himself, along with his chair, closer to the edge of the bed. He looked closely at Harry, as if expecting to find something. Albus told me what happened. It must have been pretty scary, Flitwick said. Flitwick took in Harry's posture and how he was holding Poon. He seemed relaxed enough, as if he had just had a good natural nap, rather than one induced by magical exhaustion and shock of almost having been killed. He didn't know if this relieved his worries or made them worse. Harry shrugged. A little I guess, but there wasn't really time to be scared. Uncle Phileas. Yes, Harry. I thought vampires were neutral, why would they try to hurt me and Papa? The way Harry had calmly asked, no emotion at all coming through that revealed fear or worry, but rather curiosity and confusion, made Flitwick realize even more how different Harry was from other children. I don't know, Harry. There are many vampire clans spread out across the world and we don't know very much about them. However, it is very possible the 2 vampires that attacked were rogue. Harry didn't look so convinced, but contemplative for a long second before bolting upright in his bed. Can I draw? Flitwick blinked. Sure, Harry. Ah, the spontaneity of youth. Harry hopped off the bed and Flitwick watched him go to the little desk, the second one he owned, plop down in the chair, and take a crayon to parchment. Harry certainly was an interesting child. Flitwick was content to watch Harry begin to draw some sort of large round object on the page, but Harry stopped barely a quarter through. Nope. Wrong color. Harry exclaimed, grabbing a red one before slapping that down a second later. Ew. Harry shook out his hand, as if he had just touched something gross. Something wrong, Harry? Flitwick asked, a bit confused. Oh, no, not really, Harry said, looking up. Is there something on that crayon? I can scourgify it for you if you wish. No, it just isn't right for this picture. So you said, ew, and shook out your hand as if you had touched a globberworm. Harry looked sheepish as he muttered, it felt yucky. Flitwick decided to hop off the chair and make his way to the desk to see what Harry was drawing. Harry restrained himself from snatching the parchment and hiding it as Flitwick peered down onto the desktop and blinked heavily. What are you drawing, Harry? Is this a rune? He asked, keeping his voice light, despite his internal feelings of surprise, alarm, and amazement. Harry nodded, tracing a drawn edge with his first finger. Flitwick noticed it was his right hand. What does it do? Flitwick asked encouragingly, taking in the detailed work of the wondrous child. There were several smaller runes surrounding a large incomplete one. Each was made up of an array of colors, some curving lines trailing off to intertwine together around the border of the page. It's for Papa's candy. Ah, but what does it do? Harry stifled a giggle. For whatever reason, the purpose of this network of runes was funny enough to make his unease of revealing more of his capabilities disappear. Change the color of his candies. Flitwick's eyes twinkled. Does he know you're making this? No. Flitwick didn't bother trying to contain himself as he broke into a fit of laughter. Harry smiled as he picked up a green crayon, bringing it up to finish the large circle with a content sigh. After he had calmed down, Flitwick continued to watch Harry work, and after 7 more crayons, 4 of which were not right, yucky, or slimy, Harry finished it. All done? Flitwick asked. Yup, Harry said, picking it up and leaving the room. Where are you going, Harry? Flitwick asked, quickly following the boy. The lad looked like he was on a mission. Flitwick decided not to take any chances. Shish, Harry said, hurrying now, as if worried someone would catch him. Flitwick entered Albus' office after Harry, who scurried forward to the headmaster's desk and clambered up onto the chair to lean precariously toward the desk with one of the parchment corners held securely between his dry lips. Placing one hand on the top of the desk to balance himself, Harry pushed the glass bowl full of countless Lemo drops aside. Flitwick pulled out his wand, concerned Harry was going to slip and either fall and hurt himself or push the bowl too far and make it crash onto the floor. Thankfully, Harry did neither and quickly placed the rune-covered parchment where the large, flat-bottom bowl had been. Shifting forward, Harry was now completely kneeling on the desk, allowing himself the ability to lift the bowl and cover the parchment which somehow fit perfectly under it, hiding it completely from view. Flitwick would later wonder how Harry had done that. Parchment squares were wider than the one he had had, which meant he must have taken measurements and made accurate adjustments to the page with scissors, since the edges had not been torn. How could he have done all of that correctly and without Albus noticing? There, Harry said with a glint in his eye before growing concerned and nervous as he hurried to get down. You won't tell Papa I climbed on his desk, will you? Flitwick glanced at the bowl with the perfectly concealed rune network underneath and was about to make a proposition when the fireplace flared green. Papa, Harry shouted, privately trying to stuff his emotions down into a deep corner of his mind. Hopefully, it would be enough and Albus wouldn't detect any of his nervousness. Albus turned and smiled. Ah, Harry, you've been good for Phileas, I assume? Albus asked, moving to his desk. Harry nodded vigorously, watching Albus move his hand toward the bowl as he sat down. Flitwick hid a smile. Harry kept himself from looking expectantly. Lemo drop? Albus asked, his forefinger and thumb closing around a single Lemo drop. The Lemo drop Albus lifted from the bowl instantly turned from yellow to a glowing purple. Harry feigned a gasp, which was quickly followed by a genuine giggle. Wah! Albus gasped, bringing the little sphere of sour purple candy up for his eye to examine. Your candy, Harry said, trying to sound just as surprised as Albus looked, though it was clear he was entertained by the color-changing event. Oh, jolly Merlin, Albus. Is this a new brand of Lemo drops? Flitwick asked cheerfully, bouncing on his heels a little. Harry was impressed. No, Albus said, confused. Oh, dear, is this a defective batch? Flitwick asked, concerned. Albus, eyes narrowed slightly. You know, Phileas, if I didn't know any better, I would think you have something to do with this, considering the likely charm work involved. Me? Flitwick squeaked. Obviously he had not thought far ahead enough to predict Albus' possible suspicion of him in all of this. Why had he decided to play along and take a position of accomplice with a young child genius? Was there a possible way out of this without pointing any fingers and acting like a pouting dunderhead tripped up in a prank designed by a child? Had the child thought about the wait a minute. Had said child planned this? Flitwick glanced at Harry, who was now blinking innocently up at Albus, who was looking closely at the mound of candies in the brilliantly decorated glass bowl. Albus moved his hand and picked up another lemo, dropped to scrutinize. It turned twinkling red. He quickly picked up another, and another, and another. Lime green, dim silver, pulsing blue, pitch black, bright orange, ugly brown. The lemo. Drop evacuation from the bowl paused, Albus picking up a dazzling, sky blue lemo, dropped to stare at for a long moment. He plopped it in his mouth, and then tilted his head. Well? Flitwick asked, having waited for several seconds for Albus to say something. It tastes like a lemo. Drop, he stated. What else is it supposed to taste like, Papa? An everlasting gobstopper? Harry asked. But, it's not yellow, Albus said, indignantly, before his tone shifted to one of fascination. Perhaps the reason most do not like lemo drops and do not take them when I offer one is because of the color. Do you think Minerva would be more willing to partake of a lemo drop if it was reddish gold? Maybe, Papa, Harry said, trying not to turn red with embarrassment upon feeling Albus' affections towards his old head of house. He was of course happy for Albus, who admitted weeks earlier to him that he and Minerva were now closer than they had been at this time in the original timeline, but, being in a child's body, the cootie belief was still rooted firmly in his mind. Phileas, I congratulate you on your ample and convincing acting, though I don't understand why you attempted to convince me my delightful collection of lemo drops had been defective. As you know, I place a great deal of protective spells and wards on my bowl and candy stashes, as well as charms to keep them fresh, preventing them from becoming stale. Which reminds me, Albus turned to Harry. Could you perhaps make a new rune network that will only create reddish gold lemo drops? I also feel making yellow ginger snaps may help Minerva become accustomed to yellow in time. Would that be possible? How did you know? Harry asked, though he already knew how. Harry, your magic is all over them. It actually adds a slight tinge of sharp sweetness, which is why I am hopeful that Minerva will be more receptive to them than original lemo drops. She finds you adorably delectable, you know, Albus informed a further blushing Harry. I'll make the network when I get the chance, Papa, but do you think they would taste better if I ate more sweets? Harry asked. Albus narrowed his eyes slightly. Just don't make yourself sick. I won't, Papa. Harry piped up, both Dumbledores ignoring Flitwick's stunned expression as they dug in the bowl of color-changing lemo drops. Arthur was at work, and all of the children had been shooed outside, so Molly Weasley sat down to read the Daily Prophet. She snatched a cookie from her secret stash and opened the paper. Boy WHO lived targeted by vampires. What sort of drivel was this? This was something that would be better suited for the Quibbler, Molly thought. Goodness. Vampire assassins. As if that poor boy didn't have enough on his plate without being targeted. She imagined her little Ronnie being targeted by anyone and shivered. Well, I'll be, she thought. Harry Dumbledore had once again reflected a killing curse. She clicked her tongue. That boy had been dealt a rough hand. She read further. Unnamed ministry officials aided the Dumbledores in the situation, dispatching one of the would-be assassins and chasing another off. Well, that was brave of them. She wondered if Arthur knew anything about this. He had gone to Moody's party briefly, but had said nothing out of the ordinary to her. It was likely he knew nothing except what was in the paper. Security would be increased at the ministry. Good. Assassins didn't need to be coming in any time they wanted. She wondered if the new measures would affect Arthur, since the paper was rather vague on what would be done. Finished with the article, she turned to Madame Whittely's cooking column. Severus Snape sat at his usual breakfast of toast and oatmeal. Propped against the coffee pot was the Daily Prophet. His usual method of perusing the paper began with the research articles, noting what he'd like to look into more when not studying the Philosopher's Stone. Both Nicholas and Perenelle Flamel had been and continued to be wonderful mentors, urging him to discover the secrets they already knew on his own. He was beginning his research on the Philosopher's Stone, hoping one day to make one of his own. For now, the articles in the Prophet, at least, those about scientific matters, were often helpful. However, today, something else caught his eye. The front page. Well, young Potter, Dumbledore, was in the spotlight once again. An assassination attempt. Interesting. He glanced at his arm. While the mark had not disappeared, it had not activated either. The Dark Lord was not dead, but he was weakened in some way. It was doubtful the assassins were connected, yet, his thoughts tumbled over each other as he sorted through his memories of service. Voldemort had not initially wanted to include any creatures other than humans in his cause. After all, his cause was to eliminate all those not pure-born. Half-bloods could remain in a kind of servitude to the purebloods, but that was all. Other races certainly did not fit in the picture. However, near the end, the Dark Lord had been considering vampires. After all, they were immortals who used magic. The rules could have been bent for them, perhaps. As far as Severus knew, there had been no agreement made. And if there had, why wait until now to launch an attack? No, all his instincts were saying there was something else afoot. He reread the article, memorizing the important details, before turning to the research coverage. Someone else would deal with this. He was no longer involved. Thank Merlin. Cornelius Fudge lay in a hospital bed at St. Mungo's. While he relished the attention on him by reporters, Aurors, and well-wishers, now that the initial madness was over, he was bored. The healers had told him he would be confined to the bed for another day as his burns healed. The burns covered his left arm and part of his left leg. The Aurors had said he was very fortunate. Usually fire, once it made contact with a living being, consumed them immediately. Luckily, this fire had been in the control of someone else, and so had simply burned him. So close to death, it really made one ponder their life. But now he considered his life sufficiently pondered, and he was bored. Well, a nurse was walking by with a newspaper under her arm. It would be better than nothing, and he could read the article about something he had seen, always a heady experience. He called to her. The paper now lying on his lunch tray, he read the article. No mention of himself, which was disappointing but understandable. After all, others had been injured and even killed. Vampires. He thought he had heard someone shout about that at the time. He hoped the Vampire Liaison Office would be able to squelch the obvious uprising. After all, they couldn't have magical creatures running around uncontrolled. This was exactly the sort of thing that happened when they were given so much license. Still thinking about vampires, Cornelius turned to the gossip column. Looked like one of the Prophet's rising young reporters had gone missing. Scandalous. He grinned and read the article with relish. Oh. Remus Lupin opened the door to his small flat apartment, as the Yanks called it, and frowned at the state of the main room. Some books he had been reading were piled on the couch, and his dinner plate from the night before was on the TV tray. He shut the door behind him and began straightening the room, picking up something here and something there. Here in the Americas, there was a werewolf reservation. Those who had been bit, while not required to stay in this apartment complex, were greatly encouraged to do so. During the full moon, some Muggle invention called an electric fence kept the werewolves from harming anyone. It was quite effective. Benefits were provided for those too weak to work, and jobs were provided for those who could. There were weekly counseling sessions and group activities, and they helped each other around the moon phases. Really, it was rather satisfying to be a member of a pack of his own kind. Although he missed his old friends terribly, there was nothing that could bring them back. The one person he would have worried about, Harry, was in the good hands of Albus Dumbledore. When the boy was older, he would love to tell him stories about his parents, but for now, there was nothing he could really do. He began humming to himself as he brushed the crumbs off the table and reached for the Daily Prophet. He liked to keep tabs on what was happening in England, but with the distance, the Prophet was delivered in the evening rather than in the morning. He opened the paper, ready for the latest in wizard news. He almost dropped the paper as he read the headline. Harry was in trouble. He let out a little growl as he read who would dare attack his Pakmetes offspring. Vampires. Those cold, bloodthirsty monsters. The natural enmity his kind held for their kind surfaced. Had he been there he would have. He stifled the animal thoughts going through his mind. The papers said nothing about Harry other than that he was fine. What kind of report was that? Remus pulled out a piece of parchment from under a stack of Muggle records. He would write immediately. Surely Albus would let him know how his little packmate was truly faring. He began writing, for once ignoring the Prophet's articles on various creature sightings. Kurt Bishop picked up the paper from the coffee table in the office lounge. The others had hogged it all morning, and he wanted to read it. First he scanned the front page, shaking his head. A routine warning turned into such a fiasco. Colin walked by, tunelessly humming, twirling something. "You guys have all the fun," Kurt said. "Wah at?" Colin drawled in confusion. Kurt pointed to the front page. "Oh, yeah, you should have been there," Colin said with a slow smile. "I would have been, but no one ever tells me anything," Kurt said in despair. That wasn't entirely true. He knew everything, after the fact. Colin shrugged and went back to twirling. Was that a sword? Who in their right mind had given him a pointy object? "Is that a sword?" Kurt asked, never one for subtleties, despite his Slytherin upbringing. Colin nodded. It's a late 1800s model, but it's been modified for magical purposes, specifically with an affinity for fire." "So it's yours?" Kurt questioned. Colin smiled. "It is now, and I have its twin in my office." "Wait, those looked familiar." Kurt said as he suddenly recalled where he'd seen them. "That's one of the swords the assassin used." "Yup," Colin answered. "Cool, huh? How did you get it?" Kurt questioned. Colin shrugged. "Well, there were some people, then some things happened, and voila." He swung the sword up in a passionate gesture. Kurt shook his head. "What are you going to do with it?" he questioned. "Hopefully move toward getting the Horcrux out of our favorite subject," Colin said, once again spinning the sword. "Good, we need to get a move on that," Kurt said. "Well, I've got projects coming out of my ear, so talk to you later," Colin said with a salute. He resumed his humming as he walked into his office. Kurt shook his head as he turned the paper to what he was really interested in, the Quidditch ratings. Xenophilius Lovegood opted to skip the Prophet in favor of some real news, namely the Quibbler's article on Heliopath's magical fire beasts invading the Ministry. He wondered how Albus Dumbledore and little Harry had managed to quench them. Perhaps they hummed a lullaby. It stopped three-headed dogs, after all, and music does have its own magical use. Xenophilius shrugged, glancing at Luna who was playing with blocks at his feet. He smiled. The way Luna hummed, she would have no trouble against such creatures, but just to make sure. "Luna, what sort of song would you hum if you had to snuff out a heliopath?" Narcissa Malfoy drew the gold locket up to her neck. When she had found out that a few of the things left to her in the wills of some select family members were Horcruxes belonging to the Dark Lord, she had almost destroyed them. However, indirectly, the man was not only responsible for the deaths of many she felt close to, but also for the new, unfavorable political changes. People in high places had been investigated for ties to the Dark Lord, and bribes were no longer the currency of the Ministry. She herself had been investigated, and only by pleading innocence to her husband's activities was she able to live her life without harassment. She had set the Horcruxes aside, however, until she could look more objectively at the situation. Along with the locket, 2 other artifacts had been passed to her that originated from the Dark Lord, a cup and a diary. The diary was in the basement, since her dearly departed husband had seen it fit to keep it there. The cup was currently in a Gringotts vault under a pseudonym. A copy of the cup was in her vault to throw off anyone who might know what they were looking for. After a house elf briefly misplaced the locket while dusting, he was punished severely. She felt that it would be safer on her person. It had only been within the last year that she had started wearing it, tucked under her robe so as not to be recognized. Her reasoning behind keeping the Horcruxes was a matter of leverage. She had powerful artifacts that might help in her quest to make Draco's life safer. She was still studying the properties of the Horcruxes, and had so far discovered that they had powerful protection spells and wards on them in order to protect the soul fragment inside. Currently, she was trying to duplicate some of the spells on objects that were not Horcruxes, with varying degrees of success. As for the problems with the ministry, if she could find a way to enter back into that world of politics, she could regain the power the Malfoy name had lost with the death of the Dark Lord. Draco would have a better chance to make something of himself, and in the process, redeem the Malfoy name, returning it to its rightful position. Her train of thought was halted when a house elf knocked on her door. "What is it?" she questioned harshly as she finished putting up her hair. "A fire call, mistress," the elf answered. "A Malfoy name. I'll answer in a moment," Narcissa said as she turned from side to side, looking her face over in the mirror. "Yes, mistress," the elf said. She backed out of the room. Narcissa checked her reflection one last time and walked to the receiving room. "Ah, Anna, it's a pleasure to see you." She did not have to lie. Lucius' cousin, Anna, was kind and forthright, a rare thing in her family. "Hello, Narcissa," Anna said. "I was just checking on you before I go to work. How are things?" Had anyone else asked, Narcissa would have been annoyed at their assumption that it was any of their business. "Things are going well," she answered with a smile. "Draco is already reading, and he is growing so quickly. Why the sudden interest?" "Well, did you read about what happened at the ministry?" Anna questioned. "Yes, I did," Narcissa answered. "The ministry has weakened drastically if such a thing could happen within its walls." To be perfectly honest, she wasn't that surprised that someone was after the Dumbledores with all they had done. "Well, it made me think of Draco, since he and Harry are the same age, more or less," Anna clarified. "And I wondered if perhaps you knew who could be behind such a deed." Narcissa was immediately on guard. This line of questioning she had not anticipated. Why would Anna want to know anyway? And why did she think Narcissa knew? Why would I know such a thing? Anna frowned. "I just thought that maybe you heard something, as you are more in touch with the family than I am. You know I'm always the last to know." This was true. "I was just curious and thought I'd ask. Plus it gave me a reason to ask about you and Draco." Ah, it was just Anna's mind randomly picking some piece of knowledge to find. This happened occasionally, and Anna would not be satisfied until she knew the answer. This made Narcissa feel a bit better about the questions, and she took a relieved breath. "I'm sorry, but I haven't heard anything." "Oh," Anna said, and now her frown was more of a puzzled look. "Well, I'm sorry to bother you, then." "Not at all," Narcissa said. "We really should catch up on everything, though." Anna suddenly seemed happier, her puzzled look fading. "Why don't you come over for dinner sometime this week? You haven't been to my new house yet." Narcissa thought it over. She wanted to go. Bragging on Draco was always an acceptable pastime. "Of course," she answered. "Would Thursday be all right?" "Thursday it is," Anna answered. "See you then." After a few more pleasantries, Anna left for work, and Narcissa went to wake Draco up and really start the day. Harry took Dumbledore's hand as they made their way to the RDHPIT facility. Of course, he was well acquainted with it now, as he had undergone many tests there over the years. He was looking forward to the day, and was especially curious about what they would be covering considering recent events. Over the past month before the attack at the ministry, they had started having him move and shift his magic. Primarily, it was Jess who worked with him on it. She started by teaching him how to call magic to and away from his hands, before moving on to his feet, chest, and finally, his head. They didn't say why, of course, but he had figured it out, even before Dumbledore had told him why they were doing this. It was in preparation to the removal of the Horcrux. They still hadn't discussed the Horcrux with him, understandably assuming he was too young to understand and that it would only frighten him. Being told you have a chunk of a psychopath's soul inside your forehead and that this same loony bin could come back by using his unplanned gift to you is sure to cause most anyone major issues. While he understood their position and was even touched by their thoughtfulness, it was bothersome and rather annoying. He had had to stop himself, several times, from mentioning the problem with his scar or point blank asking them if they had come up with any ways of safely removing it. However, it had been his decision to not let them know he knew. It was only logical. What sort of guardian would let their heir know something like this at his current age? If they learned Dumbledore had told him, that might bring Dumbledore's child-rearing abilities into question, and they couldn't have that. No matter how mature Harry was, he, regrettably, had to, at least moderately, play child. Part of him, of course, was a child, but a large part of him, for lack of more fancy words, was not. He was almost 30, after all, had collected an amount of knowledge Madame Ravenclaw herself would respect, knew how to duel with, against the best and most evil of them, and fully understood how frail life was. Harry shook his head. All right there, Harry? Albus asked, feeling his churning emotions. Just thinking, he answered as they came to the RDHPIT door and opened it. And here, within the majestic center of RDHPIT, enter the Dumbledores in all of their magnificence and mightiness. David proclaimed, sitting on the couch with a donut in his hand. Hi, David, Harry chirped. David smiled, turning to the side table to take hold of the donut box. Would either of you want one? Is there one with sprinkles? Albus asked. I'm partial to those. I never would have guessed, David said, sounding completely honest and intrigued before becoming businesslike. Most of the others are already in the pit. We have a great deal to discuss and do today. What are we going to discuss? Harry asked, innocently. I'm not sure exactly, though I'm sure it'll cover what happened at the ministry. Harry's shoulders slumped. Oh, it's not every day that someone has the guts to outright attack your papa, not to mention yourself, like that, and in the middle of a large event at the ministry with Aurors all about. Surely you understand that what happened deserves our attention? David asked. Yeah, but surely you'd be tired of hearing everyone talk about it if it were you. I suppose, but aren't you a little curious about why and how things happened the way they did? David asked, glancing ever so slightly at Harry's right hand. Harry noticed, but didn't make any motion to show that he had, except regain eye contact with David. Harry shrugged. Sometimes it is best to just accept certain events or occurrences and ask no questions. Why? Harry tilted his head, as if in wonderment at such a question. Seeking truth is a good thing, but bogging yourself down with the hunt of it all the time can distract you, Harry said, a stray thought going to Albus in the original timeline. What would have been different if Albus, during Harry's later student years, had focused on the there and then instead of what would or might be? How much more would Harry and his peers have learned and understood? Rather than devoting so much time and effort to saving the future, would Albus have improved the future and prevented it from needing to be saved if he had focused his full attention to the present instead? Would they be here now? Or would Harry be a man with a family, instead of a man trapped in a child's body? But if he had been Albus, would he have acted any differently? The only reason the present was what it was now was because of their careful planning, but the big difference now was the fact they were acting in and for the present, being mindful of the future but not dwelling on it. If they dwelled on the possible future, the future they had escaped from, they would not be able to function. In the end, Harry realized one particular thing. The future didn't matter, because it hadn't come and was forever changing. What did matter was the present, for without the present, what good was the future? Without a purposeful now, how could a fulfilling future develop? Harry didn't know why his thoughts had strayed so far, or why he was suddenly feeling this way, all philosophical and what have you. Perhaps it was the subtle looks he and Albus had received that evening from the professors, or maybe, just maybe, he wanted a break. A break from the stares, whispers, sympathetic glances, and awe-filled looks. A break from the attention, concern and organized chaos. He wanted peace, however little or minute it was. Just a moment of peace. Harry, Albus asked, giving his hand a comforting, though slightly worried, squeeze. Evidently he had paused for a bit too long after his reply. He continued, deciding there was no reason not to share some child wisdom. What goes on here is important, but know there's more to understanding than just the comprehension of why and how. It's the comprehension of your purpose, Harry said, not bothering to hide his vocabulary or grammar. The unspeakables were used to his bursts of long words and sentences anyway. Purpose. You can't have much of a future without one, or rather, you can't have much of one without discovering or deciding what your purpose is and doing something about it in time. Interesting, a voice said. It was Jess, who had just recently come out of her office. I'm curious, Harry. Have you discovered or decided your purpose? Before he could stop himself, he answered. Yes. That obviously caught David and Jess by surprise. They glanced at each other, both of their thoughts going to the prophesy as well as their theory of Harry being magic incarnate. Oh, David asked, hoping his nonchalant curiosity would coax something more out of Harry. Harry's posture shifted, as if he was internally stepping back, before he met David's eyes. Do you think the wizarding world will ever see me as just Harry? David managed, before managing to cover up his momentary start. Well, I suppose it'll depend on a few things, despite how unfair that is. Harry's shoulders slouched just enough to convey acceptance. I thought that's what you'd say, but I suppose people will always look at me differently, no matter what. I haven't exactly been normal and probably never will be. Harry, you're more than the next Merlin or whatever title the public gives you, David said simply. Besides, the world won't always be the way it is now. Things change. Harry nodded, almost to himself. It also takes time for people to accept change, understand variety, and grow accustomed to a new branch of thought, he said, his voice growing quiet. But that's why we're here. The world will not spiral into darkness, but rise, instilled with a renewed sense of purpose. Hey, what's taking you guys so long? Seth asked, just now entering the room before suddenly pausing at the odd silence. Everything good. Yup, we were just on our way, Jess said, deciding it best to just end the conversation right there. Jess was certain after this session of testing and discussion she and her team would be having a very long, in-depth conversation. There were clues dropping all over the place, or rather, more and more things that possibly verified some of their theories, one in particular. The thing now was, what to do about it. Miss Rita Skeeter, former employee of the Daily Prophet, had had a rough week. She had been prisoner in an unidentified place, force-fed Veritaserum, stressed, strained, and put through every conceivable magical test. As well as many inconceivable ones. It was all worth it, though. Rita Skeeter was now a member of the most highly secretive group in the wizarding world. The Unspeakables. Of course, at first she hadn't known that she was still in the ministry. The last thing she had remembered was observing the super-secret meeting of the ministry department heads about the attack on the Dumbledores. However, it made sense for her to be in the ministry, especially since she was caught in her animagus form. While useful for observation, her beetle was not much of a fighter if things went awry. So she had sat in a cell, without even a pen and parchment to pass the time. When someone had finally come to her, they had given her Veritaserum and asked her questions she didn't now remember. They must have been satisfied with her answers, however, because the next question she did remember was one asking if she wanted to become a real contributing member of society. Sensing a story, she agreed, and the next week had been one of grueling tests. She had passed, though, and by the end was excited to be a part of what seemed like a secret club. She no longer cared about exposing them to the Prophet. She was one of them. Now, a day into her new profession as seeker of truth, she was told she should keep her job with the Prophet so that she could keep the press from releasing gross overstatements when they saw a tiny piece of what the Unspeakables actually did. It was a complete reversal of her former job description, which was to make those gross overstatements. Having only been there for a day, she had met the rest of her group, but didn't really know them. After all, she had just graduated from Hogwarts a few years ago, and they were much older. It was a bit intimidating, but she wouldn't let that stop her. She had been a Slytherin, after all. Today, they were testing a very important individual, one she had been wanting to do a story on for years. Harry Dumbledore. Apparently, he had been coming to the Unspeakables for some time, specifically, her branch, RDHPIT. Sitting in the conference room with her co-workers, she watched as the two most famous wizards of her time entered. She would not be in charge of any testing or questioning, but she would watch. She tried not to show her enthusiasm, not wanting to appear like an eager child to these formidable people. A transcription quill hovered just above a piece of parchment, ready to take down word for word the discussion that would soon occur. "Hello, Albus," Harry, the redhead, Colin, said. "How's Hogwarts?" Rita peeked at her parchment to make sure the charms she had placed on her quill were working. Yes, they were not only copying the speech perfectly, but were copying it like a script. Good, she would be able to recall later who said what. For now, she would be able to get impressions of all involved rather than have to pay attention to every word spoken. "Hogwarts is fine," Harry answered. "But she's not happy with what happened." "Well, neither are we," another colleague, Anna, said. Anna was sitting at the opposite end of the table from Rita, and had seemingly avoided her all day. Rita wasn't sure whether she should ask her boss about it or wait to see what happened. I mean, we're happy that you're all right, but not with the other stuff, Anna added with a frown. Rita allowed herself a smile at the woman's slip-up. Then Harry glanced in Rita's direction. For a moment, Rita thought his eyes were blazing with anger, then he calmed himself. "Who are you?" he asked. Somehow, she got the impression he knew exactly who she was. "My name is Rita, Rita Skeeter," Rita answered. "I was just about to introduce you," her boss, Jess said. "Rita's the newest member of our group. Actually, Albus, you were the one who recruited her." Jess seemed like a good person, just a bit detached occasionally from what was going on around her. It was like she saw the world in a completely different way than everyone else. Albus looked at her and gave a slight nod. He didn't seem to be happy to see her either. "Yes, I do seem to remember something of the sort," he said. "I'm delighted to meet you," Rita said. She did not have to fake that delight, either. Although, she wondered what she had done to put the Dumbledores on edge. Maybe they thought she was here to do a story on them for the Prophet. "She's signed all of the same agreements we have," David said. David always knew what to do or say and when. "Anything given to the Prophet will first be approved by you and Jess." "Well, that sets me somewhat at ease," Albus said as he sat in one of the empty chairs near the center of the long table. He relaxed a bit. "I am glad to see you putting your skills to good use, Rita." "Why thank you, Headmaster," Rita said. She hadn't forgotten the speech he had given her at the end of her 7th year. He had told her that she had a nose for a good story, and that she shouldn't spoil it by digging up lies. The truth was better, and often more interesting. "I look forward to working with both of you." "Now that introductions have been made," Jess said, "we were hoping to talk to you and Albus about the attack." "Okay," Harry answered as he took the chair next to the headmaster. He seemed hesitant, like he didn't want to talk about what happened. Perhaps he just didn't want to talk in front of someone he didn't know. Rita smelled a story here, something perhaps not covered by the Prophet. Was Harry a reluctant hero? She would know soon. "First of all," Jess began, "I want to tell you I was quite pleased with how well you handled yourself, Harry. You reacted better than most Aurors, actually. It's clear you've learned how to center yourself despite what's around and within you." Harry smiled. "You taught me that." Jess waved her hand dismissively. "You already knew it. It was simply a matter of applying it to your chaotic magic." Rita remembered reading what she had been given about the child, and how he could utilize that rare form of magic. It was beyond remarkable. "Now, I'm going to ask you to describe what you felt just before you brought up that wall," Jess said. Harry thought for a moment. "I felt like something bad was there. My magic knew what to do. I just had to let it." Rita was impressed. He was very articulate for a soon-to-be 5-year-old. "What do you mean your magic knew what to do?" Seth asked. Seth was an okay guy, for a Gryffindor. "Don't you ever listen to Jess?" Harry asked. Seth said. "Most wizards teach that you are supposed to control your magic, but really, you're supposed to channel it," Harry responded. "We can't let it completely rule us, but we have to let it guide." Rita had never heard that before. The professors at Hogwarts had taught her that you had to control your magic, not the other way around. However, maybe this was specific to chaotic magic. "Well then, I think Kurt had some questions," Jess said as she leaned back in her chair, the smile of a teacher overlooking her star pupil on her face. Albus had a similar expression. "Yeah, actually, my question is for you, Albus," Kurt said. This meeting was the first time Rita had seen Kurt other than her initial introduction. He seemed very easygoing, especially for a Slytherin. "I wanted to know more about the spell you cast on the vampire that was controlling the Fiendfire." "That was holy water, right?" "Yes, it was," Albus answered. "Created from the juice I vanished from the party cups." Rita noticed he dropped the mysteriously eccentric grandfather persona he normally had up. Here, he was forthright with his answers, not cryptic like she remembered from school. "It takes a priest to bless holy water," Colin said knowledgeably. "How did you just make it out of juice?" Rita wouldn't have questioned it. After all, this was the great Albus Dumbledore. Colin did have a point, though. "Well, now, you pose an interesting question," Albus said. His eyes began to twinkle. There was the persona Rita remembered. What came next would most likely be cryptic and less than helpful. I will simply say that I have traveled to many interesting places, met several fascinating people, and learned much that is hidden. Yes, it was as she thought. Exasperating old man. As she glanced around the table, however, the faces of the others showed anticipation and determination rather than exasperation. They looked as if a puzzle had been given to them to solve. Rita felt like she'd been given a piece to a puzzle, but didn't even know what the picture was supposed to be. What kind of people? David asked. Well, for instance, Albus answered, his twinkle still apparent. I once met a charming young mage priest while searching for information. Apparently, in Ireland, vampires are more of a problem than they are here. Everyone glanced at Colin, who nodded in confirmation. Speaking of vampires, did you get a chance to see this? He asked. He pulled a sword from a scabbard Rita had seen him wearing earlier and put it on the table. Is that one of the swords from the attack? Harry asked as he moved to his knees in order to see better. Actually, it's both of them, Colin answered. They pull apart. Where did you get this? Albus asked as he adjusted his glasses. It was given to us to study, Jess answered. I assigned it to Colin since he knows the most about fiendfire. Is it safe to touch? Albus asked. Colin nodded. As long as you're not trying to cast anything involving fire. Albus picked it up, testing the balance then focusing on the hilt. He ran his finger over a small, red gem. This doesn't seem to be a ruby, he commented. It looks almost like a philosopher's stone. Well, it's kind of like that, Colin said. It works on the same principle, except that it enhances the wielder's magic instead of life. This explains why the vampires were able to cast spells, Albus said as he set the sword down. Wouldn't the caster already have to have an affinity for fire spells in order for that to work? Harry asked. Again, Rita was impressed. For this particular sword, yes, Colin answered, seemingly unperturbed by Harry's vocabulary and knowledge of magic. As for fire spells, Albus said after a short silence, that was some display you gave, Colin. I have never seen fiendfire so controlled. Thank you, Colin responded. I am curious as to where you learned to control fiendfire that way, Albus said. It's a gift, Colin answered. Rita was surprised at the succinctness of his answer. From what she had noticed, he tended to expound on any answer that he was made to give. How do you mean? Albus asked. I don't remember much of it, Colin answered, but when I was very young, most of my accidental magic had to do with fire. My parents are Catholic Muggles, so they took me to a priest, who attempted to exorcise what he believed to be a demon. Rather than going away, my connection with fire grew, and even became purer. Finally, my parents and our priest decided it must be God giving me a gift with the devil's element, so that I could better fight him and his minions. Rita noticed the shocked and/or confused looks he got from the rest of the table. She herself did not know what exorcise, or Catholic, were, since she was a pureblood and knew very little of Muggle ways. So anyway, like I said, it's a gift, Colin reiterated. I see. Albus looked intrigued. We will have to speak at a later date about this. Does anyone else have questions? Jess asked. Actually, I wanted to ask your opinion on the vampires that attacked you, Seth said. Do you think they were rogue or representatives of the nation? Albus thought for a moment before answering. I don't believe they represented the nation as a whole, but I also doubt that they were operating completely by themselves. Those were our thoughts as well, Anna said. I asked a contact if they knew who might be working with vampires, and she said she didn't. I think she may have known more than she was saying, though. She frowned, as if it wasn't often that she couldn't tell exactly what someone knew. Rita wondered who her contact was. Do you have any idea who they might be allied with, if anyone? Kurt asked. I have thought about this quite a bit since the attack, Albus answered, but I don't know why vampires would agree to attack me. I have nothing to do with the legislature binding them, nor have I ever come into contact with their nation. I do know that Voldemort was not officially allied with them, so I doubt it is because of his defeat that they attacked. Well, I've done some work with the Department of Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, Kurt said. Mostly mapping out the areas where the creatures are allowed to live. I did some work with, well, I suppose you'd call him the head vampire, he was well respected. Through that work, I noticed that while the vampires don't love the Ministry and wizards, they don't hate them either. To be perfectly honest, they see us as mostly beneath their notice. Any vampires who would directly attack a specific wizard are either young enough to still hold grudges against those they knew before turning, or are young and looking for the thrills that immortality can bring. Either way, we probably aren't looking at experienced vampires. Everyone at the table, including young Harry, nodded in agreement. After a short silence, Jess again asked if anyone had more questions. When no one responded, she offered to take Harry to the testing room, the pit. Harry nodded and followed her, having obviously done this many times before. Albus and the rest went to a large observation room. "So, Albus," Colin began once everyone had sat in front of the window to watch, "I was wondering if you had thought any more about removing Harry's Horcrux." Rita remembered reading the notes on Harry's Horcrux, but still wasn't sure exactly what it was, other than bad. She listened intently, her quill and parchment once again ready to take notes. "Yes," Albus answered slowly, "but nothing has come to mind." "Well, I now have a sword that controls fire," Colin said. "Perhaps you would reconsider one of our earlier proposals to burn out the Horcrux. If it would help any, I could demonstrate my control on a test subject." Albus couldn't help but flinch slightly as the bond was suddenly cut off. He looked to the window to see Jess leading Harry into the pit and thought about what Colin had asked. He was not only taken aback by Colin's bluntness, but also by what he was proposing. To willingly bring Harry into contact with Fiendfire reeked of madness, but what if it was the only way? However, Colin had offered a demonstration. What kind of demonstration? "Well, I could cast the fire and control it even with another person in the room," Colin answered. "I'm sure pretty much anyone here would agree to demonstrate." "Let me think on it," Albus said. He wanted to see the demonstration, but didn't want to put anyone else in danger. Looking back to the pit, he saw Jess examining Harry's hand. They were talking quietly, and he couldn't hear them, but both seemed happy enough. In fact, Jess was already walking Harry back out of the room. Harry was happy that Jess had examined his hand. It wasn't that he distrusted the healers at St. Mungo's or Madame Pomfrey, but he knew Jess was better suited to see if anything was magically wrong with his hand. She told him that although he still had traces of the AK that had been shot at him, it wasn't harming him or his magic. In fact, the chaotic magic seemed to be breaking it down into simpler magic components, storing the nasty stuff, perhaps for expulsion later, and absorbing the raw power. As she held his right hand, he could feel all sorts of magical information about Jess pass to him. He felt the chaos of her magic, and the power that throbbed behind it. If he didn't know she was a good person dedicated to the light, it would have scared him. Even so, it was intimidating. He could feel a touch of Dawn's magic as well, since they were married. Their magic combined and complemented each other. Then, much like when he had touched Mr. Longbottom, he saw a glimpse of an animal. It wasn't one he recognized offhand, although it was possibly some type of griffin. Whatever it was, it prompted him to ask, "When can I learn to be an animagus like you?" Becoming an animagus would have been a great tool to have during the war, but by the time he saw what good it would do, he was too busy and didn't have the right materials. The ritual itself took almost 10 hours of uninterrupted time and 2 complex potions. He didn't want to miss out this time around. "Well, we'll have to wait a few years for that," Jess answered as she stood to lead him out of the pit. "It's best to wait until the body stops growing, or at least not as quickly. Otherwise the ritual you would have to perform might stunt your growth, which isn't good." Harry agreed, although he wished he could start now. "Can you come to my birthday party?" he asked, while he was thinking of growth. "Actually, it's mine and Neville's." "Who's Neville?" Jess asked. "My best friend," Harry answered. "Well, and Luna. I'd love to come," Jess answered. "Is it on your birthday?" "No, it's the day before, since that's a Saturday." "I'll be there," Jess said. "Everyone else is invited, too," Harry added. He really didn't want Rita there, though. Even if she hadn't yet done anything to him in this timeline, he didn't know her at all. He could probably get away with playing kid here. "I don't know Rita, though." "You don't want to invite her?" Jess asked. "Not really," Harry answered. He managed to look bashful, as if the fact embarrassed him. "All right, I'll let everyone else know, then," Jess said, "unless you wanted to invite them yourself." "Kind of," Harry answered. He had a sudden thought. "Maybe you could ask Rita to talk to you outside and I could ask then." "Sure, there's something I need to talk to her about anyway," Jess answered with a shrug. Harry was surprised she agreed so easily, but was glad she did. They had now reached the door to the observation room. Jess opened the door. Rita, I need to ask you something, can you come outside, please? Sure, Rita responded, looking surprised. It was a pleasure to meet both of you. She smiled and directed the comment at Harry and Albus. She picked up her quill and parchment and followed Jess out. So what did you want to ask us? David asked. Harry smiled. He hadn't yet told Albus what he was going to do. I wanted to invite all of you to my birthday party on July 30th. Albus raised his brows with surprise, but his eyes were twinkling. Harry got a chorus of affirmatives as his answer. His smile widened. He was happy to finally be able to see these people outside his tests. I'd like to ask you something, Albus, Anna said. Alone, I assume. Albus answered as he took a step toward her, his eyes still twinkling. Yes, Anna said as she held the door open. To my office. Oh. Albus followed Anna as she opened her office door with her wand. He had never been in anyone's office, and was quite curious as to what one looked like. His first impression was a very clean, almost bare office. She had one framed picture on her desk, but it was turned away from the door, so he couldn't see who it was. A curtain was hiding the back half of the office, just behind the desk chair, and it wasn't quite closed. Through the crack, he caught a glimpse of a giant stack of books and an overflowing wastebasket and smiled. One could tell so much about a person by their office. What did you want to ask me? Albus asked. Anna seemed hesitant to start. She reached up and pinched the bridge of her nose and leaned against her desk. Headache? Albus asked. He had never seen her look so tired. Anna nodded. We've got a new coworker, as you saw, and right now, she's not in a Clumans. It hurts to be too near her. Albus was immediately alarmed. So at any moment, she could unknowingly share secrets with any Legilimens. She has a pendant she wears outside of work, Anna answered, and she's learning, but right now, it hurts. I'm sure she thinks I'm avoiding her because I don't like her or something, which isn't true. Albus hadn't seen her look so vulnerable since her Hogwarts days. Did you want me to do something? He asked, wondering how he could help. Anna waved her hand dismissively. No, that's not what I wanted to talk about. Actually, I was hoping to ask you a favor, since Harry invited us to his birthday. What is it? Albus asked. I have a cousin, second cousin, actually, who is Harry's age. He doesn't get to interact much with other kids, and I think it'd be good for him to meet some more people his own age. And you want to bring him to Harry's birthday. Albus had a feeling he knew who she was talking about. If that would be acceptable, Anna answered. His name is Draco Malfoy. Albus took a moment to think. Draco had lost his father this time around, and while Narcissa hadn't exactly been a good influence, it was likely she had changed. In fact, Albus knew that Narcissa donated money to some very worthwhile causes, and actually stayed out of politics, at least publicly. It seemed she was trying to erase the blot on the Malfoy name. Before I agree, what kind of child is he? Well, Anna began, he's a very obedient child. He's smart and picks up quite a bit more than the average child from adult conversation. The problem as I see it, however, is that he is mostly around his mother and a few adult family members. I'll admit that my cousin-in-law Narcissa is somewhat timid when it comes to letting him be a normal kid. She's very protective of him. Albus nodded. If Narcissa agrees, then I would be happy to add more guests to the list. Maybe he would have a chance to head off Draco's actions this time around. In the former timeline, he had become a Death Eater as soon as he had come of age. If even one less person were around to fight alongside Voldemort this time around, then traveling back was worth it. Good, I will talk to Narcissa and let you know, Anna answered. She straightened away from the desk and added, by the way, when do you want that demonstration? Oh, I have a proposition, Anna said. She had Flo called Narcissa in order to ask about Draco's participation in Harry's party. What is that? Narcissa seemed amused. I was talking to Albus Dumbledore at work today, and he invited Draco to his son's birthday party, Anna answered. It wasn't the whole truth, but it was close enough. Narcissa was more likely to agree if she thought the invitation came straight from Albus. Narcissa raised one of her perfectly shaped eyebrows. How did this come about? Well, My boss is working on some top-secret project with him, and I have had the chance to watch Harry on several occasions. He invited me to his party, and Albus knew about Draco, so he invited him as well. It was true, Anna could sense that Albus knew she was talking about Draco even before she mentioned his name. Even considering his prodigious memory, it was a bit unusual. Perhaps he had done some research on who would be entering Hogwarts with Harry. I think this would be a good opportunity for both boys, as it could mean that Draco is already friendly with House Dumbledore when school begins, she added. Narcissa leaned back and thought for a moment. I'd like to see the blot over House Malfoy erased, Narcissa said contemplatively. There seemed to be more, and Anna knew that Narcissa had a mind for politics. To be truthful, even though her ability could make for a perfect politician, it wasn't Anna's thing. People just didn't make sense a lot of the time, and often, the best thing to do was smile and nod. On behalf of Draco, I accept. She smiled. I will write a formal response at once and ask for details. Anna nodded, relieved. It would be good for Draco to be introduced to a different sort of people, the type of people who thought fun was something to be had for all, and regularly engaged in it. Dumbledore eased himself into his chair. He had just tucked Harry in for bed, after an in-depth reading of Dragon Rangers and Their Friends, a gift from Hagrid the previous year. Their time at the Unspeakables had been more productive than other sessions, and that was saying a lot. He hoped their curious glances were a good thing, rather than something ominous to come. He and Harry had discussed whether or not they should tell them the truth about having time traveled, but every time they did, they decided against it. What did it matter now? If they hadn't figured it out by now, they probably never would, and if they did, oh well. It's not like they could prove it or force him or Harry to reveal the truth, even with Veritaserum. They were both master legilimens. They could lie about whatever they wished if they wanted to. Albus looked down at his desk, wondering what things had been mailed to him now. Granted, they now went through an intensive inspection, provided by the House Elves of Hogwarts, so he didn't need to worry about that part of the mailing service, but still, no earthly being was perfect. He checked each and every one just in case while hoping no house elf would take offense. Coming to the last letter and ensuring it was safe, he read who it was from. Remus Lupin. Ah, I had wondered when we would hear from you again, Albus whispered as he opened the muddied envelope. Taking out the yellowed page, Albus unfolded it and read. Dear Headmaster, I just received the Daily Prophet. How is Harry? How are you? Are you both all right? And what did the article mean? Harry blocked another killing curse. Did he? Are you both safe? If you feel Harry would be safer in an unknown location, my door is open. America is a long way away, after all. Or do you need me to return? Tell me what to do. I would be more than willing to act as a form of security, if not full bodyguard for my best friend's son. I cannot stand the thought of another attacker, let alone a vampire, getting anywhere near him again. Please contact me as soon as you can. Sincerely, Remus Lupin. Albus put the paper down and glanced to Fawkes. Well, my friend, would you be up to delivering a message for me in America? He got a pleased and eager trill for his answer, prompting him to summon a quill and some parchment. With a smile, he nodded to himself and began writing. It was time to gather allies. Old and new. David looked around the old castle's trophy room in approval. Hogwarts hadn't changed much since he'd last been there, except the children in the awards photographs all looked much younger than he remembered. He poofed his glasses up his nose and continued to Headmaster Dumbledore's office. His assignment was to check Hogwarts security before the kids returned from summer break. So far, there had been no more attempts on the Dumbledores' lives, but everyone involved agreed it was better to be safe. He suddenly felt the urge to stop in the hallway. By now, David knew when his addiction was telling him something. A door opened just in front of him. Had he still been walking, he would have been hit by it. Felix Felicis came through again. He smiled. Occurrences like this were common to him, but he still felt that surge of superiority and headiness whenever he noticed one. Oh, I'm sorry, an unknown wizard said as he noticed David standing just beyond the door. You didn't hit me, David said with a shrug. Wait, Michael Bear, right. The new Dada professor. Yes, and you are. David Scott, friend of the Dumbledores, David answered. Right, well, I'll escort you to his office, then, Professor Bear said as he gestured in front of him. David took the position, knowing the professor would want to keep an eye on him. He was glad to note that at least one person was mindful of the situation. They finally reached Albus' office, and Albus called them in before they even had a chance to knock. "Ah, Michael, thank you for showing young Scott the way." His eyes twinkled as they did when he was pleased or amused, or just felt like it. "Oh, no problem," Michael said, and he was now smiling. "I just didn't want him to get lost on the way." "David!" Harry shouted happily as he drew at his desk. From what David could tell, it was a very well-drawn picture of Professor McGonagall. He smiled as he saw Harry draw her shaking her index finger at something, then began drawing someone with purple robes. "Albus," he presumed. "Well, I guess I'll be going," Michael said. "I've got a few things to see to." "Bye, Michael," Harry said as Michael left. David could tell the kid was excited. It made sense as he had been stuck in the castle for the entire summer. "Papa wants me to show you everything," Harry explained, setting down the purple crayon and turning over the paper. "Ah, yes, Harry has been looking forward to this since he found out you were coming," Albus said with a smile. Harry crinkled his nose, and Albus laughed. It seemed some sort of inside joke was being referenced, but David, being an outsider, did not know what. "I was hoping to escort you myself, but an emergency meeting has been called concerning the state of the Quidditch pitch, and I find myself unavailable." Harry knows where everything is, however. "All right," David answered as Harry stood. "What are we seeing first?" "The Astronomy Tower, because it's the tallest," Harry answered. "Then the Gryffindor Tower, the Ravenclaw Tower, and the rest, ending with the dungeons. Then we'll go out to the grounds." A very intelligent response. If David had not seen it time and time again, he would have been surprised at the logic behind Harry's directions. As it was, he was still impressed that a soon-to-be 6-year-old came up with such a plan. "Sounds good," he replied. "Well, I'll leave you two to it, then," Albus said as he rose from his desk. "Have fun." As David and Harry walked to the Astronomy Tower, David had the absurd urge to skip down the hall. He never fought urges, and soon Harry was running after him, sort of hopping but not quite skipping. "Like this," David said. "Every kid should know how to skip. It was a vital skill." Harry reached out and grabbed David's hand, swinging it back and forth as far as his short arm allowed. David was surprised, as Harry rarely made physical contact, or even acted much like the little kid he was. He wondered if their presence at his home simply relaxed Harry enough to act the way he wanted to, or if it was something else. He had a gut feeling it was something else. Harry looked up, and it seemed to David that he was making sure it was all right to act the way he was. David made a fish face, and Harry giggled and made a face back. The next logical thing to do was to sing, so David began, "There's a hole in my bucket." Harry joined in, "Dear Liza, dear Liza." Harry was excited to be doing something out of the ordinary. The castle itself was never boring, but he wasn't allowed to explore alone. An adult was always with him ever since the assassination attempt. Even though today he was stuck with yet another adult, it was one who knew he didn't like to be babied, and treated him as an adult. Then the man started skipping. Skipping. A member of the most highly secretive group in the Ministry, a group that only hired genius-level wizards and witches, skipping. But wow, that looked fun. He ran after and kind of hopped behind, trying to get the rhythm down. He didn't ever remember learning to skip, as it was not a skill he had ever needed. It was a lot harder than it looked. David turned around and saw that he wasn't keeping up. "Like this," he said, and proceeded to show him how to spring just on one leg then bounce to the other. Before long they were both skipping. Harry had a sudden thought. How far would this man go to play with him? He knew it was a wicked, naughty thought, but now he was curious. For instance, would he be willing to play horsey, like Albus used to? Time to turn on the childish charm. Harry, greatly looking forward to it despite the internal struggle, reached out and grabbed David's hand, swinging it back and forth. David seemed surprised, then he started singing. It was a song Minerva had just taught Harry, so he joined in. They reached the Astronomy Tower just as the song ended, and Harry let go of David's hand, which made the adult part of him happy, and ran over to the big window for viewing the heavens. He turned back to David. "This is the Astronomy Tower," he announced in his best teacher voice. "But the other kids don't always come here to look at stars, sometimes they sit against the wall and key." He made a face, not only because of the cooties, but also in order to portray the innocent child. Surely that would fluster any adult, right? Why would they do that instead of looking at stars? David asked blandly. However, a twitch in the corner of his mouth gave him away. He did seem honestly interested in Harry's answer, however. Rats. He'd have to think of something else to ruffle David. Ooh, he had it. After all, even Harry didn't like to think about it much. I don't know. Ask Papa. He and Minerva like to come up here. They say they want to look at the stars, but I saw them. They were hugging. Hugging is not the same as dotting, Harry, David informed him. Of course it wasn't. It was kind of similar, though. After all, you hug your papa. It's not the same, Harry immediately informed him. David didn't look the least bit bothered. However, he did start inspecting the outer edge of the room, waving his wand with what Harry recognized were ward detection charms. He seemed pleased with what he found. Where to next? David asked. Gryffindor Tower, Harry answered. Oh, he'd throw David off guard soon. It was his new goal, nay, his life mission. David and Harry finished the tour of Hogwarts with Hagrid's hut. David was awed by the sheer power of the updated wards. Apparently Headmaster Dumbledore had been busy. Harry had been a blast today, both informative and fun. He had been more like a child than David had ever seen him be. They had played tag in the hallways, Simon says, in an unused classroom, and done cartwheels on the Quidditch pitch. David was nearly exhausted, and he knew his latest dosage of liquid luck was about finished. Luckily he had another vial in a hidden, inner pocket of his robes. He would wait until Harry was talking with Hagrid before he drank it, though. It wouldn't do to introduce an innocent kid to something like that. Hi, Hagrid, Harry yelled as he waved through the window. Well, if it ain't, Ari. Hagrid's unmistakable voice answered from inside. The massive door opened to reveal an even more massive gamekeeper. Come in, Hagrid continued as he stood aside from the doorway. Even standing aside, the man blocked over half the door. He unsuccessfully tried to S.K. in his gut as Harry giggled and ran past him into the hut. Ari, who's our friend? Oh, this is David, Harry answered with a grin. Hello. David drawled his customary salutation with a slow half salute. Nice tear meat, chaw, Hagrid said as he extended an immense hand. David reached for it and gasped as Hagrid nearly crushed his hand with an exuberant greeting. Oh, we've met before, David said as he shook out his hand. The place looked much the same as when he had been a student, except that now there were copies of Madame Whittely's cooking column posted near the fireplace. It seemed someone had had one too many of Hagrid's rock cakes and decided to help the man. Actually, whatever Hagrid was stewing in the cauldron over the fire smelled rather appetizing. I suppose when ye were in school, Hagrid said quizzically. Yes, I got to know the Forbidden Forest because of you, David replied. It was the most popular form of detention if I remember correctly. Hagrid rubbed his beard and puckered his face as he thought. Suddenly, he snapped his fingers, the sudden sound like a gunshot. David Scott. Well, I hain't thought o' ye in years. He chuckled. I remember the time ye were caught with that potion o' yours. Ol' Slughorn might o' been impressed, but Flitwick, he were sure mad. He guffawed and shook his head. Ye were always up to somethin'. David chuckled. Hagrid never judged. Even when he knew the worst, he saw the best. That was why David liked him. Hagrid was still laughing as he went to stir the cauldron. Venison stew today, Ari, he announced. Yum, Harry exclaimed as he tried to pull out one of Hagrid's huge chairs. David pulled out his wand and helped him. Thanks, Harry said as he scrambled up into the chair. You too, David. David sat in a second chair as Harry turned to look at Hagrid. David deftly pulled the liquid luck from his pocket and downed it, stowing away the now empty vial. He looked up just in time to see Harry's eyes narrow slightly, almost like a parent's watching their kid sneak a cookie from the cookie jar. For a moment he thought he should be worried, but then he felt the confidence and headiness associated with his potion of choice soar through his veins. Someday it might get him in trouble, but it wouldn't be this day. Felix was going strong. What potion was that? Are you sick? We could go back to the infirmary if you're sick, Harry fired off. He started to climb down from the chair. No, I'm not sick, David answered. There was no easy getting out of this. That is, there wouldn't be if not for Felix. I take it so I won't get sick. Then maybe I should have some, too, Harry said seriously. I don't want to be sick. It's not for young boys, David answered. It might hurt you. Harry looked very disappointed at that. Harry watched as David covertly took a potion. If he wasn't mistaken, that was liquid luck, a potion he was most familiar with, as he and Hermione had brewed some for the light forces in the early part of the war. He had often noticed that things seemed to slide off of David. He was never blamed for anything, and everything seemed to go right when he was around. Apparently it wasn't natural luck. Harry teased David, knowing that it would come off as inquisitiveness, but when David said that it might hurt him, he remembered some of the side effects. Using liquid luck occasionally was all right, but all the time, its power was not infinite, and once it hit its limit, it hit it hard, and the worst part about it was, there was no warning. In short, long-term use was harmful, even if it seemed to the user as if everything was fine. Harry now saw David's death in the former timeline in a new light. He had always known something was off about the story, and now he knew what. Only a man under long-term abuse of Felix Felicis could have gone the way David did. He had to warn him. David, you know that's bad for you, Harry said, putting on his best scolding face. Don't pester Tay lad, Ari, Hagrid said as he stood from the cauldron. Some people need their vitamins more than others, he added, seemingly convinced David's words were 100% valid as he lifted 2 steaming bowls. The heat didn't even seem to hurt his bare hands as he placed the bowls in front of Harry and David, then turned back to ladle his own bowl. But it is, Harry insisted. After all, he had come back in time to prevent deaths. He could feel his heart beginning to race as he thought about it. Thought about how much he had gotten to know David and how David treated him as a child and as an equal, like a friend. His child side rose to the surface, pushing aside rationality and all levels of calmness as pure unrestrained emotion came to the forefront. Tears rose in his eyes. I don't want you to die. What? Ari, he's not gonna die. Hagrid said, partially scolding and partially comforting. But he did. Harry exclaimed, crying as his emotions took the upper hand. He stole a Horcrux from Gringotts and rode out on a dragon, then the dragon tried to eat him, and he fell off, broke through an awning, and crashed onto the street. Just when he was getting up, he got hit by the night bus. Its brakes had gone out. I don't want that to happen this time. He heard glass shatter somewhere behind him and gasped, trying to rein in his emotions before he ruined Hagrid's hut. Hagrid set down his bowl and grabbed Harry in a bear hug. Feeling both smothered and safe, Harry let himself cry. As his sobs lessened, he felt rather than heard his magic putting back together whatever he had broken. Somehow he felt better than he had in some time, although he had this absurd desire to put his thumb in his mouth. Instead, he looked up, catching David's eye. David looked absolutely taken aback. Harry would have congratulated himself on a successful mission if the situation were not so dire. David began slowly, when did this happen? Oh. The good feeling was gone, and in its place, a nasty feeling twisted his gut. What exactly had he said? Had he given it all away? What could he say now? Hagrid looked up at David. Don't upset Tay lad. Good, wonderful Hagrid. However, he had to give some explanation, something plausible. Harry wiggled out of Hagrid's hug and sat back in his seat, wiping his nose with his sleeve. That was a big no-no, but he knew Hagrid and David wouldn't care. Hagrid, a look of concern on his honest face, sat gingerly in his own chair. Harry looked up and saw David looking expectant. It was a dream, Harry answered. Kids were scared by dreams. Right, he knew his were scary sometimes. David scratched his bristly chin, obviously thinking. A dream? He asked, leaning forward. When did you have this dream? It must have been pretty scary. Dragons and all. Dragons ain't scary, Hagrid put in conversationally as he began eating his soup. They're just misunderstood. This one was, Harry insisted. He tried to eat David. But he didn't, David pointed out. No, you got hit by the night bus, Harry reiterated solemnly. I knew there was something scary about that bus, David said with a smirk. I'm sure Tay bus is fine, Ari, Hagrid said. It was just a dream. It didn't really happen. Harry nearly smiled, but masked it by taking a spoonful of soup. That was what he was hoping they would think. Just one more push. But it was still scary. Yeah, I've had some strange ones, David said, now also eating. Actually, I had one where your papa was angry with some of us in school and was turning us all into bunnies. Harry felt his eyes grow as he tried not to spit his soup all over the table. As soon as he swallowed it, he laughed at the image. Hey, you laugh now, but at the time it was rather frightening, David protested. Hagrid chuckled, seeming much more at ease now that no one was crying. Ye never told me that one. When was that? Last week sometime, David said with a shrug. Harry tried not to snicker as he sipped more of the delicious venison stew. It seemed the crisis had been averted, at least for now. Oh. Rebecca Lovegood walked toward Albus' office, watching her daughter, Luna, skip in front of her. A small smile graced her pretty face as she noticed Luna humming the song Xenophilius had taught her to ward off Hexeldrats. Luna ran ahead and turned a corner. Rebecca followed at her usual sedate pace. Luna wasn't afraid of ghosts or talking portraits, and the only people allowed in the castle were those who meant well to the inhabitants. There was nothing to fear here. Hi, I'm Luna, Rebecca heard. Now who was her daughter talking to? An imaginary friend or a real person? I'm David, a man's voice answered. She had heard that voice before, but where? Only one way to find out. Rebecca turned the corner and saw Harry holding a thin man's hand. The man looked more relaxed than anyone Rebecca had seen who wasn't taking sedatives. A millisecond later, she knew who he was. David Scott, unspeakable. Rebecca was confused. What was this man doing at Hogwarts, and why was he acquainted with Harry? However, as she watched David bend down a bit to converse with the much smaller children, another reaction arose, concern. Rebecca occasionally counseled for the unspeakables. She knew some of what the various groups studied, but her specialty was psychiatry, in which she had both a wizarding and muggle degree. She gave what the muggles called a psychiatric evaluation to each person who was about to join, and it had been her experience that the kind of work the unspeakables did occasionally drew in unstable types. Actually, every unspeakable she had met was a bit unhinged, not that it usually hindered their work. There were very few who she considered dangerous, however. Maybe they wouldn't snap today, but given enough push, they were bound to go over the edge, and probably take others with them. She had advised the unspeakable leader against hiring them, but most had some sort of ability that made them valuable. She did insist that, at the very least, these dangerous ones speak with her or another licensed counselor once a month. The unspeakables complied. David was one she met with once a month, and he was talking with her daughter and a young boy she considered a son. Hello Harry, Mr. Scott, she said, masking her uneasiness with what she called her patient smile. She made sure her very posture was emanating calm. She forced herself to think about where they were. Obviously, Albus trusted the man, and Hogwarts did not outright ban him from the grounds. Besides, David was such that he would never harm children. It's good to see you. You as well, Drive. Lovegood, David answered slowly, smiling. Luna and Harry both looked confused. Luna piped up, as if sensing the awkward silence that might break out. You're friends with my mom. How come I've never met you? Luna, honey, I know a lot of people that you don't know, Rebecca answered. How come? Luna asked innocently. You know everyone I know. But we've met now, David answered for her. You want to walk with us? We were on our way to see Albus. He directed his question to Luna, then reached out his other hand, which Luna happily grasped. That's where we're going, too, Luna said happily. David started off down the hall, and Rebecca followed behind, somewhat comforted that they would be seeing Albus soon. Perhaps she could discreetly find answers to what was going on. That was something she was very good at. Do you like Crumplehorn Snorknacks? Luna asked. I do. Despite the situation, Rebecca smiled as David asked what they were and Luna began a detailed description. Harry turned back to look at her pensively, then turned his attention to Luna's narrative. Oh. Albus sat in his office, admiring the way the instruments on his desk sparkled. The sunlight came in at just the right position to refract into rainbows and coat his office in a bright cacophony of color and light. The emergency Quidditch pitch meeting had concluded with promises to renovate the field. Small animals had tunneled under it and one of the posts was beginning to lean. Hopefully, the plans they had discussed would prevent this from happening in the future. Albus leaned back in his chair. Harry and David should be back soon, and Rebecca Lovegood was coming in to drop Luna off for an evening play date. Albus chuckled at the thought. Harry would vehemently deny taking part in any date, but that was what parents called these get-togethers. Ah. It seemed the four met in the halls and came as a group. Enter, Albus said as Luna was about to knock. Actually, she was probably reaching for the doorknob and just going to enter, but that was neither here nor there. Good afternoon, Healer Lovegood, Mr. Scott, Miss Lovegood, Mr. Dumbledore. Luna and Harry giggled at the formal address. Let's go play, Luna suggested. Harry agreed and Luna looked up at David. Will you play, too? David shook his head. No, I have to speak with Albus. Luna shrugged and let go of his hand. Harry did the same. Bye Mom, bye David, bye Mr. Dumbledore, Luna said as she and Harry went into the Dumbledore's living area, closing the door behind them. Lemo. Drop. Albus questioned. Of course, David answered. Rebecca declined. Albus gestured to his candy bowl, then chuckled at the confused look on David's face as he picked up a yellow candy that suddenly turned blue. Albus had gotten quite used to the changing colors due to Harry's rune network, but seeing the surprise on others' faces was entertaining. Instead of putting the candy directly into his mouth, David asked, Would you like to hear my report or speak with Dr. Lovegood first? Forgive me, Healer Lovegood, but I will hear David first. However, you are welcome to remain, Albus said. He nodded to David to begin. Well, the defenses are very good, David began as Rebecca sat in one of the chairs in front of Albus' desk. I noticed that not only are the wards much improved, but they cover the secret entrances as well. Actually, the only weak points I saw were if someone wanted to mount an attack from the air or from the Forbidden Forest. There are a few wards that are not well known that would work for the roof, but I know there's the complication of the centaurs in the forest. The forest belongs to the centaurs and they keep it well patrolled, Albus said. If something can get through them, more wards will not necessarily help. David nodded. I figured that was the case, but I thought you should know anyway. He pulled a wadded piece of parchment from his pocket. Here are some of the wards I was talking about for the roof, if you want them. Thank you, Albus said. He had not thought much about an attack from the air, but making sure the wards had a ceiling would definitely be a good idea. He set the list aside to peruse later. Anything else? No, the wards seem very well placed, David answered. Thank you for coming out, David, Albus said warmly. Even though he had known the wards were good, it soothed him to hear an expert say it. Well, I would love to chat with you, but Healer Lovegood and I have things to discuss. All right, David said with a lazy salute. I'll see you soon. Thank you again, David, Albus said as David left. He waited until David was at the bottom of the staircase before he spoke to Rebecca. I am sorry for the wait, but now we can speak. Rebecca nodded and pulled her chair closer, glancing at the door that led to the Dumbledore's private rooms. Seeing that it was shut, she turned her full attention on Albus and waited for him to speak, as usual. I see you met David on your way up, Albus began. It was often good to start with pleasantries. Rebecca hesitated for a moment, then answered, We've met before. Actually, we've known each other for quite a while. I didn't realize you knew him, though. Albus paused, but he did not feel the usual compulsion to avoid talking about the unspeakables to Rebecca. The only reason that could be was if Rebecca already knew David was an unspeakable. Yes, he said carefully. When the compulsion did not kick in, he continued. He is one of the unspeakables that Harry and I see once a month. Rebecca nodded. In that case, I know the rest of the group as well. Really? Albus asked, intrigued. Harry and I have been working with them for nearly 4 years now. He had a sudden thought. Rebecca was a mind healer, a psychiatrist as the Muggles would say. If she knew the unspeakables that Albus and Harry worked with, perhaps she had more information on them, information from a different perspective. It couldn't hurt to ask, anyway. Perhaps you could tell me some more about them. I have only worked with them in a professional setting. Rebecca placed one of her long, delicate fingers on her chin and tilted her head in thought. I'm sorry, but as you know, it is a professional discourtesy to discuss my other clients with you. Albus blinked. Did that mean she saw them in a professional sense? Perhaps one or two made sense, but all of them. I see you are confused, Rebecca said with a slight smile. I can explain this much. I do the preliminary psychiatric evaluations for people wanting to enter the unspeakables department. Sometimes I follow up on them. Albus nodded. Actually, if you feel like you want to discuss anything that you and Harry do with the unspeakables, Rebecca continued, I have the highest clearance. I know it can be somewhat comforting to have someone outside the normal sphere of influence to talk to. Albus was taken aback at her offer. There was already so much he had shared with her, more than with anyone else, except Harry, of course. The fact that she was willing and able to listen to more showed what an incredible person she was. Albus regretted that he had not taken the opportunity to get to know her in the previous timeline, but at least he knew her now. She had proven to be a blessing for both him and Harry. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, Albus said. However, I will have to think about it before I speak to you. Oh, of course, Rebecca responded. Take as much time as you need. She was so understanding and patient. I do, however, have something to say to you about the matter. Yes, what is it? Albus asked. He could tell that she was worried about something. I would advise you and Harry to be careful when working with the unspeakables, Rebecca answered. They can be dangerous, even if their intentions are noble. I am telling you this as a friend. I know that one was a Death Eater, Albus responded, but he gave an oath that he had been infiltrating the Death Eaters and would not cause us harm. Oh, I doubt that any of them would intentionally harm you or Harry, Rebecca said quickly. It would just be best to be careful. Healer Lovegood, Albus said seriously, I am always careful. Oh. Harry entered the Great Hall, bright, colorful presents floating high above to form the number 6. Albus had gone all out, though he did that every year. Harry shook his head, albeit with a smile. Although Albus never said it, Harry was certain part of the reason Albus dedicated so much for his birthdays was because of what his previous life had included, birthday-wise. Particularly the years before Hogwarts, though nearly all of his birthdays back then were pretty bleak, now that he thought about it. Taking himself away from such memories which had no bearing on reality now, he looked to the people who had come. He quickly found the Lovegoods and ran over to them. Mr. Lovegood was always happy to see him. He would go on and on with how curious it was that magic mites were always gathering at Harry's feet and how the micro-hexeldrakes were often fluttering around his hands, specifically his right. Hi, Mr. Lovegood, Harry said, looking up at the bizarre-looking man. Ah, Harry, you know to call me Zeno, he said with a smile, patting Harry on the head. Luna giggled. Daddy, Harry's not a puppy, she said. He's a dragon. Harry raised his eyebrow. I thought I was a boy, he said. Oh, you're Harry, but you're not only a boy, are you? She said. Harry wasn't sure how to take that comment at all, so decided to move on with a shrug. Hey, Harry. He turned to find Neville coming with his parents calmly trailing behind. Harry smiled, once again pushing back the memory of how they had looked in St. Mungo's during his 5th year a time jump away. Happy birthday, Neville, Harry said, his childish excitement spilling over. Harry often wondered why it had taken him years into his schooling at Hogwarts to get to know Neville last time. Neville was Neville, parents or no, though he had gained his confidence much sooner this time around. The Neville he had left in the future was much like this Neville now, at least where it mattered. Strong, honest, faithful and loyal. You too, Harry. Going to the table, they all got cake from Albus, who happily gave them extra icing. Hey, Harry, who is that boy over there? Neville asked, giving a slight motion with his hand to the far end of the room. His mum had told him never to outright point. That was rude. Harry and Luna looked over to where he had indicated and found Narcissa and Draco Malfoy. Draco Malfoy, Harry answered. Papa told me he might come. Malfoy. But wasn't that one of Neville cut himself off, clearly having more emotional capacity than a teaspoon? Yes, but Papa said Draco may not be like his father. I hope not, Neville said. Daddy said Mr. Malfoy was a very bad man. He seems a bit scared, don't you think? Luna pointed out. He probably doesn't go to many birthday parties, Neville noted. Mum said it's polite to say hi to new people. Come on, Luna continued, already on her way to the Malfoys. Harry quickly got ahead of her. He had thought long and hard about his first meeting with Draco. He had to make the first move if he was going to set a strong impression. Stopping in front of them, Draco taking a peek from behind his mother, Harry gave a brief dramatic bow. Looking up and finding Narcissa looking at him with a barely hidden dumbfounded expression, Harry smiled and threw out his left hand. Papa said it's polite to bow like that to guests, he said. Hi, and welcome to my and Neville's birthday party. Who are you? How gracious of you. I am Narcissa Malfoy, and this is my son, Draco. I trust your papa informed you of our coming. She asked. Harry wondered for a moment if this was a test. Perhaps it was. Oh well. Best to play blissful kid. Yes ma'am. I'm glad you let Draco come. New friends are cool, Harry said, before glancing at Neville and Luna. Old ones are too, of course, he added before turning back to Narcissa and Draco. Oh, this is Luna Lovegood, and my other best friend, Neville Longbottom. Narcissa's eyebrows rose slightly, evidently not used to 5 technically 6-year-olds knowing how to introduce people, or perhaps it was who he had introduced so happily. She didn't have a chance to react further than that though, because Harry continued, moving forward and just coming into what she deemed as her space. He stuck his left hand forward toward her son, who was now beginning to come out from behind her. Hi, I'm Harry. Have you had cake yet? Papa lets us get extra icing if we like. He says 'cause it's my and Neville's birthdays we can have as much sugar as we want. Draco, who was a bit overwhelmed, looked up at his mother for permission, as well as with a look of, is he serious? Go on, Draco. It's time you make more friends of your own age, she prompted briskly, a bit hesitant herself, though she hid it well. Draco beamed and grabbed Harry's hand, shaking it enthusiastically. I love sugar, but I can only have a little bit, he said, sparing another glance back to Narcissa, as if expecting a scolding of admitting such a thing. Harry decided to be daring. Mrs. Malfoy, you don't like sugar, do you? Harry looked contemplative. Professor McGonagall doesn't like sugar much either. Maybe it's a girl thing, though Professor Bear doesn't seem to like too much sugar either. Does chocolate really give you those pimple thingies? I heard one of the second years saying that. If chocolate gives you those things, maybe it's the sugar that does that. Is that why you don't like sugar? Are you afraid to get them? Harry looked expectantly up at her, as if her words were pure gold. He even teetered back slightly. Narcissa actually looked amused. Sugar is just something one should have sparingly. Having too much can make you sick. Is that why Papa likes so much color? Professor McGonagall says all that color makes her woozy. Does your Papa eat a lot of sweets? She asked, glancing at Albus Dumbledore who was across the room. He seemed to be having the time of his life, handing out cakes covered in sparkling icing. He might as well have been in a candy store, with how colorful and lively he currently was. Though, he almost always looked that way. What's a lot? Harry asked. Like a simple handful. He has more than a lot then. More like a lot. But you don't have that much, do you? She asked. Harry blinked at her. No, my hands aren't that big. He opened his hands out before him for a brief moment, before quickly hiding his right. He didn't like showing his right palm. People stared. Wow, that's an awesome scar. Draco blurted out before he could stop himself. He turned bright red and looked nervously at Harry, suddenly realizing he had said that out loud and in front of, not only Harry, but his mother. He was too afraid to look up at her. Draco Malfoy, I have taught you better, she said, not exactly raising her voice, but injecting it with a venom Harry had scarcely heard. Draco ducked his head, clearly ashamed as invisible ice crystals seemed to spread out from Narcissa, freezing the air. Harry could almost swear this was the case. Sorry, I didn't mean to say that, Draco apologized. Had Harry been told Draco would one day apologize to him, he would have laughed and said, when hell freezes, granted, with how Narcissa was affecting the place. It's okay, Harry said softly, glancing briefly at Narcissa with a look even she couldn't place. At least you're not making fun or asking me questions. Draco blinked. People make fun of you? He asked, utterly stunned. Who would have the guts to make fun of the next Merlin? Harry shrugged. He had never been made fun of to his face, of course, but he occasionally heard students talking and snickering a few times, asking each other what would happen if they touched his scar and the like. And the fact people saw that he did very little with his scarred hand only seemed to amplify their tactless curiosity. Draco seemed to straighten his back and lift up his chin at that. Well, if I hear anyone saying anything mean about you, I'll punch them, he stated, evidently forgetting his mother was still standing behind him. Surely you have learned by now there are more effective ways to teaching people a lesson, Draco. I will not have my son being barbaric or uncivilized. Sorry, mother. I meant jinx, not punch. HMPH. I better not catch you doing anything of the sort, she said sternly. Harry noticed she hadn't said not to jinx, just not to get caught. Are we going to get Draco some cake, Harry? Luna asked, now at his side, Neville on the other. They looked to Narcissa. Play nicely, Draco, she said, before simply turning and heading to a group of adults. Draco nodded happily, before quickly being led by Harry and the others to the cake table. Jess and Dawn entered the Great Hall, instantly finding Anna and the others among the mingling adults. Squinting for a moment and allowing her eyes to get used to the amount of magic, Jess allowed her husband to guide her about to one of the tables, specifically the one covered in gifts. Placing the presents she and Dawn had gotten for Harry and Neville, she turned to where she had just seen Dumbledore's signature. It was one of the largest auras in the room, rivaled by Harry's, though there was something else at her peripheral vision that was fairly large. Rotating slightly, oblivious to how Dawn had paused at her sudden movement, she focused her attention at the collection of magic. It was dense at its origin, extending outward like a dust cloud around a figure that took her a moment to identify as a fellow party guest. Allowing her eyes to glaze through the haze, she quickly realized the odd aura was not coming from the person, but an object the person was wearing. Dear, why are you staring at Narcissa Malfoy? Dawn asked very quietly beside her. Jess didn't respond at first, her mind trying to process what she was seeing, before the startling truth hit her. Because the necklace she's wearing is a Horcrux. Dawn frowned, looking back at Narcissa. Is it affecting her? I don't know, but I don't think this is something we should discuss here. However, I will say that the magic extends a decent amount out. Should we tell Albus? It doesn't seem to be doing anything, but we will tell him when we have a chance. I'll watch her, he stated. Good plan. Harry looked behind him to glance at Narcissa. Something was definitely not right. He turned back around, sticking his finger in his slice of cake to scoop up some icing. It's almost as if shish. Harry paused in his thoughts, his eyes widening. Oh, no. Harry, are you okay? Luna asked, noticing he had stopped halfway in eating his icing. Huh, oh, yeah, I was just thinking, he said, brushing his troubled feelings away. He briefly noticed Albus turning toward him to make sure he was okay. Harry sent him feelings of peace, though concern was still within it. It told Albus they would need to talk later. Ready to open presents, birthday boys? Flitwick asked, coming up from behind them. Yeah, Neville said, nearly dropping his cake in his excitement. The rest of the party was as all little boy parties should be. Full of sugar, gifts, groaning adults. Anna and Seth had gotten into a cake-eating contest and were holding their stomachs, and hyper children, and adults, if you counted Flitwick and David. It was only after opening all the gifts, eating loads of icing and cake did Harry himself realize how late it was getting. How time flies when one is having fun. The Malfoys took their leave with the first batch of departing guests, but Draco promised to ask his mom if he could go to Hogwarts at some point to play with Harry. Harry was hopeful, though the fact that Narcissa was wearing a Horcrux did worry him. However, at least they now knew where one of them definitely was. Neville and his parents were the next to leave, along with the Lovegoods. Not long after that, most everyone else had gone as well. Well, Harry, time for bed, I think, Albus said, coming up to him. Okay, Papa, Harry said as Jess slowly approached them. Harry was a bit curious as to why Jess and Dawn hadn't left yet. Perhaps they had wanted to personally wish him a happy birthday without strangers about. Though, that thought quickly left him when he caught a glimpse of wariness on Jess' face. Could we, perhaps, talk somewhere? She asked, looking to Albus. Of course, he answered. To my office. Dawn and Jess followed Albus and Harry, making it to the gargoyle in record time. Now, what is this about? Albus asked, the door to his office closing behind him. The necklace. Narcissa has it. She's actually wearing the thing, if you can believe that, Jess began immediately. Necklace? Albus asked, trying to understand the significance of what Jess was saying. You mean the necklace? Yes, horrid aura and all. I think it may be worse than others have seen because it is gathering energy, she said, before stopping herself from giving further details as she looked down at Harry. Harry looked up at them and then at Albus. You'll tuck me in when you're done talking, right? Of course. Okay. I'll wait on my bed then. After you wash up and brush your teeth, Albus said. Harry nodded and hurried out of the room. Jess and Don exchanged impressed glances, before looking back at Dumbledore. So you are certain it is the one? Albus asked. Yeah, which leads me to believe she has the other two as well, Jess said. She must have inherited them from other Death Eater families, possibly from the Lestranges, Blacks, or one of the other more prominent families. I don't see Voldemort trusting any other old family with a piece of his soul. I'd have to agree with you, Albus said. Understandably, I felt I should let you know about my finding as soon as possible. I also plan to talk with Anna about this and ask her if she would be willing to talk with Narcissa about them. She has a way going about things safely, and it doesn't take a rocket scientist to realize having a Horcrux can be detrimental to one's health, and having multiple around is definitely not good, at least in most circumstances. Dumbledore nodded, thinking. Thank you for telling me, he said. No problem. Oh, before I forget, have you told Harry anything about Horcruxes? She asked. Albus couldn't prevent himself from shifting back slightly. Not explicitly, why? When David came to visit, Harry used the word, Don said. Ah, his dream, Albus supplied for them. Yes, he told me about his nightmare, though I'm not entirely sure where he had heard the term from, though he must have heard it from me because there is nowhere else he could have picked up that term. Does he have these sorts of dreams often? Jess asked. Albus paused, weighing his options. This could allow any future slips to be easily covered. Well, as you very well know, the bond allows for my emotions to be felt by him and his to be felt by me. Occasionally, dreams do as well. Perhaps that is how he picked up that word and how it, for lack of a better phrase, bled off into his own dreams. Albus, are you telling us you both sometimes witness each other's dreams? Why have you not shared this with us before? It's a very rare occurrence, and sometimes impossible to realize if it's happened, Albus answered. After hearing this, however, I will take more steps to prevent it. You should talk to Anna, Jess suggested. She might have some ideas. I will do that, thank you, Albus said. If there is nothing else, I have to figure out how to explain a Horcrux to a 6-year-old and see if he's been picking anything else up from my dreams. Turning to the door with Jess, Don smirked. Good luck. Bartemius Crouch Jr., respected Auror, heir to the Crouch name and fortune, and former Death Eater, sat at a long table used for meetings. Behind his mask, he frowned at the loud, deep speech of the other attendees. If the Master were to walk in now, the Master would not be pleased. The Master, for Bartemius knew his leader by no other name, had slowly gathered these 10 people. They were mostly former Death Eaters, but a few were new. The new ones were the ones talking loudly and harshly. They were getting to know each other, for goodness sake. Did they not know that the purpose of masks and cloaks was to hide identities so that they could not give each other away if caught? The 8 former Death Eaters, at least, he assumed they were, sat in their places at the table, simply waiting. For most, not even a tilt of the head showed that the people behind the masks had emotion. One was looking at the loud talkers in a way that suggested annoyance, but even that person said nothing. Bartemius himself made sure his posture showed no emotion, no hint of who he truly was. The door opened. Only the Master could use the door, as it was warded against all others. The 10 members portkeyed in when a meeting was called, but did not know where the place was. Behind the mask, Bartemius smiled. A good master took all the best precautions against the unwanted and unknown. My apologies for my lateness, the Master said. I had other obligations which took more time than intended. The Master looked at the 2 who had been talking. Should I catch you speaking in such a manner again, you will wish you had been under Lord Voldemort's care. The 2 shivered at her use of the former Dark Lord's name. Bartemius had to admit that the first time he had heard his new master use it, he had been just as struck. However, as time passed and his new master was not struck dead or cursed, Bartemius acknowledged that his current master was the one who should be feared, not the one who had been defeated by a baby. The 2 newest members quickly scrambled to the far end of the table, taking the seats that indicated they were the lowest in the group. Silence reigned as the Master sat at the head of the table. Thank you for coming on such short notice. I have called this meeting in order to set down the plans for the death or capture of the Dumbledores. All masks were turned toward the Master, and everyone sat in a position of anticipation. Though the vampires failed the first time, they will be given another chance, the Master continued. I have already been over their plans, and have approved them. What I wish to discuss with you are the plans for what to do with them after their capture. While they assure me that their plans are foolproof, there are fools in every mission who thrive on botching it. The Master's mask turned briefly to the two members at the end of the table. Thus there will be several safety measures in place. I welcome your input. Bartemius smiled. His new master operated nothing like Voldemort. This master was better. Remus Lupin stood at the front doors to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. That's new, he commented, staring at a large gold rope with a tassel on its end. He pulled it, but heard nothing. As he waited to see what would happen, he glanced back at his mentor, Elric Provo. Elric was descended from some of the first American colonists to be bitten by the native werewolves, and his ancestors had learned valuable secrets. Specifically, how to control the beast once one shifted. He took it upon himself to teach others in the American pack. Although it was very slow going, progress was being made, and a few had learned enough to stay behind and pass along the instructions. Remus rubbed his hands on his new robes he had bought just for this occasion. The Americans mostly wore Muggle-type clothes, such as jeans and t-shirts, and Remus had adapted to that. He thought, however, that for coming before Albus Dumbledore and re-meeting Harry, he would wear something more traditional. A house elf answered the door. Hello misters, it said with a bow. What can's Fidget do for sirs? We're here to see the headmaster, Remus answered. He should be expecting us. It was mostly true, Albus was expecting Remus, just not his mentor. Is you Mr. Lupin, sir? Fidget asked. Lupin, Remus answered. As the elf's face suddenly fell into despair that he had gotten a name wrong, Remus added, but that's close enough. Fidget murmured something about punishment, then he was back to the chipper elf who had greeted them. Come this way, sirs. Remus wanted to let poor Fidget know that he didn't have to punish himself, but house elves were strange beings. At any hint that what he was doing was wrong, he could start punishing himself right in the hall, and that would just be cruel. However, he did have a question. Is Hogwarts so unguarded that anyone can enter the grounds? Oh, no, sirs, Fidget answered happily. What with the great Dumblies being attacked, Hogwarts was made so only the pure can enter. He almost swelled with pride. It can't be that safe if two werewolves can enter, Remus thought, but this was a discussion better had with Albus himself. Speaking of which, Fidget had led them to the foot of the headmaster's office. Remus glanced at the grotesque creature guarding the stairs. One moment, please, sirs, Fidget said as he disappeared with a pop. Remus tapped his fingers against his hip with impatience. Would Harry remember him? Probably not. Calm down, Remus, Provo said. Emotion leads to the dark side. It was a paraphrase of something some famous Muggle had said. Remus stopped tapping his fingers and concentrated on simply breathing. This was the first step to controlling the beast. The gargoyle in front of the stairs slid aside, and both Remus and Provo stepped on the moving stairway. Enter, Remus, a familiar grandfatherly voice spoke from inside. Remus did so, opening the door and stepping over the threshold. Moony! Harry shouted and ran for him. Nearly all the anxiety melted away when he looked at the child and caught him in his arms. Harry remembered him, and with fondness. Hello, Harry, Remus said, trying to keep the tears of joy at bay as he looked the child over. Harry seemed well, and he had grown so much since Remus saw him last. Seeing James's black, messy hair and Lily's beautiful green eyes made him miss his friends all the more. He knew they would be proud of the Harry, though. They always had been. Good morning, Headmaster, he said as he glanced up into the twinkling blue eyes of Albus Dumbledore. Please, it has been a long time since you were in school, Albus reprimanded. Call me Albus. Sorry, Albus, Remus said. He let go of Harry as the boy began to squirm. I would have been here earlier, but, well, he trailed off as Harry looked at him expectantly. The moon had been full 2 nights before, and Remus had had to wait, but he didn't want to tell Harry that. Oh, I understand, my boy, Albus said with a conspiratorial nod. Who is your friend? Remus apologized. This is my mentor, Elric Provo. Nice to meet you, Albus said with a smile. Provo reached out and shook his hand. Lemo, drop, either of you. I'll take one, Harry said, jumping up and down. No, you've had enough sugar this morning, Albus answered. Perhaps with lunch. Harry gave a sigh. "K," he grumbled. Remus and Provo both declined the offered sweet. Albus stood. Would you like to be shown to your rooms? I was under the impression we would be staying at the Three Broomsticks, Remus said. Surely Albus wouldn't want two werewolves staying under the same roof of not only his ward, but an entire school full of children. Once the school year begins, Albus answered, staying somewhere else would be preferable. Until then, though, you are both welcome to stay here at Hogwarts. After all, she let you in. That is something I would like to talk to you about, Remus said as he glanced at Harry's beaming face. But later, perhaps. Very well, Albus said. Would you like to see your rooms now or later? I suppose now would be best, Remus said. We can drop off our things. Albus nodded and walked to the door, holding it open for everyone. Harry reached up with his left hand to grasp Remus, moving his right hand slightly behind him. Only then did Remus notice the horrific-looking scar on Harry's right palm. Why, it looked worse than some of his own. He had read about Harry's scar, of course, but seeing it in person was something else entirely. When Remus looked away from Harry's hand, he saw the boy's eyes focused on him. Harry was frowning in a sad way. You have scars too, I bet, he said. They reached the bottom of the steps and waited for Albus to lead the way. Well, yes, actually, Remus said, embarrassed. He had done exactly what he hated, stared at someone because they were different. Harry glanced up at Albus' back, then lowered his voice mischievously. Can I see them? Sure, Remus whispered back, but you have to let go of my arm. Harry did so expectantly, and Remus rolled up his sleeve. He had several long scars from different fights during the full moon, some of them older than Harry. Harry's eyes grew nearly as big as dinner plates. The other wolves hurt you so much. Remus blinked, stonewalled. It was with effort he kept his feet moving down the hallway. Albus had told him. Was he simply warning Harry of possible danger or was it something else? He wondered how much he should say. He settled with being ambiguous. What wolves? Harry gave him a, don't try to hide from me, young man, look that he must have picked up from Albus. It would have been adorable except for the seriousness of the situation. Remus decided to be hesitantly truthful after a glance at Provo. Provo did not seem perturbed by the question, and even gave Remus a look that said plainly, answer the boy. Sometimes, Remus answered, but not all of these are from wolves. He pointed to a thin scar that wrapped around his wrist. This one was from a Quidditch match. Harry brightened up, a huge grin lighting his face. You played Quidditch? Well, not for Hogwarts, Remus amended, but I played with my friends. Your dad was one of the greatest players I ever saw. He sighed as he remembered the good days. Did he give you that scar? Harry asked. Goodness no, Remus answered with a smile. That was one of the Slytherins we played against. He knocked me off my broom, and I came down right on my wrist. Harry cringed as if he knew what that felt like. He rubbed his own wrist. Albus glanced behind. All right, Harry. Yes, Papa, Harry answered. Remus was just telling me about a Quidditch injury. Albus chuckled. Yes, I recall there was an impromptu match between Gryffindor and Slytherin that day. Remus was surprised, yet strangely, not surprised that Albus remembered that. At least it had taken Harry's mind off of wolves. Ah, here we are, Albus said, gesturing to two plain doors across the hall from each other. Remus opened one and heard Provo opening the other. Inside was a small room with a bed, desk, and washbasin. As he pulled his shrunken suitcase out of his pocket, Remus tested the bed. He honestly felt like he could take a nap now. The Americas, while less openly hostile to werewolves than Great Britain, still had rules to follow. He and Provo had had to fill out countless forms covering their destination, itinerary, and possible return date. Since he was unaware of when he would return, he had to fill out more forms requesting semi-permanent leave from the States. Next he and Provo had chosen to fly as Muggles, since neither of them had done so, even though both of them were slightly apprehensive. This required more paperwork. Finally, there was jet lag and the journey from the London airport to Hogwarts. Some rest would be nice. Why don't the two of you rest for a bit, Albus offered. We could meet up again for lunch. Bless the man. It was almost as if Albus had read his mind. Of course, it being Albus Dumbledore, anything was possible. Anna, I need to talk to you, Jess said at the end of the day. It wasn't me, Anna answered quickly, spinning around to meet Jess' eyes. The flooding incident, Jess questioned, recalling earlier in the day when a cube of water was found floating above the coffee table in the common area. Yeah, sure, that, Anna answered. She seemed rather distracted. Oh, I didn't think it was, Jess said with a dismissive wave of her hand. But I need to talk to you privately. Sure, Anna said. Jess could practically see the wheels turning in her head as she tried to figure out why she was in trouble. Jess let her stew. She probably had done something to deserve a talking to, even if Jess didn't know what it was. Jess led Anna into her office, closing the door behind her. Narcissa has a Horcrux, Jess said without preamble. Anna's eyes widened at the sudden speech. I thought something was off, but I had no idea. It's a necklace, Jess continued. It looks a lot like the magic on Harry's forehead. So it's one of Voldemort's? Anna questioned. Most likely, Jess answered. We need to destroy it. How do you propose we do that? Anna asked. With Fiendfire, Jess said, waving her arms up and down. Then it will go FZZZT and shrivel up. I was more thinking, how do we get it away from Narcissa? Anna said with a quizzical look on her face. Well, you could just ask for it, I mean, after all, you do work for the Unspeakables, Jess answered. All the pieces fit in nicely that way. Anna said. Jess had a feeling she was going to throw some unnecessary wrench into the plan. She doesn't know I'm an Unspeakable because we're not allowed to tell people. Also, I doubt she would just give it to me. Okay, that might be a problem. This could be a mission, and you could make her give it to you, Jess suggested. There, that solved it. But if it's a mission, then I have to have the spell up, and she won't trust me, Anna said. Processing. Well, maybe you can tell her mind to give it to you. Maybe, Anna answered. I'll think of something. You should see if she has any more while you're there, Jess added. We think she might have more from some of the wizards who died. That's possible, Anna said. Oh, and Harry knows about Horcruxes, Jess said. It was something she had been thinking about all day. Oh, Anna replied. Did Albus talk to him? Well, no, apparently they share dreams sometimes, and Harry learned about them from there, Jess explained. Anna nodded and silence settled. After a few moments, Jess said, do you have any ideas of how that could be prevented? Anna thought for a few moments. Not offhand, although occluding before going to sleep would be helpful for both of them. I'll think about it, though. Right, well I need to go, Jess said. Dawn's waiting. Okay, see you tomorrow, Anna said. As the summer waned, preparations for Hogwarts' next school year began. Albus made sure the wards had a roof, and consulted with Kurt for other, unfamiliar wards since he was an expert on the subject of obscure magic. As for the forest, he made sure that there was an alarm ward between it and the school grounds, relying on the centaurs to keep the actual forest free. Harry and Remus spent a lot of time together, just getting to know each other. Remus was constantly astounded at Harry's intellect and grasp of magic, and Harry loved that he was getting to spend time with one of his favorite people. By this time, Harry had gotten used to seeing people that were dead in the alternate timeline, but it was still strange to see Remus. As for his mentor, Provo, the man was a complete unknown. He seemed like a nice guy, if a little spacey, and Hogwarts did let him in, but Harry was hesitant to get to know him. Harry often caught Provo looking at him with a, "What did I ever do to you?" look, but he left him alone, for which Harry was grateful. He was also grateful for what Remus was learning. Harry had thought Remus tranquil in the past, but he was even more so now. He left for long periods of time to practice, whatever that entailed, but he was always around. With classes fast approaching, Remus and Provo moved to Hogsmeade. Ironically, Remus had first planned on living in the Shrieking Shack, but instead, Albus had convinced them to move into one of the apartments above the Three Broomsticks. That way, they could go to the shack to transform and keep the stories of it being haunted alive, but would not attract undue attention by living there. The term finally started not long after Remus and Provo had settled, and like every year, the firsties were especially curious. Frederick was anxious, he would soon be sorted and be one of the many students attending Hogwarts. He had been looking forward to this moment since he had first learned he was a wizard, which was when he was 5. He had been hungry and had somehow transfigured a pencil into a long Tootsie Roll. Entering the great hall with the other first years, his eyes widened. It was even bigger than he had imagined. Focusing his eyes down the length of the hall and up to the front table, he couldn't help but gape slightly. There they were, just like his father said they would be, the Dumbledores. He had been told a lot about them and had wondered for the longest time how it would be to meet Harry and his adopted father. Looking up and staring at them now, they seemed to be two very simple people, if a little eccentric. Before he knew it, his name was called and his head was under the sorting hat. Interesting, yes, you would do quite well there, the hat said in his head. Huh, where? Frederick blinked, hearing the hat ramble on about how perfect he would be in the house. He had heard good things about all the houses, but also knew that with the positives there were negatives. He supposed he would be fine in any of them. His parents would be pleased either way. Well, go to your table now, lad. I have sorted you, the hat told him. What? When had he said the house's name? Frederick wondered. It's the table right there, the hat said, mentally pushing him to one of the tables. Oh. Frederick hurried to the table, glad no one was laughing at him for the long pause. He supposed they thought he was just surprised to be sorted into that house, though which house he wasn't sure yet. Hi, glad you're with us, an older student said. Gryffindor is the best house. Ah, so he was a Gryffindor. Suppose he should have guessed that from the badges. Frederick looked back up to the high table as the sorting continued. Harry seemed so small up there surrounded by professors, but he strangely seemed to belong. Frederick couldn't see his lightning bolt scar from where he was, but he did notice his right hand was out of sight. Bummer. You know, it's not nice to stare, a third-year girl said, sitting across from him. He blushed, a bit ashamed at being caught doing something his parents would have frowned upon. Sorry, didn't mean to, I'm just curious. Another older student added. Frederick nodded. Well, why don't you ask one of us who have been here for a while? Oh, Frederick began, suddenly anxious. Well, what's he like? With that, many people put in their 2 cents. Amazingly intelligent, a little shy, but always very polite. His magic is very strong. Stay away from glass if he becomes upset. Why, what happens? It shatters. But the strangest thing is that once he's calmed down again, it goes right back together. One of the prefects saw it happen a while back. Wow. By this time, all the other firsties were listening in. But what is he like? I mean, does he know how different he is? I think so, but he doesn't flaunt it like you would think someone his age might. He almost seems hesitant at times, but then confident and certain at others. Does he really, huh? Yes, and it looks just like a lightning bolt. As for his hand, it looks so painful. A girl cringed. Poor baby. He doesn't like letting people see it. I think he's embarrassed about it. Probably doesn't understand why everyone finds it so awesome. You said he was smart. How smart? Frederick asked curiously. How smart could a 6-year-old be? He started reading before he was 4. Some say he was reading just after 2 years old. He's also a fairly good artist, as far as I've heard. And the headmaster has already been giving him instruction on how to use a wand. A lot of people gasped at that. But my dad said, we know. He doesn't cast anything. Dumbledore's just been showing him how to hold it and wave it around properly. Harry showed some of the Hufflepuff 5th years better ways to wield a wand when dueling. Does the headmaster teach him anything else? Probably. I've heard Harry even has a little desk in the headmaster's office. Ah, that's adorable, a first-year girl commented. I've heard it is, and that Harry has a love of lemo drops that is equal to the headmaster's. The headmaster is a little crazy, but very, very powerful. And he's smart, and Harry seems to be happy. Well, that's the important thing. Sometimes I still can't believe Dumbledore adopted a kid. Granted, it's Harry, but still. I wonder why he took him in. He was there that night, maybe he couldn't deal with anyone else raising him after going through that with him. That's probably it. Have you ever seen them outside of meals? A 4th year asked, leaning in with a smirk. A 7th year laughed. Yeah, sometimes I wonder who the adult is. You and the other older students were here when Harry first arrived, right? Another firstie asked. Yes, and he was so cute. But he had this maturity about him, well, he still has it actually. What do you mean? Well, you can see it in his eyes. They look older than they should. Wiser. Well, after what he's done and stuff, it's no wonder. The other kid shrugged. So do you really think he's the next Merlin? Yeah, being raised by Albus Dumbledore and taking out you-know-who. A fourth year rolled her eyes. Oh honestly, it's Voldemort, technically Riddle. Why are you saying that dumb hyphenated name? Habit. PFF'd. You're what? 11, 12. Several rolled their eyes. Right. So, how are classes here? And the defense teacher, he's broken the curse. Oh, they're fine, you just have to manage your time well. As for the teacher, he didn't break the curse, Dumbledore did when he updated the wards and improved them. I remember the professors telling us there'd be some changes at the start of the following term. Man, they were right. Yeah, the ghosts became stronger, and you've heard about Peeves. Frederick nodded slowly. His father had told him horror stories and had advised him to stay away from the crazy poltergeist. He's different, and I heard Dumbledore said that the way he is now is how he was originally. He's playful and kind now, and helps us with the clubs. Have you heard about them? Any house is welcome, and you just have to find one that you're interested in. Sure, he still does pranks, but they're not mean like they used to be, and he's not annoying now. Cool. But anyway, Professor Bear is a good teacher, just don't fool around in his class. He's pretty laid back, but he takes us learning defense seriously. He stated that Dumbledore gave him the responsibility to teach us how to protect ourselves from less than pleasant wizards, and he'll be acted before he allows any of us to graduate ill-prepared for the less than perfect world. That's good to know, I guess, Frederick said, looking back up to the Dumbledores. He watched the headmaster pile on a scoop of vegetables onto Harry's plate, soon followed by a scoop of chocolate pudding. Harry looked up at his guardian and grinned, before looking down and lifting his fork. Frederick noticed Harry used his left hand and that his right was still completely out of sight. Right as he was about to look at the other professors, Harry suddenly turned his eyes to him, as if sensing someone was looking at him. Not knowing what else to do, Frederick waved and smiled. That seemed to please Harry, so he put his fork down and returned the wave with his left hand before looking back down at his food. Unfortunately, 2 weeks after the sorting of the newest students of Hogwarts, a hitch in the werewolves' paperwork came up. They had been sent an owl from the Department of Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, telling them to meet with one of the secretaries regarding their move. Apparently, one of the 1436 pieces of paper did not have Provo's initials inside the box required, and both Remus and Provo had to go to the Ministry to correct the problem. Remus knew how the Ministry did things. Both he and Provo were in for a long day, perhaps even several days. Unknown to Remus, Albus and Harry planned to use the time they would be gone to search in Hogsmeade for the perfect birthday gift for him. They knew they may not have another chance when Remus wouldn't be looking. Remus stared at the woman sitting across the desk. Surely having the tiniest edge of Provo's initials outside the box wasn't reason to call them back to the Ministry. But there she was, sitting smugly in her chair, pointing out the error, her portraits of kittens watching them with an air of superiority. But my initials are there, Provo tried to explain. She cleared her throat with a soft, hem. If they were required to stay here much longer, that would surely get annoying. As you can see, it plainly says to initial, in the box. She pointed a short finger to the directions. If you can't even follow instructions while filling out a little paperwork, then we cannot have you stay here. The Ministry is much too lax in its treatment of your kind. Remus felt the hair on the back of his neck rise. She didn't have the authority to send them back, did she? They had been there a month and a half with no incident. They had to protect Harry. Look, Miss Umbridge, Provo began, what do we need to do to fix this problem and stay here? He was much calmer than Remus was. Obviously he had dealt with people like this before. Miss Umbridge smiled, as a toad who had just spotted her fly. Harry looked up at Albus, who was holding his left hand. Oh, he was so grateful to be out of Hogwarts. Not that he hated the castle or anything, it was just being confined to the castle for so long was enough to make any self-respecting 6-year-old go bonkers. But this was not just any venture outside the castle, this was a quest. Because Remus and Provo had been called to go to the Ministry, this gave Harry and Albus the perfect opportunity to buy Remus a birthday present. His birthday was in the following week and they had been hard-pressed to find a chance to get a gift for him since he insisted on being with Harry nearly all the time in case of an attack. Harry shook his head. He understood their protectiveness, but really, he wasn't a baby. After all, he'd blocked how many killing curses now. Jess, as she said she would, was shadowing them, just in case any assassins happened to find them despite their disguises and precautions. Kurt was also in Hogsmeade, though his primary reason for being there involved getting materials rather than escorting. "Where are we going to go first, Papa?" Harry asked, brushing his brown hair out of his face. Albus had insisted on making them look as ordinary as possible. Albus had light brown eyes and a short brown beard. His robes were also fairly plain, which was especially difficult for Albus to endure. Harry wondered if he was somehow addicted to bright colors and was currently suffering through withdrawal, though, he had to admit, he himself was missing his own charmed robes. He blamed it on his childish side. "I told Rosmerta we would visit her first," Dumbledore explained, leading them to the three broomsticks. "Then we shall go and find Remus, Gift, and we might get something for Fawkes. I'm thinking of a yellow mini scarf. He often complains to me how cold he is after his burning day. Ash, apparently, only does so much." "Okay," Harry said, hopping up and down. Fawkes had just burned that morning, and was currently huddled in a pile of ash under his perch beside Albus' desk. It would be a week before he would no longer be helpless. Jess stayed along the street, watching them approach the three broomsticks. She took the time to scan the area, which, as always, was swarming with magic. At times, it was difficult to stay focused on what she was doing. It was also mesmerizing. Her eyes went back to Harry and Dumbledore, the magic of their disguises radiating off of them with their natural auras like flames. She looked ahead of them, settling on the door to the bar. There was a ward of some kind on the door. She had seen wards across doors of shops before, deterring thieves and the like, but she had never seen one like this used before. An upgraded one perhaps. But, no, something wasn't quite right. She hurried forward, now just feet away from Dumbledore. "Stop!" she shouted, but it was too late. Part of Dumbledore's frame crossed the boundary despite her hand taking hold of his shoulder. It was clear he had noticed something was off himself just as she grabbed his shoulder but had reacted too late as his and Harry's glamours fell, exposing their identities for all to see. Jess yanked them back, quickly realizing this was a trap before a feeling she would later only be able to describe as pure negative energy exploded to their right. All she could see was a void in that area before it flashed white. The following events occurred in a span of 15 seconds, though it felt much longer to those present. A loud fizzling sound bombarded them, seemingly from all sides, and the few people near the blast were immediately screaming. Jess felt her magic protest strongly, growing hot and angry as she turned to suddenly see half a dozen darts flying toward the Dumbledores. Magic darts. She could see magical residue on them. Portkeys. Acting instinctively, she rushed forward, waving her wand forward and batting the darts away with a pulse of chaotic magic. However, it was not enough, and one was on a direct path to Dumbledore. Crap! She saw a dart slide past the hovering crate and just reacted. Her hand went out, snatching the metal dart from the air before it could strike Dumbledore. She disappeared, leaving everything she had on her behind. Remus ran his hand through his hair. In the last few hours, he had decided this woman was the devil incarnate. And an utter moron. Why would she want to get two werewolves riled up? Ordinarily, people didn't want to mess with werewolves, but this Dolores Umbridge seemed to thrive on it. Provo had theorized that she knew that if they did anything, she would then have grounds to file for their extermination. The Ministry had assassins for that sort of thing. It made sense, in a twisted sort of way. Remus took a deep breath as he turned to the next page. Dolores had made them fill out all of the paperwork in regards to their move to England again, as well as new papers about refilling out paperwork. The experience was becoming a nightmare. Remus knew that if he could keep calm and polite through this, he could be calm anywhere, which was the first step to controlling the wolf. The wolf inside was begging to kill the frumpy pink toady. He mentally told himself to focus on the paperwork. Hopefully Harry was okay without him. Surely he would be, as he was at Hogwarts with Albus. Dumbledore caught her sudden departure from the corner of his eye as he blocked another dart with a precise flick of his wand, transfiguring it into a lollipop. He then sent several stunners toward one of roofs where the darts were coming from in rapid succession, taking the assassin with the darts out. Albus was a bit ticked. Shoppers fled the area, immediately thinking this was a Death Eater attack. It was utter chaos. "Stay behind me, Harry," Albus ordered just before several orbs landed on the street. Dumbledore's eyes widened, recognizing the spheres for what they were and realizing one of them had caused the explosion moments before. Anti-magic grenades. They had been used a great deal in the future, and they had left behind great devastation. They released a pulse that cancelled out all magic it came in contact with. A wizard within the zone had a fair chance of becoming a muggle, if they were lucky. Inside, Dumbledore bellowed, diving inside the bar with Harry. Rolling along the floor, Dumbledore went to one knee and threw a table toward the door, dousing it with as much magic as he could spare in that instant, hoping it would be enough to consume the incoming field. It almost was. Harry dashed forward, bringing his arms around himself as he resorted to the last defense they discovered they had with this sort of attack. Imagining himself as a bomb, he pulled as much magic to his center as quickly as he could before slamming it out in front of him. The magic and anti-magic met, the leftover magic from Harry ramming him back, causing him to graze past tables and chairs before hitting the edge of the long counter of the bar. "What's happening?" Rosmerta cried from behind the bar, a half a dozen hysterical people clamoring about the tables as several more explosions were heard from outside. "Stay down, Rosmerta," Albus shouted, his attention on the doorway. "And watch for darts, they're portkeys." "Papa," Harry shouted, just as three dark forms in the bar rose out of the panicking mass, blades in hand. "Deflect this, brat," the closest to him growled, advancing with inhuman speed, a red gleam in his eyes. The other two vanished in a flash of smoke, before reappearing somewhere Harry could not see. He heard Albus casting and felt his emotions of alarm and anger bleeding through their bond. With no time to do anything else, Harry threw his hands up protectively at the first attacker, wishing, not for the first time, he had a wand. He felt the man's weight come upon him, crashing him to the floor as his eyes caught the glare from the blade. Looking up, he saw much too long fangs slide across the man's bottom lip. "Vampire, how does it feel knowing you're about to die?" the immortal asked. "Harry," Albus shouted desperately, clearly trying to fight his way to him. Harry's pulse rate spiked as the vampire shifted, the blade rushing down at his throat. A feeling took a hold of him in that moment, a feeling he was quite familiar with, actually. The feeling one felt when they faced their mortality, their likely end, their coming death. But then it shifted to what he had only briefly felt thrice before, each time knowingly taking on the killing curse and surviving. Only this time, he was embraced by this feeling completely, covered by a feeling of almost overwhelming protectiveness as he heard what he could only describe as a distant wispy voice in his mind. "Not here. Not now." His right hand was suddenly free, shooting out from under the heavy vampire and taking hold of the sharp blade, wrenching it away from his throat just in time. The blade easily sliced into his scarred palm, but Harry didn't even feel it, for there was something he was feeling that was much more intense. Harry couldn't help but gasp as his magic roared from his center, the vampire's eyes widening in disbelief as he once again heard the far-off voice. "Be gone." A green pulse of light exploded from his bloody hand, the knife flying off to land and skid across the floor. His vision blurred for a long moment, the sound of people casting, cursing, and fighting being drowned out by the rushing sound in his mind. All the while, the bond dwindled. "Be still. You have nothing to fear. Be still." Harry blacked out. "You animals. Behave now, or I will deport you myself." Dolores Umbridge screamed at Remus and Provo. Remus immediately stopped laughing. Provo had just told a joke involving their current captor and a posse of well-trained squirrels. It hadn't even been that funny, but laughing was a release from the built-up tension from the day. "Apparently you are not even civilized enough to wait without showing your barbaric nature," she said, somehow looking down her nose at them despite her short stature. With a flick of her wand, all extraneous material had been removed from the room. All that remained was Remus, Provo, and a stack of parchment waiting to be filled out. As Remus opened his mouth to ask how she expected them to write without a table, she handed them quills and said, "If you are going to act like animals, then you can fill out paperwork like animals." When do animals fill out paperwork?" Remus asked, despite Provo shaking his head. They are right now, Dolores answered with an evil smile. It was a good thing Ministry officials had confiscated their wands, because Remus really wanted to hex her. He bent over the new stack of paperwork and started writing his name at the top. Immediately, pain flared in his hand, and the words he was writing appeared on his skin. The ink from the pen flowed dark red. A blood quill, Remus recognized. He glanced up at Provo. Provo was staring at his own hand. If it wasn't for Harry and needing to be near him, Remus would have quit right there. Surely the Ministry wouldn't approve of such a dark object being used. Although, perhaps they knew and didn't care, since Remus and Provo were outside the Ministry protection as so-called dark creatures. Remus grit his teeth. If he wrote quickly enough, he could finish the stack before he lost enough blood to pass out. It would be close, though. Provo met his glance, and Remus saw the same determination in his eyes. Dolores Umbridge would not win. Kurt knelt behind an overturned table, shooting spells at one of the vampires on Albus. A third was advancing toward Harry, but Kurt couldn't reach him at the moment. The fight had begun with Albus banishing a table at nothing, then Harry doubling over before screaming and throwing out his arms at the doorway. Now there were vampires. All Kurt had wanted was a bottle of fire whiskey. Where was Jess? She was supposed to be tailing the Dumbledores. Maybe that's how Albus knew the darts were portkeys. He admonished himself to focus. The closest vampire stepped into Kurt's line of view. That'll work. Kurt smiled grimly as he cast a curse of his own creation. Grim Revenge, he called it. The vampire screamed as her own hand ripped off, still holding her sword. Kurt hit the vampire with a tripping hex as the hand took on a grotesque appearance and swung the sword back at its former body. The vampire used the second of her dual swords to fight it off, but she was losing. He had no reservations about cursing a female like that, especially as these were extreme circumstances and any hesitation or mercy would bring about unhappy consequences. Kurt nodded, knowing that the vampire would be occupied for some time with the newly liberated hand. He glanced first at Albus, who was nearest, but Albus seemed to be holding his own. He turned to help Harry. "Harry!" Albus shouted. A vampire was on top of Harry with a knife. As Kurt brought his wand up, Harry grabbed the knife with his bare right hand. Kurt could barely make out anything as a brilliant green light exploded forth, forcing the knife away. The vampire's eyes widened for a split second before he crumpled, landing limply on Harry, clearly dead. The vampire was already beginning to shrivel. As much as he wanted to make sure Harry was all right, Kurt knew that if they didn't take care of the other vampires, it wouldn't matter. He brought his wand to the vampire he had shot before, noting that the hand was gone. Apparently the vampire had had a stroke of genius and thrown a dart at the hand. Well, at least she was crippled now. Kurt cast another curse before the vampire could go after anyone else, and the vampire responded in kind. Eyes filled with hatred, she sent curse after curse, before dodging around a table and skidding across the floor. The vampire seemed to have had a target in mind, though Kurt couldn't see anyone in the area. Kurt was tempted to cast Grim Revenge again, but that took a lot out of him, and there were other spells that could kill more easily. They just weren't as fun. Kurt flung a table in front of him to block a curse, then with another spell, ripped off one of the legs. Now he had a stake, and all he had to do was hit it through the vampire's heart. He switched his wand to his left hand so his right could do the throwing. Kurt saw the vampire's eyes widen as the splintery piece of wood flew straight for its heart. It vanished with a crack just before the hurled stake would have hit. Wise choice. Kurt looked around, but the vampire didn't reappear. Judging by the sound of that crack, the vampire was no longer in this town. Kurt turned, only to witness a body he immediately identified as a vampire get ruthlessly bashed onto the floor, an utterly furious Dumbledore just beyond. Albus was covered in blood, a long bleeding cut on the side of his head trailing down to his cheek, but none of that seemed to matter. A split second later, Albus was rushing toward Harry, his eyes alone telling Kurt how worried and afraid he was. "Harry!" he gasped as he unceremoniously threw the dead, shriveled vampire off of Harry with barely a glance around the bar. He pulled Harry to himself and cupped his little cheek with his large bloody hand. "Oh my!" Rosmerta managed. "How is he?" Kurt asked, suddenly very concerned as he noticed Dumbledore's hands were shaking and his eyes had filled with tears. Albus suddenly said in a quavering breath, calming slightly. "The bond's back," he managed, beyond relieved, hugging Harry. If the bond had broken, that meant Harry was much closer to death than Kurt had first thought. Get back to Hogwarts, now, Kurt commanded. He looked around again, but still didn't see Jess. Man, Dawn was not going to be happy. To be continue, I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.